simultaneously crossing from Japanese anime to American comics. A powerful blow. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. One punch knocks out Garp. Pluto activates. The sea shook, and the waves suddenly turned into a tsunami, almost knocking the warship over. Countless curses came from the warship. The Navy inside was sleeping soundly, but they were knocked over by the tsunami. The CP0 members had to lies. This is a sign that only occurs when two top domineering strongmen fight. Why are they fighting again? The CP0 members were shocked and quickly picked up the Dendenmushi to report the situation to the 5 elders. It was late at night, and the call was connected after a long time. What's the matter again? My lord, there is a fight in Wano country. What? Didn't I tell you not to move and wait for support from the Navy headquarters? My lord, it's not us, it's the red hair pirates and the revolutionary army who are fighting. They? How could it be? Hahaha, Shanks actually made such a choice. After all, he is the blood of the Fegaland family. 5 different laughs came from the other end of the phone. Obviously, this news made the 5 elders very happy. In the enemy's home turf, the red hair pirates may not be their opponents. Fortunately, Garp is already nearby, and the support from the Navy headquarters will arrive soon. You should try to delay time first. After saying that, the 5 elders hung up the phone, leaving only the CP0 members holding the receiver in despair. Delay time. This is really asking me to risk my life. There are some things that the 5 elders will not say clearly, but how can the CP0 members, who are thugs, not hear it? With a bitter face, he informed the Navy of the order of the 5 elders. The Navy fleet responsible for assisting CP0 in monitoring is led by a vice admiral of the headquarters, and there are 2 major generals under his command. If it were other forces, the configuration of a vice admiral plus 2 major generals would already have considerable suppressive power. Unfortunately, their enemy is a revolutionary army. We have no advantage in close combat. Pull the distance to carry out artillery fire and suppress the revolutionary army on the shore with firepower. The vice admiral gave an order, and the fleet formed a formation and slowly approached the coast. The revolutionary army also noticed the movement and gathered its strength to prepare for a counterattack. The battle started inexplicably. The overwhelming bombardment did not affect the battle between Chu Yang and Shanks. Shanks even had the leisure to joke. How did the Navy suddenly have the courage to take the initiative to attack? I thought they would stay there like mascots. Chu Yang grinned. I guess they thought we had an internal conflict. Shanks laughed. Then they will be in trouble later. While the 2 were chatting and laughing, their domineering was also fighting, and black lightning burst out from the void. The strength of the domineering color displayed by Shanks has surpassed Kado. His talent in this aspect is indeed unmatched. In comparison, Chu Yang is slightly inferior in terms of domineering color. Your domineering color is stronger than I thought. I thought that my progress during this period could pull you far away. Although he said so, Shanks was very happy. Chu Yang was strong enough, so Shanks trusted him to do anything. Chu Yang held Fengdu in his hand and slashed it casually. The sea directly split into a 100-meter wide crack, and a sea king below was directly cut in 2. Shanks looked stern. This was equivalent to his full strength attack. Drawing out his sword, Griffin, Shanks' fighting spirit soared into the sky. He could vaguely feel that this might be the last time the 2 of them would fight. Shanks swung his sword continuously, and each slash was entangled with the domineering color, which was amazing. Chu Yang dodged the slash with a flash step. The slash missed. Part of it flew to the mountains, and part of it slashed to the sea. The mountains were shattered into powder. A 100-meter long crack also appeared in the sea, exactly the same as Chu Yang's previous slash. Because both sides were very serious, even the red hair pirates who knew about it had the illusion that the 2 were fighting desperately. Others were even more panicked. In addition, the sudden appearance of the Navy and the attack made people suspicious. The samurai who didn't know the red hair pirates took the lead and questioned the members of the red hair pirates loudly with a hostile attitude. What's wrong with your captain? Why did he start a war so casually? Despicable villain. I've seen it a long time ago. You brought the Navy here, right? As a pirate, you actually cooperated with the Navy. What exactly do you intend to do with Wano country? Facing the emotional samurai, Ben Beckman felt bad. He was originally prepared to watch the fun, but he didn't expect that he would become the fun. A bunch of idiots. Yang was originally our crew member. When he was on the ship, he fought with the captain every day. What's so strange about this? Jesus Boo couldn't help but stood up and blasted the samurai. That's right. If we really want to do something to you, do we still need to contact the Navy? Don't underestimate our red hair pirates. Lucky Lou's eyes and tone were extremely disdainful. Once he said this, it was like adding fuel to the fire. The samurai became more emotional. They were enslaved by Kaido before, and they had a bad impression of pirates. Because of Chu Yang, they had been suppressing their malice towards the red hair pirates, and it suddenly broke out at this moment. As the two sides got angry, there were signs of a fight. Tiger hurriedly took the crew to stand between the two groups, explaining to the samurai, while calming the emotions of the red hair pirates. Long Zeng led the revolutionary army to fight the Navy, and had no time to care about this side. It was a big fight. Everyone was fighting each other. Chu Yang and Shanks focused their minds on the battle, and the details could not affect them. The two had entered the stage of hand-to-hand combat. In addition to domineering and swordsmanship, Chu Yang did not use other abilities. Even so, he had an absolute advantage. After experiencing the baptism of the martial arts world in the world of Wind and Cloud, Chu Yang's swordsmanship has reached another dimension, which is more powerful than Shanks can understand. He did not deliberately perform Teikai sword or Dugun 9 swords, but swung the sword casually. Simple and direct is the characteristic of swordsmanship in the pirate world. What Chu Yang has to do is to continue to simplify on this basis. Every move is natural and has traces of Tao, which cannot be described in words. Shanks was shocked by this strange feeling. The world he saw seemed to have changed under Chu Yang's sword. From Shanks' perspective, Chu Yang was using the sword to cast magic. It was difficult to even understand the swordsmanship, let alone crack it. As the battle came to an end, Shanks' face was mostly blank. The duel gradually evolved into a unique swordsmanship teaching. Your swordsmanship has been strange since the beginning, and it is becoming more and more incomprehensible now. In terms of swordsmanship alone, even Hawkeye would not be your opponent. Shanks put away his sword and looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression. Before the battle began, he never thought that he would lose a duel in this way. Whether it is swordsmanship or domineering, surpassing yourself is always more important than surpassing others. Chu Yang smiled. Shanks was silent for a moment and tried to put on a smile and said, "Are you going to get off the ship?" Chu Yang took a deep breath, nodded, and said with a smile, "Captain, my journey is over. Saying goodbye here is the best way." Shanks was relieved and took a long breath. The journey will end after all, but I haven't gotten used to it after so many years. Chu Yang looked at Shanks and said sincerely, "Even if I get off the ship, I will always be a member of the Red Hair Pirates." Shanks nodded as a matter of course. "Nonsense." Beckman also said that he would give the vice captain position to you. The two looked at each other and laughed. The next second, a huge iron ball flew over their heads and smashed an ancient building. A heroic laugh came over. "Red-haired kid, I'm here to catch you again. You're much slower than Roger. When I catch you, I'll pay you back for what you did to Luffy. That bastard is now asking to be a pirate every day. I'm really pissed off." A warship was approaching the shore, and a majestic figure was standing on the deck of the warship. Garp, wearing a dog head hat, stared at Shanks, his eyes almost blazing with fire. Shanks' expression was stiff. Before he came, he had already gotten rid of the old man, but he didn't expect the other party to catch up with him again. Garp, the hero of the Navy, fighting him is the most appropriate farewell ceremony. Chu Yang laughed and took a step forward. He flashed and instantly appeared on the warship 1,000 meters away. Garp's eyes blurred, and suddenly there was a strange young man in his field of vision. "Boy, who are you? You look a little familiar." Garp squinted his eyes, and his fist, which was bigger than a sandbag, swung in front of Chu Yang. A soldier hurried to Garp and whispered a few words. Garp showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "You beat Borsalino?" You were the one who blocked the siege of the Revolutionary Army by the Navy several times. Kado, Charlotte Linlin, these guys also fell into your hands. TSK. This is really, should I say that I'm old, or the young people nowadays are too powerful? Garp seemed to think of something interesting, holding his belly and laughing. If nothing else, the bounty on the celestial dragons is good. I haven't seen the frustrated expressions of those people for a long time. It made me happy for a long time. Now I think about it. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang looked at him with interest. Even if it was a hostile position, he couldn't hate Garp. Seeing that Garp was laughing wantonly, the Navy soldier next to him had to remind Garp, Mr. Garp, now is not the time to laugh. This is a vicious guy. Garp stopped laughing, scratched his head awkwardly, and then coughed a few times with a serious face. Although what you did is interesting, the result is that the pirates are getting more rampant and harming many innocent civilians. In any case, this farce should stop. Garp clenched his fist and said seriously. Chu Yang nodded and said, you are right, it is indeed time to end it. Garp was stunned for a moment. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect that the pirate on the other side actually agreed with his point of view. You are quite sensible. If you surrender now, I will punish you lightly. I can't agree to this. The fist wrapped in the domineering color hit Garp's face fiercely. Garp flew from the bow to the stern and broke the middle mast. Hard fist. Garp stood up from a pile of rubbish and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's okay, just a little harder than yours. Fighting with Garp, Chu Yang didn't need to have any martial virtues. After beating him away, he kept stacking buffs on himself. The fancy special effects made Garp, who had experienced hundreds of battles, stunned. After decades of ups and downs, this was the first time he met such an opponent. What kind of fruit ability is this? Garp envied from the bottom of his heart. Compared with the plainness of a pair of iron fists, he preferred this kind of movement that looked very intimidating. Have you heard of the armor stack flow? Chu Yang laughed and rushed over with his fists. Fighting with melee players like Garp was his favorite. Simple and direct, both sides used fists to fight head on. The most annoying thing was the enemies like the sorcerer and the god of death who could use the power of rules. It was very troublesome to kill them, and they might break through his defense. How could the armor that he had worked so hard to stack be as fragile as that layer of membrane? Garp, who was the ceiling of domineering, obviously did not take Chu Yang's domineering color entanglement seriously. Seeing Chu Yang waving his fists, he actually chose to fight with armed color. He could underestimate Chu Yang's domineering, but he should not underestimate Chu Yang's buff. Domineering color entanglement vs armed color entanglement. The result was that the careless Garp was punched away by Chu Yang for the second time, and he went straight through the warship and fell into the sea. At this moment, not only the Navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship were silent, but even the Navy fleet next door that was fighting the Revolutionary Army also stopped. Garp, the dignified Navy hero, was actually beaten away by 2 punches. A group of Navy and CP0 were dumbfounded. Lan Guyan watched his father being beaten, and the one who beat him was his teammate, and the expression on his face was extremely wonderful. This guy actually held back when fighting me? The span was too big. Shanks couldn't accept it and kept hypnotizing himself that he was dreaming. These 2 punches destroyed the morale of the Navy. Now, let's get Pluto out and break through the opponent's defense formation. Tiger immediately disappeared to the coast with the Sun Pirates. Chu Yang jumped off the warship and walked on the sea as if it were flat ground. He walked to the place where Garp fell into the sea and waited quietly. The sea surface suddenly began to shake, and circles of ripples formed huge waves that hit the reefs on the shore. Garp rushed out of the sea, and the huge impact force made the sea surface explode. I'm really old. I've made mistakes again and again. Young man, I'm going to hit you hard next time. Garp's body was covered with Conqueror's haki, and he suddenly fell from the sky like a meteorite, smashing straight at Chu Yang. It's okay, old man, I'm not going to hit you lightly either. Chu Yang stepped on the sea and soared into the sky. His right fist was covered with Conqueror's haki, and he hit Garp. The 2 collided. Instantly, the sky and the earth changed color. The night was as bright as day. The impact of Conqueror's haki penetrated the sky and illuminated the entire sea. The light faded. Only Chu Yang stood in the sky. Black lightning was wrapped around his body. Garp fell from the sky like a meteor and smashed into the sea fiercely. He was covered in blood and only a trace of consciousness remained. How can there be such a strong person? Garp's consciousness was blurred and he looked up at Chu Yang in the sky as if he were a god. Chu Yang stacked up all the buffs and hit with all his strength, but Garp was not killed by a single punch. His ability to withstand beatings was enough to be proud of the entire pirate world. After this punch, there was no good spot on Garp from inside to outside, just like broken porcelain. Even with Garp's inhuman physique, he couldn't get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. If he didn't do something ruthless, with Garp's perseverance, it was unknown how long he would have to fight Chu Yang. Garp fell into the sea, like a real corpse, floating quietly on the sea. Chu Yang picked him up and threw him directly back to the Doghead warship. The Navy present looked at Hen. The faith of so many years collapsed in front of them. What a desperate feeling. The Navy fleet fighting with the Revolutionary Army also turned off the fire and completely gave up resistance. A large number of warships turned into burning scrap metal, lying heroically on the sea level and slowly sinking. During this period, Long killed the CP0 member who was responsible for monitoring. "It's time to go," Long said to Ivankov. "Don't go to see your father." Ivankov joked. Long paused, turned around and looked at where Garp was. After a moment of silence, he actually let the ship move closer to that side. At this time, the Navy on the Doghead warship was in a panic, and even Garp's adjutant Bogart could not calm them down. As Long and his ship approached, the Navy soldiers were immediately panic-stricken. "Help me up." Garp's voice was not as strong as before, and Bogart almost didn't hear it clearly. Garp could no longer stand up, and could only lean against the broken mast and sit and watch Long's arrival. It took a little force. Chu Yang was a little embarrassed. It was a bit unreasonable to beat his father like this in front of his son. "I understand." Long nodded slightly. He understood Chu Yang's dilemma. In fact, if possible, he didn't want to meet his father so early. Long stepped onto the deck of the warship, and the other side was already tense to the extreme. He slowly walked in front of Garp. Father and son looked at each other, but no one spoke first. The warship was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and only the sizzling sound of the burning flames reached people's ears. After about 10 seconds, Long turned and left. Heavy breathing sounds were heard one after another on the warship. Garp suddenly smiled with relief. "Stinky boy, you want to say that you are right. As a complete loser, I can't refute him. This time he can only be considered the winner." Ha 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 ha. Shanks had a complicated expression. Garp and Dragon reminded him of the late Captain Roger, the man who raised him, and was more like a father than the captain. "I'm leaving," Chu Yang said softly. "It's time to go. Garp is here, and the support from the Navy is expected to arrive soon." Shanks nodded and smiled. "Don't worry about Wano country. I will stay here for a while. Also, you can take Mr. Tom with you. His biggest dream in this life is to see Pluto with his own eyes." At the same time, Tiger led the fishermen to splice the slide rails, extending from the old site of Wano country to the sea. A long time ago, Chu Yang took Quinjudge and others to make an oversized crane. Now, as long as the slide rails are spliced, Tiger can lift Pluto onto the slide rails and send it all the way to the coast. This was a plan that had been made long ago, but it was disrupted and delayed by the arrival of the red hair pirates. As time passed, the fishermen were sweating profusely while putting the slide rails together. Some of them threw their tools aside and shouted that they could not do it anymore. It would take a whole day to put the slide rails together, but now the fishermen had to finish it in a short time. Tiger looked at his companions, worried. The Revolutionary Army was growing stronger, and Chu Yang was also getting stronger, defeating many powerful enemies. Only he and the Sun Pirates were still the same. If this continued, they might become a drag on the team. It was not a pleasant feeling to suddenly fall behind when everyone was moving towards the same goal. Since they were allies and partners, they needed to be able to rely on each other and help each other, instead of just asking for things. If they couldn't do anything now, what about in the future? When they entered the Holy Land later, would he have to lead the fishermen to cheer and wave flags? For Tiger, this was simply a torture of his soul and conscience. "Everyone, get up." If you can't even do this, leave the Sun Pirates. If any of you want your relatives and friends to continue to be slaves, then get out. Don't waste your time here. Jinbei raised a section of the slide rail and roared angrily. From the first day I stepped into this place, I was ready to die. As long as I can overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons and make slaves no longer exist, I can die now. Jinbei's roar was deafening, making all the fishmen fall into silence and feel ashamed. The natural barrier of Wano country and Chu Yang's strength made them feel safe and protected. Over time, their inner awareness has been almost worn out. People who are used to living a peaceful life find it difficult to turn back and face the sword and fire. Mr. Tiger, we are here to help. How can you finish so much work? Let us do it. We are used to doing these things in the years when Kado was still here. The civilians of Wano country appeared in the town at some point and spontaneously picked up tools to help the fishermen splice the slide rails. Everyone had a smile on their face, as if they were happy to be able to help them. Once upon a time, these civilians were very wary of the fishmen, and the two sides were on the verge of a fight and disliked each other. But now, the two sides have become friends and companions. These people destroyed the natural barrier with their own hands and exposed themselves to the eyes of the celestial dragons, just so that Pluto could be born smoothly. If we just stop here, will we be worthy of them? Tiger questioned his companions with red eyes. Perhaps because of shame, or perhaps because there are more objects to protect, the fish people rekindled their fighting spirit. The speed of splicing the slide rails suddenly increased. Not long after, Chu Yang arrived with Tom, Quinn and others. Quinn and Jai as he stayed to help assemble the slide rails, while Chu Yang took Tom to the power room. Tom fumbled for the heart-shaped power source, as if he had found a treasure. After a while, he said seriously, "We need sunlight." Time passed by minute. The slide rails were finally spliced, and Quinn hoisted Pluto onto the track. It was already dawn. The sun shone on the Pluto ship. The terrifying ancient weapons began to tremble, and the power room made a sound, like an ancient beast roaring. It's actually solar energy. Chu Yang looked at the power source with great surprise. He had imagined many possibilities, but he had never thought that Pluto's power would be so environmentally friendly. To be precise, the sun provides the energy spark that ignites this device, and it can create nearly unlimited energy itself. Tom explained on the side. It sounds like an upgraded version of controlled nuclear fusion. Chu Yang smacked his lips and suddenly felt a little dry in his mouth. If he could figure out the principle of Pluto's power source, his technology tree would take off directly on the spot. Feedback to the Marvel world can not only allow Iron Man's mecha to evolve into several versions, but also obtain an endless army of machines. With power, Pluto is like a awakened monster, and its internal structure begins to operate slowly. Now go to the control room and drive Pluto away from here directly. Tom reminded Chu Yang, the control of Pluto is not simple, and it requires a very capable helmsman. The helmsman is of course Jinbei. From this point of view, the Fishman tribe has a lot of talents, including shipbuilding and sailing. Chu Yang first took Tom to the control room, and then asked Jinbei to come up to sail. The Revolutionary Army, the Sun Pirates, and Quinn also boarded the ship one after another. Kazuki Hiyori did not board the ship, but the samurai did. Chu Yang persuaded them to go back, but they said that this was the only chance to repay their kindness. Besides, there was the red hair pirates protecting Wano country. Although the samurai did not believe in pirates, they were willing to believe Chu Yang. Chu Yang could not persuade this group of stubborn people, so he had to take them away. The samurai were also helpful in attacking the Holy Land. After everyone boarded the ship, Jinbei started the Pluto battleship at Chu Yang's signal. The huge power pushed Pluto forward on the slide rail, turning it into a land boat, and the speed was getting faster and faster. With a little modification, it may become an amphibious space carrier. Chu Yang was amazed at the powerful power of Pluto, and the sky carrier of SHIELD in the Marvel world flashed in his mind. He thought it was very promising. When the time comes, the Holy Land will be attacked directly from the sky, and those celestial dragons will be scared to death. Chu Yang came to the control room and found Tom to explain his idea. The latter was stunned for a long time before nodding and saying, "Theoretically, it is feasible. I just looked at Pluto's equipment. It has the ability to fly for a short period of time. It may not be appropriate to describe it as flying. It should be to generate a strong propulsion force in an instant and launch Pluto to the target location. Chu Yang thought, isn't this the wind blast of the Sunny? It turns out that Frankie got the idea from here. As the two talked, Pluto was getting closer and closer to the coast. Shanks had seen this legendary behemoth with his own eyes. This is the ancient weapon Pluto. Can it match the power of God? Shanks muttered to himself. The crew of the Red Hair Pirates and the Navy on the dog-headed warship were stunned to see Pluto rush out of the land and crash into the sea. The waves directly submerged the beach on the shore. Pluto slowly drove past the dog-headed warship. The huge hull blocked the sunlight, and the deck of the warship fell into darkness. It was as if the monster swallowed the sunlight. The Navy stood in the darkness, looking up at the legendary ancient weapon in horror. Compared to Pluto, our warships are like toys. Bogart's spirit seemed to have been drained away, and he looked up at Pluto in despair. He didn't know how the Navy should deal with this behemoth in front of him. The hideous muzzle of a normal ship was enough to destroy an entire naval fleet with one shot. Until Pluto left, the Navy still stood there, staring blankly into the distance. Chapter 127, The Fear of the Warring States. A devastating battle. Who are the allies you mentioned before? Chu Yang asked Tiger on the deck. Tiger has always been in charge of other forces in the alliance. The Revolutionary Army is busy liberating the country. Chu Yang has been in the research room and rarely comes out. In addition to enslaving the fishmen and mermaids, many other races have been oppressed by the celestial dragons. These races are our allies. When the wall-breaking operation began, they had already gathered on Fishman Island. We also have helpers among humans, such as the crew members of Pirate King Roger before. Chu Yang looked at Tiger in surprise. What the other party did was far beyond his expectations. When Pluto appears in the world, some kingdoms will also consider turning to us. At that time, unexpected reinforcement may appear. However, things like war cannot be thought of from an optimistic perspective. Let's think about what we should do with the existing troops. Long said that he had already formulated a battle plan. The Holy Land Merijoa also had revolutionary soldiers arranged in advance. Chu Yang waved his hand. Leave Yimu and the 5 elders to me. You just need to gather your strongest forces to deal with the Knights of God. It would be best if you can defeat them directly, but if not, help me delay time. Long admitted that Chu Yang was very powerful, stronger than he knew, and qualified to challenge the king of the world with the name of God. But isn't it a bit arrogant for one person to face so many powerful enemies? They didn't have the chance to gamble. Once they failed, everyone would have to pay the price of their lives, and even more people would be implicated. I'll go with you. Long couldn't help but persuade him. He might not be able to defeat the 5 elders, but at least he could help Chu Yang share some of the pressure. Without you, it will be difficult for the remaining people to defeat the Knights of God. Because the combat power of the Knights of God was unknown. Even if they could get the help of Pluto Rayleigh, Chu Yang still rejected Long's proposal. This scene was very similar to when they decided to attack Kaido. Long also proposed to help Chu Yang fight Kaido, but he was rejected without hesitation. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a bit awkward, Tiger immediately changed the subject. What about the Navy? The previous bounty order caused the Navy to be greatly dispersed, and we did not count them. But now, the Celestial Dragons will definitely let the Navy defend Mary Gi's at all costs. Tiger said worriedly. No. Chu Yang shook his head firmly. The Celestial Dragons will not choose such a passive strategy, and will not let the battle happen at their doorstep. It is more likely that the Celestial Dragons will let the Navy mobilize all its forces to encircle us on the sea. So before reaching Mary Gi's, we will definitely encounter the Navy and fight to the death. There is another thing that Chu Yang did not say clearly, that is, the secret treasure controlled by him, the weapon that can destroy an island in an instant. If it is too close to Mary Gi's, him should be cautious and will not use it at will, because it may affect itself. This is a better prediction. It is also possible that once him determines their coordinates, he will immediately activate the secret treasure to erase their existence and the existence of Hades. As it turned out, Chu Yang's prediction was correct. The newspaper on the next day wrote that the Navy was out in full force. Not only the navy of the headquarters and the New World Division, but also the navy of the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas Division are gathering. The navy of the Four Seas Division has only one role, that is to find the trace of Pluto and then report it to the world government. The world government has mobilized all its forces, intending to find Pluto in the vast ocean. Are they really so crazy? If all the navy in the world is mobilized, wouldn't it become a carnival for the pirates? The celestial dragons really don't care about the lives of civilians at all. Tiger threw away the newspaper in his hand angrily. Members of the Revolutionary Army in other regions provided information that some navy did not respond to the orders of the world government and still maintained regional stability in their own way. We also have people left in the Four Seas area, so don't worry too much. Long comforted Tiger's emotions. With so many navy coming out to find us, do we need to change the course? After Tiger stabilized his emotions, he turned his head and looked at Chu Yang. Everyone has been used to being chased by the navy for a long time and may not react. Let's change our thinking and think about who is the prey now. Chu Yang grinned. The warship they have is the ancient weapon Pluto. That's right, they should be the ones to run away. Tiger clenched his fists and said excitedly, they want the battlefield to be outside the Holy Land. I happen to have the same idea. First, defeat the top combat power of the navy, weaken the power of the world government, and then attack the Holy Land. Chu Yang's idea was recognized by Long and Tiger. The navy is the left and right arm of the world government. Cutting off the opponent's arm first is undoubtedly a very good choice. The world government's perception of Chu Yang and his team is that they have defeated the forces of Kato and Big Mom and blocked the navy's crusade with natural barriers. In terms of personal strength, Chu Yang and his team are placed at the same level as the admirals. The hysterical dispatch of so many people is entirely out of respect for Pluto. As for Chu Yang's defeat of Garp yesterday, it may not be heard by the world government. First, the CP0 member who delivered the message was killed by Long, and secondly, Chu Yang felt that Garp would prevent the message from reaching the world government. It was not for his own face, but Chu Yang felt that Garp would help Long once in this way. The silent farewell between the father and son last night made Chu Yang aware of the change in Garp's attitude. Garp may have seen the possibility of overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons in Chu Yang. That power beyond cognition has left an indelible impression on Garp's heart. The world government has a wrong understanding of Chu Yang's combat power, and this will cost them a huge price. Therefore, Chu Yang will not only not avoid the other party, but also take the initiative to let the navy know where Pluto is. 3 days later, more than 1,000 warships are speeding in the New World, and no pirates can be seen wherever they pass. No pirate is brave enough to go head to head with such a huge navy fleet. Are you sure you have seen the trace of Pluto? On the deck of the main ship, the then Marshal, Khan Gang, asked Sengoku beside him. If it weren't for the fact that the Revolutionary Army offered a bounty to the Celestial Dragons, he would have handed over the position of Marshal to Sengoku. Sengoku nodded. The news sent back by the Navy of the Four Seas Division has been confirmed to be true. It is Pluto. These country guys are still somewhat useful. Thinking of the emptiness of the Four Seas region now, Steelbone Khan's eyes were terribly cold. Humph. A group of desperate people who luckily found ancient weapons dared to point their spearheads directly at Mirajoa, causing such a big chaos. Steelbone Khan gritted his teeth. I must lock them all in and impel down, and torture them until the day they die of old age. Sengoku remained silent. It was obviously the decision of the Celestial Dragons to mobilize the navy of the world, but Steelbone Khan avoided the important issue. Where is Garp? How can there be no shadow at such an important time? Steelbone Khan asked with dissatisfaction. Although Garp usually does some unreliable things, this time he obviously exceeded his bottom line. I heard that he is still fighting with the red hair pirates in Wano country. Sengoku felt very strange. Logically, Garp should have had contact with Pluto, but no news came. In the current situation, is the red hair pirate still important? He is too old and still can't tell the priorities. Even if we catch red hair, what will happen? In the end, we have to let him go. It's just a waste of time. If he doesn't mess around, we can directly stop this group of revolutionary army in Wano country. There is no need to pay such a huge price. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he never mentioned Garp's name again. Sengoku always felt that something was strange. Listening to Sengoku's complaints, an amazing idea suddenly popped up in his mind. According to the trajectory of the action, Garp must have encountered Pluto, but he did not report any information. He was helping this group of people. Sengoku's body trembled suddenly. What's wrong? Sengoku frowned and asked when he noticed something was wrong. No, it's okay. I seem to have eaten something wrong today. Sengoku was sweating and answered quickly. Sora's face softened, and he said, you go down first. Remember to take care of yourself. Sengoku left with a pale face. If the facts were as he guessed, Garp's behavior was equivalent to betraying the world government and the navy. This is impossible. He has insisted on justice all his life. How could he waver at this time? Sengoku kept comforting himself, but his heart kept sinking. He really couldn't stand this torment, so he walked to an empty place and dialed Den Mushi. Moshi Moshi, Vice Admiral Garp is fighting with pirates and has no time to answer the phone. If you have anything to say, you can. Shut up, Bogart. Let Garp come to answer the phone. Sengoku roared in a low voice, and the other end of the phone fell silent. Forget it, Bogart. You can't fool him. Give me the Den Mushi. Garp's voice came from the other end of the Den Mushi, hoarse and dull, without the usual vitality, as if he had been seriously injured. Sengoku's hands trembled, and he tried to suppress his shock, and asked, are you injured? How serious is your injury? Garp said in a relaxed tone, I almost didn't have the chance to answer your Den Mushi. Sengoku said angrily, such an important thing, why didn't you say it? You were injured by the attack of Pluto? Garp sighed, attack? I didn't even see what Pluto looked like. I was beaten like this. Sengoku was stunned. He thought Garp was bombarded by Pluto, otherwise who in the world could beat Garp like this? However, Garp's next sentence made Sengoku fall into endless fear. He only used one punch. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku stood there in a trance. The content of the call just now was too sensational. How could there be someone in this world who could beat Garp with one punch? That was the hero of the Navy, Garp. He was the existence used by the Navy to benchmark the pirate King Roger. How many young Navy people believed in him? Such an important matter must be dealt with immediately. Just as Sengoku was about to go find Kong, he suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized why Garp chose to conceal this matter. If a person can really be so powerful, maybe he can really overthrow the rule of the Celestial Dragons? Sengoku is not a die-hard fan of the Celestial Dragons. Like Garp, he became a Navy not to maintain the dignity and power of the Celestial Dragons. He just wanted to realize his own justice. Whether it is true or not, let me try it myself. Sengoku calmed down and made the same decision as Garp. If those people are not strong enough, they will die in the hands of the Navy. If they are strong enough, then what if we step on their bodies to go to Mirajoa? Kong, who got the information, ordered the fleet to rush to the destination at full speed. He wanted to gather all his strength to destroy the revolutionary army in one fell swoop. Just consider it a congratulations ceremony for my promotion to the chief marshal. Kong clenched his fists and showed a ferocious smile. At night, the fleet came to a doldrums, which was full of wreckage of naval warships. Sengoku looked stern. The naval forces that provided the information before had obviously been destroyed. Damn it. We're one step too late. Those guys escaped. These rubbish can't even delay time. Gang was furious and punched the console in the control room. The alarm sounded immediately. They may not have left. Sanji Yuo's mouth was full of bitterness. If the other party's intention was the same as he thought, the group of revolutionary soldiers might be in the dark, staring at them covetously. They are not idiots. If they don't leave like this, are they going to stay and fight us head on? No matter how strong Pluto is, can he deal with thousands of warships at a time? Gang looked at Sanji Yuo dissatisfiedly. What's wrong with you today? You are absent-minded. Have you not recovered from a stomachache? Sanji Yuo stared blankly at the front. A huge monster was breaking through the black curtain and slowly approaching. The conjecture became a reality, and Sanji Yuo was not happy at all. Hey, what is that? Gangu-kan widened his eyes, gradually seeing the steel giant in the darkness, and said in shock, "These guys really didn't escape. They actually stayed here and waited for us to find them." Sanji Yuo said with a firm look, "Prepare to meet the enemy, Marshal. Let me take the lead." On the other side, Pluto was riding the wind and waves, and Chu Yang stood on the deck and stared at the main ship of the navy. Fighting with so many warships, most of Pluto's energy will be used for defense, and it can't fire many times. "We have to find another way to break through," Tom said worriedly. As the saying goes, two fists can't beat four hands. There are too many enemies, and even Pluto can't destroy them all. Pluto's biggest role is to fight against the secret treasure in Yamu's hand and blast open the red soil continent under the Holy Land. "I didn't plan to break through from the beginning, Mr. Tom. This is a war of annihilation." Chu Yang shook his head. Tom was stunned for a moment. "Yang, I explained it to you just now." Before he finished speaking, he saw Chu Yang soaring into the sky, passing through the sky above the fleet, and flying towards the main ship. When he reached the target, Chu Yang suddenly fell down and smashed into the warship. The huge force knocked the 100-meter-long main ship upside down, and then fell back heavily, and the navy on the deck was thrown to the ground. In the chaos, a figure walked out, and walked straight towards Chu Yang. "Are you the one fighting with Garp?" Sanji Yuo took off his shirt and asked seriously. Chu Yang nodded. "Then please use your fist to convince me, otherwise I will not be able to rest assured." Sanji Yuo's whole body was shining with golden light, and he entered the form of a big Buddha. His body turned into a huge golden Buddha, and punched Chu Yang. The fist was wrapped with amazing domineering aura. "As you wish." Domain unfolds. Demon suppressing shrine. A huge and strange shrine appeared behind Chu Yang. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, even the moon in the sky seemed to have turned blood red. There was an indescribable beauty in the weirdness. Sanji Yuo, with a golden glow all over his body, was like a Buddha who was going to exorcise demons and defend the way. Chu Yang, who was driving the shrine, was like a demon in the world, exuding a terrifying aura. The higher the virtue, the higher the evil. Under the blood moon, the violent slashing was like a rainstorm, washing away the filth of the world. Crack. Cracks first appeared on the golden Buddha's arm. Like a broken mirror, it spread rapidly. Sanji Yuo's face suddenly changed. As more and more slashes broke out, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the golden Buddha. Sanji Yuo raised his arms to block the slashes that came from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, half of his body lost consciousness. Sanji Yuo suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. He could no longer maintain the form of the Buddha. After the golden light dissipated, half of his body was covered with dense scars, and blood continued to seep out. Then he fell to the ground. General Sanji Yuo. A blazing fire slid across the sky and landed in front of Chu Yang. Sasuke's face with exposed veins poked out from the burning lava. "You despicable fellow, you actually dared to attack General Sanji Yuo." Sasuke thought that the pirates in front of him could not defeat Sanji Yuo head on. The only possibility was that the other party used despicable means to attack. Sasuke's hands turned into lava and blasted towards Chu Yang. He wanted to melt this shameless man into ashes. The black ancient sword flew out of the void and circled around Chu Yang. A stream of yellow spring water slowly flowed along the traces of the ancient sword's flight. Yellow spring water can extinguish the flowing blade fire that is close to the high temperature of the sun. Sasuke's magma fruit is even less worth mentioning in front of it. Before it could touch Chu Yang, the lava had already extinguished and turned into ordinary black stones. Chu Yang wrapped the domineering aura around the sword of Fengdu, and then the flying sword shot out and pointed directly at Sasuke's heart. "My domineering aura is not for eating dry food." Sasuke wrapped his arms with armed color, ready to resist Chu Yang's flying sword attack. The next moment, Fengdu easily broke through his armament haki, pierced through his heart, took Sasuke out, and nailed him to the mast alive. "This is impossible." Sasuke looked down at the long sword that pierced his heart in disbelief. He stretched out his hand to pull out the sword, but he had no strength. The rapid loss of life made him feel desperate. In the end, Sasuke was nailed to the mast alive by Chu Yang. Chu Yang waved his hand, and Fengdu flew back quickly. Sasuke's body fell from the sky and hit the deck with a bang. The Navy who witnessed this scene had unspeakable despair on their faces. A Navy admiral, a Navy vice admiral who was about to become an admiral, all lost. Is he a devil or a god? The battle ended so quickly that the Marshal Khan Gangu had no time to react. He was still gathering his troops, and when he turned around, Zanjiuo fell to the ground seriously injured, and Sakazuki died on the spot. Khan Kang's eyes were about to burst, and he immediately fell into a state of rage. He smashed the window of the control room and jumped down. "I'm going to kill you." Khan Kang roared angrily, and rushed towards Chu Yang like a beast. Borsalino appeared with Khan Kang. The moment he saw Yang's face clearly, Borsalino suddenly stopped, looking frightened. The last disastrous defeat in Wano country was still vivid in his mind. This is a monster that is absolutely impossible to defeat. He vaguely remembered that, after returning to the Navy headquarters, he reported the situation to Khan Kang, but Khan Kang didn't care at all and scolded him. Kuzan and Sakazuki are about to take over the position of admiral, and look at you, you were beaten to a pulp by a young boy. Thinking of this, Borsalino murmured, "I told you a long time ago, but you didn't listen. Now you have to bear the consequences yourself." Khan Kang's strength was not as strong as Zanjiuo. Under the cover of the demon suppressing shrine, he was chopped into a bloody man in a few strokes. Khan Gang tried his best, but he didn't even touch Chu Yang's body, and fell at his feet. "What kind of monster are you?" Khan Gang's eyes were full of confusion and unwillingness at the moment of death. Chu Yang looked up at Borsalino in the sky. The latter ran away directly, without the courage to fight Chu Yang. Among the 3 future admirals, only Aokiji was not here. He was one of the few Navy who did not obey the orders of the world government, and took his subordinates to suppress the chaos everywhere. The same is true for Zephyr, who is about to retire. The remaining Navy is no longer a threat. When the unknown warships gradually surrounded, Chu Yang expanded the area of the demon shrine at the cost of reducing its power. The slashing broke out. Thousands of warships were destroyed at the same time, and countless Navy soldiers were injured. Chu Yang defeated the Navy that was out in full force by himself. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Yang suddenly heard the weak voice of Zanjiuo. "Can you win?" Zanjiuo opened his eyes with difficulty, wanting to get an answer. "Of course." Chu Yang replied decisively, and then flew towards Hades. Pluto was full of people. They watched the destruction of the Navy, and deeply felt Chu Yang's terror. Some people even regarded him as a god and knelt silently. He really only needs one person to do it. Long was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Tiger patted his shoulder and comforted him. "We have our own responsibilities. Even if we can't fight side by side, we must let him not worry." Long was a man who had experienced many storms. This blow did not make him depressed. He quickly regained his calm and composed side. The Navy has been defeated. Without this power, the balance of victory is tilting towards us. Next, I would like to trouble Mr. Tiger to contact the allies of Fishman Island and be ready to attack Mirajoa at any time. Chu Yang walked in front of the two. Tiger nodded. "Okay, no problem. Are we going directly to the Holy Land now?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, "Don't rush. We have to land in an unexpected way to achieve our goal, so I ask Mr. Tom to transform Pluto. Take a break for a while. Without the Navy, it will be difficult for the world government to track us. Don't worry." After this battle, Pluto completely disappeared from people's sight. The remaining impact swept the world like a tsunami. The news of the Navy's destruction was quickly transmitted through the news bird, and even the world government could not stop it. Marshal Ganga Khan died in the battle. Admiral Zanjiuo was seriously injured. Sakazuki, who was about to take over the position of admiral, died in the battle. Lieutenant General Borsalino's whereabouts are unknown. The rest of the headquarters lieutenant generals and major generals, as well as a large number of naval soldiers, were all injured and completely lost their combat capabilities. The naval system was completely paralyzed. Such a tragic ending has never happened in the history of the Navy. The world government, which has stood in the world for 800 years, has also been strongly shaken. Rebellion flags in various regions have been raised one after another. Even from some places that the Revolutionary Army had never been to, there were reports of resistance to the world government. Horrible riots were happening frequently. Pangu City, among the flowers, The 5 elders were crawling on the lush grass, trembling, and in front of them stood a mysterious figure. His tall body was hidden under his robes, and only the towering crown could make people recognize his identity. The king of the world, or the king of the celestial dragons. Yamu. Yamu didn't seem to see the terrified 5 elders. His eyes always fell on the lilies in the corner of the room, as if he was recalling. His expression was a little absent-minded. Lily. Hearing this name, the 5 elders' bodies trembled more violently, and their heads buried lower. This name represents a taboo. Where is Pluto now? Yamu finally spoke, easing the fear in the hearts of the 5 elders. Pluto's whereabouts are currently unknown, but there is no sign of him approaching the Holy Land. We have arranged guards to be on alert. J. Galusha Satan Saint answered first. The others stared at him out of the corner of their eyes. In this kind of atmosphere, whoever speaks first is least likely to be scolded. Who is that person? Im's voice suddenly became a little louder. The 5 elders looked at each other, not knowing who Im was asking about. Topman Valkyrie hesitated for a moment and answered carefully. The man who defeated the navy was called Yang. He was originally a slave, and escaped when the fisherman tiger attacked the Holy Land. Later, he joined the Red Hair Pirates and gradually grew into a famous pirate on the sea. After that, I don't know how he got in touch with the Revolutionary Army, and became what he is today. After answering, Topman Valkyrie's heart was beating fast. He didn't know whether Im was asking about Chu Yang. Hanagian fell into silence. Topman Valkyrie broke out in a cold sweat. Red hair? Is it the one that the figure and family once lost? Yes. After getting the answer, Im said in a cold tone, whoever created the problem should deal with it. Saint Topman vocally nodded quickly. I will tell Saint Figa and Galina. Saint Marcus Mars asked respectfully, Lord Im, do you want to activate that weapon? The flowers became extremely quiet. It's not that time yet. Let the Knights of God kill the slave. Im's voice became ethereal and echoed throughout the room. The 5 elders nodded and slowly withdrew. There was only one person left in the flowers. Im walked towards the lily, squatted down, stroked the butterfly that rested on the flower, and murmured, Lily, why did you do that? Chapter 128, Invasion of the Holy Land. Death of Yim. The pitch black steel monster floated in the clouds. It blocked out the sun. The bird, which was 100 meters long, could not dodge in the sky, and crashed into the hull of Pluto. It fainted and fell into the sea below. Mr. Tom, this altitude is still not good. We need to raise it by a few thousand meters. Quinn, Judge, Caesar, don't just stand there and watch. Help me. Several people ran to the bottom of Pluto's hull to test the latest flight system, but the effect was not ideal. It can fly, but it can't fly high. Pluto often hits some birds in the sky. You know, some birds are even bigger than sea kings. This is very dangerous. The flight altitude must continue to increase, at least higher than the flight altitude that birds are used to, and if it flies too low, people below can see Pluto, not to mention raiding the Holy Land. My lord, although the 3 of us barely know some mechanical transformation technology, it is still too difficult to use it to transform Pluto. This is the advanced technology of the ancient kingdom. Caesar couldn't help complaining to Chu Yang. Compared with transforming machinery, they are better at transforming life. Chu Yang could understand them. Even he himself was a little confused. The knowledge learned in Marvel was not very useful here. It was not a system at all. Pluto was the strongest weapon of the huge kingdom 800 years ago. The technology inside was the most advanced at that time. It would take Chu Yang a long time to learn it thoroughly. If Tom hadn't been studying Pluto's design drawings for many years, it would be a problem whether this flight system could be built. What should we do now? Chu Yang was a little worried. Giving Pluto the ability to fly was an indispensable part of the plan. We can only go to that guy Vegapunk. But since he left the laboratory of Punk Hazard, I haven't heard from him again. Caesar spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. Quinn and Judge also said that they had never contacted each other. Chu Yang was not sure about the current timeline, whether Vegapunk started to study the technology of the ancient kingdom on Egg Point Island. In the absence of any intelligence, he could only take a gamble. Fortunately, Egg Point Island was in the New World. Although it was troublesome to find it, it was not completely clueless. A large number of shadow clones left Pluto at the same time. 2 days passed. Chu Yang was waiting for the news silently. Long suddenly found Chu Yang with a very strange look. The companions on the ground sent a message that an old man found them and said it was Vegapunk. Chu Yang was stunned after hearing it. Later, he thought about it and suddenly realized that Vegapunk was coming for Pluto. He wanted Pluto's core technology. I almost forgot that Pluto is the best bait. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. How could Vegapunk give up the opportunity to contact the highest civilization? He can get technology from the ancient robots left behind by the huge kingdom, and he will only get more from Pluto. Vegapunk, who was born in the bitter cold land of Borkimoa, pursued unlimited energy throughout his life. He believed that human wars would only happen because of the struggle for energy. As long as there is unlimited energy to use, humans can enter eternal peace. Do you want to meet him? It might be a trap. Long and Vegapunk are old acquaintances. After the destruction of O'Hara, they also went to pay tribute to Dr. Clover. I'll go to the trap, no matter how big it is. Chu Yang smiled and didn't care. Afterwards, Chu Yang and Long left Pluto and headed for land without anyone knowing. The Revolutionary Army base that Vegapunk found was located on a huge bridge near Winter Island. It had just been liberated. When Chu Yang saw Vegapunk, his head was still huge and had not been separated. Vegapunk, who looked very similar to Einstein, gave him an inexplicable sense of intimacy. The two sat and chatted for a while and had a great time. Chu Yang himself was also a serious scientist, especially in mechanical manufacturing and energy. He was very familiar with nuclear reactors. But Vegapunk had no theoretical knowledge in this area, so he was very interested in every word Chu Yang said. Long went around to check if there was anything unusual around him. After all, this meeting with Vegapunk was a bit too smooth. In fact, Vegapunk's visit this time did not arouse the suspicion of the world government. Or rather, because of the defeat of the Navy not long ago, they were now too busy to take care of Vegapunk. The information about this base was intercepted by Vegapunk from the world government's intelligence. Have you thought it through? Once you get on the ship, you will be completely on the opposite side of the world government. If we fail, your fate will be miserable. You continue to stay in the world government. No matter what happens in the future, it will not affect you much. Long sincerely spoke his heart out to his old friend. To this, Vegapunk only had one answer. I need Pluto. In the pirate world, people's pursuit of dreams is always above everything else, and they are willing to pay a huge price for it. Vegapunk, who has always been thirsting for unlimited energy, is very determined. Long and Chu Yang looked at each other. Chu Yang stood up and stretched out his hand to Vegapunk. Then welcome to join us. I think we will have a lot in common. Vegapunk held Chu Yang's hand and smiled. I look forward to working with you. Your ideas have inspired me a lot. The three of them didn't want to waste time, so they returned immediately. The moment he boarded Pluto, Vegapunk's eyes were filled with amazement. The highest masterpiece of that era turned out to be like this. I can't describe its beauty in words. Come with me, I'll take you to the research room. Chu Yang took Vegapunk into the cabin and came to the position between the living area and the power energy room. For convenience, Chu Yang asked Tom to transform this place into a research room, which was also Tom's workshop. Tiger arranged many fishmen to help him. It's a great place, but it's a little small. Vegapunk tactfully put forward his suggestion. When this war is over, Pluto will have a lot of space freed up, and you can use it however you want. Chu Yang smiled. Mr. Yang looks very confident. Do you know what you are about to face? Vegapunk looked serious. I'm not Joey boy. Just because he can't do it doesn't mean I will fail. Chu Yang replied meaningfully. It seems that you don't care about some things. In this case, I don't recommend you to waste time in Elbaf. When O'Hara was destroyed, the books in the library were moved there by the giants. It doesn't seem to mean much to you. Vegapunk said, and turned to push open the door of the laboratory. Quinn and others were working inside. The moment they saw Vegapunk, the three of them were stunned. Why are you here? Quinn took off his sunglasses and wiped them, looking at Vegapunk in disbelief. Vegapunk looked around, with an expression of nostalgia for the past. Seeing you three here reminds me of the Mads period. It seems that we will work together again in the future. Caesar looked gloomy and said, "You can leave at any time if you don't want to." All along, the three of them were equal in the laboratory. Now that Vegapunk is here, he will definitely put pressure on them. The three of them knew it well, so their attitudes were not good. Vegapunk didn't care about their attitudes and wandered around with a smile, looking at their research results. After a round, Vegapunk was surprised that Quinn and others' research on bloodline factors was not inferior to the results of his own research in recent years. This also strengthened Vegapunk's determination to stay here. While the four people were talking nonsense to each other, Chu Yang was in a daze. Elbaf, the country of giants. A country that has never appeared in Chu Yang's plan. Chu Yang has no interest in the giants, because Elbaf is relatively exclusive and its situation is much better than other races. At least the world government is trying to win them over. Considering various factors, the possibility of the giants becoming allies is not high, so Chu Yang is unwilling to waste time on them. Most of the books left by O'Hara are studies of history, not the giant kingdom itself. Chu Yang is only interested in the technology 800 years ago. If there is anything that can attract him, it may be the bloodline factor of the giants. 3 days later, Pluto's flight system has been fundamentally improved. Vegapunk added an anti-gravity system on the original basis. While the power consumption is greatly reduced, the stability of the flight is guaranteed. Compared with a week ago, the flight altitude of Pluto has risen by 10,000 meters. Standing on the deck, Chu Yang can even vaguely see the outline of Sky Island. If the research funds are tight in the future, you can go to Sandora, the golden city on Gare Island. The time is almost right. Long held a newspaper, which said that King Cobra of Alabaster officially announced his withdrawal from the allied powers of the world government. He refused to hand over the Sky Gold, and refused to lead the soldiers to Mirajoa. Cobra's behavior was like a fuse, causing nobles all over the world to follow suit. Because of the paralysis of the Navy Department, the control of the world government is rapidly declining. Well, we can't delay any longer. Let Mr. Tiger notify the allies to prepare for action. Chu Yang's tone seemed to be giving orders, but Long didn't think there was anything wrong. He had silently acknowledged Chu Yang's leadership. For everyone on the Pluto battleship, Chu Yang's status was even higher than the so-called leader, and he was a more noble existence. Just like the meaning of him to the five elders. Before attacking the Holy Land, everyone still held a simple combat meeting. The first step in attacking the Holy Land is to seize control of the elevator. Mr. Tiger is very familiar with this matter. When the time comes, please ask him to take the Sun Pirates and the Samurai to act together. As the biggest scapegoat for the burning of the Holy Land, Tiger is the best candidate. When Chu Yang said this, the two subconsciously glanced at each other with a smile in their eyes. They recalled the moment when they first met, and each other's image was very embarrassed. Tiger was very moved. The boy that night was now going to bring a new order to the whole world. After Mr. Tiger and his allies meet up, he will first deal with the Knights of God with Long. The guarding of the Holy Land will be handed over to other companions of the Revolutionary Army. Without the intervention of the Navy, we may not be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Chu Yang explained the overall plan, and the detailed execution process was decided by Long and Tiger. No one in the meeting room asked how the five elders and him would deal with it. They all knew that it was Chu Yang's own problem. The plan is not complicated, but it will cost a lot, and it is inevitable that someone will sacrifice. I hope that, when the time comes, you will not hesitate. This is the last advice Chu Yang can give to everyone. After the meeting, Chu Yang approached Vegapunk and Tom separately. As non-combatants, the two of them would stay on the Pluto battleship. Some auxiliary personnel would also follow them. Mr. Vegapunk and Mr. Tom, Pluto is now in your hands. It's up to you to decide when to launch the attack. Tom might not understand, but Vegapunk certainly understood what Chu Yang meant, because he knew about the existence of the Celestial Dragon's secret treasure. Night fell. The steel behemoth flew in the clouds and slowly approached the Holy Land. No one noticed anything wrong, because their focus was always on the endless sea in front of them. The fishermen of the Sun Pirates and the Samurai of Wano country all had parachutes on their backs. As Tiger jumped, others also jumped out from the deck. The target was directly at the elevator control console. Chu Yang also left the deck and flew to Pangu City in the center of the Holy Land. The moment Tiger fought with the soldiers, Pangu City received the news, and a large number of reinforcement poured out of the city. Chu Yang flew over their heads. Chu Yang used his observation haki to search for Im's traces. Before long, he felt that someone was watching him. It was Im's observation haki. The two people's observation haki collided, and they both saw each other from their perceptions. Im was sitting on the void throne, which should have been empty, quietly waiting for Chu Yang's arrival. What a grand show. Chu Yang summoned Susanoo, directly entered the perfect state, and killed his way to the void throne. The 5 elders stood guard in front of him, staring at Chu Yang angrily. Disrespectful man. Gigalusha Satan Saint was the first to activate the Fruit Awakening, transformed into a bull-headed demon form, and rushed towards Chu Yang. Marcus Mars Saint transformed into a strange bird form with a body bathed in fire, and followed closely. The other 5 elders also transformed, activated the Fruit Awakening, rushed forward, and besieged Chu Yang with all their strength. But Im disappeared quietly at this time. The battle in Pangu City was turned upside down. The same was true outside. Tiger led the fisherman and the samurai to successfully seize control of the elevator, and soon transported the allies who had gathered in advance. The first to appear was the vice captain of One Piece, Pluto Rayleigh. Next to him was the former third in command, Scoba Jabba. The two of them cleared the way in front, and led the allies all the way into the Holy Land. Outside Pangu City, they saw Long and the Revolutionary Army confronting a group of people. The leader on the opposite side had hair like a crescent moon and a western sword on his waist. The commander of the Knights of God, Fegaland Galina Saint. There are a total of 9 members in the Knights of God. 9 top-level strongmen who can skillfully use the domineering haki entanglement. Long was preventing them from entering Pangu City to assist him. Fegaland Galina Saint took the lead in drawing his sword, slashing the domineering haki entanglement, and splitting the earth in half. Long was just about to make a move. A figure blocked him. Pluto Rayleigh also swung out a slash, wrapped with a strong domineering color, and collided with the slash of Fegaland Galina Saint. The earth tore apart. Leave this guy to me. Pluto Rayleigh slowly walked towards the other party. We haven't seen each other for a long time, since the Valley of Gods. Pluto Rayleigh. Fegaland Galina Saint met an old friend, and reminisced with Rayleigh with a calm expression. But the domineering colors on the two people were in fierce confrontation, and black lightning burst out in the void. Rayleigh seemed to have regained the sharpness of his youth, and his momentum was like a sharp sword. Without saying a word, the two swung their swords, and fought in a group. The dark clouds in the sky rolled back, and the strange phenomena formed by the domineering aura were clearly distinguished. Others also looked for their opponents, fighting against each other, or dragging their opponents with the advantage of numbers. War is to use any means, and throw the so-called martial virtues into the trash can. Pluto hovered above the Holy Land, ready to fire at any time. The reason why Chu Yang did not use Pluto to take the initiative was because he was not sure about the location of the secret treasure. The bombardment of Hades needs time to accumulate energy. This is the same as the Sunny, and it takes longer. If the secret treasure of the celestial dragons cannot be destroyed in the first place, Hades will suffer a catastrophe while accumulating energy again. This is why Yimu did not use the secret treasure immediately after discovering Chu Yang. She was also waiting for an opportunity. If the secret treasure is used rashly, it will not only expose the position, but also may not be able to destroy the energy-filled Hades. At that time, she will be passive. However, compared with Chu Yang, Yimu has fewer cards in her hand. As long as the 5 elders are defeated, and the Knights of God cannot enter Pangu City to save the situation, she has to use it, even if she doesn't want to. In the final analysis, personal strong force is the key to influencing the outcome. What makes people feel ironic is that this happens to be the philosophy that Yimu believes in, and the means by which she rules the world. In Pangu City, all the 5 elders are awakened people with the fruit of the mystical beast, and they have first-class ability to take a beating, and they successfully delayed Chu Yang's steps. Seeing Yimu leaving, he didn't want to waste time, so he chose to start in the field. The demon-suppressing shrine appeared behind Chu Yang. The blood-red moonlight illuminated the throne of the void. Chu Yang formed a seal with one hand, and pointed at the 5 elders. The violent slash fell. The 5 people immediately bleed. What kind of ability is this? Armament color defense doesn't work. Damn it. The body can't recover. The screams faded from strong to weak and finally fell into dead silence. The magnificent hall was full of blood. The 5 elders could no longer be seen. There were only 5 piles of unrecognizable minced meat. Chu Yang stepped on the pool of blood and chased after Yimu. Deep in Pangu City, Yimu also felt the disappearance of the 5 elders' aura, and her heart was immediately trembling. In 800 years, she had never been so panicked. The enemy was much stronger than she expected, and was many times stronger than Joy Boy back then. He can't be human. Does he have the ability of immortality like me? He survived from ancient times? The panic-stricken Yim began to talk nonsense, trying to give Chu Yang a reasonable identity so that she could understand this powerful power. It doesn't matter, as long as we use that weapon to destroy him, everything will return to peace. This time, no matter how much it costs, we must destroy him. The only thing that can make him feel at ease is the secret treasure hidden deep in Pangu City. There are 2 conditions for the activation of the secret treasure. Either provide a powerful energy source, such as Pluto's nearly unlimited power source, which belongs to the technology of the ancient giant kingdom, or provide a large amount of vitality, that is, lifespan. After the establishment of the world government, Yim relied on his own vitality to drive the secret treasure. But the second method has defects, because as the number of times the secret treasure is used increases, the excessive consumption of vitality may affect Yim's immortal state. This is also the reason why he values Vegapunk. The powerful energy created by the other party can prevent her from using the second method to drive the secret treasure. Before Chu Yang arrived, Yimu activated the secret treasure first. It was a dark black bead that looked like a pupil. It seemed to be alive at this moment. Under Yimu's control, it stared at Chu Yang. Does it have a locking function? What a hassle. When in doubt, he would first put on his armor. Because he was unsure of the power of the secret treasure, Chu Yang used all his defensive means. The blazing white light illuminated Mary-G's eyes, and most of the entire Pangu City disappeared in an instant. The Knights of God who were fighting looked back in shock, staring blankly at half of Pangu City turning into ashes. The bottom of Pangu City was penetrated by the white light, leaving a bottomless hole. The sea level rose again. A huge tsunami broke out nearby. Yimu locked Chu Yang, and the rest suffered only the aftermath. This shows how powerful the secret treasure is. Because he was too close to Chu Yang, Yimu himself was also affected, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Can't let these damn reptiles get close to me. Kill them all. Yimu's face was hideous, and he decided to create an unprecedented huge tsunami to submerge everything except the Red Earth continent. You should take care of yourself first. Chu Yang slowly flew out of the hole in the ruins. His clothes became tattered, and his entire upper body was covered in blood. But his injuries had long since recovered. Damn, it's still so powerful, I almost flipped over. Chu Yang cursed. The power of the secret treasure was indeed beyond his imagination, breaking all his defenses. In the end, Chu Yang relied on his own strong physique to resist. If it weren't for his incredible vitality and the inaction transformation to maintain his soul, he could continue to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether he could hold on. Yimu was horrified, and the bead that looked like a pupil slipped from his hand. Dong dong dong, the bead bounced and rolled to Chu Yang's feet. He bent down to pick up the bead and looked at Yimu with a smile. You, what the hell are you? Why can't I kill you like this? The strong blow made Yimu hysterical and crazy, no longer mysterious and noble as before. Don't kill me. I will give you all the wealth I have accumulated in the past 800 years. Yimu suddenly knelt on the ground. It seems that, no matter how noble a person is, once he is at the end of his rope, he will become even more humble than a beggar. You are not much different from those ordinary Xianlan people. Disappointed, Chu Yang walked forward and chopped Yimu into pieces of blood and flesh. Ha ha ha, Lord Yimu has brought down divine punishment, and the slave who bears your hopes is dead. However, I have to praise him. It is worth Lord Yimu to do this. As for you, just die here obediently. Fegal and Galena laughed to the sky with a wild look, as if he was sure of victory. He was not the only one who thought so. The other members of the Knights of God were all in high spirits, and the revolutionary army was a little unable to suppress them. Long was slightly distracted. With such a terrifying attack, can Yang really survive? Boy, focus on your own battle. Hades really roared. This is not a war for one person. Everyone should be prepared to die. Rayleigh's voice traveled across the entire battlefield, awakening everyone and stabilizing the situation. What a tricky guy. Saint Fiegel and Galina had a sinister look on his face. He wanted to use this to hit the enemy's morale, but was hindered by Rayleigh. In this way, they are still at a disadvantage. But it doesn't matter. When the 5 elders and Lord Yim arrive later, these people will still die. At most, I will just be scolded. The castle that has been closed for hundreds of years, because half of it is destroyed, is embraced by the starry sky, illuminating the dark corners. Chu Yang stepped on the moonlight and starlight, walked outside, and looked down at the beads in his hand. It's just a controller. I don't know where the weapon itself is. Forget it, let others find it. Anyway, the controller is in my hands. Chu Yang, with his upper body naked, swaggered to the outside of the city. There was no soldier guarding along the way. There were fire and smoke all around. Chu Yang saw Rayleigh. He was fighting with the enemy. The opponent's figure made him feel very familiar, especially the sword skills, which always made him think of a red-haired guy. This should be Shanks' father? Chu Yang walked over with big strides. Rayleigh's sight passed Saint Fegel and Galange, and saw Chu Yang approaching behind him. An ecstatic expression appeared on his face. Saint Fegel and Galange was stunned for a moment, and felt something was wrong. He turned back suddenly, and met Chu Yang's murderous eyes. How are you still alive? Where is Lord Yimu? Saint Fegel and Galange screamed, attracting the attention of countless people. After seeing Chu Yang, the other members of the Knights of God were terrified, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Dead. Chu Yang walked past him calmly. After all, the other party was Shanks' father, so it would be better to let Shanks deal with him when there is a chance in the future. Just you? Saint Fegel and Galange seemed unable to accept the blow, and looked a little crazy. Without saying a word, he swung his sword at Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't even turn his head. Rayleigh drew his sword to block the opponent's attack. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, the other members of the Knights of God all abandoned their enemies and rushed towards Chu Yang. The Revolutionary Army wanted to stop them, but was a step too slow. 8 people were wrapped in conqueror's haki all over their bodies and attacked Chu Yang from different angles. Expanding the domain multiple times would consume a lot of mantra power, and Chu Yang was unwilling to waste it on this group of people. He used the 10,000 swords return to the origin, and the sword energy wrapped around the body was wrapped in conqueror's haki, sweeping around like a fairy scattering flowers. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The 8 members of the Knights of God were pierced through the vitals by the sword energy, and fell limply to the ground, becoming 8 corpses. Seeing this, Saint Fegel and Garina's eyes were dull, and the western sword in his hand slowly slipped. The Revolutionary Army captured him and imprisoned him. Him died, the Knights of God were destroyed, and the power representing the Celestial Dragons was officially overthrown by Chu Yang. As the news spread, the soldiers of the Holy Land gave up resistance and chose to surrender. Those slaves who had been oppressed for a long time began to resist and retaliate, and the mansions of the Celestial Dragons were engulfed by fire. The few surviving Xianlan people fled frantically. A moment later, cheers of victory echoed over the Holy Land. When people wanted to look for the hero again, they found that they could not find Chu Yang. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Use the Collapsing Jade. The New World Government. Soul Palace. The thrones in the front row were connected, shining, and the whole palace was shaking. It was quite a big noise. Magic, Chu Yang said, touching his chin. One side of the palace wall disappeared, turning into a dreamlike nebula. What is this thing? Hokage Chu Yang approached curiously, and was about to walk in, but was grabbed by Pirate Chu Yang. You haven't figured out the situation yet, aren't you afraid of something happening? Pirate Chu Yang said unhappily. Let the whole shadow clone go in and take a look. Magic Chu Yang suggested. Hokage Chu Yang nodded, then summoned the shadow clone and asked him to go in and check the inside of the nebula. After a while, the shadow clone came back and said with a surprised look on his face, "It's the Naruto world inside." Everyone was shocked. "What do you mean? The planes are connected?" Demon Slayer Chu Yang asked in surprise. "I'll go in and take a look." Hokage Chu Yang planned to go in himself. "I'll go with you." Demon Slayer Chu Yang immediately followed. He also wanted to see what other worlds looked like. The two walked into the nebula together, and after a few seconds, they came back one after the other. Demon Slayer Chu Yang said with a strange expression, "The other side is not the Naruto world, it is the Demon Slayer world." Naruto Chu Yang was surprised. "It's the Naruto world, did you go in? I didn't see you." Magic Chu Yang suddenly realized, "You have returned to your respective worlds. This nebula is our passage to and from, which means we can now freely enter and exit the Soul Palace." Chu Yang from other worlds finally reacted. Marvel Chu Yang continued, "Does this also mean that we can update the results of our practice anytime and anywhere?" "I'm afraid it's more than that." Naruto Chu Yang suddenly took out a kunai from his arms and said excitedly, "This is what I just brought back from the Naruto world." Magic Chu Yang widened his eyes. "Objects can pass through the world freely? Then we can share the world's specialties in the future. Compared to the world's specialties, there are more important things." Death Chu Yang pointed to the floating collapsing jade above everyone's head. "This thing can finally be taken away." The last time the Zanpakuto awakened, the collapsing jade suddenly appeared, absorbed a lot of energy, and became complete, but it still couldn't absorb it, and couldn't be taken out of the Soul Palace. After a long time, everyone regarded it as a mascot, and didn't pay attention to it. And now, the collapsing jade can finally play its due value. It just so happens that I had some ideas when I sorted out my abilities some time ago. If I can use the power of the collapsing jade, I should be able to achieve it. Hearing this, everyone looked at Magic Chu Yang curiously. "I roughly divide our current abilities into 3 aspects: essence, energy, and spirit. The abilities that can amplify the body, such as the breath of the source, the lightning escape armor, the sage mode, the 9 yang magic, etc., are essence. Ninjutsu, spells, ghost arts, magic and other magic abilities are energy. There are also spiritual powers based on domineering. With the collapsed jade as a core, all the abilities that amplify the body can be integrated into one. That state I call the source martial body." Source martial body? The basic core is still the breath of the source? Pirate Chu Yang asked curiously. "Yes, the reason why we use the breath of the source as the basis is not only because this skill is something we have comprehended by ourselves, and the degree of fit is the highest. More importantly, the breath of the source is growable, and there is no so-called upper limit." Magic Chu Yang explained. "With the help of the collapsed jade, the growth of the breath of the source will become stronger." Others immediately understood the idea of Magic Chu Yang. The collapsed jade can protect the host when it is on the verge of death, allowing the host to evolve. But this evolution is limited, with personal potential as the upper limit. This limitation can basically be ignored for Chu Yang, because with each additional clone, his talent potential will increase. Another ability of the collapsed jade is to materialize the host's inner desire. Aizen's desire is to break the limit of the god of death, and the collapsed jade helped him realize this wish, and gave him the power to break the limit of the god of death. It satisfies Aizen's desire. It is not that the collapsed jade itself has the ability to break the limit of the god of death. If Chu Yang hopes that the collapsed jade can help him fuse the ability of Genbu Zenshin, it will achieve this result. But whether it is Aizen or Chu Yang, in order for the collapsed jade to realize their ideas, the premise is that they have the possibility of realizing this wish. Ignoring the conditional process and directly transforming the result is the real power of the collapsed jade. Hokage Chu Yang said to Magic Chu Yang, "According to your idea, the collapsing jade can also fuse the abilities of magic to create a new magic that meets our requirements." Magic Chu Yang hesitated for a moment and explained, "In theory, it is true, but I'm not sure whether the collapsing jade can realize multiple wishes at the same time." Aizen only asked the collapsing jade to help him break the limits of the hollow and the god of death, and did not ask for more. Hokage Chu Yang sighed. In other words, if we let the collapsing jade fuse the abilities of the three aspects of spirit, energy, and spirit at the same time, its effect may be greatly reduced, or even collapse. Magic Chu Yang nodded. Marvel Chu Yang continued. This conjecture is very likely to be true, but it doesn't matter. Aizen still has an incomplete one in his hand. If it doesn't work, we can also make it ourselves. Pirate Chu Yang said, the Genbu Shinto is the most important, and the other aspects will wait. Everyone nodded. After getting everyone's unanimous agreement, Magic Chu Yang reached out and held the collapsing jade, trying to fuse with the collapsing jade, and this time, the fusion process was very smooth. Then, he tried to create the Genbu Shinto according to what he thought in his heart. Everyone focused their eyes on him, nervous and excited. Time passed by minute. When Magic Chu Yang opened his eyes again, a light golden energy emerged from his body, a bit like the tailed beast coat of the Six Paths Sage Mode, and a bit like the indestructible golden body. Let me feel it. Hokage Chu Yang couldn't bear it at all, and directly put his hand on Magic Chu Yang, and started to synchronize. After a while, similar changes appeared on his body. What a powerful force. It's even stronger than the state after we superimposed buff in the past. Hokage Chu Yang's eyes were filled with joy. True fusion is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Marvel Chu Yang smiled. Then he couldn't help but synchronize his abilities. The remaining Chu Yangs synchronized one after another, feeling this new power. When Demon Slayer Chu Yang was about to use this power, a faint shadow of the sun and the moon appeared behind him, and he waved his arms, and there was a faint starlight falling. Fuck, brothers, there are special effects. Demon Slayer Chu Yang was like a child who got a new toy, constantly showing off in front of others. There are still many things worth exploring in this state. Death God Chu Yang said with satisfaction. With the Genbu true body in the shikes, Fengdu, Death God Chu Yang is fully confident that he can defeat Aizen in his normal state. Even if Aizen fuses with the Hojioku, Death God Chu Yang is confident that he can ensure his own safety. The Arrancar has not attacked for a long time, which made him uneasy for a long time, worrying that something unexpected will happen that is out of the plot. But now there is no need. As expected, strength is the hard truth. Everyone discussed the future plan for a while, and suddenly found that the fog has not come this time. Magic Chu Yang reminded, from now on, there may be no more fog to take us in and out of the Soul Palace, but we need to leave on our own. So, Magic Chu Yang walked into the nebula first, and the others followed suit, until the Soul Palace was empty. When Pirate Chu Yang returned to the Holy Land, people had already held a grand banquet. Those aliens gathered by Tiger were sitting at a table with humans and drinking happily. From now on, the barriers between races will no longer exist. Chu Yang walked silently to Tiger's side and sat down, picked up a glass of rum and started drinking. Where did you go just now? Tiger, who was in high spirits, saw Chu Yang coming back and pulled his arm to tell everyone, don't be like this, drink quietly. Chu Yang directly dragged Tiger back to his seat, and the powerful force made the other party unable to resist at all. As a hero who overthrew the rule of the celestial dragons, don't you really want to say a few words? Tiger couldn't understand Chu Yang's thoughts at the moment. Perhaps he was too happy and felt that doing this would release his current emotions. What? Everyone eat and drink well? Or, do you want to see them worship me, just like they did to the celestial dragons in the past? The old times are over, Tiger. Chu Yang's teasing joke made Tiger fall silent. Yang, you are a real hero in my heart. Tiger said sincerely. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. After a moment, Long and Rayleigh suddenly came over. They seemed to know Chu Yang's thoughts and did not make a loud noise, but sat quietly beside Chu Yang. The four people gathered around the campfire. I never thought that the day Roger said would come so soon. This is totally different from what we expected. Rayleigh's eyes were erratic, as if he saw the past through the campfire. Chu Yang replied, fate changes every moment. There is nothing strange about it. Rayleigh nodded, agreeing with Chu Yang's statement, and then smiled. If you want to know where Aftal is, I can tell you directly. Chu Yang refused directly, and smiled. I'm not interested in the great treasure. Leave it to those who like adventure in the future. Otherwise, this sea will be less fun. Long and Tiger also echoed Chu Yang's idea. The wealth of the celestial dragons is enough for us to rebuild this world. As for the great treasure that no one has found is the most valuable great treasure. Ha ha ha. Several people laughed happily. The problem of pirates still needs to be dealt with. We can't let the sea continue to be chaotic and threaten the lives of civilians. The navy must exist, and the world government must also exist, but it has to be in a different form. As a crew member of the Pirate King, Rayleigh chose to remain silent when Chu Yang mentioned pirates. Although they have always claimed that pirates are a symbol of freedom, it is precisely pirates who harm the most civilians. No matter how much criticism the Navy has received, most of them are still loyal to their duties and protect people's safety. Most pirates are evil, and most Navy officers are righteous. This is the original tone of the world. Many of the Navy's problems are ultimately caused by the Celestial Dragons. The Navy's biggest mistake is to become the Celestial Dragons' lackeys. Chu Yang said, the Navy is short of manpower now, and can't take care of pirates all over the world. This is our fault and we must deal with it. Long said with a firm look, of course, this is the next focus of the Revolutionary Army. Rayleigh was silent for a moment and said, there are endless pirates to deal with. People's pursuit of desires and yearning for the sea will give birth to new batches of pirates. It's understandable to like adventure, but it doesn't mean that pirates can plunder at will. Chu Yang shook his head and said, killing one batch of pirates is not enough, then kill more, until they can be afraid to sail on the sea, and know how to respect the lives and wealth of others. As soon as Chu Yang opened his mouth, there was a feeling of blood and rain, and the murderous intent that came to his face made Rayleigh terrified. Tiger quickly came out to smooth things over, explaining with a smile, there are many good guys among pirates, and they are not bad in the eyes of the people. How about we think of a compromise? Long nodded and said, I agree. There are also many companions who are former pirates in the Revolutionary Army. They are not evil. Vegapunk appeared from nowhere, swaying with a wine glass in his hand. Otherwise, make pirates professional and issue corresponding passes. Pirates who have attacked civilians will not be able to obtain passes. Pirates without passes can be arrested and executed. Pirates are allowed to compete for unmanned treasures, but they cannot own territories and can only use the sea as their home. Pirates with passes can stay in the city for a short time. Vegapunk said a lot of things in a row, and Chu Yang sounded a bit like the hunter in Hunter x Hunter. Chu Yang frowned and said, there are too many loopholes that can be exploited. Your plan may not be feasible. Vegapunk chuckled, new things always have loopholes. Just make up for them slowly. Anyway, the celestial dragons are gone, the world is free, and humans have plenty of time to correct their mistakes. It's not possible to kill them all at once and make this world boring. How terrible is that? Chu Yang finally nodded in agreement and instructed Vegapunk, since it is you who proposed the method, you will be responsible for making up for the subsequent mistakes. Vegapunk wiped his sweat awkwardly, I still have a lot of research to do. Can I change someone? Chu Yang sneered, like you said, we have plenty of time. Vegapunk wailed in his heart. He was such a smart person, how could he seem to have done something stupid? We'll talk about the past later. Don't let go of any pirates who should be killed now, especially those who took advantage of the chaos to massacre civilians. The world government and the Navy headquarters should be restarted as soon as possible, and the 5 kings with the best reputations from all over the world should be selected as representatives of the world government to be responsible for future decision making. I personally recommend King Cobra of Alabasta as one of the representatives. Chu Yang set the prototype of the future world government in one breath. I recommend General Hiyori Kazuki of Wano country as a representative. Long said immediately. Can I recommend King Neptune of Fishman Island? Tiger said a little embarrassedly. Chu Yang smiled and said, since they are representatives of the world government, of course there must be races other than humans as representatives. For the remaining 2 seats, it is best to choose other races. Rayleigh laughed. After calculating it this way, 5 places are a bit too few, right? Vegapunk shook his head and said, as a decision-making layer, the more people there are, the lower the efficiency will become. The time spent arguing at the conference table is enough to decide many things. At the end of the conversation, everyone decided that the remaining 2 seats would be decided by voting. Long will be in charge of the Navy for now. The one who knows the Navy best is Sengoku. Have a good chat with him. If he is willing, let him be the new marshal. Let him take the position of admiral, whether Mr. Garp agrees or not. The skylight ended up unknowingly. The Revolutionary Army was still in the joy of victory when it was sent out by Long to wipe out the pirates, who were causing chaos all over the world. In order to ensure efficiency, Chu Yang sent a shadow clone to follow each team that left. It was very difficult for the shadow clone to deal with the top powerhouses in the pirate world because it would disappear as long as it was hit by a fatal attack, and the tolerance rate was too low. But it was easy to deal with most pirates, and these noobs could not break Chu Yang's defense. The next day, Garp and Sengoku met with Long in the marshal's office. The death of him and the destruction of the celestial dragons were known to the Navy headquarters first, even earlier than the news bird, because it was closest to the Holy Land. Sengoku, who was wrapped in bandages, asked what the Revolutionary Army planned to do in the future. Is it to take over the power from the celestial dragons and become the new celestial dragon himself? Let the hero who defeated him become the new god? Sengoku speculated with the greatest malice on the next actions of the Revolutionary Army, because human nature is like this, and it cannot withstand the slightest test. The story of a dragon-slaying boy becoming a dragon is not uncommon. Long calmly told what they discussed last night. Sengoku was shocked after hearing it. Garp laughed. I'm not as bad as you think. I don't even look down on the position of the king of the world. I'm giving you a way out, so just roll down quickly and be a good marshal. Sengoku's old face turned red, and he said angrily, shut up. You obviously wanted to ask these questions too. Now you put them all on me, you old bastard. Garp pinched his nose, turned his head to the side, pretending not to hear. Sengoku sighed and began to speak in the tone of a marshal. We will try our best to cooperate with you in clearing out the pirates, but we may disappoint you in terms of manpower. Long shook his head and said, don't worry, the Revolutionary Army has enough manpower to clear out the pirates. You just need to handle the follow-up. I'll have to trouble you to take people to Impel Down and Judicial Island. Sengoku instantly understood what Long meant. He wanted the Navy to deal with the remaining forces loyal to the Celestial Dragons and make his position clear to the whole world. No problem, I will lead the team myself. Sengoku nodded. Haha, old man, you should take a rest. Who are you going to show your bandages to? I will lead the team. Garp stood up and took on this task. He was injured earlier than Sengoku, so he naturally recovered faster than Sengoku. I have refused the title of general for half my life, but I didn't expect to become one now. The Holy Land was breached. The celestial dragons were destroyed. The real master of the Void Throne, king of the world the Revolutionary Army is seeking the truth about the blank 100 years. Cobra's hands holding the newspaper were shaking wildly. He woke up and found that the whole world had turned upside down. I was still resisting the world government yesterday, but I didn't expect it to end so soon. Cobra's eyes were dull, and he felt like he was dreaming. It has not even been half a month since he decided to officially break with the Celestial Dragons. Your Majesty, while you were sleeping, the world government sent a message asking you to go to the Holy Land to attend a meeting. Butler Ikelam reminded from the side. Cobra was stunned. The Celestial Dragons are all dead. How can there be a world government? Ikeram scratched his head and said, it should be a new one. Cobra came back to his senses and said in surprise, the Revolutionary Army has become the world government? They want to replace it? Ikeram shook his head quickly. Things are not what you think. You'd better communicate with them in person. Cobra was silent for a while and suddenly said, bring me my Denden Mushi. At the same time, the whole world knew the news of the demise of the Celestial Dragons. Most people reacted the same way as Cobra, feeling as if they were in a dream and couldn't believe it was true. There were also some people who planned to take advantage of the chaos to fight for world hegemony and were secretly accumulating strength. However, what awaited them would be the brutal encirclement and suppression of the Revolutionary Army and the heavy punch from Chu Yang's shadow clone. The Celestial Dragons had no positive effect on the operation of the world, so when they were destroyed, the whole world did not fall into a state of stagnation for a second. It was as if such a group of people had never existed. The truth that had been blank for 100 years would be completely revealed to the world one day in the future as the Revolutionary Army continued to dig. Kingdoms around the world received invitations from the New World government to attend the First World Conference without celestial dragons. On the other side, something similar was happening on Fishman Island, but Tiger was the representative who personally talked to King Neptune. Princess Otterheim was quietly listening to their conversation on the side, looking excited. After so many years of dreams, there was hope of realization at this moment. The residents of Fishman Island could finally go to the real land and touch the real sunshine. In the past 2 years, after Princess Otterheim's propaganda, the fishmen and mermaids are no longer as hostile to humans as they were in the past, but there are still some people who are unwilling to go to land. The shadow left by humans on Fishman Island is not so easy to erase. Princess Otterheim told Tiger about the current situation of Fishman Island. After understanding it, the latter smiled and comforted. In fact, there is no need for too many people to leave at the beginning, as long as there are people willing to go to land and willing to pass on what they see and hear outside. I believe that the residents of Fishman Island will definitely like the new era and the new world. Real experience can move people's hearts more than gorgeous words. King Neptune and Princess Otterheim looked at each other, their eyes full of joy, and they agreed with Tiger's statement. By the way, is there a soldier named Hoddy Jones in the Royal Guard? Tiger suddenly asked. Neptune was slightly surprised and didn't understand why Tiger mentioned him, but he nodded and said, yes, Hoddy is a very good soldier, just like Jinbei. Tiger shook his head and said, he is different from Jinbei. This guy is a dangerous person. I want to take him away. Neptune was shocked and asked, why? Tiger explained, he has been in close contact with Vanderdecken recently. The target seems to be Princess Shirahoshi. They know that Princess Shirahoshi has the power to summon Sea Kings. Neptune was not relieved after getting the answer, but was even more shocked. Tiger, how did you know about this? Tiger looked up and didn't answer. Princess Otterheim thought of something and whispered, did the one who defeated the celestial dragons tell you? Tiger nodded. Princess Otterheim's eyes were firm. Although there is no substantial evidence, I'm willing to believe that hero. Tiger smiled. In addition to this matter, the world government also needs the help of Fishman Island to eliminate pirates like Vanderdecken. King Neptune smiled and said, of course, as the king's representative, this is my duty. When Tiger left, he took away the confused Hoddy Jones. While Tiger and Neptune were talking, Jinbei also led his team to wipe out Vanderdecken. A few days later, King Neptune and Princess Otterheim led a large number of Fishman Island residents to the mainland. The final 2 representatives have been selected from Sky Island and Elbaf, the country of giants. Long personally came to the laboratory to report the results to Chu Yang. Chu Yang was a little surprised and asked, Sky Island? Elbaf? These 2 places should have little contact with the outside world. Why did you choose them? Long sighed, it's because they are less involved with the outside world, so they are suitable. Other countries have conducted a lot of transactions in private because of the representatives, forming cliques and factions, dividing forces. It was a mess during the meeting. If this goes on, there will be no result. This is what I don't want to see. So just do it on your own. Chu Yang patted him on the shoulder and agreed, you did a good job. I was too idealistic and didn't consider this. There is no absolute fairness in the world. This is good. At least the 3 dimensions of land, sea and air are involved. Long breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you agree. We have already contacted Sky Island. The ruler there calls himself God. The means of ruling are very cruel and a bit troublesome. Chu Yang frowned and said, isn't it Gan 4? Gan? Who is 4? I've never heard of him. Long shook his head and said, in short, the conditions proposed by the other party are very harsh. Judging from his behavior and attitude, he has considerable ambitions and may cause some trouble in the future. Chu Yang sneered and said, just deal with it. Since there is oppression, it is within the scope of the Revolutionary Army's responsibilities. Long hesitated and said, we have just taken over the power of the celestial dragons. People outside are saying that we want to replace them. Will we be so tough now? Will it cause controversy? Chu Yang thought Long's idea was a little funny and said bluntly, "We have always been just the Revolutionary Army, not the rulers of the world. We are not now, and we will not be in the future. What do the Revolutionary Army need to worry about in liberating the oppressed people? If the re-established world government becomes the object of oppression in the future, they will also be the target that needs to be eliminated. The Revolutionary Army is not the boy who slays the dragon, but the sword in the boy's hand. The sword hanging over the heads of all tyrants." Chapter 130, The Long-Lost Newcomer Chu Yang. Another hodgepodge world. Long's expression changed. Although he didn't say it explicitly, but recently, he did put himself in the shoes of a ruler. The re-establishment of the world government and the navy, and the confirmation of the king's representative were all completed under his control, which made Long feel that he was in control of the world. Chu Yang's words made Long suddenly realize, yes, we have always been just the Revolutionary Army. It seems that, after dealing with things here, I should retire. If this continues, I don't know what will happen. Long smiled bitterly in shame. You want to retire at this age? Don't be ridiculous. Your father hasn't retired yet. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said unhappily, if you have time to think about it, you might as well go to Sky Island and get things done. After being scolded, Long felt relieved. I will deal with Sky Island. As for Elbaf, I can't do anything. King Odin of the Giant Kingdom said that, if he wants Elbaf to join the new world government, it is impossible, unless he is defeated. The giants will only deal with the strong. Chu Yang smiled and said, the other party has given face. If it were a celestial dragon, he might not say a word in return. Long also laughed. If Mr. Garp has time, let him go. I want to concentrate on research and avoid fighting. When the matter of Sky Island and Elbaf is settled, Chu Yang will no longer have the need to interfere in this world. But before that, he still has one thing that the new world government needs to help him complete. 1 month later. The pirates who were causing chaos on the sea have been almost wiped out by the Revolutionary Army and the Navy. The long-lost peace is also embracing this world. More aliens appeared in towns where humans gathered. People were not surprised by this. They are now legal citizens recognized by the world government. Therefore, killing and trafficking against other races is the first capital crime of the new law. Even if you escape to the sea, you will be continuously hunted down by the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. In order to make some people have a clear understanding, Chu Yang deliberately demonstrated the terrifying power of Pluto. A certain organization that was still secretly trafficking in alien slaves was flattened with one shot. How terrifying is the demon killing order? The deterrence caused by Pluto is more than 100 times. The entire underground world is very secretive about this, and the related interest chain is also disappearing rapidly. However, this incident also has a little side effect. Some member countries have proposed to destroy Pluto out of fear, which has attracted many approval attitudes. Long knew what they were testing. He only said one sentence to dispel the idea of this group of people. The person who possesses Pluto is more terrifying than Pluto. Will it be useful for you to destroy Pluto? From then on, the world government never heard similar suggestions again. The national treasure of the celestial dragons had been destroyed by Vegapunk. They had no power to resist Pluto, so they were so anxious. But Long's words were more heartbreaking. At the same time, 2 new decrees were announced. The first was the professionalization of pirates. The second was a national physical examination. Every citizen of the world government had to participate in a local physical examination, including but not limited to blood tests. This is the fastest way to collect bloodline factors of various races, including a large number of fruit ability users. Vegapunk once studied that the birth of devil fruits was very rational and unnatural. It appeared under the strong prayer of life, so it was hated by the mother of nature, the sea. There is no natural fruit tree at all. To study this power, you have to start with the ability users. As the national physical examination progressed, more and more bloodline factors were collected in the laboratory. With the participation of Vegapunk, the bloodline factor technology had a substantial breakthrough. Soul Palace. After being able to enter and exit freely, Magic Chu Yang and Marvel Chu Yang jointly set up a research room, and now Pirate Chu Yang has also joined in. Fortunately, the interior of the palace is very spacious, and you can't see the end at a glance, otherwise, it may not be able to accommodate the experimental materials of these people. Among them, the mechas, as well as the research equipment for power sources and nuclear reactors, take up the most space. The second is the storage of bloodline factors. Up to now, there are countless bloodline factors in the laboratory. Various races in the pirate world, monsters in the One Punch world, and magical creatures in the magic world. Marvel Chu Yang is also collecting them, and now he has the bloodline factors of the EC. Under the advice of Magic Chu Yang, Marvel Chu Yang is ready to take the initiative to collect the bloodline factors of some superpowers. For example, Wolverine, Phoenix Girl and others in the X-Men. Little Spider Peter Parker. When the three were chatting enthusiastically, a young man with a dazed look suddenly appeared in the Soul Palace. Good guy, now you don't even notify your family when someone comes? Marvel Chu Yang shouted at the empty thrones. There was no mist, and even no other Chu Yang appeared. In the huge Soul Palace, there were only the three of them, and the Chu Yang from the New World. The newcomer looked at them blankly. Stop it. Pirate Chu Yang glanced at Magic Chu Yang, and then walked towards the newcomer. He put his hand on his shoulder and synchronized. After a while, Pirate Chu Yang moved his hand away, and said with a wonderful expression, another hodgepodge. Yours is more exciting than the martial arts world. It's a pity that the real owner is not here, otherwise you can have a good chat. He has experience. What kind of world is this? You actually have such an expression? Marvel Chu Yang, who was full of curiosity, took 2 steps at a time, and grabbed the newcomer's shoulder. Not long after, he danced and shouted, damn. Immortal Sword Hodgepodge, the Shushan sect is also divided into the Sword sect and the Key sect. Be careful that the swordsman will sue you for plagiarism. What the hell? Magic Chu Yang frowned, pushed Marvel Chu Yang away, and started to synchronize with the newcomer. The head of the Sword sect is Dugu Jiansheng, and the head of the Key sect is King Li Daoist. It's fine to mix up the Immortal Sword Dai and the Immortal Sword Third, but why is there the Kaianghua sect? Zhu Changqing and Mireng Xiang are both known as the 2 most outstanding people in the world of immortal cultivation. Oh my god, you are so messy. Oh, wait. I also saw the King Gaian sect. After the 3 people synchronized their memories, they shouted that it was wonderful while watching. The chaos in the world of immortal heroes was even higher than that in the world of martial arts. They thought that Gao Feng's battle with Han Kigan was explosive enough. Unexpectedly, what was even more explosive was that the Sword sect and the Key sect of the Shushan sect were divided. Dugu Jiansheng and King Li Daoist were the 2 most outstanding heads in the history of Shushan. They were actually in the same era. One word. Absolute. It was the first time that the immortal hero Chu Yang experienced synchronization. It took him a long time to wake up from the chaos. He also knew the identities of the 3 people in front of him, and immediately felt that they were very kind. They are all his own people. During this period, 2 more Chu Yangs entered the Soul Palace. Decibel is Ghost Slayer Chu Yang and Martial Arts Chu Yang. After Martial Arts Chu Yang completed the synchronization, he immediately became excited when he looked at Xiangsha Chu Yang. Only you can understand my feelings. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang coughed. Everyone can understand memory synchronization. Martial Arts Chu Yang glared at him and said angrily, it's the same shit. You are watching VCR. You don't know how messy I was at that time. Ghost Slayer Chu Yang curled his lips and ignored this idiot. You, an orphan, have a good start. You were picked up by the elders of Shushan sect and became a disciple of Shushan. You are also Zhu Changqing's junior brother. You can compete with Chang Yun for the 2nd male lead. Martial Arts Chu Yang said with a smile. Well, senior brother Changqing really took care of me. If it weren't for him, I would have gone down the mountain. After all, my talent for cultivation is really poor. Xiangsha Chu Yang was a little embarrassed, but that was already in the past. After the synchronization was completed, his talent was also a peerless genius in the Xiangsha world. Let's not discuss Li Xiaoyao's hanging wall. Like Saitama, there is no comparison. Demon Slayer Chu Yang sighed. You are really bad. You have practiced Taoism for more than 10 years, but you don't even know the sword controlling technique. Go back and learn it quickly. I'm counting on you to help me improve my sword control perception. Immortal hero Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly. Magic. Chu Yang said quickly. Look at magic and immortal arts more often when you have the chance. You can't favor one over the other. Even if you don't understand, remember it in your mind and I will help you learn it when you come back. Immortal hero Chu Yang nodded quickly. Everyone kept reminding immortal hero Chu Yang. The reason why they took it so seriously was that the dimension of the immortal world was much higher than the previous world level. Apart from other things, the worldview of the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 has the Jade Emperor's heavenly court, and even involves top gods such as the beginning of the world and Pangu. Immortal hero Chu Yang seemed very flattered by everyone's care. Finally, he walked into the nebula carefully and chose to return to the world. Everyone looked at his back with fiery eyes, just like parents who want their children to succeed. Damn, this is a turnaround. If we can get the blood of the gods, brothers, we can take off directly. Marvel. Chu Yang said, wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth. There are too many natural treasures in the world of immortals. Think about what can be obtained in the early stage, and make a list later to help him plan. That kid is a bit silly. Pirate Chu Yang smacked his lips. He had been observing the immortal Chu Yang just now, and found that the other party was very shy. Even after completing the synchronization, his personality did not change much, unlike other Chu Yangs. Take it slow, and he is not silly, just more cautious. Magic. Chu Yang smiled, and didn't take it seriously. Chu Yangs who grew up in different environments have different personalities. Some are radical, some are cautious, some are active, and some like quiet. Although they will have a certain impact on each other, their personalities will not change. Being able to complement each other is the key. Immortal world. Chu Yang opened his eyes and climbed out of the bed. Everything that happened just now seemed like a long dream. Fengdu. He whispered softly, and a black ancient sword quietly appeared, hovering around him. Chu Yang was ecstatic, excitedly holding Fengdu, muttering, it turns out that it's all real. I thought I was dreaming just now. Soul Palace. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door woke Chu Yang up. Yang, are you there? The master asked me to find you. Chu Yang immediately got out of bed, walked briskly, opened the door, and saw a handsome young man in white clothes. The man had sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, sharp features, a slender figure, and a righteous look between his eyebrows. Brother Chanking, what does the master want to see me about? Chu Yang walked out and stood side by side with Zhu Chanking. The headmaster didn't tell me, but I guess it's related to your practice. Zhu Chanking looked embarrassed. Junior brother, you have been practicing very hard since you were young. The headmaster and I have seen all this, but your talent is really hard to describe. You don't have a predestined relationship with the Tao. If you go down the mountain to subdue demons in the future, I'm afraid you will lose your life in vain. With this thought, the headmaster may. Having said this, Zhu Chanking didn't continue to speak. His expression was lost. After many years of friendship between brothers, he was also very sad. He had pleaded with the headmaster and the elders many times before, and reluctantly let Chu Yang stay until now. But now, Zhu Chanking knew that, if he continued to force Chu Yang to stay, it would hurt him. I understand, senior brother Chanking. Chu Yang didn't say much, and quietly followed Zhu Chanking to the main hall of the sect. Zhu Chanking looked at him unexpectedly. Today, Yang was too calm, as if he had changed into a different person. The Shushan sect is not a whole mountain, but a combination of dozens of large and small floating mountain tops. The Sword sect and the Key sect were located on the two largest hills. The disciples' rooms were far from the main hall of the sect, on another hill, and they had to use the teleportation array to travel back and forth. After learning the sword controlling technique, most disciples rarely use the teleportation array. Zhu Chanking also came here by himself, and he came here just to take care of Chu Yang. Along the way, many disciples respectfully called Zhu Chanking big brother, but they did not look kindly at Chu Yang, who had also been a disciple for many years. Was a waste without the talent for cultivation worthy of being called big brother? This was because Zhu Chanking was here. If he was not here, Chu Yang might not have suffered as simple as a cold eye. In many aspects, the world of cultivating immortals and the human world are actually very similar. Zhu Changqing also noticed the strangeness of the disciples around him and mercilessly scolded them in a cold voice. Those who should practice, and those who should go down the mountain to do things should go down the mountain and don't stay here. Everyone was shocked, and when they saw that the big brother was angry, they immediately bent down and bowed and scattered like birds and beasts. Before leaving, they did not forget to leave a few gossips. Such a waste. I don't know what's good about him, worthy of the protection of the eldest brother. He's lucky. If your parents died and were picked up by the elders, you would have risen to prominence long ago. God is still fair, not letting some people pick up the immortal fate for nothing. Those who should get out of here should get out of here. Zhu Changqing was furious and turned around to chase out of the teleportation array. Chu Yang reached out and pulled him, his expression indifferent. Zhu Changqing turned around and happened to meet Chu Yang's calm eyes. For some reason, he felt a little horrified. Junior brother is really different from before. Zhu Changqing was not only not happy at all, but also a little worried. The world of immortals is full of wonders. Chu Yang's current state could be caused by the mind being confused by monsters, or by the body of a demon. No matter which one it is, Zhu Changqing doesn't want to see it. I hope I'm overthinking it. Zhu Changqing frowned deeper and deeper, and without saying a word, he pulled Chu Yang into the teleportation array. The scenery flashed. The two immediately appeared in front of the left side of Magnificent Hall. The surrounding area was full of sword-shaped statues of different styles, slowly floating in the air. Only by careful observation can you find that this is a very exquisite formation. Chu Yang looked around. Every decoration near the sect hall was actually the eye of the formation. They were connected to each other, and the formation contained the formation. They were linked together, and finally formed an extremely huge super formation. It's really eye-opening. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. You have been a disciple for so many years, but you have never been to the sect hall, right? Zhu Changqing said with a smile, and then his face suddenly became embarrassed. For Chu Yang, this was not something worth talking about. After many years of entering the sect, he had never entered the sect hall, and he was not even a formal disciple. I really haven't been here much. The scenery is nice. Chu Yang smiled and joked. What's wrong with you today? I thought you were going to be expelled from the mountain gate. Yang, you are really different from before. Zhu Changqing looked sad and walked towards the sect hall with his head down. Chu Yang followed closely behind. The hall was brightly lit, with ancestors and immortals and Buddhas worshipped. In the center was a large tripod, with the smell of incense floating in the air. Two figures stood vaguely in front of the tripod. The old man had white hair and beard, a weathered face, a kind demeanor, and a Taoist robe that made him look like an immortal. The slightly younger one was fatter, and he looked imposing without being angry. The whisk in his hand kept swinging, and he looked a little irritable. Master. Master. Zhu Changqing bowed respectfully. Chu Yang did the same. Elder Kanggu was Zhu Changqing's master, and the elder of the Shushan sect who picked Chu Yang up that year. When Chu Yang looked at him, he turned his face away, with reluctance in his eyes, which was consistent with Zhu Changqing's reaction. Chu Yang. Taoist King Wei called softly. Disciple is here. Chu Yang bowed, and clasped his fists. Have you completed your practice today? Taoist King Wei smiled. I have never slacked off. Chu Yang replied. Hearing the words never slacked off, even Taoist King Wei couldn't help but sigh. What a great never slacked off. Since you can remember, you have been practicing and enlightening the Tao for more than 10 years, and you have indeed never slacked off for a day. In terms of effort, even Changqing is not as good as you. Kanggu couldn't bear to listen anymore, and turned his back. Chu Yang still lowered his head and didn't speak. Seeing this, King Wei continued, but after practicing Taoism for many years, you should also know that human power is limited. Some things, no matter how hard you try, are destined to have no results. Chu Yang raised his head and replied indifferently, Master, you know my character. I don't believe in fate. What if you don't believe in fate? For so many years, you haven't made any progress. You just can't enlighten the Tao. Kanggu finally couldn't help but get angry, rushed to Chu Yang and yelled, but his eyes were full of heartache. Chu Yang looked at King Wei with burning eyes. Master, give me another chance. King Wei sighed helplessly. He watched Chu Yang grow up in Shushan sect. In terms of discomfort, He was not much better than Kangoo. But there is a difference between immortals and mortals. Those who cannot cultivate immortality cannot cultivate immortality. If Chu Yang continues to stay in Shushan, endless suffering will be waiting for him in the future. Well, this is the last chance. King Louis seemed to have made up his mind and said, the 10-year competition of the sword energy competition is about to begin. If you can enter the top 3, you can stay. What? You might as well let him crash into death in the ancestral hall. Kangoo rushed to King Wei angrily and anxiously. Master, listen to what you are saying. Fight for the top 3. It would be fine if you said this to Changking, but if you let Chu Yang take the top 3, you might as well drive him off the mountain now. If something unexpected happens in the future, he can still have a whole body. Zhu Changking hurriedly stepped forward to hold his master. Kangoo's saliva sprayed on King Louis' clothes, and as a result, a flash of light appeared, and the clothes were clean as new. King Louis' eyelids jumped, thinking to himself, didn't I just want him to give up when he saw the difficulty? Why are you so anxious? If it weren't for the 2 disciples, King Louis would have started to curse. Chu Yang had been in Shushan for many years, and King Louis knew his character very well. He was cautious, and would never take risks. To put it bluntly, he was a coward. How could such a person take the risk to participate in the Sword and Ki competition? The so-called Sword and Ki competition was an agreement between the Sword sect and the Ki sect. Whoever won the next 10 years could use the word Shushan as the name of the sect. Shushan Xianjian sect. The winner was Shushan sect, and the loser was Xianjian sect. The sword energy competition that takes place once every 10 years has a very high casualty rate, especially in the qualifying round for the last 10. The top 3 are almost the 3 people who survived to the end. Because of this, the 2 factions, which originally came from the same source, have a growing rift. In King Lou's opinion, Chu Yang will never participate, so he used this opportunity to force him to go down the mountain. Okay, Chu Yang replied. King Louis nodded and smiled. Your choice is very wise. In this case, then. The voice stopped abruptly, and King Louis looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Kangoo and Zhu Changking were also stunned. Kangoo shouted angrily in a deep voice, you want to participate in the 10-year competition? Are you crazy, master? Because he had not become a formal disciple, Chu Yang temporarily changed his words and said, Elder, I'm not crazy, please give me another chance. Kangoo was so angry that he jumped up and down. I know your heart for the Tao, but you must know that you can only practice Taoism when you are alive, and you can't practice Taoism when you are dead. King Wei looked at Chu Yang in confusion, wondering why this child's temperament is different from before. Could it be that the stimulation he received is too great? Zhu Changking quietly moved to King Louis' side and whispered a few words in his ear. King Louis' face changed when he heard it, and he said coldly, Yang, come forward. Chu Yang walked over. King Louis grabbed Chu Yang's hand and suppressed Chu Yang's body with terrifying magic power, and then he muttered something. Kangoo was shocked. Master, what are you doing? Why are you chanting the devil suppressing spell? After a moment, the devil suppressing spell was finished. Chu Yang looked at King Wei blankly. King Wei was a little embarrassed and checked Chu Yang's body and soul again and found no problems. Fortunately, it's fine. King Wei put down Chu Yang's arm, turned around and glared at Zhu Changking fiercely. Zhu Changking was very innocent. He just told King Wei that there was this possibility. It was King Wei who chanted the devil suppressing spell without hesitation. Kangoo looked for a long time before acting, and his blood rushed up, and he yelled at the 2 of them. Just because he said he wanted to participate in the 10-year competition, you think he was taken away? Is he that bad? You guys are too much. Chapter 131. Kill demons and monsters with the magic weapon given by the leader. After confirming that Chu Yang was the original product, King Louis and Zhu Changking both breathed a sigh of relief. As for Kangoo's anger, they could ignore it for the time being. King Louis looked at Chu Yang with a serious expression and asked, I'll ask you again, do you really want to participate in the sword energy competition? Chu Yang nodded firmly. It was impossible for him to leave Shushan sect. You are so determined to pursue the Tao, but what can I do? King Louis sighed to the sky and then nodded. Well, just pretend that I didn't say this before. You stay on the mountain. Kangoo suddenly calmed down after hearing this. Zhu Changqing looked at Chu Yang with joy. He knew that from now on, the headmaster would never mention letting Chu Yang go down the mountain again. Headmaster, I still want to participate in the sword energy competition. Chu Yang's voice echoed in the hall, catching the other 3 people off guard. You are still pushing your nose. You are talking to me uselessly here. Even in front of the ancestor, I will beat you. Kangoo's blood pressure today was like riding a roller coaster, up and down more than a dozen times. He really couldn't bear it anymore, and wanted to give the evil disciple in front of him a loving education. Zhu Changqing walked up to Chu Yang and whispered, Junior brother, stop when you are ahead. Even if the master is kind, you should stop saying those inappropriate things again and again. King Louis saw that Chu Yang looked resolute, and didn't seem to be talking in anger. He was touched and asked, why is it so? Chu Yang replied, if I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. Zhu Changqing took a few steps back, and looked at Chu Yang, who had been with him for many years, with an expression of admiration. Kangoo stopped getting angry, and looked at Chu Yang with a dull look, feeling that he was familiar yet strange. Master, although my talent for Taoism is limited, my talent for martial arts is not bad. Chu Yang said confidently. The cultivation methods of Qi sect and Giant sect are completely different. Giant sect emphasizes entering the Tao through martial arts, and first practicing martial arts to strengthen the body. Qi sect follows the ancient method, practicing the art of internal and external alchemy, refining the golden elixir internally, taking elixirs externally, sensing the way of heaven, and generating magic power, before considering practicing martial arts. The only thing the 2 sects have in common is that they both need to practice in the secular world, go down the mountain, to subdue demons and monsters, and save the world with a chivalrous heart. This is the core concept of the Shushan sect, and it will not disappear because of the sword and key battle. Martial arts? King Louis was skeptical. If Chu Yang really had a talent for martial arts, then it was the Qi sect that delayed his practice over the years. Changqing, you and your junior brother have a sparring match. King Louis waved his whisk, and the 4 figures in the hall disappeared at the same time, and appeared in an empty bamboo forest in a flash. We can't let them fight in front of the portrait of the ancestor, right? Zhu Changqing had practiced Qi very early, and then practiced martial arts for a long time, and he was also a martial arts genius. King Louis felt that, as long as Chu Yang could hold on for 20 moves, he would be able to protect himself in the sword and Qi battle. He bent down to pick up 2 bamboo leaves on the ground, and threw them to Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing respectively. The bamboo leaves changed into 2 bamboo swords in midair, and fell into the hands of the 2. Stop when you're done. Kangoo suddenly spoke before the fight began. Zhu Changqing was in tune with Chu Yang and replied respectfully, Master, don't worry, I won't hurt junior brother Yang. Kangoo glared at him angrily. Zhu Changqing scratched his head in confusion, not knowing what had upset his master again. Brother, I'm going to draw my sword. Chu Yang couldn't help but want to laugh, and he tapped the bamboo beside him with his sword to remind Zhu Changqing. Kangoo was obviously just reminding him behind his back, but he had to say it directly, making others embarrassed. Zhu Changqing has emotional intelligence, but not much. Fortunately, he is upright, and has a pure heart. Junior brother, please draw your sword. Zhu Changqing was ready to fight, without revealing any flaws. It was not because he valued Chu Yang so much, but because he was used to the teachings of his master and elders. A lion needs to fight a rabbit with all its strength. Chu Yang didn't want to give Zhu Changqing a hard time right away, so he chose the nameless sword technique. The sword moves of the nameless sword technique are unexpected and unpredictable, and they can always accurately catch people's flaws. As soon as the 2 fought, Zhu Changqing's eyes lit up. But he was not panicked. Several sword lights condensed around his body. The sword energy condensed to the limit, and became substantial, before it turned into the form of sword light. Zhu Changqing used the sword to protect his body. When he drew the sword light would attack the enemy with his mind, and he could control it freely. This was something that only those who had mastered the sword technique could do. Seeing this, King Louis and Kangoo nodded at the same time, with a gratified smile on their faces. They felt that Zhu Changqing could win the championship in this sword energy competition. Zhu Changqing attacked with the sword, and Chu Yang continued to fight the enemy with the inexplicable sword technique, advancing and retreating in moderation. In the blink of an eye, 20 moves had passed. King Lou's expression gradually became solemn. Chu Yang's martial arts attainments really shocked him. The sword technique he displayed was quite profound. Although it did not touch the Tao, it was not far away. 20 moves had passed, and he is qualified to participate in the sword energy contest. Kangoo was very excited and almost danced with joy when he noticed that his senior brother, the head of the sect, was unhappy. He returned to his majestic appearance. Junior brother, you are so happy. Have you ever thought that we delayed him? If he was in the sword sect and Gu Yuan carefully trained him, maybe his achievements would be no worse than Changqing. King Louis said with guilt. Kangoo, who was very happy just now, felt cold hands and feet when he heard this. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. On the other side, Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing countered each other's moves, and they had already fought for more than 100 moves without paying attention. Zhu Changqing gradually realized that his former junior brother's talent in martial arts was so high that it was unattainable for ordinary people. It's a pity that my junior brother's talent in cultivation. The more Zhu Changqing thought about it, the more regretful he felt. If he couldn't enter the Tao, no matter how high his martial arts were, it would only be martial arts. A slight difference from martial arts is 1,000 miles away. That's enough. Changqing. Having achieved his goal, King Louis took the initiative to stop the competition, and also agreed to let Chu Yang participate in the sword energy contest. Kangoo walked up to Chu Yang and looked at him regretfully. You are very good. Maybe I shouldn't have taken you to Key Sect, but sent you to Giant Sect. Chu Yang shook his head and said, the grace of saving my life is greater than heaven. In my eyes, there is no difference between Giant Sect and Key Sect. King Louis asked with a smile on his face. Why do you say that? Chu Yang replied, to kill demons and eliminate evil. Both sword and key will do. Kill demons and eliminate evil. King Louis was a little absent-minded and muttered, for thousands of years, everyone has been arguing about the two ways, which has a greater chance of ascending to heaven, and they are all seeking immortals. But are we practicing Taoism just to become immortals? Maybe we really shouldn't have. Kangoo suddenly said, brother, be careful with your words. King Louis gathered his mind and his demeanor returned to normal. He shook his head and laughed. I'm old, and it's so easy for me to lose my mind. My practice is still not enough. After that, he patted Chu Yang's shoulder gently. Remember what you said. If one day I need you to kill demons and eliminate evil, promise me that you won't be soft-hearted. Remember. King Louis took the three of them back to the sect hall. Then Chu Yang was asked to kneel in front of the portrait of the founder and complete the initiation ceremony. From today on, he was a formal disciple of Shushan sect. Chu Yang's master was Kangoo. Even though Kangoo refused in every possible way, he still chose him. Kangoo said in embarrassment, I may not be able to teach you anything. Chu Yang smiled. It doesn't matter, I just want to call you master. Kangoo nodded with satisfaction. King Louis stroked his long beard and joked with a smile. Ha ha ha, junior brother has accepted another good disciple. There is Changqing in front and Yang in the back, which makes me jealous. Kangoo coughed a few times and said proudly, what are you saying as the head of Shushan sect? It's good that others are not jealous of you. You are so ungrateful. King Louis was too lazy to pay attention to him, waved his whisk to drive him aside, and then said to Chu Yang, if you want to enter the Tao through martial arts, you can't follow the path of our key sect. You need to go down the mountain and enter the world. Be mentally prepared. Chu Yang nodded and said, disciple understands. King Louis also instructed Zhu Changqing, you also grew up in the mountains since childhood, and you don't have much experience in the world. It's just right that you and your junior brother go down the mountain together this time, so you can take care of each other. Don't forget to preach and answer questions for your junior brother on the way. Zhu Changqing nodded excitedly. He has never gone down the mountain since he started practicing Taoism. Let's set off tomorrow morning. The two left the hall together. Looking at their backs, Kangoo walked to King Louis and said worriedly, these two children have their own shortcomings. Yang is too cautious and not aggressive enough, and Changqing, he may not be able to avoid his bad fate. King Louis sighed, that's why we need to go down the mountain. How can a cultivator not know that disasters cannot be avoided, but must be responded to? Only by responding to disasters can we break them. Kangoo frowned and asked reluctantly, what if it can't be broken? King Louis replied lightly, that's his fate. No one can change it. Kangoo sighed. It's hard to overcome the disaster of love. It's hard to overcome the disaster of love. The next day, Zhu Changqing appeared outside Chu Yang's door early. In order to maintain his composure as a senior brother, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door. After tidying up his expression, junior brother, we should go down the mountain today. Zhu Changqing himself didn't realize that his voice suddenly became a little higher. Brother, don't wake me up so early next time. It will mess up my biological clock. Chu Yang pushed open the door unhappily. Although he complained, he had already dressed and washed. Ah, what clock? Zhu Changqing looked confused. Let's go down the mountain. Chu Yang sighed secretly. He looked so stupid that he didn't even know he was sold out when he went down the mountain. No wonder Jingshan played around with him. Okay, where are we going? Zhu Changqing walked in front and turned to look at Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't want to deal with a ceiling level existence like the Demon Lord too early, so he definitely couldn't go to Yuzhou, Yuhang Town. Chu Yang grinned. I wonder what Li Xiaoyao is doing now? If I take the lead over the drunken sword immortal and accept him as a disciple of the Key sect, the sword sect will definitely be pissed off. As soon as this idea came up, Chu Yang couldn't stop. Yuhang Town. I heard from other disciples that it seems to be a town with beautiful scenery, but there is an inn in the town that is quite unscrupulous. We just need to avoid that inn. Zhu Changqing was in a good mood and said half jokingly, don't worry, we will definitely not stay in that inn. Chu Yang promised solemnly. Afterwards, Zhu Changqing flew away from Shushan with Chu Yang on his sword, and on the way he kept explaining the sword controlling skills to Chu Yang. After listening to Chu Yang, he also learned the sword controlling skills. The speed of flying the sword is very fast, and they arrived at their destination in most of the day. It was a dark and windy night. Yuhang Town is by the sea, and as soon as Chu Yang approached, he smelled a faint fishy smell. Zhu Changqing, who had never seen the sea, seemed very excited and even talked a lot more. Clouds come and go in. When Zhu Changqing saw the sign, his face turned black. He pointed at the sign above his head and said, Junior brother, I'm talking about this inn. You must stay here. Chu Yang pushed open the door of the inn and walked in, pulling Zhu Changqing's clothes. There was no one inside. Zhu Changqing whispered, Junior brother, I said this is a black shop. How can a normal inn be empty? Chu Yang frowned and was about to move forward. The wing room on the first floor suddenly opened, and an old man with a medicine box on his back came out. Are you two here to stay in the inn? Unfortunately, the innkeeper Aunt Lee is sick, and I'm afraid she can't entertain you. Her Xiaoyao has also gone out to find medicine. The old man said with a bow. Brother, come and take a look. Shushan not only teaches magic, but also teaches the art of Kyuhyang, and the level is extraordinary. Most disciples will learn a little bit when they go down the mountain, and top students like Zhu Changqing are familiar with medical principles. Junior brother, the doctor has already seen her, so don't mess around. Zhu Changqing was pushed forward by Chu Yang. He had no choice but to feel Aunt Lee's pulse. He was still impressed by his junior brother's kindness. The doctor saw that the two would rest and did not look like bad people, so he did not say much, but just watched quietly. As time passed, Zhu Changqing's expression gradually became solemn. He turned back and said to Chu Yang, Junior brother, this aunt does not seem to be sick, but more like she has been poisoned by a goo. The doctor exclaimed, poison? This is not southern Xinjiang. How can there be goo poison? Chu Yang comforted him and said, old man, don't worry, let my senior brother take a look. We are disciples of Shushan sect, not bad people. The doctor was shocked again when he heard this, but then his face eased a lot. The Shushan sect is famous for its chivalrous deeds and has won the trust of the people. Zhu Changqing took out a silver needle from his arms, inserted it into Aunt Lee's acupuncture points, and then injected it into the other person's body with his power, trying to force out the goo poison. As a result, Aunt Lee spat out a mouthful of blood, but she didn't wake up, and her breath weakened. Zhu Changqing took a deep breath and shook his head, saying, Junior brother, this poison is very evil, I can't do anything. Zhu Changqing turned to ask the doctor, "Old man, has this inn recently come to any strange people?" The doctor lived near the inn, and he had an impression of the guests who came in and out of the inn every day, so he nodded and said, "There were indeed a few guests dressed strangely in the inn some time ago. If you think about it carefully, they seem to be wearing clothes from Mao Jiang." Chu Yang nodded and said, "It should be that group of people." Zhu Changqing said indignantly, "Although these people are not demons, their actions are more hateful than demons. Junior brother, let's go. Let's go find them for the antidote." Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "Didn't you see it when you came in just now? There was no one in the inn. Where can we find these people? What if they run back to southern Xinjiang and you follow them?" Zhu Changqing scratched his head awkwardly. "Wait a minute, I'll go out to find something." Chu Yang turned and left. "Junior brother, wait for me." When Zhu Changqing chased out, he could no longer see Chu Yang's figure. He was shocked and said, "When did Junior brother's body movements become so fast?" At this moment, immortal Chu Yang appeared in the Soul Palace. "Brothers, help." Magic Chu Yang and Pirate Chu Yang were surrounding the latest energy engine made by Vegapunk, and suddenly heard a cry for help from behind. The two looked at immortal Chu Yang in confusion. The latter stepped forward to touch them and synchronize their recent memories. "Goo poison. I have never encountered it before." Pirate Chu Yang shook his head and said, "And transmitting vitality is useless. The stronger the host's vitality, the more active the goo worm is. Don't let it mutate, that's the end." Magic Chu Yang touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Immortal Chu Yang asked hurriedly, "Why don't we try the blood body? If that doesn't work, we can use some unicorn blood to fight poison with poison." Magic Chu Yang glared at him. "Blood body can only heal injuries, not diseases, let alone unicorn blood. Don't give me bad ideas." Pirate Chu Yang said unhappily, "Can't we just go to Xianling Island to get medicine? You have to let Zhu Changqing treat her, which makes the poison worse." Magic Chu Yang worried, in Aunt Lee's current state, she may not be able to survive until Li Xiaoyao returns from Xianling Island. Immortal Chu Yang was embarrassed. He originally wanted to cure Aunt Lee, wait for Li Xiaoyao to come back, make a good impression, and then trick him into Shushan Kizang. I didn't expect that the poison worm was so evil that even Zhu Changqing couldn't do anything about it. The three were thinking about how to save Aunt Lee, and suddenly someone walked out of the nebula. "Marvel Chu Yang. What are you guys doing?" Marvel Chu Yang stepped forward and soon found out the whole story, so he smiled and said, "Medicine and stones don't work, why not just do surgery? Take the poison out of the body." Then, the three watched him tinker in the laboratory for a while, and then took out a delicate instrument the size of a laptop. The latest nanotherapy device has hundreds of thousands of surgical plans built in, operated by countless nanomedical worms, and controlled by Jarvis. It's a foolproof operation, and doesn't require any basic knowledge at all. Marvel Chu Yang said proudly, "This is a new product that combines the wisdom of me, One Punch Chu Yang, the entire Hydra, and Tony. It is used for emergency rescue during war, and after the war." Before he finished speaking, Xianxia Chu Yang took the nanotherapy device and plunged into the nebula and returned to the original world. "Fuck. Are you waiting for me to finish?" He was only half pretending, which made Marvel Chu Yang feel like he had been constipated for 3 years, and his face suddenly became hideous. The Inn of Clouds come and go. Zhu Changqing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and he was walking around in the lobby of the inn. He was worried because his mistake had caused Aunt Lee's condition to become serious. "Where is junior brother? If it doesn't work, I will fly back to Shushan and ask the elders to come down the mountain to help Aunt Lee treat her." Zhu Changqing made up his mind and walked out with big strides. Chu Yang pushed open the door before him and walked in, holding a black object in his hand. "Junior brother, you are back." Zhu Changqing's face was happy, and then he noticed the object in Chu Yang's hand and asked curiously, "What is this black iron block?" "I'll tell you later." Chu Yang hurriedly walked inside, came to Aunt Lee's bed, put the nanotherapy device on the bedside, and pressed the start button. The nanotherapy device slowly unfolded, emitting a 3-dimensional screen, covering everyone in the room. Chu Yang chose Aunt Lee's phantom, and the nanotherapy device opened a gap, and a group of very tiny nano worms flew out. The doctor didn't see it, nor did Chu Yang. Only Chu Yang could see the movement track of the nanoarms with the power of the samurai. They entered Aunt Lee's body through her ears, mouth, and nose. The next second, Aunt Lee's physical condition was displayed in data in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang and the old doctor both widened their eyes, confused and curious. The old doctor asked tremblingly, "Little immortal, what is this?" Chu Yang also asked, "Why is Aunt Lee's physical condition exactly the same as the picture above?" Chu Yang ignored them and carefully checked the test results. The item for parasites turned bright red. Unknown parasite type. Surgical removal is an option. Conservative treatment is an option. Chu Yang chose surgical removal, and the nanoarms began to swarm to the place where the goo worm was. The trouble with the goo worm is that it has consciousness and a high degree of perception of danger. As long as there is danger, it will attack the host like crazy. But it cannot sense the existence of the nanoarms, so naturally there will be no extreme reaction. The operation just began, and it was over. The goo worm was instantly burned into charcoal by the laser, and then transported out of the body by the nanoarms. Aunt Lee's face became visibly red. Chu Yang put away the nanotherapy device and breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, it's okay now." The old doctor stepped forward to take Aunt Lee's pulse with doubt and found that Aunt Lee's pulse was smooth and had returned to normal. The old man was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off. This is a miracle. Little immortal, is that a fairy magic weapon in your hand?" Chu Yang nodded, too lazy to explain. Chu Yang scratched his head and said, "Junior brother, where did you get the magic weapon?" "When we went down the mountain, Master clearly handed everything to me." Chu Yang curled his lips. "The master gave it to me." Chu Yang looked envious, and then he thought that it might be because the master considered that Chu Yang was not good at magic and could not heal himself, so he specially gave this magic weapon that could heal and save people. Chu Yang said sincerely, "The master is still thoughtful." Chu Yang had no idea what he was thinking about. After listening to it, he felt a little bored and couldn't help rolling his eyes. "No one is here, and no one will hear you flattering." "That's enough," Chu Yang hurriedly explained. "These are all my heartfelt words." Okay, let's put aside whether it's heartfelt or not. Now that the poisonous insects on Aunt Lee have been solved, let's quickly fly around to check if there are any suspicious people. Those guys from the moon worship sect have already followed Lee's IOAO to the fairy island. They are definitely not in Yuhangtown. Chu Yang must quickly take Chu Yang to find the location of the fairy island. Daybreak is about to dawn. The moon worshippers will start a massacre on Xianling Island at dawn, and we must stop this in time. You are right, let's go quickly. Chu Yang stood up and clasped his fists to the old doctor, saying, "Please take good care of this aunt." The old doctor seemed to remember something and quickly pulled Chu Yang's robe. "Little immortal, I have a favor to ask. Since the shopkeeper of the Lee family is fine, please tell her family's IOAO that the child went to the nearby Xianling Island to find medicine. The fisherman who came and went said that there was something evil there, and I'm a little worried." Chu Yang nodded in response. Leaving the Yunlei Chu Yang flew into the sky with Chu Yang on his sword and had a panoramic view of the entire Yuhangtown. To the east of Yuhangtown, there is a lonely island. The sword light turned into a bright meteor. It flashed away. Chapter 132. Become a monk during the day and return to secular life at night. Xianling Island has a mountain protection formation. Although it is not as good as the Shushan sect, it is not something that ordinary people can break into. No matter how much you plan, you can't expect that a fool with a hammer will break it. It can only be said that everything is destined. Lee Xiaoyao himself could not have thought that hiding by the pool and peeping at others taking a bath could pick up a beautiful wife for free. If it were now, his behavior would take at least 3 years. After getting married in a daze and having a wife, Lee Xiaoyao felt that he had matured a little. He made a vow casually without considering whether he could do it. Xiaolinga also believed his lies. The little girl is still a naive girl at the moment. She only wants brother Xiaoyao to take medicine to save his aunt and then come back to live a good life with the couple. The two of them walked slowly to the shore. Just as they were about to say their final goodbyes, suddenly, a group of black-clothed men in strange costumes appeared. They started killing as soon as they disagreed and injured many maids in charge of defense. Fortunately, Linga's grandmother arrived in time and was able to barely tangle with the group of moon worshippers. But the situation was still critical. Li Xiaoyao recognized the group of black-clothed men. It was they who tricked him to go to Xianling Island and broke the formation on the island, so they had the opportunity to come up and kill. For a while, Li Xiaoyao blamed himself. Xiaolinga did not blame him, but kept asking him to leave first. Brother Xiaoyao, you go first. Hurry up and get the medicine to save Aunt. He was simply in the late stage of love brain, hopeless. Seeing that Xianling Island could no longer withstand the attack of the moon worshippers, Xiaolinga cast a spell to push Li Xiaoyao onto the boat and prepared to send him away. At this moment, a sword light fell from the sky. The sharp sword force cut the earth and shook the group of moon worshippers away. Who dares to stop the moon worshippers from doing things? The leading moon worshipper shouted to the sky with a rampant look. Shushan sect, Zhu Changqing. Zhu Changqing, dressed in white clothes as white as snow, slowly descended on his sword, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and a handsome face like jade, just like an immortal. He held the sword horizontally in front of him, glaring. How dare you, a bunch of demons, enter my central plains and kill innocent people? How dare you? I will eliminate demons and defend the way today. After that, Zhu Changqing raised his sword and rushed forward. The tip of the sword pointed directly at several moon worshippers, fighting one against many. The people of Xianling Island were all stunned. Xiaolinga only completed half of the spell, and Li Xiaoyao was still standing on the boat stupidly. Where did the Taoist priest come from who is so powerful? Some maids had little stars in their eyes. Don't be crazy. Hurry up and make way. This little sister is bleeding to death. Can't you see it? Chu Yang pushed the crowd speechlessly, walked to a seriously injured maid, helped her up, and fed her a blood body. Just now when he was in the Soul Palace, he took some of them, thinking that he would be prepared for any eventuality. Unexpectedly, they came in handy right away. Blood body is a holy medicine for healing. It can bring back the dying state, let alone the seriously injured. After taking only one, the young lady's breathing stabilized. The young ladies did not care to look at Zhu Changqing and hugged the injured sisters and cried bitterly. The grandmother said with gratitude, "Thank you two young heroes for your help in saving my fairy island. May I ask your name?" Chu Yang smiled slightly. "My name is Chu Yang. That's my senior brother, Zhu Changqing, the eldest disciple of Shushan sect." The maids looked at Chu Yang. This Taoist priest seems more handsome. The grandmother just heard Zhu Changqing introduce himself, but she was not sure. Now she heard Chu Yang mention the name of Shushan sect again, and asked with a complicated expression, "I wonder if the two young heroes are disciples of the sword sect or the key sect?" Chu Yang was a little surprised. This old woman actually knew the difference between the sword sect and the key sect of Shushan sect? Then Chu Yang became strange. He replied, "Old man, we are disciples of the key sect." The grandmother's expression suddenly became clear, and she smiled and said, "You are indeed a disciple of the key sect. No wonder you are so kind and righteous. Everyone in the world knows that the Shushan key sect takes saving the world as its mission, unlike someone." Although it was not said explicitly, the intention to belittle the sword sect was obvious. Chu Yang felt that this resentment should be directed at the head of the Shushan sword sect, Dugu Jiancheng. The only reason was probably the bad fate between the Witch Queen Kinga and the Sword Saint. This version of the hodgepodge of the world of immortals is really hard to describe. Chu Yang felt that the situation was unusually dramatic, and prayed that Zhu Changqing would not have anything to do with Xiaolinga. According to the family tree, he is Xiaolinga's grandfather and Kinga's biological father, although it happened several generations ago. After a while, Zhu Changqing returned victorious. "Master Zhu, thank you for your help. Miss Linga, you are too polite. It is the duty of Shushan disciples to eliminate demons and defend the way of Taoism. Are all Shushan disciples as powerful as Master Zhu? Changqing's Taoism is nothing in Shushan. My fellow disciples are better than me. For example, my fellow disciple Yang, his swordsmanship is much better than mine. That Master Chu's way of healing is also very powerful. All the sisters on Xianling Island were cured by him alone. Even Grandma praised him. The way they greeted each other made Chu Yang shudder. After treating the maids on the island, the grandmother came over and asked, "How did you two know that Xianling Island was in trouble?" Zhu Changqing replied, "We brothers were ordered to go down the mountain to practice in the world, and we happened to arrive in Yuhang town, and we found that the innkeeper was poisoned by a ghoul. Is it an inn called Yun Liang?" Li Xiaoyao said excitedly, "That's my aunt. It turns out she was poisoned by a ghoul. Those guys lied to me that my aunt was seriously ill and asked me to come to the island to seek medicine." The grandmother suddenly realized and said angrily, "It must be the poison of those moon worshippers. This is their conspiracy." Li Xiaoyao suddenly knelt in front of Zhu Changqing and Chu Yang, holding their clothes. "My two heroes, how is my aunt now? Please stand up, little brother. The goo poison in Aunt Li's body has been cured by junior brother Yang, and she is fine now. We came to the island at someone's request to tell you about this." Zhu Changqing hurriedly pulled Li Xiaoyao up, but when he heard that it was Chu Yang who cured Aunt Li, he wanted to give Chu Yang another shot. "Hey, don't do that. You can kowtow to senior brother Changqing, but you can't kowtow to me. I have nothing to do with you." Chu Yang dodged sideways, looking like he couldn't bear it. Zhu Changqing's face darkened, and he glared at him. "What do you mean you can kowtow to me? I have a relationship with him." Li Xiaoyao smiled and stood up quickly. A man's knees are made of gold, so he wouldn't kowtow if he could. It's good that the in-laws are fine. Xiaoyao, you should go back as soon as possible to avoid her worrying. You should also let her know the news of your marriage with Linger, Grandma said sympathetically. Li Xiaoyao nodded with emotion. "Grandma, don't worry, I'll be back soon." But Grandma shook her head and said firmly, "No, you have to take Linger with you. Don't go back to Xianling Island." After Grandma said this, not only Li Xiaoyao was stunned, but Xiaolinger also panicked visibly. She had never left Xianling Island since she was a child. Now that Grandma asked her not to come back, how could she not be afraid? "Grandma, don't be angry. Did Linger do something wrong?" Xiaolinger's eyes were filled with tears, and she cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Grandma wiped away the tears from her eyes with heartache and sighed. "The mountain protection formation has been broken. The moon worshippers can attack the island at any time. This place is in danger. How can I bear to leave you here?" When Xiaolinger heard that Xianling Island was in danger, she said she would not leave at all and cried breathlessly. Li Xiaoyao was very distressed when he saw this. He turned around and saw Zhu Changqing and Chu Yang and immediately paid attention. He ran to them and nodded and bowed. Since the two heroes have saved Xianling Island once, why not save it a second time? As the saying goes, sending a Buddha to the west, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Li Xiaoyao searched out the little knowledge he had left from his stomach, but he didn't notice that Zhu Changqing's face was getting worse and worse. "What's wrong with Hero Zhu?" Li Xiaoyao said to the end with a gusty voice, and he really couldn't find any compliments. As a result, when he looked up, he saw Zhu Changqing's face was a 10. Chu Yang coughed lightly and reminded him, "You just said Buddhism. We practice Taoism." Li Xiaoyao was shocked. Even the grandmother next to him couldn't help but jump. Good guy. Burning incense for half a day, but worshipping the wrong Buddha. It's over. Li Xiaoyao felt that, if he were Zhu Changqing, he might have scolded him at this moment, so he closed his eyes obediently and waited to be scolded. The atmosphere became awkward for a while. "Little brother, my junior brother and I went down the mountain this time to practice in the world. Even if you don't say it, we will help you. But before that, can you tell me what this moon worship sect is all about?" Zhu Changqing took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and forced a smile. "This." Li Xiaoyao was also confused and had to look at the grandmother. Knowing that Shushan Qizang was willing to help, the grandmother told all about Xiaolinger's life experience, as well as the conspiracy of Shijiren, the leader of the moon worship sect, and the current situation of Nan's Heo. Xiaolinger was also hearing about her life story for the first time, and she was as shocked as everyone else, so much so that she stopped crying. "Linger is the princess of Nan's Heo?" Li Xiaoyao looked gloomy and suddenly felt that he, a poor boy, was not worthy of Xiaolinga. I see. If that's the case, things have become tricky. Zhu Changqing looked embarrassed and shook his head slowly. Hero, didn't you say you would help Linga and the others? Li Xiaoyao was anxious and rushed to Zhu Changqing. Little brother, this is not a simple right or wrong, but it involves the state affairs of Nanzhao, and we have a law in Shushan that all Shushan disciples are not allowed to participate in dynasty disputes. Jianghu affairs, worldly affairs, as long as there is trouble in the world, our Shushan sect has an obligation to help, but it can't be related to the dynasty. Zhu Changqing bowed and clasped his fists, his words full of apology. Li Xiaoyao was still unwilling to give up and said with his neck stiff, this is not our Han dynasty. Why do you have to be so rule-abiding in the Miaojiang country? Chu Yang was also secretly shaking his head. Zhu Changqing's rigidity was even more serious than those of the older elders of the Shushan sect. As long as there was something that violated the laws of Shushan, he would never do it, and 9 oxen could not pull him back. Seeing that he was so determined, the hope that had just emerged in the grandmother's eyes was quickly shattered, and the light in her eyes suddenly disappeared. Xiaolinga began to sob again. Chu Yang was overwhelmed by what he heard, and sighed. No, why do you keep crying? Can tears drown the enemy? Xiaolinga immediately stopped crying, and turned to sobbing, covering her mouth, looking at Chu Yang with red eyes, like a frightened deer. Chu Yang suddenly felt guilty. He turned to Zhu Changqing and said, I don't know if it will interfere with state affairs. I only know that, if someone like the moon worshipper lives one more day, he will be a threat to the people of the world. We are only responsible for slaying demons and eliminating monsters. As for the consequences of destroying the moon worshipper, does it have anything to do with us? Zhu Changqing hesitated and said, Junior brother, but the sect's rules order. Chu Yang curled his lips and said, the sect's rules order us to save people. Just decide whether to save them or not. Hearing this, Zhu Changqing struggled with his expression, like a robot with conflicting commands, and his CPU was in a state of high temperature overload. Chu Yang whispered in his ear, Li Xiaoyao has a good foundation and a high talent for martial arts. If he joins our Ki sect, he will definitely be one of the top 3 in the sword and Ki competition. Zhu Changqing looked stunned. How did you see him? Chu Yang had a mysterious expression. The magic weapon given by the sect leader. Huh? Why is it the magic weapon given by the sect leader again? Why don't I have any? The sect leader is too partial. Zhu Changqing was a little angry and said with a straight face, but we are monks. Brother Li just got married, so it's not appropriate. Chu Yang said nonchalantly, what's wrong with becoming a monk temporarily? Young people should have more unusual experiences. Only in this way can they grow up. Besides, can't you return to secular life after the sword energy dispute is over? It won't affect their lives. Our Shushan is not a den of thieves. You can come and go freely. If it doesn't work, become a monk during the day and return to secular life at night. Chu Yang's perverse theories opened Zhu Changqing's eyes, and he was in a state of confusion. His brain began to overload again. You have a pig brain, right? So easy to overload? Chu Yang was too lazy to argue with him, and directly slashed his back neck with a knife. Zhu Changqing rolled his eyes and fainted immediately. Junior brother, you. The others were shocked. Grandma asked in panic, why did the young Taoist priest do this? Chu Yang said with great sorrow, my senior brother's brain is not very good. He can't think too deeply, otherwise he will go crazy. I was trying to stop him from getting sick. Grandma looked regretful. Master Zhu looks so handsome. How come? Some young ladies who admired Zhu Changqing's style also lost their light in their eyes. Chu Yang coughed dryly. You also heard what my senior brother said just now. It is really not good for Shushan sect to interfere in this matter. Grandma sighed. Li Xiaoyao and Xiaolinga looked at him. But Chu Yang suddenly changed the subject and said with a smile, if Li Xiaoyao joins our Shushan sect, then this matter will change from a national matter to a family matter. Li Xiaoyao was overjoyed and said quickly, my boy Li Xiaoyao, I'm willing to join the Shushan sect. Master, please accept. As he was about to kneel down, Chu Yang dragged him up with one hand. I can't be your master. You have to go to Shushan with me first. Li Xiaoyao was about to agree, but the grandmother suddenly asked, don't you have to become a monk to join the Shushin sect? Zioyao got married, so do you want him and Linga to be separated? Chu Yang shook his head and denied it. Grandma, times have changed. In order to dispel the doubts of Lee Zioyao and others, Chu Yang quickly made up a detailed lie, saying that Shushin is currently facing a shortage of students and a lack of successors, so the sect rules have been changed, and now they are encouraging childbirth. From the difficulties of the sect's development, to the future 5-year plan, to family planning after the population rises in the later period. Chu Yang talked about everything in detail, and he could easily fool a few ancient people who had never read books. The reason why he cared so much about Lee Zioyao was not entirely for the Battle of Sword Energy, or for the people of the world, but for the 5 spiritual pearls and other treasures. Needless to say, the 5 spiritual pearls were the top treasures left by Nuwa, which contained the divine power of the 5 true gods of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. Among the treasures, the demon-eating goo and the golden silkworm goo both have the effect of greatly improving people's skills, which is more powerful than the blood body. Whether the dragon elephant prajna can be completed depends on them. Following Lee Zioyao, Chu Yang will have the opportunity to obtain some very powerful treasures. Otherwise, if he looks for them by himself, he doesn't know how much time and energy it will take. The most important thing is the growth issue. With Lee Zioyao as a comparison, Chu Yang's growth will not seem abrupt. When he shows his true combat power, Zhu Changqing, King Lui and others will be more likely to accept it. After all, Lee Zioyao can complete a feat that is almost like killing a god in a few months. Under such an impact, Chu Yang's talent would not be strange, no matter how amazing it was. Otherwise, Chu Yang might be regarded as an alien demon who took over someone else's body. The process of growth is what Chu Yang must go through, otherwise he will have to give up his identity as a Shushin disciple. After much persuasion, everyone finally believed Chu Yang, and Lee Zioyao and Xiaolinga also planned to go to Shushin with him. As for Xianling Island, it will be closed temporarily, and the grandmother will take the rest of the people to choose another place to hide temporarily. Beiyu wants Xiaolinga, and other forces in Nanzhao Kingdom are also targeting her. No one will care where the grandmother goes. Chu Yang carried Zhu Changqing onto the boat, and Lee Zioyao and Xiaolinga followed closely. Xiaolinga started crying again, and waved goodbye to the grandmother. Chu Yang closed his eyes, meditated and adjusted his breathing, and played the principle of out of sight, out of mind. He was really annoyed by this kind of crying drama, even if the other party was the lovely Linga. Xiaolinga, who had calmed down, was not completely useless. At least she knew how to cast a spell to speed up the boat and get the group to the shore earlier. Back in Yuhang Town, Lee Zioyao was surrounded by a group of villagers as soon as he got off the boat, asking him if he had seen the fairy or the old witch from Xianling Island. Lee Zioyao proudly introduced Xiaolinga. When everyone saw Xiaolinga, who was as beautiful as a fairy, they were shocked and speechless. "You really got a fairy home?" As soon as these words came out, everyone started to make a noise, making Lee Zioyao and Xiaolinga embarrassed. Zhu Changqing also woke up in the midst of the noise. "Where was I? How did I faint?" Zhu Changqing looked at Chu Yang blankly. "Junior brother, I seem to have been." Chu Yang interrupted him with a serious expression. "Big brother, why didn't you tell me that you were under so much pressure? You kept it to yourself." Zhu Changqing. Chu Yang said with great sorrow, "You have fainted from the pressure, and you still want to say that you are fine?" "No, junior brother, I didn't." "You still say no? Since you knew that you had to practice in the world, have you been unable to sleep at night?" "I didn't fall asleep, but everyone should be unable to sleep, right? I fell asleep, and the quality of my sleep is very good. And you still say it's not your problem?" Hearing this, Zhu Changqing fell into self-doubt. Am I really under a lot of pressure? Chu Yang took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire and said in a deep voice, "Big brother, I know the pressure you have as the youngest person in Shushin. You have never dared to relax your requirements for yourself. In order to commend the disciples, to make the head and the elders happy, and for the outside world's evaluation of you, you have been oppressing yourself. You are too tired, big brother." Zhu Changqing was shocked. He resonated with Chu Yang's words inexplicably. "I seem to be really tired." Chu Yang patted Zhu Changqing on the shoulder. Brother, you still don't understand why the headmaster and master want you to go down the mountain with me into the world? Zhu Changqing scratched his head and said, Master asked me to take care of you. Chu Yang waved his hand. Wrong. They are testing you, not me. The headmaster hopes that you can grow until you can withstand the pressure of being a senior disciple or even the headmaster. Master and the headmaster have high hopes for you. Don't you understand yet, big brother? Zhu Changqing was shocked again, tears welling up in his eyes. Brother, I seem to have realized. Chu Yang nodded with relief. It's good that you have realized it, big brother. Don't be so stressed in the future. Zhu Changqing replied with a firm face. Brother, don't worry, I won't let you and the headmaster down. At the same time, Shushan sect's main hall. Because he was curious about where Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing had gone, King Lui performed a secret technique to sense the magic weapon left on Zhu Changqing to find out where they were. A mirror-like halo appeared in the void, reflecting the figures of the two. King Lui and Kangoo happened to hear their conversation. The two fell into silence. After a while, Kangoo said, I didn't know that the head brother had such deep meaning. Changqing really troubled you. King Lui forced out a smile. It should be. Kangoo continued to sigh. Chu Yang can guess the deep meaning of the senior brother, which shows his understanding. It's a pity that he has wasted so many years in Key Sect. King Lui couldn't even force out the last smile. Kangoo was hinting at him in his words. Junior brother, we haven't had a sparring match for many years, right? Since senior brother became the head of the sect. Then why not have a sparring match today? I really miss those days. Kangoo, Yuhang Town. The four of them finally squeezed through the enthusiastic villagers and returned to the Yun Liang Win. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Aunt Lee sitting at the counter board. Aunt Lee Zioyao burst into tears and threw himself into Aunt Lee's arms. You little naughty boy, why are you acting like a spoiled child today? Aunt Lee was surprised at first, then her eyes softened. She had already learned from the old doctor that Lee Zioyao went to Xianling Island to ask for medicine for her. It would be a lie to say that she was not moved. Good child is really filial. It's worth it that we have depended on each other for so many years. Aunt Lee burst into tears. Seeing them crying so sadly, Xiaolinga started to shed tears again and then moved to the side of the two step by step. Chu Yang couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, hold it back. Chapter 133, The Drunken Swordsman. The city people are very perverted. Chu Yang couldn't help but yell, scaring Lee Zioyao and the other two. Brother Chu, what are you doing? Chu Yang patted Lee Zioyao on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, you know the situation of my senior brother, don't provoke him. Lee Zioyao suddenly realized, looked at Zhu Changqing with pity, turned his head, and explained to Aunt Lee in a low voice. After a moment, Aunt Lee also looked at Zhu Changqing with the same eyes. Zhu Changqing scratched his head, not knowing why, but felt that everyone's eyes were particularly kind. After this, the three people stopped crying. When they learned that Lee Zioyao was getting married on the fairy island, and the object was Xiaolinga, Aunt Lee was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. You are so lucky, you can marry a fairy like Linga. Aunt Lee praised Xiaolinga so much that her ears were red. After talking about the family matters, Lee Zioyao told Aunt Lee about how Chu Yang and his friends saved people. Aunt Lee then realized that the two young Taoist priests in front of her were the benefactors who saved her life. She was about to kneel down on the ground, but was lifted up by Zhu Changqing with magic. Auntie, you can't do this. You are the elder. We too can't accept such a great gift. Yes. Aunt Lee found that she couldn't bow down, no matter how hard she tried, so she had to stand up again, put her hands together, and nodded continuously. You two are living gods. You saved my Lee family. You can accept any great gift. Chu Yang said helplessly, if you continue to bow down like this, my senior brother will be scared away. He is the most disciplined person. He has a distinction between the old and the young. How can you ask him to accept it? Lee Zioyao then pulled Aunt Lee back and reiterated that Zhu Changqing had a problem with his brain. Aunt Lee looked at Zhu Changqing with both heartache and regret. What a pity, what a pity. Zhu Changqing. Lee Zioyao pulled Aunt Lee to a corner and said softly, there is one more thing I want to tell you. I have decided to become a disciple of Shushin. I will soon set off to Shushin with the two Taoist priests. I will also go to southern Xinjiang and take Linga to visit relatives. Li Xiaoyao only said half of his words and did not mention the moon worship sect at all, for fear that Aunt Li would be frightened. Aunt Li hesitated and said, "Aren't Shushin sect monks? How could they accept you as a disciple?" Li Xiaoyao coughed dryly and repeated Chu Yang's previous remarks in a mess. He was frightened, not to mention Aunt Li. Aunt Li's eyes widened when she heard this, and she nodded blankly. Ah, so that's how it is. The two talked for a while, and Aunt Li slowly walked to Zhu Changqing. "Can you two Taoist priests let Xiaoyao stay for one night before leaving? I'll pack some things for him. It's said that a poor family is rich on the road." Zhu Changqing nodded quickly and said, "That's what I should do, Aunt Li." "Thank you, both of you." Aunt Li happily took Xiaolinga back to the room, closed the door, and didn't know what to talk about. The three grown men stood in the lobby and fell into silence. As the eldest senior brother, Zhu Changqing decided to break the silence and said seriously, "Brother Li, my sword riding skills are not enough to take 3 people to Shushin, and our brothers and sisters have been ordered by our master to go down the mountain to practice in the world. It is reasonable for us to have a hard time on the next journey, don't mind." Li Xiaoyao didn't dare to say that he minded, and quickly waved his hand and said, "Master Zhu, please arrange it. I have no objection. It is a great thing to get your help." Zhu Changqing shook his head, his tone and demeanor were old-fashioned like an old man. "These are two different things, you don't need to confuse them." Before he finished speaking, he was rudely interrupted by Chu Yang. "Brother, the journey is long and no one can guarantee what will happen. It is better to teach Xiaoyao some sword riding skills, so that he can have some self-protection ability." Li Xiaoyao became excited when he heard this, with an expectant expression on his face. Zhu Changqing frowned. "Junior brother, Brother Li is not yet a disciple of Shushin. According to the rules of the sect, we are not allowed to teach him sword control skills privately. This is absolutely not allowed." Chu Yang curled his lips. "It's like a stone in a toilet, smelly and hard." Li Xiaoyao also lowered his head in disappointment. No, Li Xiaoyao doesn't know anything. Going to Shushin like this will affect his plan. Chu Yang thought so, and then said, "How about this? I teach him some sword techniques I created myself, which should not be a violation of the sect rules, right?" Zhu Changqing hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay." Li Xiaoyao was overjoyed. In his opinion, with Chu Yang's medical skills, that could bring the dead back to life. Sword techniques and Taoism must not be bad either. "Let's go. Let's find a quiet place. I'll teach you some sword techniques." Chu Yang patted Li Xiaoyao's head, and the latter happily led the two out of the inn and went to Shilipo. Chu Yang suddenly decided to teach Li Xiaoyao swordsmanship. He wanted to see how Li Xiaoyao would integrate swordsmanship from several different worlds. Li Xiaoyao's talent and comprehension were like a plug-in, making him the best experiment for Chu Yang, and he could provide him with a way of thinking. Zhu Changqing was also looking forward to it. After all, junior brother Chu had told him personally that Li Xiaoyao's martial arts talent was very high, and he wanted to see how high it was. The three of them came to the dilapidated mountain temple in Shilipo, and Chu Yang began to teach Li Xiaoyao swordsmanship. As a basic swordsmanship, Dugujiujin is unmatched. It is known as the general outline of swordsmanship in the world. The truth of using swords is in it, and it is the law and summary of swordsmanship. Dugujiujin has nothing to do with the power of the moves, but is a swordsmanship that will become stronger and stronger as the master's realm improves. The only disadvantage is that it requires extremely high comprehension, and this happens to be Li Xiaoyao's biggest advantage. The final form of Dugun 9 swords has 360 variations. Based on this, we can integrate the sword intent of the following 8 sword techniques into it to achieve the effect of 9 swords returning to 1. The other 8 are sword breaking forms. The essence of Dugun 9 swords is not to memorize by rote, not to stick to the moves, to reach the state of no moves being better than moves. Chu Yang told his experience of Dugun 9 swords, and then began to practice the moves and the mantras of the mind. Li Xiaoyao was fascinated. Zhu Changqing's eyes were solemn, and there was some pain on his face. He saw that the sword technique that Chu Yang taught Lee Xiaoyao was completely different from the sword technique they had last time. This means that Chu Yang has relied on his own talent to comprehend two sets of peerless sword techniques in the past 10 years. Such talent is admirable. From the perspective of the eldest brother, Zhu Changqing felt sorry for Chu Yang. If my junior brother had a higher talent for cultivation, I'm afraid he should be the eldest brother of Qi sect more than me. Zhu Changqing was stunned. Time passed, the sun sank, and the moon rose. Chu Yang taught from day till night, and Li Xiaoyao had already fully comprehended Dugun 9 swords and the unknown swordsmanship. Just as Chu Yang continued to teach him Wanji and Gizeng, a lazy voice came from nearby. You two are also Shushan disciples. What kind of messed up swordsmanship are you teaching? You have ruined the reputation of Shushan. The three looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome uncle lying on a big rock, staring at Chu Yang with dissatisfaction. The uncle had a fiery red wine gourd hanging on his waist. He took it off and took a big sip and scolded loudly. The Shushan school's sword controlling skills are unparalleled in the world. Why do you need to teach other schools swordsmanship? It's a joke. He narrowed his eyes and said to Chu Yang, if you don't want to teach, just say so. You are so petty, why don't you let me teach you? Seeing that Chu Yang was scolded for no reason, Li Xiaoyao was so angry that he threw the wooden sword in his hand away. What are you talking about, you drunkard? Come down and see if I don't beat you to death. Zhu Changqing pulled the shouting Li Xiaoyao behind him, clasped his fists towards the drunken uncle and said, Changqing greets Uncle Mo. Hearing someone calling him Uncle Mo, the drunken swordsman sobered up most of the time. He carefully looked at Zhu Changqing, who was dressed in white, and suddenly remembered, oh, you are the disciple of the old man Kangoo, the one from the Qi sect. Zhu Changqing said solemnly, Zhu Changqing, a disciple of the Qi sect of the Shushan sect, greets Uncle Mo. The drunken swordsman jumped off the big rock, circled around Zhu Changqing in a mysterious manner, and pouted his lips and said, I know that you won the last sword energy battle, but you keep talking about the Shushan sect. Zhu Changqing was serious and still maintained a saluting posture. The drunken swordsman couldn't stand him like this, and waved his hands impatiently. Don't talk about these useless things. If you lose, you lose. I just ask you, if you are going to teach, why don't you teach this kid the sword riding technique, but teach some useless sword techniques? Because Brotherly has not yet officially joined Shushan, according to the rules of the sect, we cannot teach him the sword controlling technique privately. At this point, Zhu Changqing no longer maintained a respectful attitude. His face sank and he said, the sword skills I just passed on to Brotherly are all the results of my junior brother's painstaking efforts for more than 10 years. Please respect yourself, senior, otherwise, Changqing must ask you for advice. Oh, the young man has a bad temper? He is really printed from the same mold as Kangoo, not bad. The drunken sword immortal walked straight past Zhu Changqing, came to Li Xiaoyao, and asked, they don't teach you the sword controlling technique. I will teach you. Do you want to learn it? No. Li Xiaoyao regarded Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing as his benefactors. He was very angry when the drunken sword immortal belittled Chu Yang's swordsmanship just now. Although he was born in the market, he also understood the word loyalty. One by one, you are so disrespectful. The drunken sword immortal was drunk and immediately got angry. If you don't want to learn, I will teach you. Let's see what you can do. As he said this, the drunken swordsman was about to reach out to grab Li Xiaoyao's head. He wanted to pass on his skills with his mind and directly put the sword controlling technique into Li Xiaoyao's brain. This requires a very high level of cultivation to do this. This method is different from passing on skills. It only gives the principles of the sword controlling technique. As for how it will be cultivated in the future, it depends on one's own talent. Just when the drunken swordsman was about to succeed, a ray of sword light came and separated him and Li Xiaoyao. Chu Yang stood with a sword in his hand, smiling. Uncle Master, you are overstepping your authority. Although Brotherly has not yet officially become my disciple, he is also half a disciple of my Qi sect, so I won't trouble senior sword sect to worry about it. Good boy, how dare you draw your sword against me? The drunken swordsman put his fingers together to form a sword and condensed a sharp sword energy at his fingertips, stabbing at Chu Yang. The latter did not dodge, but instead raised his sword to meet it, and fought with the drunken swordsman. Seeing this, Chu Yang hurriedly said, "Uncle Mo, you are the elder, and my junior brother has not yet completed his key training. You can't bully the weak." The drunken swordsman seemed angry, but in fact he was overjoyed. He wanted to try the sword moves created by Chu Yang. After hearing what Chu Yang said, he turned around and glared at him. "Smelly boy, who do you think I am?" Chu Yang said in a loud voice, "Big brother, don't worry, Uncle Mo is willing to teach me some sword moves." The two brothers kept talking back and forth, making it difficult for the drunken swordsman to back down. He had no choice but to restrain his strength and compete with Chu Yang with pure sword moves. This fell right into Chu Yang's trap. It was not convenient for him to show his true fighting power. If he only competed with sword moves, he would be a sure win. The swordsmanship of the Shushan sword sect focuses on care. It does not demand exquisite sword techniques, but emphasizes the harmony with the Tao to maximize the power. In actual combat, the key sect is more about integrating sword control with magic, using the sword to control magic, and has very high requirements for both. The sword sect and the key sect are not very concerned about swordsmanship. Therefore, in the eyes of the drunken swordsman, although Chu Yang is a very good seedling, he has embarked on a crooked path. "Boy, your swordsmanship is indeed amazing, but it's a pity that you are too mechanical, and it's difficult to enter the great way." The drunken swordsman, who was already in an absolute disadvantage, used the sword energy to deflect the stab from Chu Yang after being stabbed. When he looked at Chu Yang again, his eyes were as if he was looking at a treasure, but at the same time he felt a little regretful. "Thank you for your teachings, Uncle Master." Chu Yang put away his sword and saluted with his fists. "What kind of teachings are you giving me? I've beaten you so hard that you can't tell east from west, south from north." The drunken swordsman rolled his eyes, picked up the wine gourd, and took a big gulp, laughing heartily, with a free and easy attitude. He went on to say, "I take back what I said just now. Your sword moves are ingenious and not rubbish. Sword intent and swordsmanship are both part of the way of the sword. Sword intent is difficult to get started with, but easy to master, and it points directly to the origin of the way. But swordsmanship is easy to get started with, but difficult to master, and there is a rugged path behind it, which is harder than ascending to the sky. I hope you will make a careful decision." The drunken swordsman sat on the ground and talked about his sword fighting experience in a fluent manner. He didn't care about the so-called sword energy dispute at all. He wanted to find out the shortcomings for Chu Yang. Chu Yang admired him and listened attentively. The drunken swordsman's sword fighting level was much higher than the overall sword fighting level of the Fengyun world. Chu Yang stepped forward and bowed. "Thank you, uncle, for teaching junior brother Yang. It was my disciple Meng Lang just now. I apologize to my uncle here." The drunken swordsman didn't care at all and waved his hand. "You looked better just now. Now you look like an old man from Qingwei, so old-fashioned." Chu Yang was speechless. The drunken swordsman lowered his head and tied the wine gourd to his belt. He said casually, "I'm convinced of my defeat this time. I will not compete with you, the key sect. Tell me your names, and I'll leave now." "Chu Yang, Li Xiaoyao." The drunken swordsman's hand suddenly stopped, and he squinted his eyes and asked Li Xiaoyao, "What's your name?" Li Xiaoyao scratched his head and said it again, thinking that this sloppy uncle's hearing was not very good. The next moment, the drunken sword immortal flashed beside Li Xiaoyao and grabbed him. "Since you are called this name, I have to teach you today, even if I don't want to." After that, the drunken sword immortal forcibly passed the sword controlling technique to Li Xiaoyao. Chu Yang was shocked. Chu Yang was stunned. No wonder his surname is Mo, not Satu, and he is a hodgepodge drunken sword immortal. It seems that the Sword Saint sect leader of the immortal sword sect should be in a similar situation. Ride the sword with the wind and eliminate demons between heaven and earth. I'm the drunken sword immortal who can't get drunk, even if I drink 1,000 cups. Looking at the back of the drunken sword immortal flying away with a sword, Chu Yang and Chu Yang were silent. Li Xiaoyao scratched his ears and cheeks, jumping up and down in anger. He said he didn't want the drunken sword immortal sword controlling technique, but he was still forced to pass on the technique. Li Xiaoyao said angrily. This old man is sick. Okay, stop being so ungrateful. Chu Yang put his arm around his neck. Show me your sword controlling skills and see how much you have learned. Li Xiaoyao picked up the wooden sword reluctantly and began to practice. In Chu Yang's eyes, his whole body's true energy circulated automatically as soon as he moved, as if it was instinct. Zhu Changqing watched from the side and nodded frequently. Junior brother is right. Brother Li is really a martial arts genius. He can almost learn the sword controlling skills after watching it once. Chu Yang smiled and said, just walk back to Shushan like this. He should be able to participate in the sword energy competition. After a moment, Li Xiaoyao drew several sharp sword auras on the ground and then sheathed his sword. The whole process was smooth and flowing, and his sword wielding skills were already quite impressive. The three of them then left Shilipo together and returned to Yunliangwin. At the same time, in the Namsheo Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Moon Worship Sect, Shijiran, the leader of the Moon Worship Sect, was observing the stars at night and suddenly found something strange. He couldn't help but exclaimed, this star was barely visible a few days ago. How come it has become so bright all of a sudden? Can fate really be changed? Interesting. I really want to meet this friend. After watching with interest for a while, Beiyu summoned several believers and asked them how they were doing with bringing back Xiaolinga. There has been no contact for a whole day, so something must have gone wrong. Please send us to investigate. Several believers knelt on the ground and prayed respectfully. Forget it. Using violence will only backfire. I plan to use other methods to accomplish this. Call Anu. Beiyu waved and asked them to leave. Then she stood up and left the room and came to a mountainous area. After a while, an innocent girl in Mao costume came running and jumping here. When she saw Beiyu, she smiled. The two chatted for a long time under the moonlight. The next day, Chu Yang and others got up early, came to the dock of Yuhang Town, and took a big ship to Sushao City. Li Xiaoyao grew up in Yuhang Town and had never been far away. He was still a little embarrassed to leave the familiar place suddenly, but in order to reassure Xiaolinga, he pretended to be calm, but his eyes were glancing at Chu Yang from time to time. It is self-evident how guilty she is. Needless to say, Xiaolinga was very nervous and held Li Xiaoyao's arm tightly. Seeing this, Zhu Changqing began to give them psychological counseling. I don't know if it was because he was too long-winded or the two really relaxed. Not long after, Li Xiaoyao and Xiaolinga fell asleep. When they woke up again, the ship had arrived at the dock of Sushao City. The dock was not near the town, but in a farther suburb. If you want to enter the city, you have to walk a distance. Linga, what do you think people in big cities look like? Brother Xiaoyao, I don't understand what you mean. Aren't people all the same? I mean their demeanor, temperament, and way of speaking. They should be similar to Master Zhu and the others, right? That's right. The two young and ignorant men and women who had just reached adulthood were so amusing, just by listening to their conversation, that Chu Yang suddenly wanted to tease them. People in big cities basically have some quirks because they can't find the right way to vent because of the pressure of life. Chu Yang said nonsense seriously. Some people even hang people on trees and take turns whipping them. Today you beat me, tomorrow I beat you, to vent stress. Xiaolinga was horrified and asked nervously, Master Chu, can we change the route? Linga suddenly doesn't want to go into the city. Chu Yang shook his head and said, that won't work. It's more dangerous in the wilderness and it's easy to encounter monsters. Xiaolinga looked at Chu Yang with eager eyes, but we can exorcise monsters, there shouldn't be any danger. Chu Yang rolled his eyes, who sleeps with half an eye open at night. If you are taken away by a monster, we won't know it. Xiaolinga was dejected and stopped talking. Li Xiaoyao laughed. Linga, brother Chu is teasing you, how could this happen? Zhu Changqing also smiled and nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiaoyao heard a cry for help. He looked into the distance and his face turned pale. On a tree in the distance, two people were tied, a man and a woman. In front of them stood a girl in red, whipping them with a whip. The screams made several people stop. Li Xiaoyao pointed to the front and said tremblingly, are people in big cities really so perverted? I don't want to go into the city either. Let's go. Zhu Changqing was also stunned and murmured, are the customs in different places really so different? Chu Yang said unhappily. You idiots. Hurry up and save people. Customs are a hammer. Zhu Changqing and Li Xiaoyao reacted and rushed forward. Zhu Changqing was responsible for cutting the rope to get the man and woman out of trouble, while Li Xiaoyao used his sword to force the girl who beat people away. Who dares to obstruct my business? The red-dressed girl had a very hot temper, and the whip in her hand rushed straight to Li Xiaoyao's face. What a vicious witch. Li Xiaoyao saw that the other party was ruthless, and he did not hold back and used the rope-breaking style of Dugun 9 swords. The sword light followed like a shadow, like a spirit snake wrapped around the long whip in the red-dressed girl's hand. As Li Xiaoyao exerted force, the long whip flew out of his hand. Hit by a soft force, the red-dressed girl's wrist felt like it was bitten. She pressed her wrist and said angrily, such a weird swordsmanship. Where did you learn this unorthodox method? Li Xiaoyao hated to hear others say that Chu Yang's swordsmanship was unorthodox, and immediately became angry, and continued to stab the red-dressed girl with his sword. The red-dressed girl was shocked, but she had no weapon to defend herself. Caught off guard, she could only wait for the death. Seeing this, Chu Yang flicked out a sword energy from his finger, knocking the sword out of Li Xiaoyao's hand, and walked forward with a smile. You should polish your temper. The key to a fight between masters is to see who is calmer. You will suffer a big loss sooner or later. Li Xiaoyao, whose anger had subsided, suddenly felt scared. If the sword had really stabbed down, the girl would have died. I'm sorry. Li Xiaoyao hurriedly apologized to the girl in red, scratching his head and saying, I was angry just now. Who told you to say mine first? The girl, who had walked through the gates of hell, glared at Li Xiaoyao fiercely, and the next second, tears welled up in her eyes. She was also scared to death just now. Chapter 134, Eating Demon Goo, and Fighting for Marriage. See you next time. I will never let you go. The girl in red couldn't stand the pressure after all, and burst into tears. She cried and ran, making everyone think that she was the bad guy. Li Xiaoyao said unconvincedly, no, she was the one who beat people. Why is she crying? At this time, the rescued man and woman also took the initiative to thank them, and explained the whole story to them. They were originally servants and maids of Lin Jiabao. The two of them eloped, but were caught by Miss Lin and were beaten. The girl in red is Miss Lin Yuru. Even if you elope, you can't beat people. Can't you talk nicely? Li Xiaoyao was quite angry. He was born in a small town, and didn't understand what it meant to sell himself to the servants and maids of the master's family. Strictly speaking, they are not even human beings, but the property of the master. Let alone Lin Yuru beating them. Even if she killed them directly, the government would at most fine them some money. Thank you for your help, young knights. Yinhe and I are leaving now. You have offended Miss Lin this time, so it is better not to enter Suzhou City. After saying that, the eloped couple disappeared in an instant. Zhu Changqing was a little worried. Lin Jiabao is a well-known force in the world, and we have indeed caused some trouble this time. Li Xiaoyao lowered his head and said guiltily, Brother Zhu, I have caused you trouble. Zhu Changqing shook his head and laughed. Brotherly, what are you talking about? We did it together, and I should also have a share of the responsibility. Besides, it is natural for Shushan disciples to draw their swords to rescue when they see injustice on the road. Li Xiaoyao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Xiaolinga asked worriedly, Masters, should we enter Suzhou City next? Zhu Changqing turned to look at Chu Yang. Junior brother, what do you think? Chu Yang walked straight to Suzhou City and smiled. Why? Lord Lin is a tiger who's, but cannot be touched. I must touch it today. If a girl commits a crime, we should be punished wherever she is. Lin Xiaonan is not a good parent. If he has no shame, he can go and cause trouble for us. Are you afraid of him? After hearing this, the three of them were full of passion, and followed Chu Yang. Zhu Changqing smiled and said, in this case, if Lord Lin really does not follow the demeanor of a senior, my junior brother and I will join forces to fight him, and it will not be considered a loss of the reputation of Shushan. Chu Yang waved his hands hurriedly. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Senior brother is the tallest. You hold it up first. I will bring Xiaoyao and others to cheer you up. Zhu Changqing. The four entered the city, and Li Xiaoyao and Xiaolinga were immediately attracted by the colorful world in the city. Suzhou City is the most prosperous place in the Central Plains. Whether it is food or entertainment, it is not worse than the capital, and even better. The two entered Suzhou City, just like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden. Zhu Changqing performed better. Although his face was calm, his eyes were always erratic. It's getting dark, let's find a place to rest first. Zhu Changqing seemed to have made a travel guide in advance. The inn he found was not very famous in the local area, but it was decorated very tastefully. Most of the main body was built with bamboo as the material. It has a bit of the style and flavor of Manchu. It can be seen that he has been preparing for this worldly practice for a long time. After dinner, Li Xiaoyao and Xiaolinga proposed to go for a walk on the street. After getting Zhu Changqing's consent, the two disappeared in a flash. Looking at their backs as they left happily, Zhu Changqing couldn't help but say, after all, they are just two children. Chu Yang sighed, it's a bit unfair to put the fate of a country on a little girl like Linga. Zhu Changqing, who never talked about state affairs, nodded for the first time, showing a kind expression. Big brother, don't be like this. He looks more and more like a grandfather, damn. After chatting in the lobby for a while, Zhu Changqing returned to the room to rest first, while Chu Yang quietly waited for the two to return. If he remembered correctly, the demon-eating goo was found by Li Xiaoyao and Xiaolinga in Suzhou City. After waiting for a while, suddenly, laughter came from outside. Li Xiaoyao and Xiaolinga entered the inn while playing, and then saw Chu Yang sitting on the side, and looking at them with a smile. Li Xiaoyao said embarrassedly, Brother Chu, you are still awake so late, are you waiting for us? Chu Yang nodded, this is the first time you two go on a long journey, so you should always be cautious. Li Xiaoyao and Xiaolinga were very moved. Xiaolinga rolled her eyes, took out something from her small cloth bag, and handed it to Chu Yang. Master Chu, we found a demon-eating goo, do you want to see it? Chu Yang took the demon-eating goo and asked knowingly, what is a demon-eating goo? Xiaolinga began to explain the origin of the demon-eating goo to Chu Yang. As it involved her professional knowledge, the little girl was very excited. It was too late, and Chu Yang had to interrupt her. Can you lend me the demon-eating goo for one night? I want to take it back to study it. Xiaolinga said without hesitation. Master Chu wants it. Linga will give it to you. It's okay. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head. I'm just a little curious. I'll give it back to you tomorrow. Okay then. Xiaolinga agreed straightforwardly, and Li Xiaoyao didn't say much. The two had basically the same idea. Chu Yang's life-saving grace could not be repaid with anything. After returning to their respective rooms, Chu Yang entered the Soul Palace and shared the demon-eating goo with his companions. Magic Chu Yang immediately extracted the bloodline factor of the demon-eating goo for preservation. Immortal Chu Yang asked curiously, can it be copied? Magic Chu Yang was not sure, and picked up the goo worm, and looked at it for a long time. The replication technology of magic creatures is basically perfect, but the demon race and goo worms have not been tried yet. I don't know if there are any common points. Cross-race replication is basically two completely different fields, so Magic Chu Yang dare not give a definite answer. This replication technology was created by Naruto Chu Yang in the process of creating the 10 tails. Using the yin-yang escape and the 6 paths sage mode, plus the bloodline factor, a complete creature can be created. The success rate will vary due to individual differences. Immortal Chu Yang is just trying it out. If it succeeds, of course it will be good. Even if it fails, he can go to Nan's Heo Kingdom to find the secret method of cultivating goo worms in the future. It's just an extra insurance. It's better to leave this demon-eating goo in hand to Li Xiaoyao. He can't swallow all the skills of the Red Ghost King and the Skeleton General by himself. Chu Yang can get a share of it at that time. There is no need to eat up renewable resources like this. Early the next morning, the four of them went downstairs to have breakfast. They saw pedestrians hurrying along the roadside. The already busy streets of Suzhou City suddenly became even more lively. Someone in the crowd shouted, a martial arts competition to recruit a husband. Lin Xiaonan, the owner of Lin Jiabao, set up a competition to recruit a suitable husband for Miss Lin. Li Xiaoyao, who was showing off his steamed buns, suddenly heard Miss Lin and the figure of the girl in red unconsciously emerged in his mind. That evil woman is actually looking for a son-in-law? Which man is so desperate? Lee Zioyeo couldn't help but complain, but he was choked by the steamed buns and couldn't breathe. Seeing this, Zaolinga hurriedly handed him a bowl of porridge, and it took a long time for him to swallow it. Brotherly, be careful with your words. Although Miss Lin was wrong yesterday, we were also wrong. Zhu Changqing was a modest gentleman, and didn't like to listen to others gossiping behind his back. Okay, brother Zhu, I'm just a little angry. Lee Zioyeo was very good at observing people's expressions, and stopped saying bad things about Lin Yuru. Master Zhu, shall we set off after breakfast? Zaolinga was afraid that Zhu Changqing would continue to scold Lee Zioyeo, so she quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Zhu Changqing pondered for a while and said, I just heard from the innkeeper that there is a snake demon nearby. It has injured many people and kidnapped many girls. I need to go check it out. Why don't you wait for me in the inn? It won't be too late for us to set off after we deal with this matter. Chu Yang's expression moved, and he asked, is it the hidden dragon cave? Zhu Changqing looked at him in surprise. Junior brother, have you also heard about it from the innkeeper? Chu Yang nodded. Why don't I go with you later, so that I can take care of you? When Lee Zioyeo heard that Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing were going to exorcise demons, he couldn't sit still. He stood up and said excitedly, take me with you. I haven't seen a monster yet. Zhu Changqing frowned and said, nonsense. If you go with us to exorcise the demon, what about Miss Linga? Thinking that he really couldn't leave Linga alone, Lee Zioyeo sat back dejectedly, and even felt that his meal was not delicious. Seeing Lee Zioyeo in a dilemma, Zaolinga's love brain started to work again, and she said with a smile, brother Zioyeo, go if you want. Linga will take good care of herself. Suzhou City is not a dangerous place, don't worry. Hearing this, Lee Zioyeo became excited again, and looked at Zhu Changqing expectantly. Zhu Changqing was about to refuse, when he suddenly heard a voice coming from the dining table next to him. If you are willing to trust me, let me take care of this girl. As he spoke, a well-mannered scholar came over, bowed and said, you are willing to go to the hidden dragon cave to exorcise demons. It is a blessing for the people of Suzhou City, and Liu Jinyuan admires it very much. It's a pity that I'm a scholar and cannot go with you. I can only help you in this way. Seeing the pretty boy in front of him shamelessly wanting to help him take care of Linga, Lee Zioyeo's first reaction was that he thought the other party had unreasonable expectations. Who are you? Why should we trust you? Lee Zioyeo looked displeased. It's only natural that you don't want to believe me. Liu Jinyuan was not angry, but smiled and said, I'm the new top scholar Liu Jinyuan. Lin Xiaonan, the lord of Linjiabao, is my uncle. Everyone in Suzhou City knows me. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. When he heard that he was the top scholar, Lee Zioyeo's momentum suddenly weakened, and he muttered, it's great that he can study, but he is just a nerd. Chu Yang stood up and smiled. There's no need to ask. I saw the scene of young Master Liu returning home in glory yesterday, so I naturally trust young Master Liu. It's just that we happened to have a conflict with Miss Lin yesterday, so it's inconvenient to trouble young Master Liu. Liu Jinyuan was surprised. He saw that these people were righteous, and did not seem like bad people, so he asked curiously, you had a conflict with your cousin? Can you tell me what happened? Lee Zioyeo told him what happened yesterday. After listening to this, Liu Jinyuan shook his head and sighed. My cousin is so impulsive. No matter what, you shouldn't tie someone to a tree and whip him. Lee Zioyeo nodded, as if he had met a soulmate. That's right. That's right. You are a good nerd, and you can tell right from wrong. Liu Jinyuan smiled awkwardly, not knowing whether to thank Lee Zioyeo for praising him, or to be angry that he called him a nerd. Zaolinga pulled Lee Zioyeo's clothes, and asked him to sit down and stop talking. Liu Jinyuan bowed and said, if you are worried about this matter, there is no need. As the leader of the martial arts world, my uncle has a broad mind, and I'm willing to mediate the misunderstanding. Zhu Changqing looked at Chu Yang. In fact, he also wanted to clear up the misunderstanding. After all, Lin Xiaonan had a special identity, and had dealings with Shushan. It would be unwise to offend him easily. Chu Yang nodded slightly. Then let's go visit Lord Lin. Liu Jinyuan smiled and said, Today at noon, my cousin will be competing in front of the Lin mansion to find a husband. You may as well follow me. Everyone went back to the room to pack their luggage. During this time, Chu Yang went to the shopkeeper to inquire about Liu Jinyuan's identity. After learning that he was really the top scholar, he was relieved. It's really strange. My junior brother was with us yesterday, but we didn't see Mr. Liu. How did he see him? Could it be that the master gave him another magic weapon? How many magic weapons does my junior brother have? Chu Yang has always treated Chu Yang as a brother. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel jealous. He also wanted to receive such kindness. While others were packing up, Chu Yang had been chatting with Liu Jinyuan in the lobby. As the top scholar, Liu Jinyuan had a rich knowledge reserve. He didn't expect Chu Yang to be bad either. No matter what he said, the other party could chat for a few words. Although it was brief, it was thought-provoking, as if it was summed up through countless experiences. Gradually, the content of their conversation became more and more fanciful, ranging from astronomy and geography to state governance policies, and then to poetry and songs. The two of them also changed from chatting at the beginning to asking for advice, and the admiration on Liu Jinyuan's face became more and more intense. After Li Xiaoyao and the others came down, they left the inn and headed for Linjiabao. On the way, Liu Jinyuan continued to ask Chu Yang for advice, and his attitude became more and more respectful, like a student meeting a teacher. Li Xiaoyao was curious about what they were talking about, so he approached them stealthily. After a while, he retreated with confusion on his face. Xiaolinga asked curiously, "What are Taoist Chu and young Master Liu talking about?" Li Xiaoyao shook his head. "I know all the words they said, but I don't know what they mean when they are put together." Xiaolinga was amused and laughed. Chu Yang explained with a smile, "Junior brother has limited talent for cultivation, so he has read many miscellaneous books in the sutra library since he was a child. No one in Shushan can talk to him. Today, I met Master Liu, and we hit it off at first sight." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Jinyuan in front of him suddenly knelt on the ground and said loudly, "Sir, please accept my student's greetings. I hope you will accept me." Chu Yang's smile stopped abruptly. Xiaolinga and Li Xiaoyao were stunned. This is called hit it off at first sight. It was not until the moment when Liu Jinyuan knelt that Chu Yang realized that he had said too much. He was just chatting casually at the beginning and never thought about the impact of the knowledge points he said on Liu Jinyuan, an ancient man. It was strange that Liu Jinyuan knew too much and had a strong ability to accept. Communicating with him felt like he was not communicating with an ancient person. This gave Chu Yang an illusion. "Master Liu, please stand up. I just talk nonsense. Don't take it to heart." Chu Yang stretched out his hand and pulled Liu Jinyuan up from the ground. "What you said are all good advice, which will benefit the country and the people. How can it be nonsense? Please teach me." Liu Jinyuan's eyes were firm, as if he wanted to join the party. "Mr. Liu, don't joke. I'm a mountain man. There are rules in the sect. I don't ask about the dynasty in the secular world." Chu Yang walked up and said with a smile. Liu Jinyuan carefully observed the clothes of Chu Yang and Chu Yang and suddenly realized that they were monks. He immediately beat his feet and stamped his chest, and his regret was overflowing. Liu Jinyuan held it in for a long time and asked, "Can't you return to the secular world?" Chu Yang's mouth twitched, and he looked at him unkindly, as if he wanted to beat him. Li Xiaoyao rolled his eyes. "Are you sick? My elder brother Chu is going to cultivate Taoism and become an immortal in the future. Who would follow you to be an official? Isn't that a fool?" Liu Jinyuan closed his eyes in pain. The most painful thing in life is nothing more than this. What a great talent. If he can be an official and benefit a place, it will be a blessing for all the people in the world. Xiaolinga didn't know how impressive it was, but from Liu Jinyuan's reaction, she could feel that Chu Yang had the same talent as the top scholar. After the apprenticeship incident, Liu Jinyuan had to suppress his regrets and continued to lead everyone forward. A moment later, they saw the arena for the martial arts competition. The unruly girl in red yesterday had transformed into a female warrior in a tight suit. She exuded heroic spirit all over her body. Even the girls passing by couldn't help but be obsessed with her. She was so beautiful that both men and women were attracted to her. The martial arts competition had been going on for a while, and several challengers who came on stage had been beaten away. All of them were sent away directly after a single encounter. It can be imagined that Linjuru's kung fu is not bad, at least it is at an upper middle level in Suzhou. Liu Jinyuan said cheerfully, my cousin's kung fu is inherited from my family. Ordinary people can't get close to her. I'm afraid my uncle will return empty-handed again this time. Li Xiaoyao said, it's just average. I defeated her with just one move yesterday. Xiaolinga hurriedly covered Li Xiaoyao's mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Yuru in the ring had already moved her eyes to Li Xiaoyao, and her face suddenly changed. You little thief, you actually dare to come. Yesterday you bullied me because I didn't have a weapon in my hand, and I won by luck. If you have the guts, let's fight again today. Li Xiaoyao was young and energetic. He couldn't stand the provocation of others, so he drew his sword and was about to jump onto the ring. As a result, he was pressed to the ground by Chu Yang. They are fighting to recruit a husband. If you win, you will get married. You kids still want to enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. Chu Yang slapped him on the back of his head, causing Li Xiaoyao to run away with his head in his hands, tears welling up in pain. Li Xiaoyao said aggrievedly, she called me a little thief. His parents, Li Sansi and his wife, were well-known chivalrous thieves, so they were very sensitive to the word thief. Xiaolinga stroked Li Xiaoyao's head with heartache and comforted him softly. Lin Yuru didn't care about that and continued to mock. Little thief, you don't dare to come up. Today, you saw that I have a weapon in my hand, so you admit your fear? Li Xiaoyao glared at her fiercely, turned his head away, and pretended not to hear. Xiaolinga kept comforting him. Zhu Changqing clasped his fists towards Lin Yuru on the stage and said, Miss Lin, I apologize for offending you yesterday in the suburbs. I came here today to make peace with Miss Lin. Lin Yuru said coldly, who wants to make peace with you thieves? If you don't dare to come on stage, get out. Zhu Changqing looked at Liu Jinyuan helplessly. Everyone, please be patient. I will go up and explain to my cousin. Liu Jinyuan climbed up the stage on tiptoe. This scene not only made the audience laugh, but also made Lin Yuru frown. Lin Xiaonan, who was sitting not far away watching the match, was even more livid. A good martial arts competition to recruit a bride had turned into a joke. How could he save his reputation as the leader of the martial arts world? Moreover, as a warrior, Lin Xiaonan has always looked down on Liu Jinyuan. He knew that Liu Jinyuan liked Lin Yuru, but he had no intention of fulfilling their wish. Cousin, what are you doing? Get down quickly. This is a martial arts competition to recruit a bride. Lin Yuru was anxious because of the crowd watching the excitement. She did not listen and urged Liu Jinyuan to get off the stage. Cousin, I'm here to explain to you that Mr. Chu and his men are not bad people. You may have misunderstanding. Liu Jinyuan finally climbed up and was exhausted. I don't know any Mr. Chu. I just know that they are thieves who bully others who are unarmed. Lin Yuru glared at Liu Jinyuan angrily. Liu Jinyuan was stunned for a moment. It should be my cousin who bullies others who are unarmed. Lin Yuru was furious and stabbed Liu Jinyuan with her sword. She didn't mean to hurt him, but just wanted to drive this nerd off the stage. But who would have thought that Liu Jinyuan would not dodge, but closed his eyes and waited for Lin Yuru's sword to stab him. Get out of the way, nerd. Lin Yuru's sword thrust was so strong that when she came to her senses, it was too late to retract it. Lin Xiaonan suddenly stood up and prepared to save Liu Jinyuan. He was dissatisfied, but after all, the other party was his nephew and the new champion. If something went wrong, the Lin family castle would have to bear a terrible reputation. In a flash, a figure appeared on the ring faster than Lin Xiaonan, blocking Liu Jinyuan, and flicked his finger, knocking the long sword in Lin Yuru's hand away. Liu Jinyuan opened his eyes and said in surprise, Sir? Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. A dog who licks the dog will not die well. Since you are a good person, I will save you once. Liu Jinyuan immediately bent down and bowed, saying, Student, thank you for saving my life. Lin Yuru on the other side was trembling with anger, and her weapon was knocked away again, exactly the same as yesterday. Lin Yuru angrily said, "You guys only know how to attack by surprise?" Chu Yang was too lazy to pay attention to her. He grabbed Liu Jinyuan's collar and prepared to take him off the stage. "Don't run away, thief." Lin Yuru put her fingers together to form a sword and stood behind Chu Yang to perform the Lin family sword technique. She had lost her mind at this moment and didn't care about the rules of the martial arts world. Lin Xiaonan shouted loudly, "Yuru, stop it." The true essence turned into sword energy, which rushed out from Lin Yuru's fingertips and pointed directly at Chu Yang's back. This move, Key Sword Finger, is the gatekeeper skill of the Lin family sword technique. In the past, the ancestors of the Lin family were known as the Sword and Finger Double Masters. In addition to their superb sword skills, their hand skills were also first class, and they finally reached the realm of key and sword integration. Key Sword Finger can be regarded as a luxurious and enhanced version of Six Meridian's Divine Sword, which is simpler and more violent. Chu Yang did not look back. He also put his fingers together to form a sword and performed key breaking style from Dugun 9 swords. He pointed backwards and easily broke the Lin family's family heirloom. Lin Yuru was stunned. Lin Xiaonan's body trembled. Recommend a friend's new book, A Great God's Vest with Tens of Thousands of Orders. Travel through the mythical revived high-level martial arts city. Obtain a life simulator and a chat group of all realms. Use the simulation to become the omniscient ruler of all realms. Chapter 135 The Fate of a Dog Licker. Exorcist. The scene with the roar of gongs and drums suddenly became silent. Chu Yang's breaking move was so easy that it even made people feel creepy. That was the unique skill of the Lin family. It was broken so easily. Lin Xiaonan clenched his fists and stared at Chu Yang. How could he put his face? In fact, Chu Yang didn't want to be so high profile, but Zhu Changqing was right next to him, so it was difficult for him to use other abilities to save people. He couldn't keep saying that it was the magic weapon given by the head of the sect, right? If he said too much, even the stupid Zhu Changqing would feel something was wrong. Chu Yang took Liu Jinyuan off the stage and shook his head at Zhu Changqing, saying, "Brother, it's our wishful thinking to resolve the past grudges. Let's just forget it. Let's go directly to the hidden dragon cave and leave after dealing with the snake demon." Zhu Changqing nodded. Lin Yuru's rudeness was far beyond his expectations. She didn't even give him a chance to explain. Liu Jinyuan said with a guilty look on his face, "The fault is all mine. I hope you can forgive me." Li Xiaoyao said impatiently, "What does it have to do with you? It's not that you are unreasonable." Liu Jinyuan wanted to explain, but Chu Yang stopped him and shook his head. "Mr. Liu, let's just say goodbye." Liu Jinyuan was disappointed and could only sigh to the sky. Just when the group was about to leave, Lin Xiaonan couldn't sit still anymore and flew in front of Chu Yang and the others. It was about the reputation of Lin Jiabao. How could he let them go easily? This young man wants to leave after winning the competition. Does he not take me? Lin Xiaonan, seriously? Do you take my Lin Jiabao as a joke? Lin Xiaonan looked at them with displeasure. Zhu Changqing clasped his fists and saluted, saying in a deep voice, "Senior Lin, my junior brother is eager to save people, and he did not mean to ruin your daughter's martial arts competition for marriage. I hope you can understand." Liu Jinyuan also bowed and saluted. "Uncle, if it weren't for Mr. Chu, Taoist priest, I would have been injured. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Why are you trying to get involved?" Lin Xiaonan was so angry when he saw Liu Jinyuan. Martial arts competition for marriage is a matter of the martial arts world. Why are you, a scholar, joining in the fun? Aren't you trying to embarrass me? Liu Jinyuan waved his hands quickly. "I don't have that idea. I just like my cousin very much." Lin Xiaonan glared at him, his voice cold. "I've told you many times that the huge foundation of my Lin family fort in the position of the leader of the martial arts world can only be inherited by people with high martial arts skills. You will never have a chance in this life." Liu Jinyuan was scolded and looked ashamed. He didn't dare to respond at all and was shaking with anger. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. Liu Jinyuan had a good character, but he was not very talented in martial arts. If he and Lin Xiaonan were in the same situation, he would not choose him as his son-in-law. "Wait, what did you call him just now?" Lin Xiaonan, who had been cursing for a long time, suddenly realized something was wrong. Liu Jinyuan replied gloomily, this is Taoist priest Chu. They are disciples of Shushan. Lin Xiaonan was stunned at first, then smiled happily. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple. After a long time, it turned out that we are a family. I'm a sworn brother with your Shushan sect leader Sword Saint. I believe you should have heard of it. Hearing this, Zhu Changqing's expression was solemn, and he said solemnly, Senior Lin, the Sword Saint is the leader of the Immortal Sword Sect, and my junior brother and I are disciples of the Shushan sect. Please be careful with your words. Lin Xiaonan's laughter stopped abruptly, and only the word embarrassment remained on his face. As the sworn brother of the Sword Saint, he knew about the sword energy dispute in Shushan. It was true that the flood had washed away the Dragon King temple, but it was the Dragon King temple next door. Even though Lin Xiaonan had been right before, he couldn't even say a harsh word when he was dancing on someone else's sensitive spot. If it wasn't Zhu Changqing, any other Shushan disciple would have fought with Lin Xiaonan. Lin Xiaonan held back for a long time before saying, I'm rude, please don't take it to heart. Two young Taoist priests. Zhu Changqing's tone was not as respectful as before, and he said lightly, you are the elder, and you are a close friend of the Sword Saint Master Uncle, so I can't say I'm rude. It's just that my junior brother is a monk, and he was eager to save people just now, so he went to the ring. Even if he won Lin Qianjin by chance, it doesn't count. Why don't we let the juniors go? The other party was a Shushan disciple, and Lin Yuru would not be ashamed even if she lost, and it would not let the Lin family castle lose its reputation in the world. But Chu Yang's move to crack the key sword finger really amazed Lin Xiaonan, and thinking of this, he hesitated again. Chu Yang noticed Lin Xiaonan's hesitation, so he smiled and said, I have a few sword moves I want to ask you senior. Why don't I borrow your precious land for a while, and forget about the martial arts competition for marriage? What do you think senior? Lin Xiaonan's face was happy, and he nodded happily, that's fine. Puzzled, Zhu Changqing walked to Chu Yang, and asked in a low voice, what are you doing, junior brother? Chu Yang said softly, I broke the key sword finger, and made Lin Xiaonan lose face. I have to return it anyway. By the way, take a look at the real Lin family's unique skills. Zhu Changqing realized that Chu Yang was trying to steal Lin Xiaonan's martial arts. Junior brother, this is not good. Senior brother, the sword energy contest is imminent. If we lose, we will be the Immortal Sword Sect. When it comes to the sword energy contest, Zhu Changqing seems to have changed into a different person, with a righteous light in his eyes. Junior asks you for advice. This is a matter of course, junior brother, don't mind it. Facts have proved that the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes is also black inside. As Chu Yang and Lin Xiaonan came on stage, the martial arts competition for marriage was transformed into the world's #1 martial arts competition. Lin Yuru was ruthlessly driven off the stage by her old father. She was still immersed in the shock of being defeated by Chu Yang in one move, like a walking corpse. The dog licker Liu Jinyuan immediately greeted her, and began to ask about her well-being. Lin Yuru was annoyed by him, and said in a firm tone, cousin, we are not the same kind of people at all. Even if all the men in the world die, I will not be with you. Liu Jinyuan was petrified on the spot. Compared with Lin Xiaonan's disgust, Lin Yuru's attitude was a death sentence for him. On the other side, Chu Yang and Lin Xiaonan had already fought. In order to show that this was a friendly exchange, both sides did not use swords, but used fingers instead of swords. Lin Xiaonan used the key sword finger of course. The father must get back the place his daughter lost. Chu Yang used the key-breaking style of Dugun 9 swords to fight the enemy, and also mixed in some inexplicable swordsmanship. The two sides fought evenly. The spectators were also very happy, and they all started to make a noise. They didn't care whether it was a martial arts competition or a marriage proposal today. Anyway, it was good to have something exciting to watch. Li Xiaoyao carefully watched the fight between the two. He found that the Dugun 9 swords in Chu Yang's hands were two completely different swordsmanships from his own. If it were him, he would probably have been beaten to a pulp by Lin Xiaonan at this moment. Chu Yang on the stage was very calm. He seemed to be able to predict Lin Xiaonan's moves in advance, and could always accurately intercept the opponent's offensive. On the other hand, Lin Xiaonan's moves gradually became chaotic, and his offensive rhythm was completely led by Chu Yang. If he didn't show some real stuff, the dignified leader of the martial arts world would probably lose his dignity today. Lin Xiaonan also realized this, and then his body shook, and he retreated violently, concentrating all his true energy in his arms and fingertips. 7 Sword Key. The Lin family sword art is divided into 3 parts, the entry-level key sword finger, the midterm 7 sword key, and the mastery of the dragon slaying art. There were also some common moves like sweeping the enemy mixed in. When Lin Xiaonan used the 7 decisive sword key, the trajectory of the true energy in his body had been captured by Chu Yang with the Samurai. With Chu Yang's current martial arts skills, it would be very easy to replicate it. 7 terrifying sword energies tore through the ring, destroying Chu Yang's foothold in almost an instant. Chu Yang leaped into the air, and endless sword energy burst out from his body, like a storm sweeping around. Since Lin Xiaonan took out the 7 decisive sword key, Chu Yang also switched to the 10,000 swords, returning to the origin to fight the enemy. The sword energy storm not only blocked the 7 violent sword energies, but also knocked Lin Xiaonan several meters away. The ring completely collapsed, leaving only 2 flagpoles standing alone. Chu Yang and Lin Xiaonan landed on the tops of the 2 flagpoles respectively. Young people are formidable. Lin Xiaonan sighed, looking at him with burning eyes. You don't seem to be using the sword control technique of Shushin? Chu Yang smiled and said, you are dull, and have not yet entered the Dao, so you can only practice some superficial skills. Lin Xiaonan heard the implication of Chu Yang, but he was not annoyed. He said in a yin and yang tone, your words are sharp, a bit like the sword saint in his youth. You should join the sword sect. Chu Yang said lightly, senior is not bad either. Good boy, this is the last move, you have to be careful. After that, Lin Xiaonan performed the dragon slaying art, and his true essence merged into one. His aura suddenly became extremely fierce, not like sword energy, but more like the murderer sorcerer of fighting on the battlefield. The dragon slaying art is based on the 7 sword auras, using murderer sorcerer to merge the 7 sword auras into one, and its sword intention is to slay the dragon, so that's it. Chu Yang faced the power of the dragon slaying art, and tried the sword without any defense, which shocked everyone present. Lin Xiaonan was horrified. It was too late to withdraw his move. He could only shout, get out of the way. The mighty energy of the dragon slashing art overwhelmed Chu Yang and even affected many of the spectators. It was like a thick wall of air crashed into them, and a large number of them fell down in an instant. Zhu Changqing subconsciously raised his arms to protect himself, but because he was worried about Chu Yang, he quickly put his hands down. Chu Yang landed safely. His Taoist robe was damaged, but he didn't look injured, which made Zhu Changqing relieved. Senior Lin has superb martial arts skills. He is worthy of being the leader of the martial arts world. I lost. I admire you. Chu Yang bowed his hands and smiled. How could he look like he lost? No one knew that he had obtained a unique skill that was no less than that of Sword 23 for free, so of course they didn't understand why he was happy. Lin Xiaonan, who was trying to save face, knew that Chu Yang was willing to give in, so he stopped being aggressive. He said a few polite words, dismissed the spectators, and let them go into the Lin family castle for a chat. After sitting down, Lin Xiaonan finally understood the whole story, and could not help but reprimand Lin Yuru. The spoiled Lin Yuru could not stand such grievance. She cried and quarreled with Lin Xiaonan for a few words, and rushed out of the main hall. Lin Xiaonan was quite troubled by this and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Master Lin is too kind. Zhu Changqing smiled and said, as I said just now, we plan to go to the hidden dragon cave to eliminate the monster, but it is not convenient to bring Miss Linger with us. I hope Master Lin can take care of it for us. Lin Xiaonan nodded and said righteously, speaking of the hidden dragon cave, it should be handled by my Lin family castle, but I have something important to do, so I trouble you. This little favor should be helped. Zhu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, we can leave with peace of mind. After a while, Li Xiaoyao and Xiaolinger said goodbye reluctantly, and followed Chu Yang and others to leave Suzhou City. He had already mastered the sword controlling technique that the drunken swordsman had forced upon him. Seeing this, Zhu Changqing did not hide his knowledge, and taught him the method of flying with a sword. Anyway, he had already learned it, and the sect rules were not broken by Chu Yang and Chu Yang, so there was no psychological burden to teach him. Both of them knew how to control the sword, so they took Chu Yang directly to the hidden dragon cave. In a moment, they had already reached the entrance at the foot of the mountain. The three were about to go in, and Chu Yang suddenly said, "Take a short break. There are many poisonous snakes in the cave. Prepare Realga before going in." Lee Zioyao was very excited to kill a demon for the first time. He was not willing to stop, and hurriedly said, "Brother Chu, I feel very good now, I don't need to rest." Chu Yang ignored him, and turned to Zhu Changqing and said, "That snake demon has kidnapped many girls. We should save people first, and kill demons second. We need to be cautious. Senior brother, please talk to him." Zhu Changqing nodded, took Li Zioyao, and began to educate him, and Li Zioyao's face immediately fell. Chu Yang took the opportunity to walk to a deserted place and entered the Soul Palace. In the empty palace, Magic Chu Yang was still busy. Since last night, he has been trying to make the monster eating goo. He originally thought it was easy, but he overlooked a key point. The monster eating goo itself has spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, the produced goo worm is just an ordinary goo worm. Therefore, the key to production has become the mutual transformation of chakra and spiritual energy. Magic Chu Yang and Hokage Chu Yang were busy all night before they made an experimental product. It survived, but it could not guarantee that the efficacy reached the level of the original body. Xianxia Chu Yang could only return with the copy of the monster eating goo and try again. After a while, Li Zioyao's ideological and moral class was almost over, and he followed Zhu Changqing dejectedly. The three of them entered the cave together. Chu Yang used the observation haki to find the trapped girls. Although the hidden dragon cave was connected in all directions, it was still within the detection range of the haki. "Brother, I can protect myself, but I can't protect Zioyao. It's best if you go with him, and I'll go to the other side to rescue people. Let's split up," Chu Yang said, and went into the cave, not giving Zhu Changqing time to react. "Brother." Zhu Changqing knew that Chu Yang's decision was appropriate. Speed is of the essence. If the snake demon is disturbed, it will become difficult to rescue people. So he no longer hesitated, and took Li Zioyao into the cave quickly. Chu Yang followed the sound, and soon found the snake demon. The snake demon was about 5 or 6 meters tall, with a human-like upper body and a huge snake tail in the lower body. The muscles bulged all over the body, and the sense of strength was full from a distance. There was also a fox demon in human form next to it. It had a slim and exquisite figure, and there were 3 brown tails on its buttocks. It was a 3-tailed fox demon. The two demons were entangled. This snake and fox had at least hundreds of years of Taoism. In Chu Yang's view, they were very good experimental subjects. The fox demon had a keen sense of smell. As soon as Chu Yang appeared, she smelled human scent. Being cautious by nature, she immediately spit out a green poisonous mist in the direction of Chu Yang. "No one is here. I won't tolerate you." Chu Yang took a step forward, his whole body emitting a faint golden light. Behind him, there appeared a strange phenomenon of the sun and the moon in the sky. The stars shone brightly with his every move. Yuan Wu's true body. Where had the two monsters hiding in the ravine seen such a scene? The two monsters were terrified. Without saying a word, they ran away. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed them. Cheyenne of all things, sucked the two monsters in. The sun and the moon behind him emitted light, fixing them in midair and unable to move. Source breathing second. Chu Yang's eyes flashed, and the strange phenomenon of the sun and the moon behind him gradually turned into a huge millstone. The two lights merged together and shone on the two monsters, causing them to wail in pain, and their bodies seemed to be worn away. Chu Yang quickly dispersed the strange phenomenon, and they were able to breathe. "Please spare us, immortal. We don't know how we have offended you, and we hope you will forgive us." The fox demon was smart. Seeing Chu Yang in a Taoist robe, she begged for mercy quickly, and her attitude was very attentive. "Immortal, spare us. Immortal, spare us." The snake demon's IQ was not high, so she could only shout along with the fox demon. "I spared you, but when have you ever spared those innocent villagers and girls?" Chu Yang sneered, and threw the demon eating goo on the snake demon. The goo, which had originally had no reaction, seemed to have activated a program and became agitated and excited. What the hell is this? As the goo crawled into the snake demon's body, it began to make creepy screams. Fortunately, the hidden dragon cave was large and deep enough that no one could hear its screams. Just like those innocent villagers, the demon-eating goo first eats the essence of the monster, and then the flesh and blood. With the monster's strong vitality, it will not die in a short time, so this process is very painful. Seeing the snake demon in such pain, the fox demon immediately tore off her disguise and cursed Chu Yang. The angrier they were, the more comfortable Chu Yang felt. When he came here, the white bones along the way shocked him. This is what you deserve. No need to thank me. Take your time, it will be your turn later. Chu Yang smiled happily amid the fox demon's scolding. This was the first time he had seen such a cold-blooded human being, and all the vicious words were immediately held in his mouth, not daring to speak out. The snake demon's breath became weaker and weaker, and he could no longer hear screams. The fox demon cried bitterly. She knew what this meant, so she began to beg for mercy again. God, kill me, use my life to pay off the debt, and let my husband live. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. You don't deserve it. Enjoy the pain at this moment. I still say that you deserve it. The fox demon finally despaired completely. After a while, only a thin layer of skin was left on the snake demon's huge body. Seeing that the demon-eating goo had eaten almost everything, Chu Yang sucked it out. The white surface of the demon-eating goo turned blood red, and its body size became a whole circle larger. Chu Yang's face was happy. The result of the cultivation should be successful. Seeing that you are in such a state of despair, I will show mercy and send you to see your snake demon husband. After saying that, Chu Yang threw the demon-eating goo on the fox demon. She closed her eyes and willingly accepted death. She didn't make a single wail during the whole process. It was as the old saying goes, there is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. The full demon-eating goo fell into a deep sleep. Chu Yang put it away and prepared to ask Xiaolinga how to use it after returning. It is instinctive for the demon-eating goo to devour demons, but it needs human control to feed back the power of Taoism. There was a little fox in the corner, staring at Chu Yang fiercely. Chu Yang stretched out his hand to suck it over, and then used the forgetfulness spell to erase its memory. Since you are young, and have not harmed anyone, I will spare you this time, but I don't know if you will harm others in the future. I have to take you away and find a chance to release you back to Shushan, where there are demons. The little fox disappeared and was put into the space of the traceless extension spell by Chu Yang, where living things, such as some magical animals, can be stored. After doing all this, Chu Yang wandered around and found some soul-forgetting flowers and dug up some snake gallbladders. These were all good things for refining medicine. When he returned to Shushan, he could find fellow disciples who were good at refining medicine to help him. The fairy world is still good. You can level up by killing monsters and get treasures by going to dungeons. Chu Yang left the hidden dragon cave with satisfaction. Zhu Changqing and Li Xiaoyao had been waiting outside with the kidnapped girl for a long time. When they were about to return to find Chu Yang, they saw him walking out with big strides. Junior brother, have you met a snake demon? Don't worry, I have killed those two monsters. One snake demon and one fox demon, but the fox demon's Taoism is much worse, so it was just a matter of one sword. Zhu Changqing nodded with relief. Junior brother's cultivation has improved again. Chu Yang smiled and said, thanks to the teachings of Senior Emo and Senior Lin, and the battle just now, I have made a breakthrough between life and death, and have reached the realm of refining essence into ki. The realm division of the fairy sword is very ancient and very general, with only 4 levels. Refining essence into ki, refining ki into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and refining emptiness into Tao. Among them, refining spirit into emptiness is called the realm of semi-immortal, and refining emptiness into Tao is the realm of true immortal on land. Going up further is the realm of ascending to the fairyland. Most of the top fighters in the world are at the semi-immortal level of refining spirits and returning to the void. 99% of people will be stuck at the first major hurdle, refining essence into ki, which is also what Zhu Changqing often said. My junior brother has not yet completed ki training. After successfully refining essence into ki, spiritual energy will be generated in the body. If a warrior enters the Tao through martial arts, the spiritual energy will combine with the internal force to form true essence, which is considered a variant of spiritual energy. It is worth noting that, because the realm is general and there are only 4 levels, people in the same realm will also have a large difference in combat power. Zhu Changqing was surprised and happy. He rushed to Chu Yang in a few steps and put a hand on him. After a while, he whispered, "You really have true essence. Junior brother, once you enter the Tao, you will have a smooth road in the future. The head and the elders will be very happy if they know." Zhu Changqing excitedly pinched Chu Yang's shoulders, indescribably happy, his eyes sparkling. Li Xiaoyao was also happy for Chu Yang. In fact, he had already condensed true essence, but he didn't know whether to say it, for fear of affecting Chu Yang's mentality. The 3 of them took the girls down the mountain, and before long, the news spread. Many villagers came to claim their own girls. For a while, the sound of crying and making noises after reuniting was endless. Those villagers who didn't find their families repeatedly came to Zhu Changqing to ask, and then stared blankly in the direction of the hidden dragon cave. Li Xiaoyao felt very uncomfortable when he saw this, and shouted in a low voice, "I really should have been with brother Chu. Killing those 2 monsters can relieve my hatred." Zhu Changqing patted his shoulder and sighed. As time passed, most of the villagers had left, leaving only a lonely girl. Zhu Changqing suggested, "The girl's family hasn't come yet, probably because they think she was buried in the monster cave. Why don't we send her home directly?" Chu Yang looked at the girl with a playful smile on his face. "No hurry, wait a little longer." Zhu Changqing was a little surprised, but still nodded in agreement. Junior brother must have his reasons for saying this. Not long after, an old man with a cane came trembling from a distance. "Grandpa." The girl threw herself into the old man's arms and burst into tears. Zhu Changqing smiled and was about to say something when a sword light shot up into the sky beside him. The heads of the grandfather and grandson were swept up by the sword light and flew high. The 2 pale faces were full of astonishment. Li Xiaoyao's eyes widened. Zhu Changqing looked at Chu Yang in horror. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, The Missing Zhaolinga, asking for monthly tickets. Junior brother, are you crazy? Zhu Changqing was shocked and angry, and drew his sword against Chu Yang. He couldn't imagine that his junior brother would do such a crazy thing. "I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious." Chu Yang smacked his lips, and a sword energy shot out, scraping the skin of the grandfather and grandson. As a result, there was another face under the skin. Human skin mask. There is something wrong with these 2 people. Li Xiaoyao exclaimed, and then stepped forward to lift the faces of the 2 people, revealing the faces of 2 strange men, who were about 20 years old. They stared at a crescent moon on their foreheads. Li Xiaoyao shouted, "Brother Zhu, they are moon worshippers." Zhu Changqing stepped forward to investigate, turned his head in surprise and asked, "Junior brother, how did you know?" "How did you know?" "Of course, I read the guide." Although the granddaughter looked panicked, her breath was very steady, like a martial artist. The old man was the same. He walked unsteadily, but his breath was not disordered at all. "I can tell at a glance that they are not good people," Chu Yang said with a firm tone. Li Xiaoyao scratched his head and asked, "What if I guessed wrong?" Chu Yang spread his hands. "If I guessed wrong, I guessed wrong. What else can I do?" Zhu Changqing's face was livid. Li Xiaoyao wiped the cold sweat from his head. "Fortunately, I guessed right." Chu Yang said speechlessly. "Compared to whether I guessed right or not, what's more important now is that the moon worship sect is very close to us. They already know our route of action." Li Xiaoyao was shocked. Zhu Changqing fell into deep thought, his eyes solemn. Chu Yang suggested, "Now that I have successfully practiced Ki and Xiaoyao can also fly the sword, why not change the plan and go back to Shushan directly?" Zhu Changqing nodded. "This is the safest way. When Brotherly officially becomes a disciple, we can fight the moon worship sect openly. Lee Zioyeo was very excited. As long as he became a disciple of Shushin sect, it meant that he had stepped half a foot into the threshold of a hero. This was his biggest dream in his life. Let's clean up the bodies of these two people first. Let's wait and see if we can catch a few more fish. Chu Yang ordered Lee Zioyeo to clean up the scene, and then the three of them began to wait and see. Their companions lost contact, and the rest of the moon worshippers would definitely not sit still. The sky gradually darkened. The forest became pitch black, with only a little moonlight remaining in the mottled shade of the trees. There were noises in the bushes. Several dark shadows suddenly jumped out, as if looking for something. The poisonous insects reacted violently, so they should be here. Where did they go? Are these two guys really eaten by the snake demon? They are not without legs. Can't they run away if they can't beat them? It's a bit weird. As soon as the voice fell, 3 sharp sword lights shot out from the darkness, and only a puffing sound was heard, and blood exploded like a fountain. Chu Yang looked at the bodies lying on the ground, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Now the moon worshippers won't get any news from us for a long time. Lee Zioyeo made a sword flower in the moonlight, looking quite proud. No wonder, this was his first time to make a move, and it was considered that he had officially started his journey as a hero. Let's go, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhu Changqing flew away on his sword first, and he seemed to dislike seeing this scene. Brother needs to practice more. Chu Yang shook his head and asked Lee Zioyeo to dig out the body that had been buried earlier. Then he cast a fireball spell, and several moon worshippers were burned clean along with the poisonous insects on their bodies. After the three returned to Linjiabao, Lee Zioyeo, who was overjoyed, had a terrible piece of bad news. Zhaolinga was missing. Angry Lee Zioyeo immediately found Lin Xiaonan and asked him about Zhaolinga's whereabouts. Lin Xiaonan did not show any guilt, but looked at Lee Zioyeo with a complicated expression. Liu Jinyuan was hesitant to speak. Lin Yuru was at a loss, as if she was frightened. Chu Yang saw their reactions and suddenly remembered something he had overlooked. Zhaolinga was pregnant. She showed her true identity as a descendant of Nuwa. Lee Zioyeo was questioning Lin Xiaonan anxiously at the moment. How could Linga disappear for no reason? Little brother, please be patient. This matter is a bit complicated. What's complicated? I gave her to you to take care of, but she's gone. Hey, little brother, I'm telling you the truth. That Miss Zhao is a monster. She ran away by herself. You are the monster. Old bastard, I'm going to make you pay today. After saying that, Lee Zioyeo drew his sword and was about to fight to the death with Lin Xiaonan. Chu Yang reached out and held him down. Lee Zioyeo struggled hard and said anxiously, Brother Chu, let me go. I don't know where they took Linga, and they are perfunctory here. Lin Yuru was furious. She went to find Zhaolinga before, and was scared by the other party's half-human half-snake form. Now she heard Lee Zioyeo talking nonsense again. That Zhaolinga is a snake demon. Not only I, but also some servants and maids saw it. If you don't believe me, go ask. Lee Zioyeo's eyes were bulging, as if he wanted to eat someone. Try to say it again. Lin Yuru stared. Her momentum was not weak at all. Just say it. Shut up. Chu Yang's domineering aura flashed by, and he tried his best to restrain it, but the amazing momentum still scared everyone present. Lin Xiaonan's face was gloomy, feeling that he was provoked. Chu Yang took a deep breath, folded his hands and said, this matter is my fault. I didn't make it clear to you in advance that Linga is the descendant of Nuwa, not a monster. Everyone was at a loss, as if they had never heard of the descendants of Nuwa. Zhu Changqing's expression changed, and he explained, I have read some ancient books in the Sutra library. It said that, when the world was first created, Pangu's essence and spirit turned into 3 great gods, namely Fuxi, Sheneng and Nuwa. These 3 great gods were also called the 3 emperors by later generations. Because there were too few living beings in the world, the 3 emperors began to create holy spirits in different forms. Fuxi used the fruit of the sacred tree in heaven as his body, injected his own essence, created gods, and called himself the Emperor of Heaven. Sheneng used the earth's plants as his body, injected his own energy, and created beasts. Finally, it was Nuwa who mixed soil and water, molded a human form in her own image, and then injected her own blood and spiritual power to create humans. Later, Shannon disappeared, and the mentally retarded beasts began to run wild in the world. Not long after, a Kaiju, a ruler with extremely high wisdom. In order to seize living space, the beast tribe, led by Kaiju, went to war with the human race. The human race could not resist, so they asked the gods for help. The three-tribe war broke out, and the beast tribe was driven to the demon world by the gods and humans. In the years that followed, friction began to arise between the gods and humans. The Emperor of Heaven Fuxi was dissatisfied with the human race's disrespect for heaven, so he brought down disasters and ordered the gods to destroy the earth. Noah led the human race to resist, refined stones to repair the sky, and saved the surviving humans. Noah exhausted herself and sacrificed herself. Fuxi reflected on himself and finally closed the door to heaven, completely isolating the two worlds of humans and gods. Although Noah died, she also left descendants to protect mankind for generations. Nonsense. Noah is one of the three emperors and a great god. How could she be a snake demon? Lin Yuru was a little panicked and immediately retorted. Zhu Changqing said respectfully, the goddess Noah is indeed half human and half snake. This is not only recorded in ancient books, but there is also a statue of Noah on Shushan Mountain. The disciples worship it day and night, and are very familiar with it. As for why Miss Zao was first a human, and then became half human and half snake, I don't know. Chu Yang continued, the descendants of Noah are half human and half god. Their blood is not obvious on weekdays. It is because they are pregnant that the blood hidden in their bodies is activated, which is why the phenomenon of atavism occurs. Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing are disciples of Shushan Mountain, and their words are very credible. Even if everyone has never heard of the so-called descendants of Noah before, now they have to admit that Zaolinga is the descendant of Noah. Then, so we made a mistake. Lin Yuru's face turned pale. She was the one who insisted that Zaolinga was a monster. If anything happened, she would be the main responsible. It is Lin who is ignorant. I have never heard of the descendants of Noah before. This is the first time for my daughter to encounter such a situation. I hope brotherly can forgive me. Lin Xiaonan bowed his hands to apologize to Li Xiaoyao, but Li Xiaoyao was at a loss at the moment and could not hear what Lin Xiaonan said at all. His mind was full of Chu Yang's words. Zaolinga is pregnant. The disappearance of two people is much more serious than the disappearance of one person. Li Xiaoyao fell into great fear and shook violently, like he had the hiccups. Seeing this, Lin Yuru also stepped back with fear on her face and quietly hid behind Liu Jinian. Liu Jinian, who was worried about Zaolinga's safety, did not care about sticking to his cousin and hurriedly said, Uncle, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's mobilize the people in Linjiabao and go find Miss Zhao. Lin Xiaonan nodded. Zhu Changqing immediately rejected Liu Jinian's proposal and shook his head, saying, no. Ordinary people simply cannot accept Zaolinga's current state. Even if we explain it clearly, they may not be able to accept it. It is better for us to find her ourselves. Brother, you are right. Chu Yang slapped Li Xiaoyao on the back of his head and said unhappily, why are you shaking? Can she run faster than us flying swords? If she can do that, we will find her. Li Xiaoyao suddenly realized and rushed out. It is urgent, Senior Lin. Please forgive me for my rudeness. I can only say goodbye now. Zhu Changqing and Chu Yang clasped their fists to Lin Xiaonan and followed Li Xiaoyao away. Lin Xiaonan watched them leave in silence. He had been in the martial arts world for decades and had never made such a big mistake as today. I will go to Shushan to find the Sword Saint to verify it in person. If it is true, I will take you to apologize to Miss Zhao. Lin Xiaonan looked at Lin Yuru, who was blaming herself, and felt bad. Lin Yuru said stubbornly, this is my fault. I will bear the consequences myself. Lin Xiaonan was furious. How can you bear it? If something happens to Miss Zhao, it will be a double death. Will you pay with your life? I'll pay with my life. Lin Yuru roared, and rushed out, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Cousin, wait for me. Liu Jinian was anxious, and did not forget to salute Lin Xiaonan. Uncle, don't worry, I will take good care of my cousin. Lin Xiaonan was so angry that he trembled, and simply closed his eyes, thinking that if he didn't see it, he wouldn't be bothered. After the two left Linjiabao, they set out on a journey to find Zaolinga together. On the other side, Chu Yang and the other two were also flying swords to find Xiaolinga's traces. In order to improve efficiency, the three acted separately. Chu Yang turned around the nearby mountain several times, but there was no feedback from the observation haki. Strange, why can't the observation haki sense Xiaolinga? Is it blocked by spiritual power? This possibility cannot be ruled out. Things suddenly became troublesome. Chu Yang originally thought that his observation haki could easily find Xiaolinga's trace, but now the other party is in the newer state of half human and half snake, and is emitting spiritual power all the time. Just like electromagnetic waves can interfere with signals, observation haki can also be interfered by this powerful force. After searching for a long time without any results, Chu Yang contacted Zhu Changqing through a secret method and learned that the other party also did not find Xiaolinga. Late at night, the three of them met on a deserted mountain. Li Xiaoyao sat on the ground in a daze. The boy who usually talked the most could not say a word at this moment. Chu Yang patted his shoulder and comforted him. Although I couldn't find Linga, I just made a divination for her. The divination shows that she will be blessed in times of trouble and turn misfortune into good fortune. Moreover, she is a descendant of Nuwa and has a deep affinity with the gods. You don't have to worry too much. Li Xiaoyao excitedly grabbed Chu Yang's hand. Brother Chu, is that true? Linga will be fine, right? Chu Yang said confidently. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Zhu Changqing looked at Chu Yang blankly. He had never heard that his junior brother could tell fortunes, but then he thought about it. Chu Yang spent every day in the sutra library, so it was normal for him to know some miscellaneous things. I just don't know if it's accurate. After all, divination is linked to one's cultivation. After getting Chu Yang's assurance, Li Xiaoyao finally felt a little relieved. He lay down on the grass, exhausted physically and mentally. I promised my grandma and aunt that I would protect Linga, but such a big thing happened in the blink of an eye. I didn't take good care of Linga along the way. Instead, she indulged me everywhere and asked me to follow you to eliminate the monster. Li Xiaoyao looked at the starry sky, stunned. Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. People really need to go through some things to grow up. Zhu Changqing comforted. You are still young. When you are young, all kinds of things will happen, and all kinds of mistakes will be made. You have to pay the price for it, and then you can learn to grow up. Li Xiaoyao smiled bitterly and said, this price is too high. I can't afford it at all. On the other side, Xiaolinga, who turned into half human and half snake, was first misunderstood and driven away by the villagers, and then met the kind old mountain god, who explained her life experience to her. Xiaolinga, who knew that she was the descendant of Nuwa, could face her own abnormality, so she was eager to see Li Xiaoyao. On the way back to Susao City, Anu, who sensed Xiaolinga's location with a thread, suddenly appeared. Xiaolinga was very happy to meet her childhood playmate. The two chatted for a long time until late at night, and Xiaolinga mentioned that she wanted to find Li Xiaoyao. Anu wanted to take Xiaolinga directly back to Nanzhao. Xiaolinga begged hard. The two had a little dispute. It happened that at this time, Lin Yuru and Liu Jinian, who were out looking for Xiaolinga, found the two. Lin Yuru already felt guilty about Xiaolinga and thought that Anu was bullying Xiaolinga, so she drew her sword and rushed up without saying a word. Liu Jinian hurriedly shouted, cousin, calm down. Calm down. If Lin Yuru could calm down casually, she would not be her. She still prefers to use the sword in her hand rather than using her brain. Anu also has a temper. Although she usually smiles, she is also careless when she is angry. Seeing this inexplicable woman coming up and stabbing people with a sword, Anu immediately cast a spell, and there was a faint fluorescence between her hands. After Lin Yuru forced Anu back with a sword, she was about to explain to Xiaolinga, but she found that she couldn't move. What kind of evil magic did you cast on me, you witch? Lin Yuru was shocked and angry. You are the witch. Anu is the disciple of the saint lady and the future priest of Nanzhao. Anu stamped her feet in anger, ready to cast a spell to teach this woman who spoke without thinking. Xiaolinga was startled by this sudden scene. It was late at night, and it was dark and windy, so she couldn't see anyone clearly. Xiaolinga only recognized Lin Yuru after hearing her voice. Anu, stop it. She's not a bad person. What do you mean she's not a bad person? Didn't you see her slashing us with a sword? Linuru was also stunned when she heard the two people talking. Do you two know each other? Anu put her hands on her hips and said angrily, what else? Liu Jinyuan hurried forward and apologized to Anu and Zaolinga, then said to Linuru, cousin, I asked you to calm down. Why didn't you listen? Linuru said aggrievedly, how would I know they knew each other? I thought she was bullying Linga. Seeing that their attitude towards her was completely different from before, Zaolinga asked timidly, brother Jinyuan, sister Yuru, aren't you afraid of Linga? Linuru's face turned red, and she didn't know what to say due to embarrassment. She could only whisper, I'm sorry. Miss Linga, it was your cousin who was impulsive before. She didn't know you were a descendant of Nuwa and mistakenly thought you were a monster, causing you to suffer. Jinyuan is here to apologize to you on behalf of your cousin. Please forgive me. As he spoke, Liu Jinyuan bowed deeply to Zaolinga. Hearing the word monster, Anu immediately became unhappy and said angrily, this is the princess of Anan's Heo kingdom. Who are you calling a monster? Liu Jinyuan quickly apologized. Yes, it's all our fault for being blind. Please be magnanimous. Anu, forget it, they are not bad people. Zaolinga grabbed Anu, who was about to continue to lose her temper, and asked curiously, how do you know I'm the descendant of Nuwa? Seeing that Zaolinga didn't take it to heart, Liu Jinyuan smiled and repeated what Chu Yang had said. So that's how it is. Zaolinga sighed. If Master Chu was here, I might not have panicked so much. Anu asked curiously, that man called Master Chu is quite powerful. He actually knows about the Nuwa tribe. All these things were told to me by Saint Aunt. How did he know them? Thinking of the seemingly omnipotent Master Chu, Zaolinga felt an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. Master Chu is well versed in history and modern times. It's not surprising that he knows these things. Anu didn't understand, but from Zaolinga's attitude, she felt that the other party should be as smart as Uncle Baiyu. Liu Jinyuan seemed to think of something and exclaimed, young Master Li and Master Chu left Susao City to look for you this morning. Didn't Miss Linga meet them? Zaolinga shook her head and talked about her encounter with the mountain god and Anu. Liu Jinyuan said with regret, with the protection of the mountain god, maybe we missed it. Just when the three of them were chatting happily, a voice suddenly interrupted. I have no objection to you guys chatting, but can you let me move? I've been standing here for a long time. Linuru said in a resentful tone. Zaolinga screamed and quickly asked Anu to lift the spell. Anu glared at Linuru fiercely and reluctantly lifted the spell. Knowing that Li Xiaoyao was not in Susao City, Zaolinga no longer had the idea of entering the city and immediately prepared to leave with Anu. Linuru and Liu Jinyuan followed closely behind. Anu looked at Linuru warily. What do you want to do? Linuru snorted. I have to send Linga to Li Xiaoyao safely, otherwise I won't go back. Zaolinga whispered, Sister Yuru, there is no need to do this. Linuru lowered her head and said nothing, but she had no intention of leaving. Liu Jinyuan sighed. Miss Linga, please let us follow you. My cousin feels guilty about this matter and had a big fight with her uncle. If she doesn't do something, she won't feel at ease. The considerate Zaolinga understood Linuru's difficulties, so she smiled and said, in this case, I'll trouble you too. Linuru's face lit up. Anu whispered, Princess, if we don't go to Susao City, where should we go next? Zaolinga was also worried. Now she was looking for Li Xiaoyao, and Li Xiaoyao was also looking for her. As the top scholar, Liu Jinyuan had a more flexible mind and immediately came up with an idea. Let's follow the route you set before. Maybe we can meet Taoist Chu and others halfway. Linuru was quick-witted and took out a map from her bag and placed it in front of everyone. Zaolinga looked at it for a while and put her hand on a small village. Bay Village. The next day, Chu Yang and others, who had been looking for Zaolinga all night but couldn't find her, never dreamed that Zaolinga would actually go in the direction of Susao City. They were looking in completely opposite directions, so they came up empty-handed. Although they didn't find Zaolinga, the three of them ran into someone they didn't expect. In the mountains, a group of pedestrians with uniform steps suddenly appeared. The leader was a muscular man with a full beard and looked like an old man in his 60s. The old man walked like a dragon and a tiger, and before he approached Chu Yang, he felt a murderous aura on the battlefield. Chu Yang murmured, "Such a strong murderous aura, it should be a general who has retired from the army, right?" The two sides passed by. The young people gathered around the old man silently reached for the weapons on their waists, as if to guard against Chu Yang and his friends. Seeing this group of people so alert, Chu Yang became interested in their identities. At this moment, the old man suddenly stopped and whispered to the young man next to him, "Tenryū, go over and ask for directions." The young man bowed and clasped his fists and said, "Okay, Godfather." The whispered communication between the two did not escape Chu Yang's ears, and his expression changed. "Tenryū, Godfather?" Chu Yang probably knew the identities of this group of people. The old man in the lead should be the founding father of Nan's Heio state, Shiganhu, who was also the adoptive father of Shijiran, the leader of the moon worship sect. He was the one who cultivated this great demon who was close to destroying the world. In a sense, it can also be said that he cultivated the first scientist in the world of immortal heroes. In addition to Shiganhu, there was also a group of subordinates of the Nanman generals who followed him to the central plains. The young man was his other adopted son Tenryū. With the previous experience of Shijiran, Shiganhu was very strict in teaching Tenryū. Tenryū's pedantry was even far more than that of Liu Jinian, who was a scholar. Seeing Tenryū walking towards him, Chu Yang also had a new idea in his mind. Now that Xiaolinger's whereabouts were unknown, one more person meant one more strength. Thinking of this, Chu Yang took the initiative to speak and wanted to seek their help. "Are you going to Xianling Island to look for someone?" Tenryū's footsteps suddenly stopped, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Shiganhu, who was walking at the front of the team, also heard the voice and turned around to stare at Chu Yang. As a result, the entire team turned around, and a murderous atmosphere arose spontaneously. Zhu Changqing sensed something was wrong and thought of the moon worshippers they had met before, so he mistakenly thought that this group of people were also moon worshippers. A cold light flashed, and the long sword was unsheathed. Zhu Changqing said coldly, "You guys are really haunting." Shiganhu's subordinates all drew their weapons, all of which were standard scimitars, which were very similar to the weapons of the moon worshippers. Now even Li Xiaoyao couldn't help but draw his sword to confront them. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Chu Yang looked at Zhu Changqing with a question mark on his face. "Do you have a grudge? Please give me a monthly ticket at the beginning of the month." Chapter 137. Everyone wants to kill the swordmaster uncle. Liu Jinian's sudden change of style. Why is this thing so startled? Chu Yang looked at Zhu Changqing, not knowing what to say for a moment. He said something to someone else and turned around to see his senior brother about to chop someone with a sword. The guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. After coming down the mountain, his temper became more and more irritable. Shiganhu came out at this time, clasped his fists and said, "I wonder if you have any advice, young heroes. It seems that we just met by chance, right? Could it be that we accidentally broke the local rules?" Li Xiaoyao sneered, still pretending. "All the people you sent not long ago were killed by us. You must be very anxious because you can't get any news." Shiganhu was confused, called Tenryū to his side, and whispered, "Did His Majesty send anyone else before?" Tenryū was even more confused than him, and his eyes revealed clear stupidity. Shiganhu sighed and waved his hand at him. "Go play somewhere else." Looking at the disappointed look of his adoptive father, Tenryū knew that he had not satisfied him again, so he retreated sadly. Chu Yang frowned and looked at Li Xiaoyao, asking, "Who are you talking about?" Li Xiaoyao said carelessly, "It's those moon worshippers I buried. It was you who burned the bodies, wasn't it, big brother?" Shiganhu looked solemn. The others were shocked. At this moment, Shiganhu had realized that the three young men in front of him should not be enemies. Just as he was about to speak, Tenryū asked first, "How did you know about the moon worshippers? Finally, you've revealed your true colors." Li Xiaoyao flashed and took the initiative to attack Tenryū. Because Linga was missing, he had been holding his breath in his heart, and now he finally found a place to vent. Tenryū was not an ordinary person. The moment Li Xiaoyao attacked, he drew his sword instinctively to block. He not only blocked Lee Zioyao's sword, but also used his superb skills to unload most of the force and counterattacked at the moment when Lee Zioyao's attack was about to end. The long sword stabbed at Lee Zioyao's right shoulder at a strange angle. The latter had little combat experience and had no time to react. He watched the long sword pierce into his shoulder. Clang! The sword in Lee Zioyao's hand fell, but Tenryū did not pursue the victory and retreated to the side of Shiganhu. Originally, he thought he could get praise from his adoptive father, but Shiganhu glared at him, which made Tenryū feel wronged. Brother Lee. Zhu Changqing stepped forward to check Lee Zioyao's injuries and found that the wound was not deep, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yang directly stuffed a blood body into Lee Zioyao's mouth, and the latter swallowed it before he could react. Brother Chu, what did you give me to eat? My body is so hot. The blood body turned into vitality and rushed through Lee Zioyao's body, and the wound on his shoulder recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After treating the injury, the blood body began to supplement Lee Zioyao's skills. One blood body can save ordinary people from decades of hard training. Shiganhu saw the magical effect of the blood body and became more and more interested in the identities of these young people. Young men, there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. We are not moon worshippers, but citizens of Nansheio. We have important business to come to the central plains this time. I wonder how you are connected to the moon worshippers? Shiganhu's attitude was very polite, which made Zhu Changqing and Lee Zioyao waver in their judgment. Chu Yang smiled and said, I think you are neither ordinary citizens of Nansheio nor moon worshippers. Shiganhu raised his mouth. Oh. According to your opinion, who should we be? Chu Yang replied indifferently, soldiers. The smile on Shiganhu's face disappeared, and he nodded slowly. Young man, you have a good eye. Zhu Changqing and Li Zioyao looked surprised. Tenryū and other subordinates were nervous, and they looked ready to make a move. If you are ordered by the king of Nansheio to go to Xianling Island to find Xiaolinga, then there is no need. The moon worship sect has already been there before you. Shiganhu's face was solemn when he heard this. The other party revealed their identities in one sentence and directly pointed out Xiaolinga. It can be imagined that they must have had contact with Xiaolinga. The moon worship sect has already found Xiaolinga before them. Shiganhu clenched his fists, and his whole body was boiling. It was obviously furious. Li Zioyao and Zhu Changqing also understood the identity of this group of people. Zhu Changqing said in a faint tone, Junior brother, you knew it a long time ago. Why didn't you remind us? Li Zioyao also looked at Chu Yang with a wronged face. He was hit by a sword for no reason. Chu Yang scolded angrily. How do I know what you are doing? Have you asked me? The sword is drawn faster than my mouth. What can I say in time? Zhu Changqing looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if nothing had happened. Li Zioyao lowered his head and drew circles on the ground with his toes, fearing that he would be scolded. Excuse me, what is the relationship between this young man and our princess? Can you tell us where the princess is now? Tenryū, who was anxious, walked directly to Chu Yang and asked. It's a long story. We are also with Xiaolinga. As for the relationship, Chu Yang pointed at Li Zioyao and said, this is Xiaolinga's husband. According to the title, you should call him the son-in-law. Everyone was shocked. Shiganhu looked displeased. How could a guy who couldn't even beat Tenryū be qualified to be the son-in-law of their Nansheio kingdom? Tenryū didn't think so much. When he heard that Li Zioyao was Xiaolinga's husband, he quickly apologized to him. In other words, you are good people. Linga's father sent you to protect her? Yes, brother Zioyao. Where did the princess go? Facing Tenryū's questioning, Li Zioyao's eyes dodged, and his face was full of guilt. Zhu Changqing could only explain the cause and effect for him. What a twist of fate. Shiganhu sighed, then looked at Li Zioyao and shook his head. Since everyone is looking for the princess, why not act together? One more person means more strength. Zhu Changqing nodded and said, that's perfect. Li Zioyao said disappointedly, we have searched everywhere nearby by flying swords, and it's the same. If you come to look. Flying swords? Shiganhu looked at Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing's clothes. Are you disciples of Shushan? Yes. Who is the leader? Taoist King Wei. Isn't it Yun Ruoz? That's the common name of the Sword Saint Master Uncle, the leader of the Xianjian sect. Xianjian sect? Shiganhu didn't know about the sword energy dispute in Shushan, so he was a little confused by Zhu Changqing, and his face was very dark. Anyway, as long as it's not that bastard Yinru was. Shiganhu cursed. Zhu Changqing was secretly happy. Chu Yang smacked his lips and sighed. Master Sword Saint is really hated by everyone. Li Xiaoyao asked in a low voice, what's the matter with that master? Linger's grandmother also scolded him. Chu Yang whispered a few words in Li Xiaoyao's ear. Li Xiaoyao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he lost his voice and said, he is really his mother. Chu Yang quickly covered his mouth. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Then what should I call him next time we meet? Master, what else can I call him? He has nothing to do with Linger. It always feels weird. Forget it. There is still a grandpa who is enough for you to worry about. Li Xiaoyao. After teasing Li Xiaoyao, Chu Yang fell into deep thought. Since Shiganhu and his group have appeared in the heart of the Central Plains, then Anu should have arrived before them. Thinking of this, Chu Yang can almost be sure that Xiaolinger is with Anu. So he looked at Tenryūbito. Anu's one-line magic can connect with people through the red line, and each finger is bound to one person, and Tenryūbito is one of them. Or thread of connection can sense each other's position. Shiganhu was discussing with Zhu Changqing how to find Xiaolinger. Seeing this, Chu Yang secretly took Tenryūbito to a corner and began to ask indirect questions. Tenryūbito, besides you, is there anyone else who came to the Central Plains to find Xiaolinger? Master Chu, I don't understand what you mean. The Witch King did only send us here. I mean other people who know about Xiaolinger's existence. Others, they can only be the Saint Aunt and others. As priests of the Baimao tribe, they are born to serve the descendants of Nuwa. Yes. No one among them came? Probably not. Tenryūbito was suddenly stunned, and a weird figure appeared in his mind. He suddenly had a strong premonition in his heart. Adoptive father. Tenryūbito left Chu Yang and rushed to Shiganhu, saying excitedly, I know how to find the princess. How many times have I told you to be calm and collected when doing things? Shiganhu frowned slightly, somewhat displeased with Tenryūbito's demeanor. Tenryūbito clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully, saying, Godfather, Anu may have come to the Central Plains. She can use the thread to find the princess. Shiganhu's eyes flashed. Go on. Tenryūbito said, I can also find Anu through the thread, and if I find Anu, I can find the princess. Shiganhu snorted coldly, you are still useful. Zhu Changqing didn't know what the thread was, but he could probably guess that it was a spell to find people, and he was relieved. At least it wasn't black. Next, Tenryūbito became a living GPRS, and everyone followed his feelings, from day to night. Li Xiaoyao muttered in a low voice, will it work? Chu Yang gave him another head slap. Can't you look at the map yourself? Li Xiaoyao, who was in pain, covered his head while taking out the map to compare, and was surprised that they were approaching the direction of Bay Village. The route of action was exactly the route planned before. Zhu Changqing sighed. It seems that Miss Linger has calmed down. She probably went to Suzhou City to look for us. We were not there, so she could only try her luck along the established route, hoping to meet us. Li Xiaoyao held his head and wailed, I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of going back to take a look? Zhu Changqing comforted him softly. No one thought of it. You don't need to blame yourself. A few days later, Tenryūbito's finger suddenly trembled violently. He said with joy, it's nearby. Li Xiaoyao flew into the sky on his sword without saying a word, and looked around anxiously. Chu Yang unfolded his observation color. Since he couldn't sense Xiaolinger, he might as well sense the other people around her. In just a few seconds, Chu Yang received feedback. Follow me. Chu Yang chose a direction and walked forward with big strides. Shiganhu looked at Tenryūbito, and Tenryūbito nodded silently. Although they didn't know what Chu Yang had, they still followed him obediently. Li Xiaoyao rushed out like a sharp arrow. As the scenery kept changing, Li Xiaoyao saw several more figures in his vision, especially the figure in the light green dress, which made him dream for many days. Although the swaying snake tail made him feel a little strange, it still couldn't stop his longing. Linger. Xiaolinger in front of him suddenly froze and slowly turned around. Brother Xiaoyao. They both saw each other and rushed towards each other. Everyone was moved to watch this scene. Until a figure fell from the sky and suddenly inserted between the two. Lee Zioyao bumped directly into the back of the person who came, and suddenly he saw stars, as if he had hit a piece of iron. Zaolinga stepped on the brakes suddenly, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Chu. Taoist priest? Zaolinga looked at Chu Yang timidly. Miss Zao, I have something to ask you. It's urgent. Chu Yang said solemnly. Can we talk alone? Zaolinga nodded. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Tang Yu asked Zhu Changqing. Master Chu's personality is really hard to describe. Zhu Changqing said awkwardly. Junior brother is not so hard to describe, but the situation has been getting worse recently. Even Shigang, who couldn't help but sighed. He is sick. He must be treated quickly. Chu Yang brought Zaolinga to a remote place, took out the demon-eating goo that absorbed the snake demon and the fox demon, and asked, Miss Zao, how should this demon-eating goo be used? The uneasy Zaolinga breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain to Chu Yang the method of taming the demon-eating goo. After that, she smiled and asked, where did Taoist Master Chu get the demon-eating goo? Chu Yang replied, I happened to come across it when I was exorcising demons. I hope Miss Zao can keep it a secret for me. For the sect, this demon-eating goo is not considered to be the right path. Zaolinga immediately agreed and said sincerely, don't worry, Taoist Master Chu, I won't say much. Linga also wants to thank Taoist Master Chu for solving Linga's dilemma. If Taoist Master Chu hadn't explained my identity, I guess there would be a huge misunderstanding between me and brothers Ioyao. Chu Yang shook his head and said, thank you is too polite. Zaolinga smiled and was about to say a few compliments when she suddenly heard Chu Yang change the subject. Why not convert it into something of equivalent value and give it to the poor Taoist? This way, you will be happy and I will be happy too. Zaolinga. After a while, the two walked out of the grove. Everyone looked at Chu Yang with strange eyes. Chu Yang didn't notice this, and there was only a hint of regret on his face. Zaolinga didn't know how to raise the golden silkworm goo. It is said that in Miaojiang, the golden silkworm goo is a very high-grade goo worm. Only a very few people know about this goo worm, and the descendants of Nuwa are not among them. However, Zaolinga promised Chu Yang that once she returned to Nanzhao, she would try her best to find the whereabouts of the golden silkworm goo for Chu Yang. All in all, it was not without any gains. After someone intervened, Lee Zioyao was finally able to talk about his longing for Zaolinga, and the reunion became normal. Chu Yang hated watching this kind of love drama the most. He said hello to Zhu Changqing, and then found a place where no one was, and went into the Soul Palace. When he came out again, the demon-eating goo in his hand had disappeared, and turned into his own cultivation. The effect was not as good as expected. The snake demon and the fox demon had about 200 or 300 years of power combined, but the one he got was only a little over 100 years. He lost 2/3 of his power. The replica has certain defects. We need to find a way to repair them. Otherwise, we can only win by sheer numbers in the future. Chu Yang originally wanted to secretly defeat the Red Ghost King by himself, but now it seems better not to waste his 1000 years of cultivation. In fact, he can also use a blood body to exchange for the monster-eating goo from Zaolinga. If one is not enough, he can get a few more. Anyway, the value of the blood body to Chu Yang is not as good as before. With his physique, he can't use the blood body, even if he is injured, so he can only eat it as candy. Shigan, who has asked his subordinates to light a bonfire in the wild. Zaolinga, Lee Zioyao, Anu and others sat around the fire and talked and laughed. We have to spend the night in the wild tonight, and we can't set off for Bay Village until tomorrow. Shushan and Nanzhao Kingdom are in the same direction. At least the current route does not need to be changed. After learning that Lee Zioyao was going to take Zaolinga to Shushan, Tang Yu couldn't help but ask in confusion, why did Master Lee go to Shushan? Lee Zioyao, who reunited with Linga, was smiling all day long. I want to become a disciple of Shushan, so that Shushan can help us deal with the moon worship sect. Hearing that Shushan was going to help, Shigang, whose eyes lit up, and he turned to ask Zhu Changqing, Master Zhu, are you serious? Zhu Changqing was also overwhelmed and couldn't help but recall Chu Yang's words, become a monk during the day and return to secular life at night. The whole thing has come to this point, which is really inexplicable, and he didn't know how to answer. So Zhu Changqing could only hold his head with a painful look. Li Xiaoyao saw this and quickly stopped Shi Gonghu from continuing to interrogate and then whispered to him to explain the reason. After a while, Shi Gonghu looked at Zhu Changqing with more regret and kindness in his eyes. Why do people look at me like this? Zhu Changqing felt more and more that something was strange. It was not until Chu Yang returned to the team and explained to Shi Gonghu again that he finally felt relieved and became excited. I dare not say how powerful Beiyu is now. If the masters of Shushan sect can deal with him, it would be the best thing. Don't be embarrassed, Master Chu. Before I came here, I had actually made up my mind to perish with Beiyu sect. It's a pity that the Witch King couldn't make up his mind. Shi Gonghu, who served the country and the people, wailed. It can be seen that the old man was really holding back his breath. Anu, who was standing aside, heard Chu Yang and the others talking about Beiyu, frowned, and said unhappily, "Why do you want to bully Uncle Beiyu? Uncle Beiyu is a very good person." Shi Gonghu was so angry that he glared and raised his hand, ready to slap the stinky girl in the face. Oh. Anu was so scared that he shrank his head and quickly hid behind Xiaolinga and did not forget to make a face at Shi Gonghu. Chu Yang wanted to laugh when he saw it. It was a great wonder that he was so heartless. Anu, how many times have I told you that the moon worshippers are not good people? If it weren't for Master Chu and the others arriving in time, Grandma and the sisters on the fairy island would have been dead. Xiaolinga was a little angry and looked at Anu with a serious expression. In Anu's world, Beiyu had never done anything bad and was very good to her. She couldn't think of a reason to hate him, but what everyone said made her feel very wronged. But those were all done by the moon worshippers. Why blame Uncle Beiyu? These things were all instigated by Beiyu. How could it be unrelated to him? You don't have any evidence. What evidence is needed for something that everyone knows? Li Xiaoyao and Tang Yu also joined in. One was deceived by the moon worshippers and almost made a big mistake, and the other regarded Beiyu as an enemy since childhood. Both of them were very hostile to Beiyu, and you couldn't argue with the two of them. She pouted and her face turned red with anger. She raised her hand to cast a spell to teach them a lesson. Seeing that the situation was gradually escalating, Chu Yang flashed beside Anu, pinched her hand, and interrupted the spell. Damn Taoist priest, let me go. Anu struggled desperately and punched Chu Yang in the face. The domineering aura of the king flashed away. Anu's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Chu Yang pushed her into Tang Yu's arms and frowned, saying, "She is simple-minded and can be easily used by Beiyu. It is better to make plans as soon as possible." Shi Gonghu said coldly, "If you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. It is better to kill her here." Tang Yu quickly spoke up, pleading, "Father, you can't do this. Anu is the disciple of the Saint Lady. You are such a waste." Shi Gonghu glared at Tang Yu, turned around, and sighed. "Elder Shi, Anu has been my playmate since childhood. Please let her go." Xiaolinga also pleaded. Shi Gonghu simply left, out of sight, out of mind. Xiaolinga looked at Chu Yang pitifully again. "Master Chu." Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. "What I said about making plans early is not to hurt Miss Anu, but to guard against Beiyu's tricks on her." Zhu Changqing nodded and said, "Junior brother is right. Beiyu is a Mao, knows Gushu, and has profound magic power. I don't know what evil magic she can do. We can't defend against it." Tang Yu pondered and said, "In Master Chu's opinion, what should we do?" Chu Yang said, "We should act separately in a short period of time. We can't let Anu and Miss Zhao be together. We should go to Shushan in two ways." Xiaolinga was a little hesitant, wondering if this would be a bit bad for Anu. "Before we go to Shushan, we have to reduce the possibility of encountering Beiyu as much as possible." Chu Yang expressed his biggest concern. With Beiyu's personality, if things go beyond his control, the possibility of him personally taking action will increase. This is the world of immortal heroes, and the combat power of the boss cannot be reflected by simple numerical values, which is exactly the opposite of Saitama in the world of One Punch Man. witchcraft, gushu, and magic. These abilities themselves represent many possibilities. Let's put it this way. Saitama can theoretically kill any boss in the world of immortal heroes with one punch, but if it really comes to a life and death battle, Saitama will most likely die. Yamamoto, Jinrai, Shijakuni and Iwatch may be better than Saitama, because their abilities cannot be judged by common sense. But this is based on the discussion of human world bosses like Beiyu. If it were replaced by a being of the level of Demon Lord Changlao, several people together might not be able to withstand it. Everyone discussed around the campfire for a night, and finally decided that Tenryū would take Ano on the road alone, while the rest of them would go to Shushin together. However, the situation of two people is rather awkward. Linuru and Liu Jinyan. They originally came out to help find Zaolinga, and now they should return to Susao City. But with Linuru's personality, after listening to the story of Li Xiaoyao and Zaolinga, she had no intention of going back at all, and kept wanting to participate. Her chivalrous plot is no worse than Li Xiaoyao, and even more outrageous is Liu Jinyan. Master Chu, Master Zhu, Jinyuan wants to join brother Li in Shushin. Is it okay? Liu Jinyuan looked at the two with burning eyes. Not to mention Zhu Changqing, even Chu Yang was stunned. Aren't you the top scholar? You will be the governor of a place in the future. Zhu Changqing looked at him in disbelief. Liu Jinyuan said with a firm look, the civil strife in Nanzhao has proved that no matter whether it is learning literature or martial arts, it seems that it can't stop the demon like Beiyu from causing chaos in the court and saving the country. Only cultivating immortals is the right way. Chapter 138. I'm for the people of the world. Learning literature can't save the country, only cultivating immortals can. Liu Jinyuan's abandonment of literature reminded Chu Yang of an old friend. In fact, if the original plot had developed, Liu Jinyuan would have pestered Li Xiaoyao to learn martial arts, just to get the approval of his cousin and uncle. The current situation is somewhat similar, except that it has changed from learning martial arts to cultivating immortals. This guy wouldn't want to cultivate immortals just to marry Linuru. Linuru in front of him didn't like Li Xiaoyao, and Liu Jinyuan still had plenty of opportunities, so it was understandable that he didn't give up. The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more he felt that cultivating immortals to save the country was just an excuse. Liu Jinyuan wanted to go to Shushin because he saw that he could fight Lin Xiaonan on equal terms. Not only the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes is black when cut open, but this handsome top scholar is even darker when cut open. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and stared at Liu Jinyuan with a smile. The latter had goosebumps all over his body and forced a seemingly innocent smile. Practicing Taoism is not such a simple matter. Young Master Liu should think it through. Zhu Changqing persuaded earnestly. Master Zhu, Jinyuan has made up his mind. Please let me try. Liu Jinyuan was stubborn and should not be underestimated. Cousin, I support you. I will go to Shushin with you. Is there a better excuse to go to Shushin than this? Linuru thought happily. I just don't know if Shushin will accept female disciples. She can be a Taoist nun. If she becomes a Taoist nun, Lin Xiaonan can't force her to get married. The two of them had their own plans and wanted to go to Shushin no matter what. In this way, the group was divided into two teams. The next morning, Chu Yang and others prepared to set off for Bay Village, leaving Tenryū and Anu behind. Even if the two met Beiyu, they would not die. They were the experimental subjects chosen by Beiyu to study love. But just in case, Chu Yang gave Tenryū a gadget engraved with a flying thunder god spell, saying it was a gift for Anu. Tenryū accepted it without any doubt. The large group set off immediately. Halfway through the journey, Zaolinga suddenly said worriedly, Master Chu, will I scare the villagers of Bay Village if I go there like this? Chu Yang replied, your blood can suppress the phenomenon of atavism, but it will affect your lifespan. Zaolinga only asked one question, will it affect the fetus in the belly? Chu Yang shook his head. The fetus is protected by spiritual energy and will not be affected by the mother. Afterwards, Zaolinga walked into the woods alone, and without hesitation, poured boiling hot blood on her tail. With a flash of red light, she turned into a human again. When Li Xiaoyao saw Zaolinga again, she had become the same as when they first met, and the joy on the face of the brat was beyond words. He did not hear the conversation between Chu Yang and Zhaolinga, and naturally did not know what price the other party paid. While the team was moving, Chu Yang quietly left and then turned around and used the observation color to detect whether there were any moon worshippers nearby. As expected, he sensed some movement. However, these moon worshippers gathered near the main force and headed towards Tangyu and Anu. I said that, no matter how powerful the moon worshipper's magic power is, it is impossible to predict everything. The arrangements along the way are clear. It turns out that Anu was manipulated. Chu Yang silently pulled out the moon worshipper's eyes and left. The moon worshippers will not tolerate being a blind man for too long. It won't be long before he shows up in the central plains. Chu Yang hopes to deal with the moon worshippers on his own territory as much as possible and not give him the opportunity to summon the water monster. In addition, if there is a chance to collect the 5 spirit beads, he can stay in Shushan directly. The moon worshipper should not have the courage to attack Shushan. The sword saint is enough for him to drink a pot, not to mention the shrewd King Wei. The main force was traveling very slowly. They should have arrived at Bay Village in the morning, but they were delayed until the afternoon because Shi Gang made a sedan chair for Zhaolinga, who had recovered her human body. The sedan chair was made of nearby bamboo. In the past, it was inconvenient to use a snake body, so Shi Gang could only make do with it. Now, he said that he would never let the princess travel through mountains and rivers in person. Besides, Zhaolinga was pregnant. Despite this treatment, Shi Gang kept saying old minister deserves death. Chu Yang estimated that when he arrived at the next city, he would really prepare a sedan chair for Zhaolinga. This showed Shi Gang's blind loyalty. Once it conflicted with his values, he could not distinguish the priorities. After thinking again and again, Chu Yang still talked to Shi Gang, saying that if he continued to slow down the journey, he would most likely come into direct contact with Beiyu, and that they might not be able to save Zhaolinga. Shi Gang was caught in a struggle between heaven and man, and finally compromised, saying that he would try to keep everything simple in the future. When everyone came to the vicinity of Bay Village, Zhu Changqing was the first to notice something was wrong. The corpse and evil spirit in the air made him frown slightly. The next to become alert was Shi Gang. Born in the army, he was very sensitive to the smell of corpses and immediately ordered his subordinates to protect Zhaolinga. Liu Jinyuan approached Lin Yuru, scaring the already nervous Lin Yuru to the point of almost exploding. Li Xiaoyao asked carefreely, "What's wrong with brother Zhu?" Zhu Changqing didn't answer, but drew his sword silently. Li Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then drew his sword and stood by Zhaolinga. Chu Yang said at this time, "It's a zombie, and there are more than one. Please bring your weapons over, and I'll draw a few spells for you." The spells to purify zombies are very basic. Chu Yang had seen them in the Shushan Sutra library a long time ago. They are the knowledge that Shushan disciples must learn. However, he didn't have true essence and spiritual power before, so it was useless for him to see them. Chu Yang drew spells on everyone's weapons, and then looked at Zhu Changqing. He was more agile than Chu Yang, and he was worthy of being a 3-good student of Shushan school, proficient in everything. With the blessing of the corpse purification spell, everyone became confident. When they met zombies, they rushed over directly and chopped them randomly, which was extremely fierce. The scattered zombies near Bay Village obviously couldn't stand a professional team to clean up, and they were wiped out in a few seconds. Everyone killed their way into the village, and the villagers inside were stunned. Where did this hero come from? The villagers seemed to have seen a savior, and they moved the barricades blocking the entrance of the village away, and rushed over crying and shouting. Li Xiaoyao was startled, and almost swung his sword to chop people, but the villagers in the front were quick, and knelt down on the ground, and began to kowtow. "Heroes, help me." Chu Yang and others entered the village with the support of the villagers, and came to Han Yixin's clinic. They learned about the experience of Bay Village from him. The zombies in Bay Village all originated from a place called General's Tomb nearby. There are skeleton generals and red ghost kings there. Hearing that there were ghosts, Zhu Changqing, the eldest disciple of Shushan, said that he had no choice but to go and kill the demons. Li Xiaoyao also wanted to go with him, but when he thought of Zhaolinga, he had reservations in his heart. It was the same last time. How could he make the same mistake again? The plot was deviated. Lee Zioao didn't want to go to the general's tomb and just wanted to stay with Xiaolinga. Xiaolinga didn't persuade him, and the couple had a highly unified position. When Lin Yura heard the terms like skeletons, zombies, and ghosts, her expression became unnatural, and she obviously didn't want to get involved. Liu Jinyan, on the other hand, was excited and planned to study supernatural phenomena, without considering the fact that he was a weakling. Chu Yang had a headache. Sometimes the plot didn't follow the routine, and it would become more troublesome. As a last resort, he could only talk to Xiaolinga in private again, intending to exchange the blood body for the demon-eating goo in the other party's hand. Xiaolinga knew the effect of the blood body. She had watched the maid of Xianling Island go from dying to alive and kicking. When Chu Yang took out 20 blood bodhisattvas at once, Xiaolinga was frightened. She waved her hands and said, "Master Chu, if you want the demon-eating goo, just take it. You don't have to give Linga anything." People who practice Taoism are most afraid of cause and effect. If I take the demon-eating goo for nothing, it means that I have a cause and effect with Miss Xiao. I may have to pay a huge price to repay it in the future. Chu Yang smiled and said, "I hope Miss Xiao will not ruin my practice." Chu Yang said so much just because he didn't want to delay Li Xiao's practice. The matter of integrating martial arts still depends on this human plugin. If the progress is delayed, Chu Yang will suffer the loss. Xiaolinga heard Chu Yang's words so seriously, so she didn't refuse. She accepted the blood bodhisattva given by Chu Yang and planned to leave it all to Li Xiao. She didn't think it was too much of such a life-saving thing. The transaction was successfully concluded. Chu Yang happily left Bay Village with Zhu Changqing. Halfway through, he found that Zhu Changqing looked at him with a strange look. This look made Chu Yang feel familiar and a little uncomfortable. He couldn't help asking, "Brother, what's wrong?" Zhu Changqing said worriedly, "Brother, Miss Linga is already married. Not to mention that you are a monk. Even if you are not, you should keep your distance." Fortunately, Brother Xiao is open-minded. "Damn. This guy actually thinks I'm a thief." Chu Yang retorted with a disdainful look, "Brother, your thoughts are so dirty. I only look for Miss Xiao because I'm interested in the magic and poisonous insects in southern Xinjiang. Only she knows them here." After speaking, Chu Yang turned his hand, and a fat white poisonous insect began to wriggle in his palm. "Ah." Zhu Changqing's old face blushed, realizing that he had misunderstood Chu Yang, and he quickly apologized. Chu Yang sneered, "TSK, a great disciple of Shushan, but you are so dirty and have such dirty thoughts. After returning to Shushan, I must report to the master." Zhu Changqing was so anxious that he almost knelt down to Chu Yang, begging for mercy. "You can let me not say anything, but no matter what happens later, you have to listen to my command and keep your mouth shut." Zhu Changqing patted his chest and promised that he could go through fire and water for his junior brother without blinking an eye. When the two found the general's tomb, it was already dark, and the zombies around became active and moved much faster than during the day. Chu Yang was hanging up next to him, leaving Zhu Changqing to kill monsters alone. After all, Zhu Changqing was the eldest disciple of Shushan. He had received systematic training since childhood and was much stronger than the fledgling Li Xiao. The skeleton general was not his opponent. In addition, there was also the demon-eating goo that was constantly slowing down the skeleton general. After a few golden lights, the skeleton general's body completely fell apart, and the skills accumulated so far were also sucked away by the demon-eating goo. The two continued to go deeper and came to the bottom of the general's tomb. The terrifying blood pool came into view. The surging blood light illuminated the entire underground. I don't know how many lives were piled up to build it. Zhu Changqing trembled all over and was furious. The Red Ghost King killed more than 100 times more people than the Snake Demon. This was the first time he had seen such a vicious ghost. "Devil, die." Zhu Changqing stabbed the Red Ghost King with his sword. Instantly, the sword energy rushed into the sky, intertwined with the blood. The Red Ghost King was doomed to die. Even if Chu Yang used any ability to greet it, it didn't matter. It was not as troublesome as Lin Qianan, who needed to worry about exposing his ability. The domineering aura of the king's color matched Zhu Changqing's attack and pressed towards the Red Ghost King. I don't know if it's because he is a ghost. The Red Ghost King's resistance to this kind of mental attack is quite strong. The domineering aura did not make it faint, but it fell into a certain degree of confusion. But this was enough. Because of the confusion, the Red Ghost King was unable to release a complete spell during the entire battle. He was killed by Chu King's flat attack, and his whole body was shattered by the sword energy. And Chu Yang was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Otherwise the demon-eating goo would even be affected by Chu King's sword energy and lose 1,000 years of skills in vain. After the Red Ghost King died, a brown bead flew out of his body and fell at Chu King's feet. Chu King picked it up and looked at it. His pupils suddenly shrank. He was surprised and said, "Earth Spirit Pearl. No wonder the Red Ghost King can cause trouble to the area. He actually got the Earth Spirit Pearl. Junior brother, we have to send this Spirit Pearl back to Shushan quickly. Leaving it here will cause endless troubles." Chu Yang nodded. At this stage, the 5 Spirit Pearls are as hot as the Infinity Stones. He doesn't plan to touch them for the time being. It's better to let Chu King send them back to Shushan. Anyway, the meat is rotten in the pot, and it's his own. After destroying the Red Ghost King, Chu King walked in front of Chu Yang. He saw Chu Yang release the goo worm to the skeleton general and the Red Ghost King, and then the appearance of the goo worm changed. Chu King asked, "Junior brother, what is the function of that insect?" Chu Yang did not intend to hide it, and said directly, "This is a demon-eating insect. It can absorb the power of demons and monsters and store it, and then instill it into others." Chu King felt that this thing was a crooked way, and frowned. "Junior brother, you are not going to?" Chu Yang nodded. "Yes, I want to use the demon-eating insect to improve my own power." Chu King seemed to have guessed this, and sighed. "Junior brother, I know you have been feeling aggrieved for many years, so you have evil thoughts. I can understand. But I also said before that you have already entered the Tao, and there will be no threshold for cultivation in the future. With your talent, you can rise to the top without worrying about anything." Who knew that Chu Yang suddenly showed an expression of sacrificing his life for justice, and said excitedly, "Senior brother, you are wrong. I'm not doing this for myself, but for the world." Sheng. Chu King. Chu Yang was sadly and said, "Brother, you also know that Shushan will help Zhuo. They are deceiving. Shushan cannot intervene in the vulgar dynasty. These people returned to Nanshao. They went to Shushan. There was still a little possibility. The magic head is a disaster." Chu Yang's view of death completely moved Chu King. He said that he had to persuade the head anyway. Then Chu Yang absorbed the 1,000-year skill of the Red Ghost King and General Skeleton in front of him. After leaving the general's tomb, the two returned to Bay Village. Chu King's solemn expression made others mistakenly think that their trip was not going well. Once the Red Ghost King was eliminated, the crisis in Bay Village was also resolved. Everyone decided to rest for a night and continue on the road tomorrow morning. While everyone was resting, Chu Yang used his 1,000-year cultivation to rush to the 13th level of Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong in one breath. The 11th level is the power of 20 dragons and 20 elephants, and the 12th level is the power of 50 dragons and 50 elephants, and the 13th level is the power of 100 dragons and 100 elephants. Now when Chu Yang casually punches, the air will emit a burst of violent roars and keep shaking. True Zanzen fruit ability user. Now I'm a little looking forward to the day when I meet Baiyu. The improvement in strength also made Chu Yang more calm. As soon as the sun rose, the large army left Bay Village. Because Chu Yang had cleared the surrounding spies in advance, no accidents happened. Baiyu continued to be blind. After walking for a whole month, there were no accidents on the road. Chu Yang and others arrived in Yuzhou smoothly. Yuzhou was called Bashu in ancient times, which is a continent at the foot of Shushan Mountain. Here, Shushan's power is everywhere, and almost all the slightly larger shops are Shushan's foundation. Because it is close to Shushan Mountain, Yuzhou has a very high safety index. Occasionally, if a monster appears in the world, it will be immediately destroyed by Shushan disciples. The local people respect Shushan sect very much, and wherever Shushan disciples go, people will line the streets to welcome them. It should have been so. But when Chu Yang and his team arrived in Yuzhou, they found that it had become much quieter, completely different from when they first came down the mountain. It was difficult to see people on the street. Even if there were occasional passers-by, they would show complicated expressions when they saw Chu Yang and his team's Taoist uniforms. There was no sense of enthusiasm. Junior brother, there is something strange. Senior brother, you are talking nonsense. Chu Yang glanced at him, and the whole Yuzhou seemed to be haunted. Even a fool would know that something was wrong. Not to mention the two of them, the other people in the team also noticed something was wrong. Li Xiaoyao grabbed a passerby and asked, brother, why are all the people in Yuzhou in such a hurry? Did something happen? The passerby pushed Li Xiaoyao away in panic. Don't pull me, I want to go home. Li Xiaoyao got stubborn and held the passerby tightly, refusing to let go until he got an answer. The passerby was so anxious that he almost cried. If you are from outside, leave quickly. The Shushan demon locking tower has collapsed, and many monsters have run out of it. The whole Yuzhou is in a panic, and no one dares to go out. Chapter 139, Rebellion in Shushan. Uncle Master, let me tell you a little secret. The passerby struggled to break free and disappeared at the end of the street. Zhu Changqing's face became extremely gloomy. Chu Yang suddenly remembered something and turned to Li Xiaoyao and said, this is the sphere of influence of Shushan. Not to mention the moon worship sect. Even moon worship himself dares not come. You go find an inn to stay first. My brother and I will fly back to Shushan and come to find you tomorrow at the latest. Li Xiaoyao knew the priorities and nodded quickly. Shiganhu clasped his fists and said, don't worry, the two of you. I will fight to protect the princess and wait for you to return. Lin Yuru and Liu Jinyuan also stood aside obediently at this moment and did not make a fuss about going to Shushan. From the reaction of the local people, they already knew the seriousness of the matter. After arranging everything, Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing flew to Shushan at the same time. Not long after they left, monsters actually appeared on the streets of Yuzhou, chasing some Yuzhou people who did not have time to go home. Damn monster. How dare you kill someone in front of me, Shiganhu. Shiganhu shouted and rushed over. Li Xiaoyao followed closely with the sword. The two joined forces to kill monsters on the street. The others surrounded Xiaolinga tightly, fearing that she would be hurt. Xiaolinga looked resolute, no longer weak as before. She stood out from the crowd and cast the 5 spirits spell on the monster. A flash of lightning in the sky struck the monster directly, killing it on the spot. Everyone looked at Xiaolinga in surprise. I'm a descendant of Nuwa. It is only natural for me to protect everyone. A sonorous and powerful voice came out of the slender body. On the other side, Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing had returned to Shushan, but what they saw was a mess. Except for the sect hall, which was intact, the rest were ruins everywhere. There was not a single Shushan disciple in the empty square. It looked like a scene that had experienced a great battle. I just don't know if other hills are the same. Zhu Changqing couldn't believe what he saw and muttered to himself, how could this be possible? He had grown up in Shushan since he was a child, and he never thought that one day Shushan would become like this. Go to the demon locking tower. Chu Yang flew away on his sword again. Zhu Changqing gritted his teeth and followed closely. Finally, near the demon locking tower, they saw a large number of Shushan disciples and countless black air. The black air was all monsters that had just escaped from the demon locking tower because their bodies were wiped out in the tower, leaving only their souls to escape. But if they were given a chance, they would soon be able to make a comeback. As long as the monsters were not dead, it would be easy for them to reoccupy the body. Unlike humans, there are many restrictions on taking over the body. In addition to the Shushan disciples, Chu Yang also saw the head of the sect King Li, the master Kanggu, and the 3 elders Jingming, Yaoxun, and Heiyang. The 5 of them sat in a pentagram-shaped formation, each temporarily occupying the 5 spiritual positions of wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water. It was relying on this formation that stabilized the collapse of the demon locking tower. In addition to King Wei and others, Jiu Jiangsun was also in the crowd, leading his disciples to kill the escaped demons. Zhu Changqing descended from the sky and silently joined the demon-killing army. Changqing is back. Kanggu was surprised. Although Zhu Changqing's return could not solve the current situation, it made him happy. Where is Yang? Kanggu asked immediately. After killing a demon soul, Zhu Changqing said to Kanggu, Junior brother is back too. Master, don't worry. Kangoo smiled bitterly and said, "It's because he's back that I'm worried." While the two were talking, Chu Yang in the sky was looking at the demon locking tower. At the top of the demon locking tower, where it was the most damaged, stood a figure with white hair and a very upright posture. He was like a mountain, landing there steadily, and with one man and one sword, he beat all the most powerful demons back into the demon locking tower. Who else could have such a terrifying suppression power? Of course, it was the Swordmaster uncle who everyone wanted to beat. Sword Saint also noticed Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing who had returned, and his eyes were more focused on Chu Yang, showing an admiring look. He must have heard something about Chu Yang from the drunken sword immortal. Chu Yang glanced at the Sword Saint and looked down at the chaotic earth again. Now that he had cultivated for 1,000 years, he could show off a little bit of his strength and help Shushan overcome the difficulties. He was seen offering Fengdu. The gate of hell quietly emerged behind him. Those demon souls and evil spirits seemed to sense the danger and no longer attacked the disciples of Shushan, but tried to escape. Everyone looked up at the sky. The gate of hell opened. The demons trembled. The huge door in the sky was like the mouth of a god or demon, swallowing countless demon souls and evil spirits into its belly. Such a strange phenomenon, let alone ordinary disciples. Even King Wei and Sword Saint were inexplicably surprised. Chu Yang felt the cheers of Fengdu, and those swallowed demon souls and evil spirits became its food, helping it to grow further. After a while, the demon souls and evil spirits on the ground disappeared. Everyone stared at Chu Yang in a daze. Yang, what happened? The most shocked person was Kangoo, who felt a little strange about the Chu Yang in front of him. "Junior brother, don't be distracted," King Wei shouted, and woke up the distracted Kangoo. The formation of the demon locking tower cannot be relaxed for a moment, otherwise all the previous efforts will be wasted. Chu Yang landed on the ground, ignoring the shocked eyes of other disciples, and walked straight to where King Wei and others were. Chu Yang bowed and said, "Master, the disciple is back. What is going on?" Zhu Changqing also walked over. "Not long after you went down the mountain, the Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm suddenly appeared in Shushan. He broke the seal of the demon locking tower and took away something inside, and the result became like this. When we found out, a large number of demon souls had already escaped from the demon locking tower and became powerful at the foot of the mountain, endangering the people. But the most important thing now is to prevent the collapse of the demon locking tower. There are even more powerful demons inside, and they must not reappear in the world. We can only send some disciples down the mountain to eliminate the demons, but it is a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, you are here," King Wei said with some relief. "Although I don't know how Chu Yang did it, the crisis in Shushan has been temporarily alleviated, and we can allocate people to go down the mountain to eliminate the demons." Zhu Changqing hesitated for a moment, walked up to the headmaster and the elders, and told them about Chu Yang's use of the demon-eating goo to improve his cultivation. But he then repeated the reason why Chu Yang did this, and reported the people and things he encountered this time when he went down the mountain. Jiu Jiangxin listened with relish until he heard the word descendants of Nuwa from Zhu Changqing's mouth, and his smile stopped abruptly. "King's daughter?" The drunken swordsman subconsciously looked up at the figure standing on the top of the demon locking tower. Kangoo frowned and said, "What does Aang's 1,000-year cultivation have to do with the vision just now? Don't lie to me, you stinky boy." Zhu Changqing was helpless. He had told everything he knew, so why was he still scolded? Chu Yang handed Fengdu to King Wei and others, and explained, "This time when I went down the mountain, I accidentally got this immortal sword, and it happened that my cultivation increased greatly before I could control it." Feeling the different aura of Fengdu, everyone was shocked. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky, took Fengdu from Chu Yang, and then commented, "Although this sword contains the spirit of the netherworld and can communicate with ghosts and gods, it is not evil, but has a sense of righteousness. If I guess correctly, this should be an innate treasure that was born with the destiny of a world." After that, the Sword Saint returned Fengdu to Chu Yang and asked, "Have you merged your soul with this sword?" Chu Yang nodded. "Fengdu was originally born from his soul. Keep it well, this is your future path. No need to look for other ways." The Sword Saint sighed. I don't know if he was lamenting that Chu Yang's path was getting wider or narrower. After listening to the Sword Saint's explanation, King Wei and others' expressions were obviously much more relaxed. As long as it was not a crooked path, they could accept it. Now that the demon spirits near the demon locking tower have been eliminated, the headmaster and the elders can take a short rest. Chu Yang wanted to help the headmaster and the master up, but was grabbed by the drunken sword immortal. Boy, you can't touch old man King Wei and the others now. The formation under them is connected to the key meridians of the demon locking tower. If you are not careful, the whole body will be overturned. The words of the drunken sword immortal made Chu Yang pale. This meant that, as long as the demon locking tower was not repaired, King Wei and the others would have to sit here and not leave. The Sword Saint snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What a demon king. He destroyed the demon locking tower, just for his own desires, disregarding the lives of the people in the world, and playing with my Shushin at will. The drunken sword immortal shook his head and said, brother, it is meaningless to say this now, why not think about how to remedy it? The Sword Saint pondered for a moment and slowly said, the only way now is to find the 5 spirit beads left by Noah and rebalance the 5 element of the demon locking tower to completely repair it. Speaking of the 5 spirit beads, Chu Yang's expression suddenly moved, and he took out a bead from his arms. My junior brother and I went down the mountain this time, and found the earth spirit bead in a general's tomb. The drunken sword immortal took the earth spirit pearl, touched it, and said with a smile, it is really destined that Shushin should survive this disaster. The Sword Saint said in a deep voice, the locking demon tower is in this state now, and we can't leave it. Since you found an earth spirit pearl, it proves that you are destined to have this thing. Please take the rest back to Shushin. Chu Yang clasped his fists and said, Uncle Master, you are too kind. This is what a disciple should do. Chu Yang suddenly said, there are others who have contributed to finding this earth spirit pearl. I hope that Uncle Sword Saint and the head of the sect can give them some rewards. The drunken sword immortal winked at Chu Yang, signaling him not to continue. The Sword Saint's expression had changed. Kangoo reminded helplessly, Yang, our Shushin is currently unable to take care of itself, and can't help others. Chu Yang said solemnly, Master, we are not helping others, but helping ourselves. If the moon worship sect continues to grow, it will not only be a problem for Nan's Heio. Kangoo fell silent. Sword Saint said calmly, everything in the world has its cause and effect. Birth, aging, sickness and death all have their time. No one else needs to worry about it. Chu Yang turned and looked at Sword Saint. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Demon Lord and the destruction of the Demon Locking Tower, Uncle Master would have planned to lock Zhaolinger in the tower until Li Xiaoyao died of old age, right? The drunken sword immortal, who was about to drink a sip of wine to calm down, immediately spit out the wine in his mouth. When he heard this, he looked at Sword Saint with a surprised face. Brother, are you serious? Really? Sword Saint nodded and looked at Chu Yang in surprise. How did you know? Chu Yang smiled playfully. Isn't Uncle Sword Saint always like this? He only knows how to escape when encountering things. Whether it's Yinruo's more than 10 years ago, or Dugu Sword Saint now, there is actually not much change. After this, even King Wei couldn't help but change his face slightly and scolded Chu Yang to shut up. Drunken Sword Immortal drank several sips of wine in a row, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Wow. The disciples accepted by Old Man King Wei are too powerful. Dare to challenge Senior Sword Saint in person. What a pity. How nice it would be if you were my disciple. The Sword Saint looked normal, not angry at all, and looked at Chu Yang with interest. Go on. You have been pursuing the tower all your life, and you claim that it is the great love between heaven and earth, and you can give up the small love for it. But I want to say that the great love that can't even accommodate the small love is a pile of shit. Shut up. King Wei's tone became stern for the first time, without the usual kindness. It doesn't matter if he continues to talk. The Sword Saint stared at Chu Yang with burning eyes. Do you understand the Tao? Not at all. I just think that those who would rather try to break up others and watch their juniors die than stand up and sacrifice themselves are completely cowards. If such a person realizes the Tao, it's just God's blindness. He certainly can't win over the Sword Saint in terms of Tao, so it's better to scold him. As long as the other party gets angry and his Tao heart is disturbed, even if Chu Yang succeeds, it's because only a sword saint with a disturbed Tao heart can enter the game. The drunken swordsman had tied the wine gourd back to his waist and leaned towards Chu Yang silently, fearing that his senior brother sword saint would kill this interesting boy in a rage. This was not a discussion of the day. This brat was pointing at his senior brother sword saint and scolding him. You are very good, then I hope you can give another answer in the future. Let me see what other Deo there is besides natural cause and effect. Sword Saint was not angry, at least not on the surface. He said lightly, his figure flashed, and he returned to the gap at the top of the locking demon tower to take charge. There was only one elder level figure left in the entire Shushan who could move freely. The drunken swordsman. He was still a lazy person, and he didn't know how to set an example for the disciples who went down the mountain to eliminate monsters. Come, let us tell you a way. Shushan is in trouble now. You might as well take those people from Nan's Heio to find the 5 spirits pearl. If you can help Shushan out of trouble, no matter what they ask for, senior brother and old man King Wei will have to accept it. Jiu Jiangsun hugged Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing's necks, and the two of them couldn't open their eyes because of the alcohol. But when Zhu Changqing heard his suggestion, he smiled. Although it was a bit like asking for a favor, it was still a good idea. Zhu Changqing bowed and said, "Thank you for your advice, Uncle Master." Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, "The 5 spirits pearl is also the target of Baiyu. If he knew we were looking for the 5 spirits pearl, he would probably come to the central plains to deal with us in person." Jiu Jiangsun stared and laughed. He dares. Today is different from the past. The 5 spirits pearl is now the lifeblood of Shushan. As long as he dares to take action, senior brother Jin Sheng will chase him to the ends of the earth. Jiu Jiangsun's voice was very loud, and all the disciples near the locking demon tower heard it, and everyone looked at the sword saint. The calm sword saint finally showed some emotion. He glared at the drunken sword immortal fiercely, but did not object to his statement. The two uncles really understand the great principles. Chu Yang secretly gave the drunken sword immortal a thumbs up. The old man was still the best. The sword saint did not react to his scolding, but the drunken sword immortal's few words made the sword saint feel like sitting on wax. The drunken sword immortal couldn't stop laughing. He was very pleased with Chu Yang's flattery. He and the sword saint had a love-hate relationship in this life, and he liked to see his brother suffer the most. Since the sword saint promised to take action, when Baiyu appeared in the central plains, the safety of Li Xiaoyao and others was guaranteed, and Chu Yang could do things freely. In this case, the disciple will go down the mountain now. I hope the master and the uncles will take care of themselves. Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing bowed and saluted, preparing to go down the mountain immediately to tell Li Xiaoyao and others the good news. At this moment, the sword master on the top of the tower suddenly said, "King Wei, if you don't tell me now, do you want to wait until they leave? I can take care of Baiyu, but I can't take care of that thing. You have been indecisive all your life. It's a disgrace to our sect to hand over Shushan to you." The sword master suddenly lost his temper, leaving Zhu Changqing confused, and he could only look at King Wei in confusion. A struggle appeared on King Wei's face, which eventually turned into a heavy sigh. Decades ago, a brilliant disciple of Shushan became possessed by the devil, and raised his butcher knife to his fellow disciples. Even the then supreme sect leader died because of this, and the sword sect almost lost its inheritance. What's more terrible is that this possessed disciple also attracted a large number of extraterritorial demons to attack Shushan. The entire Shushan was troubled both internally and externally, and was only one step away from collapse. At that time, in order to become immortals, several of my fellow apprentices and I practiced the forbidden techniques of Shushan without authorization, and we were completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Fortunately, Xian'ai came out of seclusion in time to turn the tide. But the fact that Shushan has suffered serious damage is an irreversible fact, and all the blame lies with me. The drunken swordsman shook his head slightly and interrupted King Wei. "Let me talk next. If you continue, it will become a sin repentance edict." He turned to Zhu Changqing and Chu Yang and said, "The forbidden technique that your master and his friends practiced is to forcefully expel the evil thoughts from the body to increase the Taoism. Although the effect is remarkable, it also has endless troubles. The evil thoughts absorbed a large amount of power from the outer demons, and it was difficult to control once it came out. At that time, it was sealed in the demon locking tower with the help of a divine weapon. As the demon lord broke the demon locking tower some time ago, the evil thoughts also escaped, and now their whereabouts are unknown. It is more difficult to deal with than worshipping the moon. Remember to be careful when you look for the 5 spirits. Chu Yang already knew what they were talking about. Evil sword immortal. It's just that it's unclear which version of the evil sword immortal it was. Some of the evil sword immortals were beaten like shit by Changlao, while some could directly break Changlao's horns. But Chu Yang thought about it, and it seemed that Changlao's problem was bigger. If it was the invincible version, it would be fine. No version of the evil sword immortal was his opponent. But if it's a weak version, the responsibility of saving the world might really fall on me. Big brother red hair, you must give it your all. Zhu Changqing, who learned the truth, had a complicated expression. In his heart, whether it was his master or the head of the sect, they were all immortal masters who took it as their responsibility to save the world and help people. Who would have thought that they almost caused an irreparable disaster for their own selfish interests? The more he thought about it, the more dazed Zhu Changqing looked, and his faith in his heart showed signs of collapse. Brother, no one is perfect. It is normal to have selfish desires. The process of practicing Taoism is to recognize yourself, accept yourself, change yourself, and move forward towards the ideal path in your heart. If you are born perfect, do you still need to practice Taoism? As soon as Chu Yang said this, the sword saint standing on the top of the tower smiled and nodded silently. The boy still has something. No wonder he dares to discuss Taoism with me. The drunken sword immortal patted him on the shoulder and praised. Well said. King Lui and others also had a look of relief on their faces. Changqing, I know you are disappointed in us, but right now you still have to focus on the overall situation, and don't lose your mind. Zhu Changqing took a deep breath and clasped his hands together. Changqing will obey the master's orders. I have said everything I need to say. You should hurry down the mountain. As he spoke, Jiu Jiangxin suddenly became shy. Remember to take good care of that Nan's Heo, princess. Good fellow. He ignored his own daughter and still thought about the daughter of his first love. Bah. Scumbag. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a sly smile, and he waved to Jiu Jiangxin. Uncle Master, come here. I'll tell you a little secret. Jiu Jiangxin saw his strange expression and walked over doubtfully. Uncle Master, this time when I went down the mountain, I also met another little girl from Nan's Heo. She is about the same age as Zaolinga and claims to be the disciple of Saint Aunt. Hearing the name of Saint Aunt, Jiu Jiangxin trembled all over. Chu Yang whispered in his ear, that girl looks a lot like Uncle Master. Chapter 140 The Whereabouts of the 5 Spiritual Pearls. Talking science to Baiyu. Chu Yang left the dumbfounded drunken swordsman behind and went down the mountain with Zhu Changqing. At this time, Shushan also sent nearly 10,000 disciples to the mountain to subdue the demons. The two were like being surrounded by thousands of sword lights. Every time a sword light flashed past him, Chu Yang could feel someone looking at him. All kinds of gazes came one after another, with amazement, suspicion, admiration, and fear. The scene of Chu Yang destroying all the demon souls by himself left a deep impression on countless disciples. In the past, those Shushan disciples who enjoyed Chu Yang's talent would gradually become anxious as Chu Yang became more and more powerful. This is also a kind of cause and effect mentioned by the Sword Saint. Perhaps some people will grow up under this pressure, or perhaps some people will disappear quietly. Chu Yang looked indifferent, as if everything had nothing to do with him. The Shushan disciples in the sky were like meteors passing over the sky of Yuzhou. Many families in Yuzhou opened their windows and showed excitement on their faces. Monsters were rampant in Yuzhou, and Shushan only sent some disciples down the mountain to eliminate monsters. This behavior was mistaken by the common people as Shushan had abandoned them. However, now, they can finally rest assured. Li Xiaoyao and others also saw the grand scene of thousands of people flying swords, and they were shocked, especially Shi Ganhu, who had a clear understanding of the power of Shushan for the first time. Shushan sect is indeed a well-known sect. With such power, it is estimated that it is difficult to find a force in the world that can compete with it. It is easy to deal with the moon worship sect. No wonder Shushan never interferes in the secular world. From ancient times to the present, it has only been committed to eliminating monsters and saving people. They can't find opponents in the world at all. Shigang, who looked up at the sky, clenched his fists, and muttered to himself. If Shushan decided to help Nan's Heio kingdom, eradicating the moon worship sect would be a piece of cake. I saw a female disciple. Lin Yuru suddenly pulled Liu Jinyuan's arm excitedly, dancing with joy. Cousin, there is a Taoist nun in Shushan. I can go up the mountain. Liu Jinyuan looked embarrassed. I thought to myself, my cousin is devoted to being a Taoist nun. Is she trying to avoid me? It doesn't matter. I have to go up the mountain anyway. He thought silently and comforted himself. Some of the Shushan disciples who flew on swords landed in Yuzhou City, and more flew to the endless mountains in the distance, to look for escaped monsters. The Shushan disciples who entered Yuzhou City distributed healing pills from door to door, and then looked for monsters hiding in the city. They each had a strange shaped compass. As long as the needle on it moved, they would catch a monster in 9 out of 10 cases. Liu Jinyuan sighed. It seems that we don't need to do anything here. Shigang nodded and said, catching monsters is the specialty of Shushan disciples. We don't need to show off in front of others. Li Xiaoyao scratched his head and asked, with so many disciples going down the mountain, Shushan should be fine, right? When will Brother Chu and Brother Zhu come back? Everyone was most concerned about this matter, but unfortunately they had no means to contact the two people, so they could only wait honestly. Not long after, 2 sword lights fell directly in front of them. They were Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing. Brother Chu, Brother Zhu. Li Xiaoyao walked forward happily and asked impatiently, can we go up the mountain now? Lin Yuru was even more anxious than Li Xiaoyao. She pushed him aside and said in an almost pleading tone, Masters, I also want to join Shushan. With my talent, it shouldn't be a problem for me to join Shushan, right? Zhu Changqing felt a headache and tried to comfort them. However, this group of people were very excited and talked so much that he couldn't get a word in. Chu Yang shook his head and cast a silencing spell. Lin Yuru and others fell silent. Zhu Changqing gave Chu Yang a thankful look and then explained, everyone, the situation in Shushan is special now. I think your apprenticeship will have to be postponed. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru's faces changed. Shigang, who showed a worried expression, Master Zhu, Shushan doesn't plan to help the Nan's Heio kingdom? Not really. Zhu Changqing sighed, hesitated for a moment, and decided to tell the truth. The situation in Shushan is not optimistic. After my junior brother and I went down the mountain, the Supreme Lord of the Demon Realm suddenly appeared in Shushan for some reason, and destroyed the Demon Locking Tower. The headmaster, including the swordmaster uncle, the elders are doing their best to maintain the Demon Locking Tower, and prevent it from completely collapsing. They can't leave the vicinity of the Demon Locking Tower at this time, and they have no spare energy to do other things. Liu Jinyuan, who was worried about the safety of the people, asked, is it really that serious? Zhu Changqing replied, everyone should have encountered some monsters in Yuzhou City. I can tell you responsibly that those monsters are just the tip of the iceberg in the Demon Locking Tower. The Demon Locking Tower gathers the monsters captured by the Shushan school from ancient times to the present. That is an astronomical number, and it is difficult to estimate. Once the Demon Locking Tower falls, so many monsters will be born. It will be the end of the world. Only then did everyone realize the seriousness of the matter. Master Changqing, what can we do to help Shushan? As a descendant of Nuwa, Xiaolinga protects not only the people of Nan's Heio, but also many lives in the Central Plains. Zhu Changqing said, the master said that only by finding the 5 spirit pearls left by Nuwa can the Demon Locking Tower be repaired. However, there are not many people who can be used on Shushan, so my junior brother and I have been entrusted with this important task. Xiaolinga hurriedly said, then let's help find it together. Princess, you can't do that. Shigang, who objected immediately. He said solemnly, since Shushan can't do anything, then if we continue to stay here, it will only increase the danger. It is better to return to Nan's Heio kingdom as soon as possible. Although that is the lair of the moon worship cult, there is still the army of His Majesty the Witch King to protect you. In such a critical moment, how can I only care about my own safety? Xiaolinga rejected Shiganhu's suggestion without a second thought and shook her head and said, Elder Shi, I will never leave. Shiganhu turned his head to look at Li Xiaoyao and said in a deep voice, son-in-law, now only you can persuade the princess to leave. Without Shushan's help, if Beiyu appears, the princess will be in danger. Li Xiaoyao hesitated because of the safety of Xiaolinga. Xiaolinga said anxiously, Brother Xiaoyao, what are you thinking? Even if Shushan doesn't help me, what about Master Chu and the others? We walked all the way from Yuhang Town to here, almost all thanks to Master Chu and Master Zhu. How do you plan to repay this kindness? Li Xiaoyao was shocked and speechless after hearing this. Although it was a bit ungrateful to think so, in his heart, Xiaolinga's safety was more important than anything else. Don't be so nervous. Chu Yang smiled and said, there is one thing that senior brother didn't mention just now. Master Sword Saint promised that, if Beiyu appeared here, he would not sit idly by. You might as well find a place to stay first, and we will make a long-term plan. The largest inn in Yuzhou City is Shushan's property, named Zuxianju, and the name was given by Jiu Jiangsun, and the reputation of brewing is also well known far and wide. The innkeeper showed a flattering smile when he saw Zhu Changqing. At Zhu Changqing's request, the innkeeper helped Li Xiaoyao and the others to arrange long-term stay, and it was not an ordinary guest room, but an independent courtyard. This kind of treatment is usually only available to elders who go down the mountain, or special disciples like Zhu Changqing. Shiganhu, who was clamoring to return to Nanzhao, was also quite satisfied with this. The group sat down in the yard and discussed future matters. Zhu Changqing took the lead in proposing, Miss Linga is pregnant, so it is really not suitable for her to go on the road with us to find the 5 spiritual pearls. It is better to stay at the foot of Shu Mountain and wait for our return. Xiaolinga was about to speak when she heard this, but was interrupted by Chu Yang. Beiyu's target is you, which has little to do with us. On the contrary, if you stay with us all the time, it will make us more dangerous. Chu Yang's straightforward words made Xiaolinga lower her head silently. Linga, you stay here, so I can feel more at ease. Li Xiaoyao couldn't help but persuade him. Shiganhu didn't need much more. He didn't want Xiaolinga to be in danger more than anyone else. Lin Yuru said with a smile, don't worry, Linga, we will be back soon, and won't let you feel lonely. Xiaolinga blushed and said, Sister Yuru, that's not what I meant. Liu Jinyuan laughed at himself, I probably can't go with you either. We are in the same boat. Everyone's position was very unified. They just didn't want Xiaolinga to run around and take risks. She also felt this, and simply gave up this plan. Linga understands. Linga will stay in Yuzhou City and wait for everyone. Xiaolinga forced a smile, wanting to make everyone feel more at ease when they leave. Shiganhu and his subordinates, plus Xiaolinga and Liu Jinyuan, as well as Tang Yu and Anu who have not yet arrived in Yuzhou, will stay temporarily. Li Xiaoyao asked excitedly, where is our first stop? Zhu Changqing pondered and said, my junior brother, and I found the Earth Spirit Pearl on the Red Ghost King. Now there are 4 more Spirit Pearls, but their whereabouts are still unknown. Chu Yang was also thinking. The distribution of the 5 Spirit Pearls in Xianjian 1 and Xianjian 3 is completely different. The Earth Spirit Pearl was found in the General's tomb, but it does not mean that other Spirit Pearls will also appear in the same place as in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 1. After all, this is a hodgepodge world, and even the characters are mixed, not to mention the super treasures like the 5 Spirit Pearls that run through the worldview of the Legend of Sword and Fairy. Chu Yang thinks that it is likely that they are mixed. The Thunder Spirit Pearl appeared in the capital in the Legend of Sword and Fairy 1. According to the original plot, Liu Jinyuan felt that he could not help Li Xiaoyao, and at the same time he had completely given up on Lin Yuru, so he returned to the capital to continue his career. As a result, he accidentally saved a butterfly trapped in a spider web, was bitten by the spider, and suffered from a strange disease and almost died. Later, he was saved by Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru. The spider that bit Liu Jinyuan was a spider spirit with 1,000 years of Taoism, and the Thunder Spirit Pearl was in her body. In the Legend of Sword and Fairy 3, the Thunder Spirit Pearl is in the body of a person named Yunting Li Zhao. He was born with the Thunder Spirit Pearl, which gave him the power of thunder and lightning. However, on his wedding night, he killed his beloved because of his out of control spiritual power. Since then, every night, the power of thunder and lightning has become uncontrollable. In the end, Chu Yang cast a spell to remove the thunder spirit pearl from his body, turning him into a normal person. Whether it is the first or the third version of the immortal sword, it is not difficult to obtain the thunder spirit pearl. You can split your forces into two groups. Chu Yang goes to the capital to find the spider spirit, and by the way, he can also use the demon eating goo to gain some cultivation. Yunting will be handed over to Chu Yang. Anyway, this is his job. The wind spirit pearl and the fire spirit pearl are both in Miao-Jiang and the first version of the immortal sword. The wind spirit pearl is on the golden winged phoenix in the Shenmue forest, and the fire spirit pearl is on the unicorn. Both may need to be fought. The difficulty of the battle is unknown. After all, the 4 sacred beasts in the world of immortal heroes are not the same as the 4 sacred beasts in the world of wind and cloud. They are real sacred beasts. However, compared with Lee Zioyao's combat power in the later period, it should not exceed the realm of refining the spirit and returning to the void. If it is in the position of the third version of the immortal sword, then things will become very troublesome. The wind spirit pearl is in the god realm, controlled by Ziao, the female official who guards the god tree in the god realm. To go to the god realm, you have to go to the well of gods and demons first. You will probably encounter some very powerful demons, and even the demon lord. It is a bit difficult for everyone with their current strength. The fire spirit pearl is in the ghost realm, controlled by the fire ghost king. The fire ghost king is not a character that is easy to provoke. He has existed since ancient times, and even Yama can't do anything to him. I just don't know whether the Fire Ghost King is a man or a woman. If it is a woman, you can find another way and use the beauty trap to fool her. Speaking of the beauty trap, Chu Yang thinks it's time to pull Jingshan into the team. As the reincarnation of Felipeng, the first general in the God Realm, his talent is more exaggerated than Li Xiaoyao. His upgrade speed is like riding a rocket, and he may remember the large password at any time. It is a very good life-saving card to put it next to you, so you don't have to panic, even if you really meet the Demon Lord. As for the last water spirit pearl, Chu Yang thinks it is very likely that it is not on Zixun, but that Li Xiaoyao needs to travel through time to get it. Otherwise, the time loop cannot be completed, and the probability of the world collapsing is very high. Under the current circumstances, it is undoubtedly the safest to find the Thunder Spirit Pearl first. Just when Chu Yang was about to remind Chu Yang, the Flying Thunder God spell he left for Tang Yu and others suddenly reacted. The spell was triggered automatically, indicating that Tang Yu and Anu were in danger. Brother, you go to Jianghan pawn shop first. The head of the sect told me that the Demon Lord went there after leaving Shushan and met someone. You must find that person. After the matter is done, you can go to Lizhao. There is a strange phenomenon falling from the sky there, which may be related to the 5 spirit pearls. Chu Yang could only let Chu Yang find Jingshan first, and then set off with a protective amulet, and then stood up, and prepared to leave. Chu Yang asked in surprise, "Junior brother, where are you going?" Chu Yang said, "Tang Yu and the others have not arrived yet. I'm a little worried. I plan to take them to Yuzhao first, and then meet up with you." Shiganhu frowned and said, "You have important things to do. Why don't you let me?" Chu Yang shook his head and said, "If you leave, who will take care of Linga? The current environment in Yuzhao city is not safe, even if Beiyu does not show up." Shiganhu immediately shut up. "Okay, it's decided. Everyone will split up for the time being." After that, Chu Yang flew away directly on his sword without giving any chance to discuss. Chu Yang could only smile bitterly, but thinking that Chu Yang had 1,000 years of cultivation, he felt a little relieved. Before leaving, Xiaolinga gave all the blood bodhisattvas that Chu Yang gave her to Li Xiaoyao, and told him to keep a few to save his life, and eat the rest. It is impossible for a normal person to absorb so much power at one time, but Li Xiaoyao did not have any side effects at all. It was as simple as eating and drinking water. After doing all this, Chu Yang followed Chu Yang's instructions and took Li Xiaoyao to Jianghan pawn shop. On the other side, Chu Yang had already traveled to Tang Yu and Anu's side through the Flying Thunder God. There was another person standing in front of him. Beiyu. facing Beiyu, the big boss of Xianjian 1. For the first time, Chu Yang felt a huge pressure. He had experienced a similar feeling with Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni. The difference between the two is that the pressure given by Yamamoto Jinrai Shijakuni is like a flame, very direct and clear, and a positive confrontation. The pressure given by Beiyu is like water, which is not obvious at first glance. But when you find it, it has tightly surrounded you from all sides, making you feel suffocated. Tenryū and Anu were buried in the ground, with only their heads exposed. It seemed that several days had passed. Due to lack of water and food, the two's bodies reached their limits, and their mental consciousness was also in a state of confusion. They were not aware of Chu Yang's arrival at all. Beiyu was standing beside the two of them, as if waiting for someone to appear. When he saw Chu appear out of thin air, his calm eyes finally fluctuated. Beiyu asked curiously, "Are you the star that keeps changing?" Looking at Beiyu, who was dressed in a style similar to that of a Western philosopher, Chu Yang frowned. "What star?" Beiyu pointed to the sky and explained in an unfathomable tone, "Each star has a special meaning and a corresponding person. Generally speaking, there won't be much change. But the one that represents you breaks this rule." Listening to Beiyu's popular science, Chu Yang was finally able to confirm Beiyu's version and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Beiyu in front of him was a scientist. He had his own set of behavioral logic, and every time he killed someone, he had a self-consistent reason. For example, doing experiments to prove love. Beiyu's original idea of destroying the world came from his adoptive father Shiganhu, who wanted to kill him for a few unrelated people. He felt that there was no such thing as love in this world, and he was convinced that people themselves were sinful, and that the world was filthy. So, he wanted to destroy the world. The moon worship cult founded by Beiyu is one of his tools to destroy the world, but interestingly, Beiyu does not believe in the doctrine he used to deceive the moon worship cult members from the bottom of his heart. Beiyu, who lied that he brought back the Shinai tree from the ends of the earth, ordered the believers to worship the tree every day, so that the tree would grow a little bit every day. After it is fully grown, the Nanseiyo kingdom will become another Shinai in the world. However, the fact is that Beiyu casts a spell on the tree every day to make the tree grow continuously. He regards the tree as a symbol and strengthens the ideological control of the believers by giving special meaning to ordinary objects. But this tree also has a different meaning for Beiyu. When no one was around, Beiyu once said to the Shinai tree, "I never thought that such an ordinary person like you would suddenly become a symbol of God and be worshipped by all people." Chapter 141 Jingshan, "You three don't look like good people." This sentence is not only about the tree, but also about Beiyu himself. He admitted that he was once ordinary, and also admitted that he was moving towards the position of God. Using the water monster and the 5 spirit beads to destroy the world is the first step to create a new world. In Chu Yang's view, Beiyu's failure is doomed. Because he is not understood, he wants to create a utopia full of love and kindness, but he cannot accept the evil and ugliness of human nature. The word that Beiyu said most to others is fairness, but he never gave others the power to choose fairly. Compared with a demon who abuses force and slaughters at will, it may not even be necessary to use force to deal with such a Beiyu. In order not to implicate the safety of Tenryū and Anu, Beiyu is willing to talk about reason and science, so Chu Yang will accompany him. "First of all, you have to tell me, the star that you are talking about that will change, is it a planet, a star, a satellite or a comet?" Chu Yang interrupted Beiyu's popular science. Faced with Chu Yang's question, Beiyu's face was full of question marks. Beiyu showed enough respect for the knowledge he didn't know. He asked solemnly, "What are stars, planets, and satellites?" Stars are large celestial bodies similar to the sun. They don't move relatively. Energy reactions occur inside them, and the energy radiates into space in the form of light. The celestial bodies that revolve around stars are called planets, such as the Earth under our feet, and the celestial bodies that revolve around planets like the Earth are called satellites. This is the basic structure of the universe. And the stars you can see in the sky are mostly stars, and the planets in the solar system are because of the sun's irradiation. They are just reflecting light and don't emit light themselves. Seeing Beiu's increasingly serious expression, Chu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised. Little guy, I'll fool you, you ancient people dare to compete with me in astronomical knowledge. What about the moonlight shining on us at this time? The moon is reflecting the light of the Sunday. Beiu nodded, and the question buried in his heart was answered. Just like the stool that has been discharged for many years, the pleasure of running down 1,000 miles made him look happy. The earth under our feet is obviously round. Why don't people on the other side of the sphere fall off? Because of gravity. Little brother, what is gravity? Any two particles have a force of mutual attraction in the direction of their connecting center. The attraction of the earth to objects is called gravity, but gravity is not completely equal to gravity, because objects rotate with the earth, and a part of gravity is needed to provide centripetal force. Little brother, what is the rotation of the earth? What is centripetal force? Chu Yang began to answer Beiu's questions one by one. Every time he answered a question, the other party would ask a new question, tirelessly. At this moment, he seemed no longer a demon trying to subvert the world, but a scholar pursuing the truth. Master, knowledge is infinite, but human life is limited. If we continue, Tenryū and Anu will die here. I'm a fair person. You have taught me a lot of knowledge that I have never known before. So, I will not stop you from doing anything you want to do. Chu Yang thanked him, rescued Tenryū and Anu from the soil, and then infused them with vitality until they returned to normal. How do you know my identity? Beiu asked curiously. Because there is no other person in the world who can understand the knowledge I say. Chu Yang replied. Beiu's mouth corners raised, and he seemed very happy. Little brother, you are my confidant. I want to be friends with you. The end of being friends with Beiu is not good. For example, Anu was tortured so badly just because she said Uncle Beiu and I are good friends. She cut off her boyfriend's arm with her own hands, cut off her father's head with her own hands, and sent herself to the underworld with her own hands. Good guy. This is making good friends with the king of hell. However, even with the flags fully drawn, Chu Yang still nodded in agreement. Of course, it's Milner. It doesn't matter, I'm still a serious god of death. I'm not afraid of this kind of thing. Right now, being friends with Beiu is the best solution. If it weren't for Tenryū and Anu, Chu Yang would have fought with him. Beiu looked at Chu Yang who was saving people. The clothes on the other party caught his attention. Because the spies arranged in the central plains in advance were eliminated, he still didn't know who was helping Zhaolinga. However, after seeing Chu Yang today, the confusion lingering in his heart finally came to light. Few people can make Beiu so passive, especially the other party is still a young man. Beiu admires young people like Chu Yang who are capable and smart, just like he liked Liu Jinyuan in the future, and regarded him as a confidant. Chu Yang's position in his heart is much higher than Liu Jinyuan, and Liu Jinyuan can't explain so much astronomical knowledge to him. Beiu sighed, are all the disciples of Shushan as good as you? Chu Yang shook his head and said, I'm not good at all. I worked hard for more than 10 years before I was able to enter the sect. This time I went down the mountain for the first time to practice in the world, and I just happened to encounter this kind of thing. Beiu's expression suddenly became stiff. He had heard about the strength of Shushan, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Such a genius actually needs more than 10 years to enter the sect. What is Shushan teaching them? Beiu fell into deep thought. Chu Yang carried Tenryū and Anu on his shoulders, turned to Beiu and said, I'm leaving. Do you have anything else to say? Beiu said, I don't know your name yet. Chu Yang smiled and said, Shushan sect, Chu Yang. Beiu nodded, then I will call you Yang. I hope you can come to Beiu sect in the future. I still have many questions to ask you. As for Tenryū and Anu, I have seen some results of the experiment on them. You can take them away. After all, Anu is my good friend. I don't want to hurt her. Chu Yang secretly complained in his heart. She is almost being played to death by you, and you still say you don't want to hurt her. You are really crazy. He gave Beiu an awkward but polite smile, and then disappeared abruptly into the air. Interesting. Beiu walked towards the place where Chu Yang disappeared with interest, and whispered, there is no trace of spiritual power left. How did he travel through space? The next second, a figure walked out of the darkness and said to Beiu, that Shushan disciple is weird. If you don't want him to interfere with your plan to destroy the world, you should have killed him just now. Beiyu looked at the dark figure and said humbly, well, Brother Yang gave me so many surprises. From a fair point of view, I can't hurt him. The dark figure continued in a bewitching tone, a real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be bound by these rules and regulations? You are so powerful, you should do whatever you want, and enjoy everything that power brings. Beiyu smiled, but his tone became cold. If you really want to cooperate with me, then put away your little tricks. Only by being open and honest can a team go further. Are you right? Evil Sword Immortal. The figures of Beiyu and Jiangxin gradually disappeared in the wilderness. The two most famous scientists and philosophers in the fairy sword world actually met, and they also reached a cooperative relationship. If Chu Yang saw this epic scene, he would probably sigh. Fortunately, he did not act impulsively, otherwise, he would never be able to protect Tang Yu and Anu when dealing with Beiyu and Jiangxin at the same time. On the other side, Chu Yang used the Flying Thunder God to bring Tang Yu and Anu back to Yuzhou City. Shigong, who saw that they were unconscious and asked hurriedly, Master Chu, what happened to them? Chu Yang replied, they have been buried in the soil for some time, and their bodies are very weak. They need to rest well. Xiaolinga asked, did Beiyu do it? Chu Yang nodded. Shigong, whose face was heavy, and the others also showed panic expressions. Shigong, who paced back and forth in the room and asked, has Master Chu and Beiyu met? When Tang Yu and the others woke up, Shigong, who and others would know the details. Chu Yang had no need to hide it, and simply admitted, I did see him, but he didn't attack me. Shigong, who was a little surprised, Liu Jinyuan smiled and said, I guess Beiyu didn't dare to cause any trouble, because he was afraid of the reputation of the Sword Saint of Shushan. Xiaolinga heard this, and a look of relief flashed in her eyes. Shigong, who felt something was wrong with Beiyu's character, he would not dare to take action, because he was afraid of Shushan. He would definitely try whether the Sword Saint would take action. But apart from this reason, Shigong, who couldn't think of any reason why Beiyu didn't take action, so he could only lock his eyes on Chu Yang. How did this junior with considerable means do it? Before Shigong, who had time to ask in detail, a figure rushed in a hurry. He subconsciously tried to stop him, but was bounced back by the sword energy. Master, Princess, be careful. Shigong, who shouted loudly. Xiaolinga then took a defensive stance, but the figure stopped in front of Anu, not understanding. Don't panic, everyone. This is my uncle Jiu Jiangxin. Chu Yang bowed to them with an apologetic look, and then walked to Jiu Jiangxin's side. Uncle, what are you doing? Why did you appear here without saying anything? You scared everyone. Jiu Jiangxin shook his head and said, I don't know either. I just had a feeling in my heart, and I couldn't wait to go down the mountain. Boy, is that the girl you are talking about, her? Chu Yang smacked his lips and said meaningfully, Uncle should have the answer in his heart. Why ask me? Jiu Jiangxin turned around and glared at him fiercely. Chu Yang was surprised and said, Uncle, why are you still crying? Jiu Jiangxin wiped his tears and said angrily, how should I know? Damn it, I guess he touched the green onion this morning and didn't wash his hands. Chu Yang said in agreement, it should be. It can't be some strange witchcraft, such as crying non-stop when seeing his biological daughter. Jiu Jiangxin's body shook. At this time, Xiaolinga came over and asked softly, does this senior Jiu Jiangxin know Anu? Jiu Jiangxin immediately denied, no, I met her for the first time today. I'm not anything else, but I'm emotional. I cry easily when I see others suffering. Xiaolinga sighed, senior is really kind. Jiu Jiangxin burst into tears and said, I think so too. Jingshan sighed in the pawn shop. Jianghan pawn shop has not been peaceful recently. Some time ago, a red-haired man came and dismantled the gate and insisted on giving him a strange-shaped sword. The sword was only pawned for a penny, but Jingshan was scolded by Zhao Guanxi. Later, a bunch of monsters appeared out of nowhere and ran rampant in Yuzhou City. No one dared to go out on the street, and Jianghan pawn shop's business plummeted. If this goes on, when can I become the shopkeeper and open my own inn? Jingshan, sitting on the chair, frowned. With a creak, the door of Jianghan pawn shop was pushed open. Jingshan, who hadn't heard the sound of a door being pushed open for a long time, was so scared that he fell to the ground with a thump, grimacing in pain. Jingshan looked up and saw 3 people walking into the pawn shop. The man in the lead had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he looked very imposing. It was obvious that he was from an extraordinary family. The remaining 2 people, a man and a woman, the man was in high spirits, and the woman was full of heroism. One could feel a sense of chivalry from them, and they should be a pair of chivalrous lovers. As a clerk at Jargon Pawn Shop, Jingshan not only had outstanding ability in appraising treasures, but also had good ability in recognizing people. He was known for his ability to keep an eye on all directions and to listen to all directions. He doesn't look like a bad guy. Since the security in Yuzhou City has become very poor recently, Jingshan was more cautious. After judging that the person coming was not a bad guy, he immediately got up from the ground. Welcome to Jargon Pawn Shop. If you have anything you want to pawn, just give it to me. The price is guaranteed to satisfy the customers. The self-familiar Jingshan came to the 3 people with a smile and patted his chest to guarantee. Zhu Changqing looked around. There was only one waiter in front of him in the huge store, so he asked, "What's your name?" Jingshan laughed. "My name is Jingshan. Jingshan's Jing. Jingshan's Shan." Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru looked at each other and began to whisper. "Brother Chu asked us to find this guy. Doesn't he seem very reliable? He seems to be an ordinary person. Is it okay to take him on the road? Don't judge a person by appearance. What if he is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Who cares about what he cooks? I just want to know why the demon lord is looking for him." Jingshan stuck his head out and looked at Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru with a confused look. These customers didn't seem to come to pawn their things. Zhu Changqing clasped his fists and said, "Brother Ching, I'm Zhu Changqing from the Shushan sect. I came to Jargon Pawn Shop today to find you." Shushan sect? Jingshan was shocked. The Shushan sect is very powerful. Their words are more effective than the emperor in Yuzhou City. Did I offend them in some way? Jingshan was sweating profusely in anxiety. Zhu Changqing saw Jingshan's panic and explained quickly. "Not long ago, the Demon Lord Tower broke the Shushan Demon Locking Tower, and he only saw you after he came down the mountain. We want to know why he wanted to see you." Demon Lord Tower. Demon Locking Tower. Jingshan was confused, but he could feel that he seemed to be involved in a very big thing. Thinking of the reason why monsters were rampant recently, his legs trembled. "Master Zhu, I don't know what Demon Lord Tower is." Jingshan's facial features were squeezed together, as if he would cry out in the next second. "He is like this." Li Xiaoyao shook his head and said, "I don't believe he can help us, even if you kill me." Lin Yuru nodded silently. After coming in, Zhu Changqing had been probing Jingshan's spiritual power, repeatedly confirming the fact that he was just an ordinary person. Maybe he didn't know who the Demon Lord was. Zhu Changqing asked tentatively, "Has there been any strange customers at Jargon Pawn Shop?" Their speech, their clothes and other aspects look different from those of ordinary people. When he said this, a figure suddenly flashed through Jingshan's mind, and he exclaimed, "I remember that a red-haired monster did come some time ago. He threw down a sword, pawned for a penny and left. Manager Zhao scolded me for a long time because of this, saying that I brought back a piece of garbage." Zhu Changqing took a deep breath, and his intuition told him that the red-haired monster Jingshan was talking about was most likely the Demon Lord Chang Lao. "He gave you a sword at the pawn shop? Besides this, what else did he say?" In his excitement, Zhu Changqing's speech speed also became much faster. Jingshan tilted his head and thought for a while and said, "That red-haired customer said something to me. You have fallen to this point. I don't know what this sentence means. I have been working as a clerk in Jargon Pawn Shop since I was a child. How can I say that I have fallen to this point? It seems that he knows me." Jingshan scratched his head, with clear stupidity in his eyes. Zhu Changqing and the other 2 looked at each other. Li Xiaoyao whispered, "What's going on?" Zhu Changqing shook his head. "I'm afraid only my junior brother knows, so I'll ask later." Seeing that the 3 people were asking questions and had no intention of pawning, Jingshan quietly retreated to the inner room. Lin Yuru, who had been staring at Jingshan, noticed his intention and went up to grab Jingshan by the collar. "Want to run? Take out the sword and show it to us first." Jingshan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "As long as you spare my life, I will give you whatever you want." Lin Yuru glared at him and said angrily, "Who are you calling a robber? We just want to see the sword that the demon lord gave you." Jingshan said with a sad face, "Lady, it's hard not to associate with you when you look like this." Lin Yuru blushed and threw Jingshan to the ground in anger. "Ha ha ha, evil woman. Look at yourself. I'm not the only one who thinks you're fierce, right?" Li Xiaoyao gloated at the side. "If you say anything else, I'll kill you with one sword." Lin Yuru finally couldn't help but explode, drew her sword, and rushed towards Li Xiaoyao. The two jumped up and down in the pawn shop. Zhu Changqing felt a headache. Without Xiaolinga watching by his side, Li Xiaoyao's bad temper was really annoying, and Lin Yuru was just a hot-tempered person. "Brother Qing, this is about the lives of the people in the world. I need you to leave Yaozhou with me and find the 5 spiritual pearls." Zhu Changqing put his hands on Jingshan's shoulders and said earnestly. Jingshan just felt that this group of people were crazy. One moment they were looking for the demon lord, and the next moment they wanted to see the sword. Now it was even more outrageous, asking him to save the people in the world. This guy's definitely not a disciple of Shushan. Maybe he stole the clothes from somewhere. Ha ha ha, Master Zhu, I don't have any ideals. For serious things like saving the people, you should find someone else, right? I got up a little early today, and now I feel sleepy. I'm going to take a nap. Jingshan smiled and took Zhu Changqing's hand away. After bowing, he turned around and ran away quickly. Zhu Changqing was stunned. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru stopped fighting and quickly chased after him. "Why are you running? You guys don't look like good people. Why shouldn't I run? Stop right there and tell me who the bad guy is." Chapter 142. The first day of missing my junior fellow apprentice. The 4 people ran from the pawn shop to the large house behind. Jingshan ran desperately towards the wing room, out of breath. "This kid is stupid. I told you we are not bad people. You are so fierce. Who wouldn't be scared?" "Li Xiaoyao, if you say that again, I won't be polite. Come on, who's afraid of who?" Zhu Changqing finally couldn't help it. His face sank, and he said angrily, "If you two make trouble again, go back. I can find the 5 spirits pearls by myself." Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru were silent. It was the first time they saw Zhu Changqing so angry. Jingshan, who was in front, heard Zhu Changqing get angry and ran faster, muttering help. Zhu Changqing used the sword control technique to fly the flying sword to stop Jingshan, but the next second, a strange shaped sword flew out from nowhere and hit him hard. "This sword has a strong demonic energy." Zhu Changqing frowned and flew up the flying sword to fight with the magic sword. He had no intention of hurting Jingshan, but the magic sword actually flew out to protect Jingshan. This was the first time Zhu Changqing had seen a sword that was both demonic and spiritual, and he couldn't help but become curious. Jingshan looked back at the sword given to him by the red-haired monster and felt that it was a bit disloyal for him to run away alone, even though the opponent was just a sword. So, he stood there, looking at the flying sword nervously. After a while, the 2 swords collided in the air, each flew back to their owner, and the magic sword went straight into the floor tile at Jingshan's feet. "Take a look at this sword yourself. Is it normal?" Lin Yuru blew her beard and glared at him. "Do you still think we are lying to you?" Jingshan scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry big brother and big sister. I really haven't seen much of the world and misunderstood you." Zhu Changqing was relieved and said with a smile, "Brother Qing, it's good that you believe us. Now you can leave with us to find the 5 spiritual pearls, right?" Jingshan looked embarrassed. His days in Zhonggan were neither good nor bad. It would be nice to live a quiet life like this. There are so many monsters outside now, and some of them even dare to go out on the streets and kill people. How dare he run outside in such a chaotic world? Even if there were Shushan disciples accompanying him, it couldn't eliminate his fear. Jingshan asked helplessly, "Zudaksha, why must it be me? You saw just now that I'm just an ordinary person." Zhu Changqing didn't know how to explain it. Junior brother Chu Yang didn't give him too many hints, but just told him to take Jingshan with him on the road. Lin Yuru suddenly said, "Boy, you just said you want to open a pawn shop in the future, right?" When Jingshan heard about the pawn shop, he couldn't help but smile foolishly and nodded. "This is my lifelong dream. I have been interested in antiques since I was a child. Lin Yuru smiled confidently and said, as long as you come with us, whether you can find the 5 spiritual pearls or not, I will pay for you to open a pawn shop. Jingshan looked at Lin Yuru in amazement. This female knight was so generous when they first met. Before Jingshan could speak, Lin Yuru took out a jade pendant from her body and threw it to him, and then said, this jade pendant is valuable. It is considered a deposit. You don't have to worry that I will cheat you. My name is Lin Yuru, and I'm the daughter of Wulin Alliance leader Lin Qianan. Lin Qianan? Although he was in Yuzhou, Jingshan had heard of the name of Wulin Alliance leader. He lowered his head to identify the jade pendant in his hand, and his breathing immediately became rapid. It is not only valuable, but also priceless. It is enough to buy this Jargon pawn shop. It must be true. How could someone in the world spend such a huge amount of money to deceive me? Jingshan held the jade pendant tightly, his whole body trembling with excitement. Li Xiaoyao hugged his head and stretched, and said listlessly, why didn't you tell us about the money earlier? We wasted half a day. Zhu Changqing turned to Lin Yuru and said, Miss Lin, Shushan will return the money to you later. Please give me your direction. Oh, brother Zhu, don't be so polite. Lin Yuru waved her hand generously, just think of it as a business. Maybe in the future, the pawn shop business will be prosperous, and I won't have to ask my father for money anymore. She blinked at Jingshan again, is it enough? If not, I will add some more. Jingshan was afraid that she would regret it, so he nodded quickly and said, enough, enough. Li Xiaoyao put his arm around Jingshan's neck and smiled, what are you waiting for? Pack your luggage quickly. Jingshan smiled, there's nothing to pack, just set off directly. Everything can be discussed when the money is in place. The magic sword stuck in the ground suddenly flew out and landed beside Jingshan, and it seemed that it wanted to go with him. TSK, this sword is really powerful. It's only 1 penny anyway, why don't you sell it to me? Li Xiaoyao said to Jingshan with envy. No, this is something pawned by a customer. The pawn shop cannot move it within the time limit. What if he wants to redeem it one day? Jingshan shook his head and refused very principledly. I thought you were the kind of person who was greedy for money, but I didn't expect you to be quite principled. Not bad, it suits my taste. Hero, you are too kind. Li Xiaoyao and Jingshan are like-minded. They became close friends after a few words, which made Lin Yuru feel sick. Jingshan carried the magic sword on his back and left Jargon pawn shop with Zhu Changqing and others. Since Jingshan and Lin Yuru didn't know how to fly the sword, and Li Xiaoyao had just learned it and couldn't bring anyone with him, the 3 of them could only go to Lizhou by water first. Fortunately, Lizhou is not far from Yuzhou, and it doesn't take long to go by water. Shushan sect has its own boats, and there are many of them, from large to small, with various styles, all moored at the dock in the southwest of Yuzhou city. Many disciples who have not yet mastered the art of sword control take these boats when they go down the mountain to do business. Zhu Changqing chose a small boat, and the cabin was big enough for 4 or 5 people to rest. Seeing the dock manager nodding and bowing to Zhu Changqing, Jingshan's last doubts disappeared. They walked along the water for a day and stopped the boat to rest at a bank called Dadu River. Li Xiaoyao had nothing to do, so he began to teach Jingshan martial arts, and the content was exactly the same as when Chu Yang taught him. First, the Dugun 9 swords were the foundation, and then the inexplicable swordsmanship was taught. Lin Yuru listened for a while, and then her eyes became dizzy. She couldn't understand what Li Xiaoyao was saying at all. But Jingshan nodded frequently, looking like he could understand. At first, Lin Yuru thought Jingshan was just pretending to be rich, until Jingshan perfectly copied the opponent's sword moves after Li Xiaoyao demonstrated. She finally understood that there are geniuses in the world that are difficult to measure with common sense. Seeing that one of them was happy to teach, and the other was happy to learn, Lin Yuru was furious and said indignantly, these 2 guys are not human at all. Zhu Changqing smiled and said, now I know why my junior brother specifically asked to bring this brother Jing. He may have more unknown secrets. As soon as the voice fell, a cry for help suddenly came from the distance. Zhu Changqing stood up and looked, just in time to see a girl being chased by a terrifying monster. Why are these guys always chasing me? Tang Zujian, who was running for her life, was about to cry when she saw the monsters were about to catch up. Thinking of her grandfather's life and death, she felt even more sad. A few days ago, she heard someone trying to murder her grandfather Tankun in the secret passage of Tenryūbito, but was discovered by the bad guys. She escaped and wanted to investigate the matter, but she didn't expect to get into trouble with these monsters. The monsters were transformed by the disciples of the Thunderbolt Hall. The reason was that their Hall Master Aizen learned the magic from the evil sword fairy. If humans practice magic by force, their bodies will gradually become demonized until they become monsters. Aizen and Tankun's own son Tenryūbito were also the ones who secretly murdered Tankun in order to seize the family business of Tenryūbito. Tenryūbito was also excluded and could not return to Tenryūbito for the rest of her life. Tenryūbito, who was trapped in a desperate situation, felt more and more sad. She gradually stopped calling for help. No one would come to save her in the wilderness. It would be better to accompany her grandfather, to leave this filthy world. Tenryūbito closed her eyes and decided to die. There were bursts of whistling sounds in her ears, as well as the roars from the demonized Thunderbolt Hall disciples. Tenryūbito trembled and clenched her fists tightly. After waiting for a while, the imagined pain did not come. Tenryūbito opened her eyes and suddenly found that there were several more figures in front of her. 3 men and 1 woman. One of them was an acquaintance. "Aren't you a young man in Jianghan?" Tenryūbito looked at Jingshan in surprise. "What a coincidence, Miss Tang. I didn't expect to meet you here." Jingshan smiled and greeted. Then he remembered something and took out the lid of a purple clay teapot from his arms. "The lid you asked me to repair has been repaired. I haven't seen you come to pick it up these few days, so I have been carrying it with me." Jingshan handed the lid of the purple clay teapot to Tenryūbito, thinking that she would take it, but she didn't expect Tenryūbito to stare at the lid blankly and then suddenly burst into tears. "Don't cry. If you think the repair is not good, I will change it again. This is very easy." Tenryūbito's crying made Jingshan think that he didn't repair the lid, so he became anxious and kept comforting Tenryūbito. Linuru, who is also a girl, noticed that Tenryūbito was emotionally different, which reminded her of herself when she was a child, and she was also so sad when her mother died. "Ziroshan, let her cry for a while." Linuru stopped Jingshan from comforting Tenryūbito. She knew that the girl in front of her just needed to vent her emotions. Li Ziao and Zhu Changqing quickly dealt with the demonized Thunderbolt Hall disciples, but Zhu Changqing found something strange about the two, so he squatted down and began to carefully examine the bodies. Li Ziao asked curiously, "Brother Zhu, what happened?" Zhu Changqing did not answer immediately, but frowned and fumbled for a long time, wondering, they are obviously 2 people, why did they become monsters? Half of their bodies are human and half are monsters. It seems that they suddenly turned from humans into monsters. Li Ziao's scalp tingled, and his face looked ugly. "Is this a disease, or?" "It's unknown for the time being." Zhu Changqing shook his head, cast a spell to burn the 2 demonized bodies, and then turned and walked towards Tenryūbito. Tenryūbito, who had vented his emotions for a while, had red eyes, but he no longer felt decadent. Zhu Changqing bowed and said, "Miss, do you know the origins of these 2 monsters?" Tenryūbito took a deep breath and said softly, "They are disciples of the Thunderbolt Hall. They looked like humans at first, but suddenly turned into monsters." Thunderbolt Hall. Zhu Changqing's eyes flashed coldly. "After this matter is over, I must go and see this filthy place." "Master, are you a disciple of Shushan?" Tenryūbito felt that Zhu Changqing's dress and conversation were very familiar, similar to those Shushan disciples, who often went down the mountain to eliminate monsters. Zhu Changqing nodded. "I'm Zhu Changqing from Shushan sect." Tenryūbito fell to her knees with a plop. "I begged Taoist Changqing to save my grandfather. He was killed by Aizen, the leader of the Thunderbolt Hall. Zhu Jian begs Shushan sect to take care of my grandfather." Before Zhu Changqing could speak, Jingshan scratched his head and said, "Miss Tang, Taoist priests have urgent matters to attend to and may not be able to help you. Besides, Shushan is in a difficult situation right now." On the way, Li Ziao explained to Jingshan why Shushan needed the 5 spiritual pearls and also let Jingshan know how heavy the burden on his shoulders was. When Tang Zujian heard this, she immediately looked up at Zhu Changqing with hope in her eyes. Zhu Changqing was in a dilemma and could only shake his head and sigh. Miss Tang, I really can't do anything about Mr. Tang's affairs. As Brother Jing said, Shushan is now in danger. I can wait. Tang Zujian said firmly, I can wait until the day when the crisis of Shushan is resolved, as long as Taoist can agree to me. In addition to relying on Shushan, Tang Zujian had no other choice at the moment. Zhu Changqing was the only life-saving straw she could grasp. It would be too unkind to refuse, so Zhu Changqing nodded in agreement. After saving people, the four planned to continue to take a boat to Lizhao. As soon as they walked to the side of the boat, Jingshan felt a voice behind him. When he turned around, he saw Tang Zujian following behind him hesitantly. Miss Tang, you don't want to follow us, do you? Of course I have to follow you. Who knows if you will fulfill your promise after completing the mission. They are the heroes of the Shushan sect. How could they deceive a little girl like you? You are too suspicious. It's none of your business. You can follow them, so why can't I? My martial arts are much better than yours. I was specially invited by the hero Zhu, and the hero said that I can save the people. Ah. Let me believe you? You might as well say that you are the reincarnation of a god. The two quarreled until their faces turned red and their necks became thick, which made Zhu Changqing feel a sense of deja vu. He couldn't help but look back at Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru. Good guy. They are simply printed out of the same mold. When Zhu Changqing thought of the scene of the four people quarreling on the road, he felt a headache and had the urge to not care about the people of the world. Forget it. It's better to destroy it. Junior brother, where are you? Come back quickly. I can't bear it anymore. Zhu Changqing's eyes turned red. The first day I miss my junior brother. At the same time, Chu Yang has already flown to the capital to find the whereabouts of the spider spirit. The Thunder Spirit Pearl may be on the other party, or it may not be, but for Chu Yang, it makes no difference. The Spider Spirit's 1,000-year cultivation is his real goal. In a birch forest outside the capital, a butterfly was dancing in the forest, but accidentally fell into a spider web and couldn't get out. The black-eyed spider, as black as black jade, crawled from the other end of the spider web and slowly approached the beautiful and tiny butterfly. The butterfly trembled in the spider web, desperately waiting for the doom to come. At this moment, the sword light fell from the sky, emitting a magnificent power. The black ancient sword pierced the black spider with one sword, nailing it to the ground. The spider web collapsed. The butterfly flapped its wings and flew high. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, The First Fight with Beiyu. The moment the spider spirit was nailed to the ground by Fengdu, she screamed miserably, and her figure flashed and turned into a young woman in a black gauze dress. Master, spare my life. Fengdu pierced her abdomen, and the powerful spiritual power suppressed her 1,000-year cultivation, making her unable to cast spells. She had no choice but to beg for mercy. Chu Yang slowly fell from midair, one hand pressed on the hilt of Fengdu, looking down at the wailing spider spirit indifferently. He took out a demon-eating goo and threw it on the spider spirit. The demon-eating goo became extremely excited when it smelled the smell of the demon and immediately drilled into the spider spirit's body. What is this? The spider spirit's face turned pale and she screamed in pain. Unfortunately, except for the silly butterfly nearby, no one else heard her scream. Soon, the spider spirit's cultivation was sucked dry by the demon-eating goo, and it was completely annihilated. Chu Yang held the blood-red demon-eating goo in his hand. After a moment, the demon-eating goo disappeared, and Chu Yang's body had nearly 500 years of cultivation. The consumption rate is about 50%, which is better than last time. The new species copied this time has improved. As long as we continue to improve, we should be able to achieve perfect replication. After killing the spider spirit, Chu Yang did not find the Thunder Spirit Pearl. In this case, the Thunder Spirit Pearl must be in Lizhao. Should I meet up with my senior brother first, or go directly to find other spirit pearls? Chu Yang fell into deep thought. The 2 spirit pearls of wind and fire may be in Nan's Heo kingdom, or one may be in the god realm and the other in the ghost realm. The god realm and the ghost realm are not easy to enter and exit, so it is best to go to Nan's Heo kingdom to take a look. It would be best if we can get them smoothly. At the very least, Chu Yang can eliminate 2 wrong options. Just as Chu Yang was about to fly away on his sword, a butterfly suddenly flew in front of him and was reluctant to leave for a long time. Look, I'm a Taoist priest, not a scholar. I didn't kill you just now because you are not a bad person and you are on the right path. If you don't leave quickly, I will be jealous of your 1000-year cultivation. Chu Yang scolded with a stern face. He was speaking the truth. If it weren't for the fact that the butterfly spirit named Kei was quite affectionate, he would have been unable to resist. The little butterfly seemed to be frightened, flying around in the air, and then disappeared. Chu Yang smiled knowingly and flew away on his sword. However, he did not go directly to Li's Hao, but to the general's tomb he had been to before. The appearance of Kei reminded him of something. There was another monster in the Jade Buddha temple near Bay Village, named Zio Shitao. His body was the Jade Buddha beads held by Bodhidharma, and he had been cultivating for 999 years. He should have been subdued by Zaolinga, but the plot changed. He still occupies the Jade Buddha temple and bullies others, forcing them to become monks. Even according to the original plot, the future of Jade Buddha bead is not good. After Zaolinga's death, he was left unchecked and became a demon again. He might even be the big boss Aizen master in the second version of the Legend of Sword and Fairy. Chu Yang felt chilled when he thought of the scene similar to the Little Lion Temple in the future. Instead of keeping Jade Buddha bead to bring disaster to the world, it is better to deal with him now. Whether it is to sacrifice and train it as a magic weapon or to completely absorb its cultivation, the result is almost the same. The sword light flashed and swept across the sky above the capital and headed straight for Bay Village. Chu Yang released the sight and found the Jade Buddha temple quickly. There are many mortals here, all of whom were forced to become monks, causing their families to be broken up and their wives and children to be separated. Just for this reason, Zio Shitao must die. Chu Yang strode into the temple with murderous intent. Zio Shitao, who had transformed into the old abbot, felt this amazing murderous aura and felt very bad, so he summoned the monks to prepare for a desperate resistance. A Taoist disciple. Jade Buddha looked at Chu Yang's pretense and couldn't help but sneer. Since you are a Taoist, I won't save you this time. I will send you directly to see the founder. Chu Yang grinned. Little thing, you are quite prejudiced. If you don't save me, I will save you the same way. Jade Buddha said in a gloomy tone. If you have the guts, kill everyone here. As soon as the voice fell, countless monks swarmed out and rushed straight to Chu Yang. Little Stone's idea was very simple. Since the other party was a Taoist disciple, he would definitely not kill innocent people indiscriminately. He could find an opportunity to sneak attack him. But the next second, an invisible storm swept around with Chu Yang as the center. Indistinctly, Little Stone saw a pale golden ocean. The domineering aura of the Overlord drowned these ordinary people, and Jade Buddha watched them fall one after another. Until the impact hit him, Jade Buddha's face suddenly became twisted and hideous. When he came to his senses, Chu Yang had already pinched his neck and fed the demon-eating goo into his mouth. As the Jade Buddha bead died, the monks in the temple regained their sanity and fled down the mountain, while Chu Yang gained another 500 years of cultivation. In the world of fairy sword, cultivation and realm are not equal, especially for the demon race. The more than 2000 years of cultivation that Chu Yang obtained from the demon race was not enough to push him directly to the next great realm, but it could improve his combat power. He could use this cultivation to improve his martial arts and then strengthen his Yuan Wu true body. The Jade Buddha bead, which lost its cultivation, lost its intelligence, but still retained a spirituality. Given time, it might give birth to a consciousness similar to Little Stone again. Chu Yang stored it in the soul space and left it for others to study, and then flew to Nan's Heo kingdom. On the other side, Beiyu, who had returned to the Beiyu sect, felt something in his heart, walked out of the room silently, and looked at the horizon with expectation. Brother Yang is indeed a man of his word. He came to Nan's Heo to find me so soon. Beiyu saw the sword light that cut through the sky. He did not stay in Beiyu sect, but went directly to a farther place. His expression changed from gentle to gloomy. Hahaha, your little brother Aang seems to have more urgent things to do. He doesn't care about the agreement with you at all. I told you a long time ago that those bull noses on Shushan can't be trusted. I'm a part of them, and I know their hypocrisy better than anyone else. It's not too late now. Come with me to deal with them. Old man King Wei and the group of elders in Kangoo can't get away at all in order to prevent the collapse of the demon locking tower. He's just a sword saint. The two of us are more than enough to deal with him. Zhang gloated on the side. 2 out of 3 sentences were to persuade Beiyu to fight against Shushan with him. Once Shushan was eliminated, as a life form formed by the evil thoughts of King Wei and others, Zhang could absorb their cultivation and evolve into a real extraterritorial demon. By then, the number of people who can truly rival him in the 3 realms and 6 paths can be counted on one hand. Facing the instigation of the evil sword immortal, Beiyu was tempted. In fact, he had already guessed the other party's intention. Didn't he have the idea of using the evil sword immortal to destroy Shushan? Originally, Beiyu didn't care about Shushan, because the other party rarely interfered in worldly affairs. When the Witch Queen and the water monster died together, the Sword Saint watched from the sidelines from beginning to end. But for some reason, Shushan suddenly changed its attitude now. He was just a little closer to Yuzhou, and the Sword Saint suddenly appeared to warn him to leave. The two sides almost fought for this. This made Beiyu realize that he might have to change his mind. I can cooperate with you, but what can I get? Beiyu asked with a smile, crossing his hands on his abdomen. If you want to destroy the world, you can't get around the 5 spirit beads. I can help you collect the 5 spirit beads. How about it? The evil sword immortal patted his chest confidently to guarantee. To break the seal of the Witch Queen, the 5 spirit beads are necessary. This deal is fair, and I can agree to it. Beiyu nodded in agreement, then looked in the direction where Chu Yang disappeared and asked, why do you think Brother Aang is in such a hurry? Zhang chuckled, since we have reached a cooperation, why don't we use this kid as a sacrifice? That won't work. I still have many questions that haven't been answered. Brother Aang can't have any accidents before all my questions are answered. Beiyu rejected Zhang's suggestion without thinking. Zhang looked at Beiyu with a little more displeasure, but it disappeared quickly and continued to show a smile. You have the final say on this matter. Beiyu did not respond and cast a spell similar to shrinking the earth into an inch, disappearing in the direction where Chu Yang left. Chu Yang, who flew to the Shenmue forest on his sword, looked around for the golden winged phoenix, but the forest was too wide and connected to a stretch of 100,000 mountains that could not be seen at the end. Brother Aang, you are in Myojiang. Why don't you go to Beiyu sector? Sit down. Beiyu appeared quietly behind Chu Yang. The leader has great power, so he can naturally sense my location. There is no need to do this. Chu Yang turned his head to look at Beiyu. The two looked at each other in the air, and he saw the murderous intent in Beiyu's eyes. So, you deliberately lured me here? Beiyu was a little curious. It can't be said to be deliberate. I'm just betting on whether the leader will come. If he doesn't come, it proves that the leader still has some trust in me, and there is room for negotiation on everything. If he comes, Chu Yang shook his head disappointedly and said, it means that the leader has made up his mind to go against me and Shushan. The word go against is a bit serious. I have always regarded Brother Aang as a confidant. Our ideas and thinking can be consistent. Beiyu spread his hands, and powerful magic power enveloped him like a sky curtain. He said loudly, Brother Aang, you are going against Shushan. Why don't you stay in the Beiyu sect? I will let you be the deputy leader, and we will change the world together. Chu Yang shook his head and said, there are many ways to change the world, but disaster should not be used. I still prefer a more peaceful way. You keep testing Anu and Tenryūbito just to prove whether there is true love in the world. They have shown it many times, and you have seen it, but you just don't believe it. Beiyu was silent for a while, and slowly said, that is not true love, it's just a play between children. You are deceiving yourself and being stubborn. If you don't know what love is, how can you understand it when you miss it? Chu Yang stood in the air, and the Fengdu under his feet suddenly flew out and hovered around him. If you want to force me to join the sect, then show some real skills. Don't be a fool here. Why is it so? Beiyu shook his head, as if he was very disappointed with Chu Yang's attitude. He stretched out his hand and his magic power condensed like mist, lightly pressing towards Chu Yang. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and a large number of ancient trees in the Shenmue forest were crushed and shattered. It seemed that an invisible force was raging. Chu Yang's whole body flashed with brilliance and entered the state of Yuan Wu Zenshin. Behind him, the strange phenomenon of the sun and the moon in the sky appeared, blocking Beiyu's mighty magic power. Oh. Brother Yang always surprises me. I thought you were knowledgeable, but I didn't expect that you were so young, but you were so experienced. Beiyu became interested, and his expression became serious. As his magic power continued to increase, the power of wind, rain, thunder and lightning began to appear around him. The strong wind blew, and the trees were chopped into pieces, as if by a blade, leaving only a pile of powder. When the raindrops fell, they would create huge holes on the ground, as if they weighed 10,000 pounds. Thunder and lightning struck for thousands of miles, like a punishment from heaven. Today, Beiyu is so powerful that he can control nature, and he uses nature as a weapon to attack Chu Yang. Shenmue Lin also suffered a devastating blow. The terrifying might reminded Chu Yang of the captain of the death god world, Yamamoto Jinryusei Shijikuni. He even felt that, even if he put aside the water monster, the other party could still complete the destruction of the world with his own strength. Fengdu stopped above Chu Yang's head, and then the khaki yellow spring water appeared behind him, pouring out from the void, rolling up thousands of layers of waves, helping Chu Yang to block the power of wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Chu Yang walked on the waves, and rushed straight to Beiyu. He punched out, and the whole world was shaking violently. Beiyu originally thought that Chu Yang would use some earth-shattering swordsmanship, but he didn't expect that the opponent would just punch him and smash the natural power around him. Even the ancient beasts can't compare to this power. Beiyu was secretly shocked, and then mobilized a lot of mana to defend, but was shattered by Chu Yang's punch again. Beiyu realized that he couldn't resist, and his figure suddenly disappeared in front of Chu Yang like a dream bubble. Because Beiyu also had mana interference, Chu Yang's observation color could not predict Beiyu's actions, so he could only chase the other party by speed. Both of them were teleporting. Chu Yang used Flying Thunder God, and Beiyu used Shrinking the Earth into an inch, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Chu Yang held the sunlight in his left hand and the moonlight in his right hand, and pushed his hands forward. Under the shining of the sun and the moon, a millstone emitting two-color light suddenly appeared. Chu Yang pushed the millstone as big as a football field towards Beiyu, who controlled the natural power to bombard it wildly, trying to erase this power. A large number of ancient trees in the Shenmue forest fell down during the battle between the two sides. Countless animals fled in panic, and were finally attracted by a clear cry. A golden light soared from the forest, and its huge wings seemed like clouds hanging from the sky, and its tail was also covered with colorful clouds. Golden winged phoenix. Chu Yang turned back in surprise. He didn't expect the golden winged phoenix to appear at this moment. The golden winged phoenix hung in the sky, staring at Chu Yang and Beiyu with an arrogant look. Both of them were the culprits who destroyed the Shenmue forest. After a while, the golden winged phoenix cried and rushed towards Beiyu resolutely. Although Chu Yang was hateful, he was not as good as Beiyu in the eyes of the golden winged phoenix. The other party was the unforgivable criminal. Interesting? Beiyu put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "You beast want to kill me? If you were a real phoenix, I would be afraid of you. You are just a spirit beast with phoenix blood. How dare you bark in front of me?" The terrifying pressure was everywhere. The golden winged phoenix seemed to be pinched by a pair of big hands. Its body froze in the air and screamed in pain. The sound of bones being broken kept ringing. The divine light on the phoenix was greatly reduced, and its body was also shrinking, turning into the image of a woman. It was covered in blood. In the critical moment, Chu Yang rushed out again, and the sky full of fist prints crushed the sky and forcibly defeated Beiyu's magic power. The sword light flashed and swept away the golden winged phoenix, disappearing in front of Beiyu's eyes. Looking at the direction where the two left, Bai was silent for a long time and still chose to turn around and leave. Chapter 144 The Devil Arrives. It is not Bai's character to do something knowing it is impossible. In the situation just now, he obviously cannot take down Chu Yang, and if he tries to catch up with him, there may be complications. It is best to leave now. However, at the moment, because of Chu Yang's strength, he must put the deal proposed by the evil sword immortal first. The cooperation between the two sides may be closer than before. After Bai left, Chu Yang's figure appeared from the sacred woods. What happened just now was just a trick. He concealed his breath and waited for Bai to leave. The wind spirit pearl might still be in this forest. If Bai wants to wander around in the forest, it will be a big deal. The golden winged phoenix is in a coma because of the serious injuries. Chu Yang had to feed her a few blood bodhisattvas. After all, it is the blood of a sacred beast, and the healing effect of blood bodhisattvas is greatly reduced. Chu Yang had to give her some vitality. After a long time, the golden winged phoenix woke up. Thank you for saving me, young man. The attitude of the golden winged phoenix changed 180 degrees. It no longer regarded Chu Yang as an enemy, and its tone was respectful and polite. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. I came here to ask for the wind spirit pearl for the descendants of Nuwa to stop the moon worship from destroying the world." The golden winged phoenix was stunned for a moment. "I don't know where you got the news from. The wind spirit pearl is not with me." Chu Yang frowned slightly and asked again, "Is the fire spirit pearl in the hands of the old man Killin?" The golden winged phoenix shook his head and said, "No, the wind spirit pearl and the fire spirit pearl have been lost for many years. Several generations of Nuwa's descendants have not found them. I think these two spirit pearls may not be in the human world." Chu Yang, who had been prepared for a long time, was not too disappointed. At least he ruled out two wrong options. Why are all my choices wrong? A bitter smile appeared on the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. When did he become a non-African? My dear young man, although I don't have the wind spirit pearl, I can take out other treasures to repay you for saving my life. A golden light flashed in the hands of the golden winged phoenix, and suddenly a broken eggshell and a golden poisonous insect appeared. This golden silkworm poison is a sacred object of the Miaojiang area, which can greatly improve one's cultivation. I have the blood of the phoenix, which is incompatible with poisonous insects. Forcibly taking the golden silkworm poison will damage one's cultivation. It is better to give it to you, and hope that you can eliminate the monster Baiyu for the human world. And the other one is the eggshell left when I gave birth to my son. It gathers the essence of heaven and earth, and can be used as medicine. I see that you are wearing a Taoist robe, so you should be a disciple of some immortal mountain. The elders of the sect may have masters who are proficient in refining medicine. Unexpectedly, when fighting the boss Baiyu, it was the golden winged phoenix that exploded the gold coins. Chu Yang took the golden silkworm poison and the phoenix egg with a smile. Good people are really rewarded. I didn't expect to get the golden silkworm poison that I had been thinking about here. I will take it to the Soul Palace later to see if I can copy it. However, since so many good things have been revealed, it might as well be one more. Thinking of this, Chu Yang clasped his hands and said, "I have to trouble you to give me some blood essence. The descendant of Nuwa is pregnant and needs some spiritual objects of extreme yang." The golden winged phoenix nodded and agreed without saying a word. Her injuries were almost healed, and giving her some blood essence would not hurt her vitality. After getting the phoenix blood essence, Chu Yang said goodbye and left. Since the golden winged phoenix said that the old man Killin did not have the fire spirit bead, there was no need for him to make another trip in vain, so he flew directly to Lizhao. After flying for a night, when he arrived at the border of Lizhao, Chu Yang saw a strange sight. The sky above Lizhao seemed to be covered by dark clouds all year round, and it was dark and dark. There was no sunlight. It was clearly daytime, but every household was lighting a lamp. There were still monsters gathering outside the city. Chu Yang looked at them coldly, and the sword light swept across, and a large number of those monsters died instantly. Monsters with too weak skills were too lazy to parasitize even the demon-eating goo, so it was better to kill them directly. Chu Yang fell into the city and looked for Zhu Changqing and others. Finally, he heard their voices in front of a spacious house. Yun Mansion. Don't worry, Master Yun. Taking out the Thunder Spirit Pearl will not harm you. How can I be convinced by your one-sided words? Master Yun, I'm a disciple of Shushan. I will never break my promise to you. Shushan? If it weren't for the tower of your Shushan that was about to collapse, there wouldn't be so many monsters suddenly appearing near Li Zhao. If I hadn't used the power of thunder and lightning to kill monsters, Li Zhao would have become a paradise for monsters. Master Yun, this is indeed the fault of my Shushan. Now we have sent all our disciples down the mountain to eliminate monsters. We will soon be able to restore peace to the world. Humph. That's easy to say. Zhu Changqing and Yunting argued endlessly, each with his own standpoint. Yunting was not greedy for the power of the Thunder Spirit Pearl, but was worried about the safety of his fellow countrymen in his hometown. But in the final analysis, if the demon locking tower is not restored to its original state, the tragedy will continue to happen. Maybe the next time the demon beast attacks, even Yunting, who has the Thunder Spirit Pearl, will not be able to resist. Tang Zujian couldn't stand the meaningless argument between the two, and stamped her feet in anger. Oh, you are really annoying, Taoist Changqing. Why don't we go and kill all the demons outside the city, and then ask him for the Thunder Spirit Pearl? Yunting laughed. If you can really kill all the demons, I, Yunting, will offer the Thunder Spirit Pearl with both hands. I hope Mr. Yun will keep his word. Chu Yang came from outside with a faint smile on his face. Junior brother. Zhu Changqing shouted in surprise. It was only a few days since he last saw him, but he felt that it was as long as several years. Especially the days sandwiched between Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru, Tang Zujian and Jingshan. It was like a year. Senior brother, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you so haggard? Chu Yang looked at Zhu Changqing in surprise, who seemed to have been drained of energy by a succubus, with dark circles under his eyes like a panda. It's hard to explain, junior brother. Zhu Changqing glanced at Li Xiaoyao and the others indignantly, tears welling up in his eyes. Anyway, it's good that you're here. Li Xiaoyao came up with a smile. Brother Chu, Master Yun asked us to get rid of the monsters outside the city. What do you think? Of course. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, but there's no need to trouble you. On the way here, I have already killed the monsters that wanted to attack the city. Everyone was shocked. Yunting sneered. You are so arrogant. Even I have to rely on the solid city walls to eliminate some every day. How can you do that? Of course I rely on the sharp sword in my hand. Can you rely on your sharp teeth and sharp mouth like you do? If you have time to argue with me, why not go to the top of the city and take a look yourself? Chu Yang found a chair to sit down, picked up the teapot on the table, and started to drink by himself. Seeing that he was so confident, Yunting said no more and left doubtfully. After Yunting left, everyone immediately surrounded Chu Yang and asked him where he had been these days. Jingshan in the crowd silently watched Chu Yang, full of curiosity. Why did this Taoist priest drag him into this team? After a while, Yunting returned, and the shock on his face had not yet dissipated. Someone could actually get rid of so many monsters by himself. Yunting walked in front of Chu Yang, bowed deeply, and said sincerely, I hope you won't blame me for offending you before. Chu Yang reached out and helped him up, chuckled and said, Mr. Yun has a kind and righteous heart, and he is worried about the safety of the people in Li Zhao. How can you blame me? I did this just to prove to you that Shushan still has the strength to eliminate demons and defend the way. There is no need to worry about the future of the people in Li Zhao after losing the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Besides, Li Zhao has not seen the sun for more than 10 years because of the Thunder Spirit Pearl. It's time to change. Yunting finally showed a relieved smile. He carried the power of the Thunder Spirit Pearl, but he was also carrying a heavy curse. After all, the woman he loved deeply died under this power. Listening to the conversation between the two, Tang Zujian looked at Chu Yang in shock. She thought that this Taoist priest was fooling Yunting, and she was extremely worried. The group came to Li Zhao by water. Before, they were blocked outside the city and could not enter. It was only after Zhu Changqing and Li Xiaoyao led the monsters away that they had the opportunity to enter the city. There were so many monsters that even Zhu Changqing, the eldest disciple of Shushan, could not do anything. How could this junior brother in Zhu Changqing's mouth kill them all? Tang Zujian was shocked and curious. Jingshan on the side had a similar expression. Only Zhu Changqing was worried, fearing that Chu Yang would go astray in order to save the people. Li Xiaoyao secretly compared the gap between himself and Chu Yang in his heart and immediately sighed. Brother Chu's cultivation has become stronger again. He is worthy of being the Shushan school's genius. Lin Yuru sneered. You are talking nonsense, thinking that everyone is like you, slacking off all day long, but he is the leader of the younger generation of the Shushan school. Li Xiaoyao said anxiously. Who are you saying is slacking off? I will also join the Shushan school to become a hero in the future. Lin Yuru said contemptuously. TSK, with your current state, you will never be able to join the Shushan school in your next life. The two quarreled fiercely. Zhu Changqing was like Sun Wukong wearing a tight hoop curse, covering his head in pain, and finally could only look at Chu Yang with hope. Junior brother, they have been like this all the way. Hurry up and save me. Chu Yang raised his lips slightly, coughed and said, the more men and women of similar age quarrel, the deeper their fate is, and the greater the chance of them becoming lovers in the future. As soon as these words came out, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru immediately shut up and moved away from each other as quickly as possible. Both of them looked disgusted. The lobby became quiet again. Zhu Changqing opened his eyes wide in disbelief and murmured, sure enough, it has to be my junior brother. Jingshan looked at Tang Zujian silently. He was often scolded by the other party during this period. Could it be possible that Tang Zujian's eyes happened to meet Jingshan's? The girl's face turned red instantly. She put her hands on her hips and said angrily, damn Jingshan, what are you looking at? I'm the eldest daughter of the Tang family, and you are just a pawn shop boy. What are you thinking about? Jingshan waved his hands hurriedly. I didn't think much about it. You think too much. Tang Zujian frowned and was about to scold, but suddenly thought of what Chu Yang said, so she could only hold the words in her heart and glared at Jingshan fiercely. Jingshan's scalp tingled when she looked at him. He turned around silently and walked towards Chu Yang, clasping his fists and saying, I heard that the Taoist priest asked me to find the 5 spiritual pearls. Jingshan is just an ordinary person. I don't know what the Taoist priest means by doing this. Everyone focused their attention on Chu Yang. Zhu Changqing was also very curious about this, but the situation was urgent at the time and there was no chance to explain. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, do you believe in reincarnation? 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 Everyone was silent. Jingshan frowned, feeling a strange feeling in his heart. Tang Zujian asked timidly, Master Chu, do you mean Jingshan's previous life was unusual? Chu Yang smiled and said, to be precise, it should be the previous life of his previous life. Jingshan was a little confused and said blankly, is it the previous life, or the previous life? Chu Yang said slowly, the beginning of the story should be about the conflict between the gods and demons. The demon lord Changlao who destroyed the demon locking tower was so powerful that he had few rivals in the 6 realms. But 1,000 years ago, he had an opponent who could be called his lifelong rival, the god realm general Fenipeng. Due to the increasing conflicts between the gods and demons at that time, the two accidentally discovered a new fairyland that did not belong to one of the 72 fairy mountains during the battle. Later, they fought privately for the ownership of this place. Fenipeng and Changlao fought many times, but it was always difficult to determine the winner. Gradually, they developed a sense of mutual respect, but the rules of the god realm were strict. Fenipeng's private fight with the demon lord without the consent of the Emperor of Heaven was a violation of the heavenly law. Finally, the god realm sent people to intervene in the duel between the two. Fenipeng lost because of distraction, and even his sword was knocked down to the human world. Changlao felt that he had won unfairly, and he had been brooding over it, and wanted to fight Fenipeng again. Demon Lord Changlao felt that the god realm had too many rules, like a cage without freedom. He didn't want to see a hero like Fenipeng trapped in his own cocoon, so he persuaded Fenipeng to join the demon realm. Fenipeng was unwilling, and willingly returned to the god realm to receive punishment. In the end, he was sent to reincarnation by the Emperor of Heaven, and became immortal. This is the beginning of the story. When everyone heard this story, they couldn't help but feel sorry for General Fenipeng of the God Realm, and from Chu Yang's words, they also felt the indifference and ruthlessness of the God Realm. No one thought that General Felipen had done anything wrong. The reason he fought with Demon Lord Changlao was just out of loyalty to the God Realm and wanting to take over the ownerless new fairyland. Isn't the so-called heavenly law an excuse for the Emperor of Heaven to find that His Majesty was offended by Felipen? Tang Zujian secretly glanced at Jingshan and shook her head secretly. How could she believe that the idiot in front of her was General Felipen of the God Realm? Zhu Changqing frowned. That's why the Demon Lord said some inexplicable things to Brother Jing. He already knew that Brother Jing was the reincarnation of General Felipen. Just to complete that unfair duel, he actually destroyed the demon locking tower without hesitation, causing the people of the world to fall into dire straits. He is indeed a demon, and it is difficult to judge him with common sense. Jingshan looked at the magic sword beside him. His face became bitter. It turned out that the disaster of Shushan was directly related to him. For a moment, he felt that he was the source of suffering. Seeing his absent-minded look, Chu Yang patted his head with his hand and said with a smile, Felipen is Felipen, and you are you. The two cannot be confused. The meaning of reincarnation is that the past is all passing clouds. He is looking for Felipen, and you are Jingshan. The fate of the past has nothing to do with you. The fate of this life is what you should grasp. Although the Demon Lord Zunlao can suppress the 6 realms, he is still blinded by obsession and cannot see this clearly. As soon as the voice fell, the terrifying pressure suddenly descended on Li Zhao. A red figure stood in the sky, looking down at the world with his head down. You said that this seed can't see the obsession? Who gave you the courage to speak nonsense? The voice exploded in everyone's ears like rolling thunder. The Demon Lord is coming. Chapter 145. The Demon Lord is full of treasures. Speak of KOKO, and KOKO will appear. Chu Yang was somewhat helpless. It was indeed a punishment from heaven to reveal such a thing. What was even more embarrassing was to be caught by the person involved. Demon Lord Changlao looked very angry. We are all family members. Can you please sit down and talk? Before Chu Yang finished speaking, Zhu Changqing had already attacked in anger. Facing the culprit who destroyed the demon locking tower, how could he, as the eldest disciple of Shushan sect, endure it? The sword energy soared into the sky. Humph. King Wei didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of me, and you, a little Taoist priest, dare to attack? Changlao's eyes flashed coldly, and the red magic light condensed in his palm. Then he slapped his palm horizontally, and a heart-pounding breath poured out, pressing down hard on Zhu Changqing. The red magic light forcibly broke through the sword energy and submerged Zhu Changqing. Seeing this, Chu Yang's figure flashed and appeared out of thin air beside Zhu Changqing, put one hand on his shoulder, and then disappeared again. Changlao said in surprise, you still have some skills, then take another one from me. Chu Yang sneered and said, the demon lord who dominates the 6 realms is actually a shameless person who bullies the weak. Seeing him today is really disappointing. Changlao's face darkened, and he was filled with murderous intent. What did you say? Jingshan looked at this familiar red-haired monster without much fear in his heart, and said bluntly, what the hero Chu said is right. You have been practicing for many years, and you are also a well-known figure in the 6 realms. Bullying a few mortals here, isn't that bullying the weak? I really don't know why I like dealing with people like you before. Jingshan's unintentional words just hit Changlao's sore spot. He attached great importance to the evaluation of this enemy of his life. Hearing this, Changlao was like a volcano, about to erupt. The dark clouds over Li Zhao accumulated more and more. Tang Zujian grabbed the stupid Jingshan and said anxiously, are you crazy? Dare to provoke him? Be careful that he will get angry and kill us all. He looks very petty. Lin Yuru covered Tang Zujian's mouth and said with tears in her eyes, your mouth is even more unlucky, so just shut it first. The veins on both sides of Changlao's temples were bulging, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. Sharp-tongued. So many mortals back then, you finally learned something good. He took a deep breath, first glanced coldly at the trembling Tang Zujian, and then said to Chu Yang, you are a mortal, I'm the demon lord. It is really unfair for me to suppress you with my cultivation. You draw a line, we must fight today. Chu Yang gave Jingshan and Tang Zujian a thumbs up, and the two of them giggled, with smug expressions on their faces, like elementary school students praised by their teachers. Senior, you are open-minded and worthy of the name of Demon Lord. Stop talking nonsense. Just use whatever tricks you have. If you lose, you won't have the chance to talk nonsense here. Chu Yang stepped forward, shook his sleeves, and said with a smile, who in the six realms doesn't know that the Demon Lord is extremely brave and powerful? I'm not talented, but I want to compete with you in wrestling. Everyone was shocked and looked at Chu Yang, as if he was a madman. A mortal wants to compete with the Demon Lord in strength? This is probably something that only an ordinary madman can say. Tenryūbito pulled Lee Zioyao's sleeve, swallowed her saliva, and whispered, "What's wrong with Master Chu? Is it because of too much pressure that he went crazy?" Lee Zioyao shook his hand away angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you are crazy, Brother Chu will not be crazy." Tenryūbito said anxiously, "Who can think of this?" Lee Zioyao said firmly, "I believe in Brother Chu. Since he saved us on Zionling Island, I feel that there is nothing in this world that he can't do." Tenryūbito pursed her lips and her emotions gradually calmed down. Changlao looked indifferent and said bluntly, "I will treat you as crazy and give you another chance to speak again." Chu Yang smiled without saying a word, his eyes full of provocation. "If you lose, I won't kill you, but I will break all your bones. If I win, I'll grant you one wish. It's a deal." Demon Lord Changlao descended from the sky and stood in the middle of the courtyard of Yun Mansion. He stared at Chu Yang and asked, "How do we compete?" Chu Yang walked in front of him with the powerful aura of the Demon Lord, and then drew a circle under the feet of the two with his sword. Whoever steps out of the circle first loses. "Okay, Senior, whoever uses magic power first also loses. You talk too much nonsense." Changlao had been waiting for this moment. His fists were like thunder, and they hit Chu Yang hard. The moment the fist landed on Chu Yang's chest, everyone heard a shocking muffled thunder. It was as if a big stone was pressing on their chest, and even the air became oppressive. Chu Yang took a step back, then stood up straight, his expression normal. Changlao was slightly stunned when he saw this, and looked at Chu Yang with interest. "You have a good body. No wonder you are confident to wrestle with me. You are not human. Senior Demon, you are joking. I'm a 100% human." Chu Yang raised his fist and said politely, "Next, it is the turn of the junior to punch. Please pay attention, Senior." Changlao put his hands behind his back arrogantly and did not take Chu Yang's reminder to heart. "I have reminded you." Chu Yang shook his head helplessly, and then a flash of madness flashed in his eyes, and the dragon elephant prajna art was running to the extreme, and the power of hundreds of dragons and hundreds of elephants gathered on his fists. A punch was thrown, and the space was torn apart. Changlao's face suddenly changed. The next moment, Before he finished speaking, Changlao felt a pain in his chest. The surrounding scenery was constantly reversed, and there were gusts of cold wind whistling, and the sound of walls breaking. When Changlao came to his senses, he was already standing outside Li's house city. The thick city wall in front of him had a large human-shaped hole broken, which was exactly the same as his body. "I was knocked away by a mortal?" Changlao looked down at his hands, falling into deep self-doubt. On the other side, in the courtyard of the Yun Mansion, Zhu Changqing and others were staring at Chu Yang in amazement. They couldn't even see how Changlao flew out. As soon as he closed his eyes and opened them again, Changlao disappeared. Win just now. After a brief stagnation, Tang Zujian jumped up excitedly. The others smiled after realizing it belatedly. Zhu Changqing anxiously stepped forward to check Chu Yang's body and kept asking, "Junior brother, are you okay?" Two grown men should stop touching each other. It looks weird. Chu Yang slapped Zhu Changqing away and said helplessly, "If I had something wrong, would I still be standing here talking to you?" Zhu Changqing seemed even more confused. "Why are you unscathed after being punched by the Demon Lord?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "The fart was unscathed, but it almost broke my internal organs. If I hadn't been able to recover, I would have died long ago. I have to thank the non-action transformation of the number one brother on the list. It really works." Changlao is back. He is back with anger. Everyone is on high alert, fearing that this demon king who dominates the six realms will turn against him. Changlao, with a frosty face, walked straight to Chu Yang. The distance between the two was less than 1 foot, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He was fooled. He, the dignified demon king, was fooled by a mortal. Chang Lao said coldly, "You are very good. I can fulfill one of your wishes, but next time we meet, I will definitely kill you." Chu Yang smiled and said lightly, "Senior Demon Lord, you look very unconvinced." Chang Lao's face was bulging with anger. "You are cheating, and you still have the nerve to say it?" Chu Yang frowned and said, "Where did you see the junior cheating?" Chang Lao said, "As a matter of course, as a mortal, how can you be stronger than me? This is common sense." "Common sense? Ha ha ha." Chu Yang laughed to the sky. A dignified demon lord actually believes in the word common sense. It's really incredible. Aren't you the most rebellious existence in the six realms? Chang Lao's clenched fists suddenly relaxed, and there was a hint of smile on his face. "You are indeed an interesting human. Except for Fenipeng, no one has made me so embarrassed for a long time." "Oh, senior, you don't plan to break my bones? I'll challenge you next time, just like today. You decide the content. If you lose, I will still break your bones." It's over. The target has shifted. Chu Yang looked at Jing Shan with resentment, thinking that he was a guaranteed trump card, but the Joker card was in his hand. "Tell me your wish. I will do everything possible to help you realize it." Chang Lao's character is to do what he says. Since Chu Yang won him openly, he naturally has to help the other party realize his wish. But for some reason, Chang Lao always feels that the eyes of the human Taoist priest opposite him are always lingering on him. What does he want? Exclamation mark. Chu Yang was also very entangled about this issue. What should he ask Chang Lao to do? Help him kill Beiyu or Zijiangsun? Help them collect the 5 spirits pearl? Either of the two seems to be good. But Chu Yang was a little reluctant, feeling that it was too wasteful. First of all, with the demon eating goo and the golden silkworm goo, he grows very fast, and it doesn't take too long for him to deal with Beiyu and Zijiangsun by himself. It's just a matter of time. Secondly, Zhu Changqing may not be willing to let Chang Lao help collect the 5 spirits pearl. In his eyes, the demon lord Chang Lao is the culprit of all disasters. It's better to kill him than to let him accept Chang Lao's charity. Moreover, collecting the 5 spirit beads is not a difficult task. Chu Yang has already tried out 2 wrong options. Next, he just needs to find them step by step. After thinking about it, Chu Yang felt that it would be better to get some bloodline factors from Chang Lao. If he could create the bloodline of the demon lord, he would make a lot of money. Now that Zhu Changqing and the others were there, Chu Yang couldn't ask Chang Lao for blood in person, so he could only wink at him. "Are your eyes uncomfortable? Ahem. I mean, we should chat privately. Don't you shush and claim to be righteous. Why do you have to say something behind people's backs? Senior, you haven't chatted with people for thousands of years. How do you know?" "It's the first time I've seen someone who can kill a conversation in 3 sentences. I admire you." Chang Lao, Tang Zujian and Lin Yuru couldn't help but turned their heads and laughed softly. Jingshan also wanted to laugh, but Chang Lao's eyes kept glancing at him, so he didn't dare. Zhu Changqing whispered in Chu Yang's ear, "Junior brother, what exactly are you going to do? Why can't you say it in front of everyone? Even if I beg you, don't go astray." Chu Yang pushed Zhu Changqing away. He was afraid of Zhu Changqing's weird look, so he wanted to chat with the demon lord privately, but he didn't expect that the other party was also stupid. In desperation, he could only change his words. "I hope the demon lord can help us once, when we are really in danger. Anyway, if I can beat the opponent once, I can win the second time. Chang Lao made the rules himself, so why don't I take advantage of him?" Chu Yang thought so. "You are a smart man." Chang Lao looked at Chu Yang deeply and nodded in agreement. He heard the other party's hidden meaning. If they could solve the danger by themselves, Chu Yang would not admit it if they took action by force. This little Taoist priest was very kingly, with a lot of bad water in his belly. Anyway, he finally held a life-saving talisman in his hand, which made Chu Yang feel much more relaxed. After all, who knows what accidents will happen in the ghost world and the god world. In addition to the demon lord Chang Lao, there are many other incredible figures in the 6 realms. This is not just the world of Fairy Sword I and Fairy Sword III. When Zhu Changqing heard the wish Chu Yang made to Chang Lao, he was relieved. He was afraid that Chu Yang would beg Changlao to help him forcibly improve his skills, or even fall into the devil's way for this. We must solve the matter of the 5 spirit pearls as soon as possible. We must not let junior brother go astray in order to save the people. Zhu Changqing thought hard and his eyes became unusually firm. Then it's as you wish, but I remind you that the day I make my move will be the day when the second round of the fight begins, so you'd better take care of yourself. Changlao turned and left, passing by Jingshan with a disappointed expression on his face. The little Taoist is right, you are not him after all. Jingshan smiled and said casually, of course I'm not General Fipeng, I'm only me, Jingshan's Jing, Jingshan's Shan. Changlao laughed, now I look a bit like him. The smile on Jingshan's face stopped abruptly, and then he was furious. This man really can't talk. However, the angrier he was, the happier Changlao was, feeling that he had recovered a little of the ground he lost to Chu Yang. A black hole suddenly appeared in the void, and Changlao walked in with a big laugh, and then the black hole closed, and he disappeared completely. Changlao's teleportation spell feels much more powerful than Flying Thunder God and Phantom Shift, and can freely shuttle through the 6 realms, which is a real teleportation. The Demon Lord is full of treasures. Chu Yang thought secretly in his heart. Tang Zujian wiped the cold sweat from her head, and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he left. This guy scared me a lot. What kind of demon lord is this? I think he is just like that. Jingshan was startled, and hurriedly covered Tang Zujian's mouth. Auntie, please don't say anything. I will call him back later. Do you really think he can't hear you? Tang Zujian's face turned pale when she heard this. She was as scared as she was just arrogant. Lin Yuru shook her head helplessly. You are much more arrogant than when I first entered the martial arts world. My father is the leader of the martial arts world. I dare not talk like you, for fear that I will be beaten to death sooner or later. Tang Zujian was about to cry. Li Xiaoyao also said, Miss Tang, you should take everyone's advice to heart. When you go out, you will be in trouble. In fact, everyone advised her with good intentions, but Tang Zujian was a little girl after all, and she was thin-skinned. She couldn't stand being lectured by so many people at once. She cried and rushed out of the gate of Yun Mansion, and disappeared on the street. Miss Tang. Jingshan shouted anxiously, and ran after her without taking the magic sword with him. The strange thing was that the magic sword did not fly out automatically this time, and followed Jingshan away, but stayed quietly in the yard. Chu Yang smiled and said, are you jealous already? If you continue to hide in the sword, your brother will run away with another woman. The magic sword suddenly trembled, and after a while, a blue figure flew out from it, and flew out in a hurry. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru stared with their eyes wide open. How can there be ghosts in broad daylight? Chapter 146 The Disappearance of Zhu Changqing. Fengdu. While Tang Zujian was away, Zhu Changqing released the Thunder Spirit Pearl from Yunting's body, and sealed it for preservation. Yunting, who lost the Thunder Spirit Pearl, was a little depressed. This was a spiritual object that had accompanied him since he was a child, and it was still affected by the sudden removal. Seeing this, Chu Yang fed him a blood body, and his face soon returned to normal. Finally got rid of this curse, and from now on, I, Yunting, can be considered a free man. Yunting's smile was a little bitter. He thought of his lover who died on his wedding night. If Zhu Changqing and the others had come earlier, perhaps the tragedy would not have happened. It can only be said that fate is playing tricks on people. Chu Yang said softly, Master Yun, the future is still long. You have a lot of time and opportunities to experience. The dead are gone, and the living must continue to face life. Yunting clasped his fists and said, I will keep in mind the Taoist's teachings. Why don't you rest here for a night, and wait for Brother Jing and Miss Tang to come back? Now that the dark clouds have dispersed, Li's house city is bustling everywhere. Why not have some fun before leaving? Zhu Changqing shook his head and said, the situation is urgent. We don't have time to rest. Every minute of delay will increase the danger of Shushan. Lin Yuru advised, Master Zhu, let's wait. Zhu Jian needs time to stabilize her emotions. We can't just leave her on the road, right? She is a girl. What if something happens? Li Xiaoyao nodded quickly and said, yes, Brother Zhu, that girl looks like she is not very smart. If she is sold halfway, we will be guilty. Zhu Changqing smiled bitterly and said, "What are you talking about?" Chu Yang patted Zhu Changqing on the shoulder. "Brother, we found the Earth Spirit Pearl and the Thunder Spirit Pearl so quickly. It was very smooth. Be careful not to overdo it. Okay. We have been in a hurry these 2 days. You must be tired, so take a rest," Zhu Changqing said, and walked out of the Yun mansion alone. "I'll take a walk around. You don't have to look for me." "Hey. Brother Zhu." Li Xiaoyao was about to catch up, but was stopped by Chu Yang. He probably wants to catch monsters nearby. So many monsters have escaped from the demon locking tower. He has been thinking about this. It's more uncomfortable for you to let him rest than to kill him. Li Xiaoyao sighed when he heard this. Lin Yuru couldn't help but say, "Master Zhu is really chivalrous and brave, and people admire him." Are you kidding? The next head of the Shushan sect was naturally recognized by King Lui and others. It was getting dark. Jingshan and Tang Zujian hadn't come back yet. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru went to the street, but they were playing their own games. Judging from the current situation, there should be no intersection. Chu Yang stayed alone in the Yun mansion, feeling like an empty nester, so he went straight into the Soul Palace. The three brothers were still working day and night in the palace. Magic Chu Yang, Pirate Chu Yang, Marvel Chu Yang. The golden silkworm goo had only completed the extraction of the bloodline factor and had not yet tried to replicate the experiment. The three of them wanted to overcome the difficulty of the demon-eating goo first, and then study the golden silkworm goo. After all, you have to eat one bite at a time. Xiangshi Chu Yang brought good news. That is, it is possible to get the bloodline factor of the demon lord in the future. The three were very excited after hearing this. The bloodline power of the demon lord is much more powerful than the Otsutsuki bloodline. There are two reasons why Chu Yang has not added new bloodline factors to himself. The first is that he has not broken through the limiter, and rashly adding other bloodline factors may cause conflicts, which has been verified by the One Punch world. Secondly, among so many bloodline factors, there is no power that is obviously stronger than the Otsutsuki bloodline, so it is not worth making any attempts. But the bloodline factor of the demon lord is another matter. Magic Chu Yang joked, "If the Soul Palace can truly communicate with all worlds in the future, we can become an existence similar to the main god space, and use bloodline factors as rewards to cultivate our own forces." Marvel Chu Yang then thought seriously for a while, nodded and said, "Theoretically, it is feasible. I'm now interested in cultivating Hydra and let them become superpowers through bloodline factors." Pirate Chu Yang spread his hands and said with a tone of bad luck, "Come on, I don't need such a grand plan anymore. Let's pass it." Marvel Chu Yang turned his head to the side in annoyance. "What are you showing off?" Immortal Chu Yang came forward and asked curiously, "How is Vegapunk's research on infinite energy going?" Pirate Chu Yang had a headache. If I hadn't stopped him last time, he would have almost dismantled Pluto's power source. The progress is slow, but it is progressing steadily. Marvel Chu Yang suddenly asked, "Has the research on artificial devil fruits been suspended? That thing may be quite useful in other worlds." Caesar, Quinn, and Judge, the three of them are still researching, and I guess there should be a breakthrough in a while. Pirate Chu Yang noticed Marvel Chu Yang's thoughts and pointed out, "Are you trying to learn from Professor Charles in the X-Men and set up a superpower school? Use bloodline factors to create fake superpowers, to attract the real superpowers, and then fleece them, and steal their bloodline factors?" Marvel Chu Yang said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by stealing? Can a scientist's business be called stealing?" Magic Chu Yang smacked his lips. "Old Kong Yaji, yes." Immortal hero Chu Yang suddenly realized a problem. Will the backdoor you left in the bloodline factor become ineffective? Don't wait for the host to become stronger and then backfire on us. Magic Chu Yang shook his head and showed a confident smile. "Don't worry. If the host wants to break through our control, he must be proficient in magic, ninjutsu, curse, and go start at the same time. I will have to add magic in the future when I have the chance." Immortal hero Chu Yang shuddered. "Sometimes you are really scary." Magic Chu Yang glanced at him and sighed. "If there is another piece of collapsing jade, it would be much easier to make these things in the future." Pirate Chu Yang took a deep breath. "We must get the incomplete collapsing jade in Aizen's hand." If he doesn't attack the Soul Society for a long time, we may have to take the initiative to attack. Magic Chu Yang nodded. Let's talk about it next time the god of death Chu Yang comes. The four chatted for a while, and immortal hero Chu Yang returned to the immortal sword world again. Yun Mansion. A whole night passed. Lee Zioyao and Lin Yuru returned first, each sleeping soundly in their own room. Jingshan and Tang Zujian returned a little later, and their behavior seemed a little more intimate than before. And Zhu Changqing did not return all night. Something is wrong. This guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes has never been out all night. Something must have happened. Chu Yang was a little worried, but then he thought, the Demon Lord did not jump out to find him for the second round of competition. Zhu Changqing should not have encountered a crisis of certain death. We have to go out and look for him. Get up, one by one. How can you sleep at your age? Early in the morning, Chu Yang knocked on everyone's door very violently. 2 men and 2 women stared at the dark circles under their eyes and walked out of the door listlessly. Their state was very much like a team of 4 people sitting in a row in an internet cafe. The 4 people looked at Chu Yang with evil expressions. Chu Yang's next sentence made them tremble all over. Senior brother is missing. Hurry up and find him. A whole day passed. Everyone searched the vicinity of Li's house city, but could not find Zhu Changqing. It stands to reason that in one night, no matter how far he walked, he couldn't leave Li's house. But he just couldn't find it. His observation hack he couldn't sense Zhu Changqing. There are 2 reasons for this situation. Either Zhu Changqing is no longer in Li's house, or there is a person like Zhaolinger around him, who is emitting spiritual power all the time, interfering with the perception of observation haki. A figure suddenly flashed in Chu Yang's mind. Zixuan. Zhu Changqing and Zixuan are very likely to have met last night. Considering that Zhu Changqing didn't come back all night, Chu Yang showed a playful smile. You are a Shushan disciple with thick eyebrows and big eyes. You actually played so much behind our backs. Just when Chu Yang was about to let everyone pack up, the magic sword behind Jingshan suddenly flew out and kept spinning in the sky. After a night of getting along, Jingshan and Tang Zujian already knew about Long Kui. They kept waving at the sky and shouting, Long Kui, come down. Li Zioyao and Lin Yuru were confused. Long Kui's abnormal behavior made Chu Yang feel that something was wrong. He stretched out his hand and used the Wan Xiang Yin to suck Long Kui down from the sky. Jingshan hurried forward and Chu Yang handed him the magic sword and then said, ask her what's going on. Jingshan held the magic sword and asked Long Kui with his mind, but the answer he got made his face change. Long Kui said that she smelled the smell of resentment and it was very strong. That resentment stayed in the demon locking tower for decades and came out of the tower with her. Jingshan's voice was trembling. Could it be the thing that Brother Zhu mentioned to us? Lin Yuru looked panicked. The evil thoughts of the head of the Shushan sect and the 4 elders. Chu Yang took a deep breath. It was the evil sword immortal. Li Zioyao asked anxiously, was Brother Zhu captured by the evil sword immortal? That guy should want to steal the 5 spirit pearls, right? My attention was all on Beiyu, but I ignored this guy. Chu Yang had a headache. Zhu Changqing was probably attacked by the evil sword immortal while catching monsters in the wild and then rescued by Zixuan. But I don't know where Zixuan took him. Jingshan asked, Master Chu, what should we do now? Should we go back to Shushan and inform the head of Shushan? Tang Zujian also echoed, yes, maybe the masters of Shushan can find Zhu Changqing. It's better than running around like headless flies now, right? Chu Yang stretched out his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Don't worry about the safety of senior brother. Since Demon Lord Zunlao promised me that he would show up in a dangerous moment, he will not break his promise. Everyone should calm down and concentrate on finding the trace of senior brother. Chu Yang knew that they still had many questions in their hearts, but it was more important to find Zhu Changqing at the moment. He felt that the other party's current situation was not optimistic. There are many things in the world that are more painful than death. After hearing this, everyone stopped talking and began to search aimlessly again. Chu Yang, who realized the seriousness of the matter, took advantage of the others not paying attention and quietly released his shadow clone to help. Tens of millions of shadow clones left Li's house and went to a farther place to look for Zhu Changqing. After a day, the shadow clone sent back news. Zhu Changqing was no longer in Lizhao, but in a place that Chu Yang had never expected. Fengdu. Knowing Zhu Changqing's location, Chu Yang immediately called everyone to leave Lizhao. This time he no longer hid his strength and used the sword control technique to drag everyone to Fengdu Ghost City. As soon as he entered the city, Chu Yang felt the restlessness of Fengdu in the depths of his soul. The Fengdu city and the immortal sword leads directly to the ghost world, and the wandering ghosts in the ghost world are all great supplements for Chu Yang's Fengdu. Wow. Why is it so gloomy here? It feels so scary. Tang Zujian's hair stood up, and she hid behind Jingshan silently, always feeling that something was secretly spying on her. Jingshan used his hand to protect Tang Zujian, but was hit on the back of his hand by the magic sword. He cried out in pain, and then heard Long Kui's laughter. How can she still have such a naughty side? Jingshan thought helplessly. Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru were brave. Not only were they not afraid, but they also looked around curiously. If they were not worried about Zhu Changqing's safety, they would have disappeared long ago. From the perspective of pure travel, Li Xiaoyao and Lin Yuru are indeed very good partners. Tang Zujian pointed to a place not far away and muttered softly, "Master Chu, let's go find Master Zhu quickly, okay? There is a person over there looking at us strangely." Everyone looked in the direction of her finger and saw a middle-aged man with a hunched body, thin body, and a wretched face. The middle-aged man met Chu Yang's eyes and was not afraid. He walked over with a swagger. "I'm Zhao Wuan. It seems that you all have come to Fengdu City for the first time. If you need anything, you can ask me. In this world, there is nothing I can't do." Zhao Wuan looked at everyone with a smile, his eyes wandering on Tang Zujian and Lin Yuru. The other party's wretched temperament made the two people's faces show disgust. Chu Yang said coldly, "Take us to Aunt Ma's inn." Zhao Wuan's eyes turned around and said stealthily, "Are you here for fun? Or do you have important things to do? Are you interested in visiting the ghost world? I have a good thing here, and it only costs a very cheap price." Before Zhao Wuan finished speaking, his shoulder was pierced by the sword energy, and he screamed in pain on the street. Other passers-by took a look and quickly quickened their pace, fearing that they would be implicated. "I know you are a ghost messenger, walking between the yin and yang worlds, and you know some tricks. I also know that you used herbal to your soul-leaving soup to deceive others. Don't play those little tricks in front of me. I'm afraid I can't help it, and really send you down, and you will never come back in this life." Chu Yang's tone was indifferent and creepy. Zhao Wuan heard that his details were revealed by the stranger in front of him, and immediately realized that he had met a tough guy, so he didn't say much, and silently led Chu Yang and others to the inn. As soon as Chu Yang walked into the inn, Zhao Wuan started to speak nonsense. "If you have the guts, don't let me see you downstairs, or you'll be in trouble." After saying these harsh words, Zhao Wuan disappeared before everyone's eyes. Lin Yuru and Tang Zujian were so angry that they stamped their feet. Tang Zujian cursed, "Bad guy. You are the one who I don't want to see. Otherwise, I'll beat you to pieces." Lin Yuru also cursed. The voices of the two attracted Aunt Ma, the owner of the inn. The plump Aunt Ma came over with a smile and asked, "I heard Zhao Wuan cursing from a long distance away. It seems that he didn't get any benefits from you guests. Many people have been deceived by him in the past years." Aunt Ma sighed. "Most of the people who want to go to the ghost world are poor people who are stubborn and unwilling to change their ways. Among them, there are the most infatuated men and women. Just listening to their stories makes people feel distressed. I don't know how that bastard Zhao Wuan could do it." Chapter 147 The Restless Li Xiaoyao. Tang Zujian and Lin Yuru were girls after all. When they heard about love, their thoughts were quickly taken away by Aunt Ma. Before long, their eyes were red, and they kept wiping their eyes. Li Xiaoyao rolled his eyes speechlessly. "It's not you who are suffering. Why are you crying?" The two turned around and glared at him fiercely. Li Xiaoyao wanted to say more, but Jingshan pulled him aside and persuaded him to shut up. Chu Yang interrupted Aunt Ma and asked, "Excuse me, owner, was there a girl in purple here yesterday?" Aunt Ma, who had been smiling just now, looked gloomy, glanced at Chu Yang with indifferent eyes, shook her head and said, "There is no girl in purple here." My inn has no guests all year round. Not to mention girls, even ghosts can't be seen. If you don't stay at the inn, please excuse me. Chu Yang said loudly. Shushan disciple Chu Yang, please come out and see the descendants of Nuwa. This is related to the life of my senior brother. I hope the young lady will forgive my abruptness. Aunt Ma was anxious and yelled, "You are so ignorant." I said there is no one here. Before she finished speaking, an ethereal voice came from the innermost part of the second floor of the inn, which shocked everyone. Aunt Ma, it's okay, they are our own people. The door opened, and a fragrant breeze blew in. The unique fragrance attracted everyone's attention. The aroma contained the scent of many flowers, such as lavender, lily, jasmine, etc. The scent was very complex, but unusually harmonious. Even Chu Yang couldn't help but be distracted when he smelled this scent. When a group of people were distracted, a woman in a purple gauze dress walked out of the room. When Lee Zioyao saw her for the first time, his pupils suddenly shrank. The woman in front of him looked 70% similar to Ziolinga. No one would believe it if she said there was no relationship. Mr. Lee, this woman looks too much like Linga's sister. Could she be her long-lost sister? No, she has white hair on her temples. She should be an aunt or something like that. Lin Yuru whispered in Lee Zioyao's ear. Lee Zioyao suddenly looked at Chu Yang. He just heard Chu Yang say descendants of Nuwa, proving that the woman in front of him was indeed a relative of Ziolinga. I'll tell you the whole story later. Now it's important to confirm the situation of the eldest brother. Chu Yang walked to the second floor of the inn, and at this time Zixun was looking at Lee Zioyao with a complicated expression. Senior Zixun, how is my senior brother? Follow me in, we'll know at a glance. Zixun led Chu Yang and the others into the room. Following her instructions, Chu Yang saw Zhu Changqing on the bed. Zhu Changqing was in a coma, with a peaceful golden light emanating from his body, but a black aura was hovering on his face. One good and one evil were constantly fighting in his body. The black aura was transformed by evil thoughts, and it was obvious that it was the work of the evil sword immortal. I just don't know what the golden light on Zhu Changqing's body is. Lee Zioyao stepped forward and wanted to touch Zhu Changqing's body, but was stopped by Zixun, who shook her head and said, "He's not in a good condition now, so don't touch him." Lee Zioyao asked anxiously, "What happened to brother Zhu?" Hearing Lee Zioyao calling Zhu Changqing brother, Zixuan's brows subconsciously frowned and returned to normal after a few breaths. She did not answer Lee Zioyao's question immediately, but turned to look at Chu Yang and said, "How did you know Zhu Changqing was here? How did you know my identity?" Chu Yang replied, "Senior brother and I went down the mountain together to practice in the world. Before leaving, the head of the sect reminded me that he might encounter an emotional barrier that was difficult to understand, so he told me about senior brother's three-life love." Zizuan was silent for a long time and said with emotion, "I didn't expect Taoist King Wei to trust you so much." Chu Yang glanced at the unconscious Zhu Changqing and couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Senior settled in Fengdu in order to find senior brother's reincarnation through the ghost world. Such persistence is admirable, but also pitiful. You have given up too many things for this." Poor Zizuan was a little absent-minded, with bitterness flashing in her eyes. Tang Zujian was confused by the confusing conversation between the two people. She jumped out anxiously and shouted, "Can you guys say something understandable? What happened to Taoist Zhu?" Zixin was interrupted by her, and her expression returned to normal. She calmed down and explained, "I met Zhu Changqing by chance near Lizhao. He was fighting an evil thought with a man who called himself the Evil Sword Immortal. The Evil Sword Immortal is very powerful. He is only one step away from transforming into an extraterritorial demon and transcending the 6 realms. Zhu Changqing is no match for him, and I can't match him either. I can only use the Holy Spirit Pearl to temporarily repel that evil thought. I took advantage of the Evil Sword Immortal's inattention and escaped with Zhu Changqing. We hid all the way here, and when we settled down, I found that his body was parasitized by some evil thoughts and he almost fell into the path of evil. Those evil thoughts are very special, and conventional evil removing spells are completely useless. I can only use the Holy Spirit Pearl to suppress the evil thoughts in his body and keep him the way he is now." Zixin's words were similar to Chu Yang's previous guess. It was indeed the evil sword immortal who made things like this. Chu Yang smiled and said, Senior Zixon, you can take back the Holy Spirit Pearl. Leave the rest to me. Zixon did not do it immediately, but emphasized solemnly, I just said that ordinary exorcism spells are useless, even if you use any Shushan secrets. Those evil thoughts originally came from Taoist King Louis and others. It is useless to use Shushan spells. Chu Yang replied calmly, I know my limits. Please do as you say. Zixen looked at Chu Yang deeply and silently took back the Holy Spirit Pearl from Zhu Changqing's body. The black energy on Zhu Changqing's face began to spread rapidly throughout his body. The whole person was filled with unspeakable malice. Just standing in the same room would make people feel uncomfortable. Zizuan said anxiously, if you have any way, use it quickly. If you delay any longer, even my Holy Spirit Pearl will not be able to suppress the evil thoughts in Zhu Changqing, and he will fall into the devil's way. As soon as the voice fell, Zhu Changqing stood up suddenly, his hair was scattered, like a ferocious evil ghost, his eyes were red, and he scanned the people present. The cold murderous intent in his eyes made people shudder. The style is quite cool, but it's a pity that it's not the type that the senior brother likes. I'm almost the same. Chu Yang laughed and joked. Zhu Changqing, who was about to fall into the devil, suddenly pounced on him, his pupils shining with bloodthirsty light. Amid the screams of others, Fengdu suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yang, and the yellow spring water gushed out, forming a cage to trap Zhu Changqing, allowing the other party to let out a tragic roar. The origin of evil thoughts and curses is very similar in concept. The yellow spring water can eliminate curses, so it can also be effective against evil thoughts. As the yellow spring water surrounded him, Zhu Changqing screamed more and more miserably. To be more precise, it was the black energy in his body that was screaming, as if it had life. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, just like putting a red hot iron into the snow. The evil thoughts also melted away under the wrapping of the yellow spring water. Zhu Changqing returned to normal, but the power of the Holy Spirit Pearl was also consumed by half. When it returned to Zixuan's hand, the light was dim and seemed to be extinguished at any time. However, seeing that Zhu Changqing's condition had improved, Zixuan's face had no other emotions except happiness. In her eyes, the so-called Holy Spirit Pearl was not as important as Zhu Changqing's life. Brother Chu Sword seems to be able to restrain that dirty thing. We must eliminate him next time we meet. The evil thoughts in senior brother are part of the evil sword immortal. While I was eliminating these evil thoughts, he probably sensed what happened here. In the next period of time, he should try to stay away from me. What a pity. There's nothing to pity. Our target was not the evil sword immortal from the beginning, but to repair the demon locking tower. As long as he doesn't come to interfere with us, it will be the best result. Zhu Changqing's complexion was gradually improving, but Zixuan's complexion became much worse, and the number of white hairs increased visibly. Chu Yang walked forward and transferred some vitality to her, sighing, as a member of the Nuwa tribe, after giving birth to a daughter, you should have lost your demigod body and aged like a mortal, but you changed all that with the Holy Spirit Pearl. Now the power of the Holy Spirit Pearl has greatly decreased. It is difficult to help you stay young forever. You will gradually degenerate into a mortal body. Senior Zixun, do you regret it? Zixun smiled when she heard it. As long as it is for him, I will not regret anything. Chu Yang said helplessly, Senior's obsession is so deep that I have never seen it in my life. I really admire it, but isn't it a bit too much to sacrifice your daughter for this? Zixun's face suddenly turned pale, and she hurriedly shook her head and said, it's not like that. I stayed in Fengdu City waiting for him all the time. I didn't know what happened in Nanshao Kingdom. When I rushed back, everything was too late. Kinga turned into a stone statue in order to suppress the water monster. I wanted to go to Beiyu to fight, but was stopped by the previous saint aunt. She knocked me out and sent me out of Nanshao Kingdom. She said that, since I chose to give up my duties as a descendant of Nuwa, I have no right to interfere in the affairs of the Nuwa clan, nor do I have the right to return to Nanshao. I really don't want this to happen. I'm sorry for Kinga. Not only did I seal her with the puppet soup for decades, but I also took away the Holy Spirit Pearl. If she had the Holy Spirit Pearl, the ending might be different. At this point, Zixuan covered her face and burst into tears. Chu Yang didn't know how to comfort her. Since ancient times, the heavenly snake staff, the Holy Spirit pearl, and the Holy Spirit cloak have been treasures passed down from generation to generation in the Nuwa clan. Among them, the Holy Spirit pearl is the supreme treasure nurtured by each generation of Nuwa's descendants. As Zixuan said, if the Witch Queen had been fully equipped at that time, it is very likely that she would not have to transform into a stone statue to suppress the water monster. It is conceivable how much self-blame she must have as a mother. How could she not regret it? It's nothing more than deceiving herself. Lee Zioyeo also knew her identity from Zixuan's confession. At this moment, I felt thunder rolling in the sky, and my whole body was numb. Linga's mother's mother? Isn't it grandma? Then brother Zhu. Isn't he Linga's grandfather? Oh my god. Lee Zioyeo's legs went weak for a moment. He had been on friendly terms with Linga's grandfather all along the way. What are you thinking about? Chu Yang slapped Lee Zioyeo on the back of his head a few times and said unhappily, I just told you that the past was the past when I met the demon lord. You don't remember it at all. No matter what the future holds, Zhu Changqing will only be Zhu Changqing, not anyone else. I said this to Zioyeo, and also to you, Senior Zixuan. Zixuan looked at Chu Yang with tears in her eyes. If you can accept the fact that Zhu Changqing is just Zhu Changqing, and are still willing to love him, then I fully support you being together. If you just regard him as a substitute for Gu Liufang and Lin Yeping, then there is no need to torture yourself like this. Let him go, and let yourself go. While Linga is still here, everything can still be remedied. If you can't be a good mother, you must be a good elder, and fulfill the last bit of responsibility. Zixuan stood there in a daze. While she was in a daze, Lin Yuru and Tang Zujian quietly came to Chu Yang. They were confused, and had to ask Chu Yang to explain from the beginning. So Chu Yang told the story of Zhu Changqing and Zixuan's 3-life love story. From Gu Liufang to Lin Yeping, and then to the current Zhu Changqing. When they knew the relationship between Zixuan, Kinga and Linga, their expressions of disbelief were almost the same as Lee Zioyeo's before. In front of Taoist Zhu in the future, you have to be honest. Don't be so close to each other, and call each other brothers. There is a generation difference. Lin Yuru reminded Lee Zioyeo earnestly, but Lee Zioyeo could see a gloating smile on her face. Damn evil woman. So annoying. The most uncomfortable thing was that he couldn't refute it. After a while, Zhu Changqing woke up, and the scene of fighting with the evil sword immortal flashed in his mind. His expression suddenly became nervous, and then relaxed the moment he saw Chu Yang. Junior brother, did you save me? It wasn't me, it was Miss Zixuan here. Miss Zixuan? Zhu Changqing seemed to remember more details, so he struggled to get up from the bed, clasped his fists to Zixuan and said, thank you for saving me, miss. Zhu Changqing will never forget it. May I ask manuscript? The two looked at each other, and the voice stopped abruptly. Because Zhu Changqing saw the tears on Zixuan's face. At this moment, an inexplicable emotion spread in his heart. This girl is so familiar, I always feel like I have seen her somewhere. The more Zhu Changqing thought about it, the stronger the palpitations became. As bystanders, Tang Zujian and Lin Yuru were so nervous that their toes were tapping the ground. They hoped that Zhu Changqing could remember something, so that Zixuan's perseverance and waiting would not be in vain. But they thought about it, and thought that it would be a good choice for the two of them to give up like this. The love that continued for 3 lifetimes, under the brewing of time, seemed to have become a curse. Master, you're welcome. I just happened to pass by. The person who really saved you was your junior brother. After all, you are blessed by your own good fortune. Zixuan had a smile on her face. Even her tears were hidden. No matter what, Changqing still has to thank Miss Zixuan. Zhu Changqing didn't seem to remember anything. He was as polite as ever and just the right amount of politeness. Tang Zujian and Lin Yuru were a little disappointed. They walked out of the room dejectedly. Lee Zioyeo had been feeling like he was sitting on wax since just now, and hurriedly followed the two girls. Changqing has something important to do. Miss Zixuan's kindness can only be repaid after the matter is over. I hope the lady won't blame you. Master, you are joking. Zixuan didn't do anything. You don't have to repay anything. After a while of politeness, Zhu Changqing and Chu Yang Jingshan left the inn. After walking a short distance, Zhu Changqing suddenly stopped and said softly, "Junior brother is knowledgeable and should know how to repair her Holy Spirit Pearl and restore her demigod body." Jingshan, who was following behind them, was shocked. Zhu Changqing remembered everything. Chapter 148 Going to the Ghost World. The King of Hell is shocked. It was expected that Zhu Changqing would recover his memory. After all, the Holy Spirit Pearl had been in his body for such a long time. As the place where the holy souls of all generations had taken refuge, it would have had some influence on him. Zixen should have guessed this, but Zhu Changqing did not admit that he had recovered his memory, so she just played this drama and helped him. She got the answer from Zhu Changqing's reaction. He was not Gulia Fang, nor was he Lin Yeping, nor was he any substitute. Compared with Chu Yang's earnest persuasion, Zhu Changqing's silence really shattered the last fluke in Zixuan's heart. She personally put an end to this long relationship, and Zhu Changqing wanted to repair the Holy Spirit Pearl with the idea of completely breaking off the cause and effect. But Chu Yang felt that the fate of these two people would not end easily. The Holy Spirit Pearl was originally the treasure of the goddess Nuwa, and it is also the place where the souls of the descendants of Nuwa from all generations have taken refuge, hosting their spiritual power. There are actually 5 similar treasures, the 5 spirit pearls. Perhaps as long as we gather the 5 spirit pearls, we will be able to restore the power of the Holy Spirit Pearl. I heard that the Fire Ghost King in the Ghost World has a spirit pearl. We can go to the Ghost World tonight to take a look. Chu Yang tried to draw Zhu Changqing's attention to the Ghost World. He was also quite interested after hearing this. Zhu Changqing nodded in agreement with Chu Yang's opinion. In this case, let's wait until tonight to go to the Ghost World. Jingshan suddenly felt uneasy, as if he would encounter something, when he went to the Ghost World this time. It was midnight. In the room on the 2nd floor of the inn, Zixuan sat blankly on the chair. She had been like this since Zhu Changqing left. She had persisted for so long, but now she was only confused. A red light flashed. Demon Lord Changlao suddenly appeared, and seeing Zixuan's absent-minded look, he said coldly, "I can help you recover the Holy Spirit Pearl." Zixuan didn't even look at him, and said in a cold tone, "As a dignified demon lord, why do you always do things that spy on others?" Changlao said angrily, "I just left a mark on Fenipeng. Who knew he would come to you?" Zixuan realized that she had misunderstood Changlao, and her face softened a lot, but her tone was still firm. "Thank you for your kindness, Demon Lord. It's just that the spiritual power of the Holy Spirit Pearl conflicts with the demonic energy. I don't want the sacred objects of my clan to be polluted. People with different beliefs cannot work together." Hearing the sarcasm in the words, Changlao was not angry, and said to himself, "Are you and him the same kind of people? If you exhaust the spiritual power of the Holy Spirit Pearl, you will become immortal sooner or later, and he can only practice Taoism and stay in Shushan for a lifetime. You still can't be together." Zixuan lowered her head and smiled. "It's enough. In the final analysis, I was too greedy. The descendants of Nuwa have always had a bad fate, but I was able to fall in love with him for 2 lifetimes, and gave birth to Kinga. God has been very kind to me." Changlao looked indifferent, turned into a red light and disappeared. Before leaving, he said something cruel. "In this case, you and he should have nothing to owe each other in this life, but you wasted your spiritual power in vain to heal his wounds. I want to take these spiritual powers back." The panicked Zixuan wanted to stop him, but there was no trace of Changlao in the room, so she could only chase him out in a hurry. On the other side, Chu Yang and others had already met at the city gate. At midnight in Fengdu City, the gate leading to the Ghost World at the city gate will open, and you can go directly to the Ghost World from here. But there is a problem. If a living person enters, the physical body will remain in the world of the living. If no one takes care of it, there may be big problems. Everyone began to discuss who will take care of the physical body. Tang Zujian raised her hand enthusiastically, because she didn't want to go to the Ghost World. "It's so scary there. I'd better not go there. I'll just help you keep an eye on your bodies. The passage between the 2 worlds is open. Not only people from above will go down, but also ghosts from below will come up. Miss Tang has to be very careful when she's alone in Fengdu City." "Ah. Then I'd better go down with you." Before she could finish her words, Tang Zujian immediately changed her mind and said she would go down with everyone. Chu Yang smiled and said, "You go down first. I'll take care of everyone's bodies." Lin Yuru said worriedly, "Master Chu, aren't you going? Without you, I think we'll be in danger down there." Zhu Changqing said, "Junior brother, why don't we go down to find the fire spirit pearl and let the others stay in the city? At least there's someone to take care of them." Tang Zujian nodded quickly, "That's the best." Chu Yang glanced at Jingshan, thinking of Fengdu's restraint on ghosts. After thinking again and again, he gave up letting him sacrifice his appearance and planned to use force to seize the fire spirit pearl. Going to the god realm to get the wind spirit pearl is another situation, and he must borrow the name of General Fei Peng to do it. In that case, my senior brother and I will go down, and you can help take care of the body. Seeing that Chu Yang and Zhu Changqing were going to enter the ghost world, Li Xiaoyao suddenly said reluctantly, "Can't you take me with you? The three of them are enough to stay up there." Zhu Changqing thought about it, so he agreed that Li Xiaoyao would follow them into the ghost world. The three of them stepped into the passage at the same time, but Tang Zujian suddenly shouted, "Master Chu's body is not left behind." Lin Yuru and Jingshan looked closely and were also shocked. What is going on? Why is there no body of Master Chu, but Master Zhu and Li Xiaoyao's are there? Could it be that Master Chu is not a living person? What nonsense are you talking about? How can Master Chu look like a ghost? Didn't you see him walking on the street in broad daylight? Can a ghost come out in broad daylight? The three people kept arguing, and Long Kui, who was wearing a red dress, also jumped out of the magic sword to join in the fun. She floated to Jingshan and said, "Brother, if the Taoism is strong enough, ghosts can also come out in the daytime. That Taoist Chu was able to withstand the attack of the demon lord. Maybe there is something wrong." Hearing Long Kui say bad things about Chu Yang, Lin Yuru was immediately anxious. She pointed at Long Kui and cursed, "Don't spread rumors here to confuse the public. Taoist Chu is a disciple of Shushan. How can the head of Shushan not know whether he is a human or a ghost?" Long Kui in red crossed her arms and stared at Lin Yuru coldly without saying a word. Jingshan saw that she seemed to be angry and began to coax her. Chu Yang, who had already entered the ghost world, had no idea about the quarrel above. He was already standing in front of the huge gate of Fengdu City. Fengdu City in the ghost world is much larger than Fengdu City in the human world. The gates and walls are full of traces of erosion by time, showing desolation. The three of them walked into Fengdu City. Suddenly, a group of ghost officials appeared out of nowhere and stopped them. They said in a cold voice, "No one is allowed to enter Fengdu without permission." Li Xiaoyao's eyes widened. How can this happen? I've never heard of it. Chu Yang smiled, took out a stack of ghost money from his arms, and handed it to the ghost official in front of him. The ghost official looked down and took it in a flash. Then the ghost officials made way for them, standing in 2 rows on the left and right, treating Chu Yang and the others as heir. Li Xiaoyao was shocked again. Is this okay? People have their own way. Ghosts have their own way. In the end, they all use money to clear the way. After dealing with the ghost officials blocking the way, Chu Yang took Zhu Changqing and Li Xiaoyao into Fengdu City. It was midnight in the world of the living, but it was noon in the ghost world. The underworld was dark, and green ghost lanterns were responsible for illuminating the entire ghost street. From time to time, some ghost lights flew from the roadside, making people feel creepy. Apart from some scary background element, the residents of Fengdu City looked like ordinary people, except that their faces were a little pale, and the buildings in the city were similar to those of Fengdu City in the mortal world. Li Xiaoyao and Zhu Changqing looked around, their faces full of curiosity. A one-day trip to the ghost world as a living person is not an experience that everyone can have. They did not notice that Chu Yang's expression was a little strange at this time, as if he was secretly competing with something. Since entering Fengdu City, the Fengdu sleeping in Chu Yang's soul has become more and more agitated, and even Chu Yang can't suppress that extreme desire. We have to find something to eat quickly, otherwise the child will be suffocated. Chu Yang urged Zhu Changqing and the others to leave and quickly find the Fire Ghost Hall where the Fire Ghost King is. The Fire Ghost Hall is located in the lava hell at the bottom of the ghost world. It is a place that even the king of hell does not want to set foot in because the temperature is too high and it is not something that ghosts can contend with. In the entire ghost world, only the fire ghost king can stay there safely. If you want to go to the lava hell, you must first pass through the desolate land. The so-called desolate land is the wild area of the ghost world where some lonely ghosts who have lost their minds wander. The moment he stepped on the desolate land, Chu Yang no longer suppressed the desire of Fengdu and let it act. The black ancient sword soared into the sky, and the hell scroll on the sword body actually moved vividly. For a moment, the lonely ghosts in the entire desolate land cried horribly. The crying shook the ghost world, and the Fengdu city in the distance was crumbling, like a dragon turning over. Ghost world, Impermanence Hall. King Yama, sitting on a high seat, was correcting the files in his hand like an emperor on earth, and there was a file on his far left hand that was emitting light. The three big characters Book of Life and Death were written on it. Suddenly, a cry came from outside the Impermanence Hall. King Yama frowned and said, "Who is making a noise outside the hall?" The judge walked in from outside the hall and said, "Your Majesty, the sound is not coming from nearby, but from farther away." King Yama was about to ask more questions, but the Hall of Impermanence suddenly shook, and all the files on the table fell to the ground. Only the Book of Life and Death slowly flew into the air, and the light on it became more and more intense. King Yama looked at this scene with a solemn expression, and he took it back until the Book of Life and Death calmed down. The treasure that affects the fate of the ghost world has been born. Zangpan, take all the ghost messengers in the Hall of Impermanence to check it out. Be sure to find the source. I will come later. After King Yama finished speaking, he turned and walked into the depths of the Hall of Impermanence. After receiving the order, Zangpan immediately gathered the ghost messengers and went to the desolate land. At the same time, the ghost gate above the desolate land opened wide, and Fengdu greedily devoured the lonely ghosts on this land. These ghosts have completely lost their minds and have no possibility of reincarnation. If they continue like this, they will only turn into ghosts and disappear in the ghost world. This is why Chu Yang allowed Fengdu to devour the ghosts here, instead of the Fengdu city just now. Li Xiaoyao and Zhu Changqing were stunned by the scene of thousands of ghosts crying together. After they came to their senses, there was only desolation in the desolate land, and no ghosts could be seen. Li Xiaoyao asked with a pale face, "Brother Chu, will there be any problem if we do this? Will those ghost messengers regard us as enemies invading the ghost world?" Chu Yang thought about it seriously and nodded. "It is entirely possible. Let's find the fire spirit pearl as soon as possible and then run away." Zhu Changqing smiled bitterly and said, "I should have listened to my junior brother earlier and let you stay up there. Now it has become a question whether we can get out of the ghost world alive." Chu Yang comforted him softly, "Brother, don't talk nonsense. Our souls have entered the ghost world. According to normal sayings, this is considered dead." Zhu Changqing's face was at hen, and he was shaking with anger. Li Xiaoyao was about to cry and shouted loudly, "Brothers, let's go quickly. I can see people coming from the city." Chu Yang suddenly turned around and saw a large group of ghost officials rushing towards them. The wind is strong. Chu Yang whistled at the Fengdu in the sky, and the it that had eaten and drunk enough became very well behaved and instantly got into Chu Yang's soul. The three of them quickly left in the direction of the lava hell. After a while, Zangpan arrived with the ghost officials, but he could no longer see the backs of Chu Yang and others. Looking at the empty and desolate land, he actually felt a chill in his heart. Lonely ghosts have always been the most troublesome problem for the ghost world. They are like illegal households in the world of the living, and are not subject to the rules at all. The only way is to send ghost officials to encircle and suppress them. Every encirclement and suppression will lose a lot of manpower. Over time, the ghost world will let them exist, resulting in more and more lonely ghosts in the desolate land, almost becoming a disaster. Now that they have been completely cleared out, Zangpan should be happy under normal circumstances, but he suddenly realized a problem. Since the so-called treasure can easily kill these lonely ghosts, it means that it also has terrifying killing power against them. "Master Zangpan, there are 3 strange guys in front of us who are leaving in the direction of lava hell. Should we chase them and see?" A yaksha ghost with a trident stepped forward to report. The treasure should be in their hands. We must not let them enter the lava hell and let the treasure fall into the hands of the Fire Ghost King. Otherwise the ghost world will be in chaos. Zanpan's face changed, and he immediately led the team to chase after them. The mighty army of ghosts rushed to the lava hell. On the other side, the high temperature that hit them made Chu Yang and Lee Zioyao stop. Lee Zioyao complained, "How can we get in when it's so hot? We will be roasted directly." Chu Yang's face was solemn. "Now we are all souls. We need to act with caution. If we get hurt, the worst we will do is get seriously ill. After we go back, we might completely lose consciousness and only the flesh will survive." Lee Zioyao shuddered, looked back at the pursuers, gritted his teeth and said, "Why don't we go back and fight them? They are just a group of ghost officials. We may not lose." Chu Yang shook his head and said, "Winning or losing is secondary. The most important thing is that no one can bear the crime of causing trouble in the ghost world, not even Shushan." Lee Zioyao had a sad face. "What should I do? Linger is still waiting for me to go home." Chu Yang quickly covered Lee Zioyao's mouth and said unhappily, "Shut up and be quiet for a while. Don't make flags for me or I'll seal your mouth." Lee Zioyao didn't understand, but facing the angry Chu Yang, he could only choose to shut up. "Follow me." Chu Yang summoned Fengdu, which circled around his body. Then a large amount of yellow spring water gushed out, and the lava under his feet was extinguished, creating a road that led directly to the Fire Ghost Palace. Chapter 149. We respectfully welcome the Emperor's return. In the center of the Fire Ghost Hall lay a tall figure, not a beautiful woman, but a giant with 3 horns on his head and a ferocious appearance. The Fire Ghost King was originally a human who was burned to death by heavenly fire in ancient times. After death, he turned into a fire ghost because he coveted the freedom of the ghost world and was unwilling to reincarnate. He stayed in the ghost world for thousands of years. He picked his nose and yawned sleepily. Such boring days had passed for many years since he got the fire spirit pearl. Now he gradually hates his current life. If it doesn't work, give the fire spirit pearl to old man Yanluo, and I will find another place to settle down. I'm tired of staying in this fire ghost hall. The Fire Ghost King was more and more angry because he was worried every day and guarded the fire spirit pearl and the fire ghost hall. He stood up suddenly, then fell down again and continued to doze off. He really didn't want to live like this, and he really didn't want to move. The Fire Ghost King was thinking about how to pass the time today, but the temperature of the entire Fire Ghost Hall suddenly dropped. He shuddered violently, and an incredible light flashed in his eyes. The temperature of the lava hell actually dropped. Could it be that I have been here for too long and my brain has started to hallucinate? The Fire Ghost King secretly complained to himself, and the next second he saw a yellow river rushing in from a distance, extinguishing a lot of lava along the way. My god, is there a flood in the ghost world? The Fire Ghost King stared in amazement until a yellow wave knocked him to the ground. The power in his body was rapidly decreasing. Not good. This water is weird, a bit like the yellow spring water in the depths of the Netherworld. The Fire Ghost King was shocked. The yellow spring water has been the nemesis of ghosts since ancient times. Any ghost that is contaminated will have its power greatly reduced at the least, and its soul will be scattered at the worst. The Fire Ghost King, who had not moved for who knows how many years, stood up suddenly. Seeing that the situation was not good, he was ready to run away, cursing, "Old Yanluo is really despicable. He actually used this method to deal with me. I don't know where he got so much yellow spring water from." The Fire Ghost King was about to leave when he was blocked by a flying sword. The moment he saw the black flying sword, the Fire Ghost King was shocked. What kind of treasure is this? It actually has such a strong and pure Netherworld aura, as if it was bred from the 9 Netherworld. In the entire ghost world, except for the long lost Fengdu Emperor, who else can sacrifice and practice such a magic weapon? The Fengdu Emperor has returned. The Fire Ghost King stopped and dared not move. On the one hand, he was in awe of the legendary Fengdu Emperor, and on the other hand, he wanted to see who the owner of the flying sword was. 3 figures appeared outside the Fire Ghost Hall. Chu Yang said loudly, "The Fire Ghost King wants to leave. Please leave the Fire Spirit Pearl first. We will definitely not make things difficult for you." Fengdu turned several times in the air and quickly flew back to Chu Yang. The Fire Ghost King asked curiously, "Is this your sword?" Chu Yang nodded. The Fire Ghost King continued to ask, "Where did you get this sword?" Chu Yang frowned and said, "What does this have to do with you? I didn't do anything to you. I have been quite restrained. If it weren't for the fact that the Fire Ghost King had stayed in the ghost world for thousands of years and never harmed anyone, Chu Yang would not have said so much nonsense to him. Fengdu has an absolute ability to restrain ghosts. Not to mention the Fire Ghost King. Even if the Lord of the Ghost World, King Yama, came in person, Chu Yang would not be afraid. No. The Fire Ghost King looked evasive, as if he was a little scared, but he still shook his head and refused. "I have worked so hard to get this, how can I give it to someone else so easily, unless if you curse Yanluo in front of me, spit at his portrait, and step on it a few times, I will consider giving you the Fire Spirit Pearl." Li Zioyao was almost unable to bear the heat, and just wanted to leave this broken place as soon as possible. Seeing the Fire Ghost King dithering, he couldn't help but curse. "What's wrong with you? Hand over the Fire Spirit Pearl quickly, I don't want to play with you." The Fire Ghost King said in a deep voice, "Since you don't want to, and you still want to steal my Fire Spirit Pearl, then you are Yanluo's people." As soon as the voice fell, the Fire Ghost King attacked Li Zioyao and Zhu Changqing, but strangely, his attack always bypassed Chu Yang, as if he didn't dare to hit him. Chu Yang found it interesting, and the corners of his mouth rose. He could take this opportunity to check how Li Zioyao's swordsmanship was progressing. After a few rounds, Li Zioyao felt something was wrong. After dodging the Fire Ghost King's attack, he roared, "You've been chasing us for so long? There's another person standing there, why don't you hit him?" The Fire Ghost King answered very honestly, "I don't dare to hit him." Zhu Changqing looked at the Fire Ghost King with surprise. The other party was just meeting his junior brother Chu Yang for the first time. Why was he so afraid? The Fire Ghost King's reaction didn't seem to be fake. "Why don't you dare to hit him? He might be the reincarnation of Emperor Fengdu." Who is Emperor Fengdu? The ghost world was originally under the jurisdiction of Emperor Fengdu. He and the three emperors were gods born at the same time. But later Emperor Fengdu disappeared, and the master of the ghost world became little Yanluo. Why do you think he is the reincarnation of Emperor Fengdu? Because only Emperor Fengdu can practice his magic weapon. The Fire Ghost King suddenly became furious. Why does he, little Yanluo, become the master of the ghost world? I don't accept it. The master of the ghost world can only be Emperor Fengdu. Li Zioyao and Zhu Changqing looked at each other, then pointed at Chu Yang, and said in unison, "Yes, he is Emperor Fengdu." Chu Yang. The Fire Ghost King suddenly became quiet. Li Zioyao coughed dryly and said, "Fire Ghost King, Fengdu Emperor wants the Fire Spirit Orb in your hand. Will you give it to him?" The Fire Ghost King nodded without hesitation and said, "If it's Fengdu Emperor, I can give it to him." He took out the Fire Spirit Orb from somewhere and presented it to Chu Yang respectfully, with a very pious attitude. The title of Fengdu Emperor is very useful, almost catching up with Jingshan's General Fei-Peng. Chu Yang took the Fire Spirit Orb and signaled Zhu Changqing and Li Zioyao to leave here. The two retreated silently and prepared to leave the Fire Ghost Hall. But the next second, a very terrifying spiritual power fluctuation suddenly came from behind them, and they had to stop. Zhu Changqing turned around and saw the angry face of the Demon Lord Changlao. "Did I offend him in any way? Give me back the things that you shouldn't have taken." Changlao pushed with one hand, and the red magic light smashed towards Zhu Changqing, and the whole Fire Ghost Hall was shaking because of this blow. Li Zioyao and Zhu Changqing worked together to block this blow. Changlao wanted to continue attacking. Chu Yang dodged and blocked in front of the two people, angrily said, "The great demon lord actually doesn't keep his word." Changlao sneered and looked at Chu Yang with disdain. "How can I compare with you, Emperor Fengdu?" Chu Yang. "No, you seem to have misunderstood something. Listen to my explanation. Originally, he just wanted to fool the Fire Ghost King, but he didn't expect that it was Changlao who fell into the trap." Looking at the furious Changlao, Chu Yang felt something was not good. At this moment, the Fire Ghost King suddenly blocked in front of them. You are not allowed to be rude to the Emperor Fengdu. The silly Fire Ghost King was so cute in Chu Yang's eyes at this moment, looking for death. Chang Lao used his hand as a knife and slashed in the air. The slash emitting red magic light seemed to have crossed time and space and knocked the Fire Ghost King away with unparalleled power. The whole hall collapsed in an instant. The power of a single blow was so terrifying. Chu Yang's face was solemn. The Demon Lord had a strong killing intent today, which was completely different from the previous time in Li's Hao. How could this happen? Thinking of what Chang Lao said just now, or thoughts suddenly flashed through Chu Yang's mind. Chang Lao was so angry because of the Holy Spirit Pearl. He looked down on Zhu Changqing and was even more angry that Zixuan paid an unbearable price to save Zhu Changqing. Demon Lord, calm down. If you came for the Holy Spirit Pearl, I still have a way to remedy it. There is no need to make a big fuss. Chang Lao's terrifying momentum suddenly decreased, and he still stared at Chu Yang coldly, as if waiting for his next sentence. The 5 Spirit Pearls and the Holy Spirit Pearl are of the same origin. As long as we collect the former, we can repair the Holy Spirit Pearl. Now that we have obtained 3 Spirit Pearls, it is just a matter of time before we collect the 5 Spirit Pearls. What do you think, Demon Lord? Chu Yang had a faint smile on his face, and he looked confident. Chang Lao was silent for a while. Compared with venting his anger meaninglessly, repairing the Holy Spirit Pearl was the most important thing. Then I'll let him go for once. Chang Lao said coldly, if the Holy Spirit Pearl is not repaired, everyone will have to pay the price, including you, Emperor Fengdu. Brother, everyone said you misunderstood. Why do you always say that I'm the Emperor Fengdu? Chu Yang glanced at the seriously injured and unconscious Fire Ghost King, and after making sure that there was no one around, he explained, Demon Lord, you really misunderstood. I'm not the Emperor Fengdu. Then the Fire Ghost King recognized the wrong person. Chang Lao said expressionlessly, if you are not the reincarnation of the Emperor Fengdu, how can you travel through the ghost world with your physical body? Or are you actually a demon like me? Zhu Changqing and Li Xiaoyao looked at Chu Yang with suspicion. Junior brother, aren't we fooling people? Why are you still playing for real? Chu Yang only then realized why Chang Lao would easily believe the words of the Fire Ghost King. When a normal person enters the ghost world, his physical body will stay in the world of the living, but he can be unrestricted. In Chang Lao's eyes, this is the best evidence. The reason why Chu Yang is different from ordinary people is that he has another identity as a god of death. He did not travel through the ghost world in his physical body, but became a spirit. But other people can't tell this state apart, so this misunderstanding occurs. Seeing that Chu Yang couldn't explain, Chang Lao said with an unhappy look, a real man, yes, why are you hiding and not daring to admit it? Are you afraid that I won't admit the previous agreement? You can rest assured about this. For me, losing is losing, and it has nothing to do with who you are. I won't kill Zhu Changqing. I will only take away the remaining power of the Holy Spirit Pearl in his body. The look you had just now, when you wanted to eat someone, was no joke. Now you say you don't kill people. Brother, do you have selective amnesia? Chu Yang couldn't help rolling his eyes and nodded in a completely bad tone. Okay, I'm the reincarnation of the Emperor of Fengdu. So what? Just like last time, if you don't accept it, let's compete again. Chang Lao nodded with satisfaction. Very good. You are qualified to be my opponent with this attitude now. This person is really sick. He won't listen to nice words, and he only feels comfortable when others give him a bad face. No wonder Zizuan looks down on him. Isn't this pure perversion? The ancients were honest with me. Every demon is abnormal. Just when Chu Yang generously admitted that he was the reincarnation of Fengdu Emperor, something even more dramatic happened. King Yama and Lu Pan led a large number of ghost messengers and rushed to the fire ghost hall along the lava road extinguished by the yellow spring water. They just happened to see the confrontation between Chu Yang and the Demon Lord. From the perspective of this group of people, it was the Demon Lord who took the initiative to reveal Chu Yang's identity. Chu Yang admitted reluctantly that he was the Emperor of Fengdu. In addition, the Fengdu that kept circling above Chu Yang's head. Chu Yang was the reincarnation of the Emperor of Fengdu. It seemed to have become an ironclad fact. King Yama's scalp was numb. The person in front of him was most likely his old boss, the real master of the entire ghost world and even the netherworld. Zanpan and the other ghost officials noticed that King Yama's face was uncertain, and they were immediately shocked and lowered their heads silently. This was a question between the new and old masters of the ghost world, and they, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, did not dare to ask. The ghost world has changed hands for many years. It is inevitable that you will have some troubles when you reincarnate and return at this time. How about this? You and I will exchange the content of the agreement. I will help you clean up the ghost world and help you ascend the throne of the master of one world again. In this way, during the time when Fei-Peng is away, you can accompany me to compete every day. The cold words were full of murderous aura. Changlao did not care about King Yama's face at all. He kept talking about helping Chu Yang take back the master of the ghost world. Chu Yang just felt a headache. He was not the reincarnation of Fengdu Emperor. If he really agreed to Changlao and killed King Yama, it would be strange if the ghost world did not go into chaos. Once the 6 reincarnations were in chaos, the gods would definitely react. At that time, he would attract the Emperor of Heaven, and Chu Yang could basically declare the game over. Just when Chu Yang was about to reject Changlao good intention, King Yama stepped forward, bowed and said, "We respectfully welcome the Emperor back to the ghost world." Chu Yang's expression was stiff. "What are you doing here?" King Yama secretly wiped the sweat from his face. He didn't know what the agreement between Chu Yang and Changlao was, but he knew that if he didn't take action, the consequences would be serious. The demon lord Changlao looked down on the 6 realms, and it was not just talk. The Emperor of Fengdu could still compete with him, but he, a small King Yama, plus the ghost messengers behind him, were obviously no match for Changlao. Boring. Changlao saw that they easily gave in, and his expression was unhappy, and he was ready to leave. Before leaving, he said to Chu Yang, "The wind spirit pearl is in the god realm. You can ask them to take it, but they have to go through the god and demon well to get there. I can open the passage for you, but I have a condition. You can't go with them. They must rely on their own strength to get the spirit pearl. This is my test for Fei-Peng." Chu Yang frowned slightly. There is no other way to go to the well of gods and demons, and agreeing to Changlao's conditions seems to be the only way. The god realm is easy to deal with. After all, the name of General Fei-Peng is still there, and he can block most of the troubles for Zhu Changqing and others. The difficulty lies in the fact that the well of gods and demons not only accumulates millions of miasma, but also some strange creatures that look like demons, but are not demons, and are very dangerous. Chapter 150. Watching the drama live. The demon lord gives kind advice. Indecisive. Seeing Chu Yang's lack of response, Changlao immediately summoned the portal and prepared to leave. "Please stay, demon lord. Please open the passage for us." Zhu Changqing clasped his fists and saluted, his eyes firm. "This time, junior brother will not go with us." Changlao's expression eased a little. "You are quite responsible." Li Xiaoyao asked, "You have already told us the whereabouts of the wind spirit pearl, so you can also tell us about the water spirit pearl." Changlao said, "The water spirit pearl is obviously with you, but you ask me instead. It's really inexplicable." Li Xiaoyao looked at Changlao blankly. "I don't even know what the water spirit pearl looks like." "Then go to Nanzhao Kingdom. The answers you want are all there." Changlao was too lazy to explain to him, and disappeared after leaving a word. Li Xiaoyao scratched his head and said, "Brother Chu, what does he mean? How could the water spirit pearl be in my possession? Why did he ask me to go to Nanzhao?" Chu Yang patted his shoulder and said, "Since the demon lord wants you to go, he must have his reasons." The words just now almost proved that the water spirit pearl was in Li Xiaoyao's hands 10 years ago. He needed to use the power of Nuwa to go back 10 years ago to get the spirit pearl. Seeing Changlao leave, King Yama breathed a sigh of relief. He walked over with Zhangpan and the ghost messengers and bowed respectfully to Chu Yang. Chu Yang accepted the gift with peace of mind, but he had to pretend to be calm on the surface. At this moment, even if Chu Yang did not admit that he was the reincarnation of the Emperor of Fengdu, it would not matter. If he told the truth, he would probably never set foot in the ghost world again in this life. Moreover, King Yama originally came for Fengdu. As long as Chu Yang did not admit it, he would immediately lead people to snatch the sword, and then there would be another big battle. If he could not beat the demon lord, could he not bully these mortals who were still practicing Taoism? After all, he is the master of a world, so no matter how weak he is, he can't be that bad. The past is all passing clouds. I'm just a mortal now, so the affairs of the ghost world are still yours. I won't interfere. Everything will be normal. Chu Yang said lightly. These words made King Yama's heart return from his throat to his stomach. Just as a happy expression appeared on his face, it immediately changed to a heavy expression. What are you talking about? The Emperor. You are the master of the ghost world. I'm just a custodian. Sooner or later, I will return it to you. From now on, your status in the ghost world is still respected. Your aura order is my order. No one in the ghost world dares not to obey. The more King Yama vowed, the less Chu Yang believed that he was sincere. At least the other party would still worry about his seizure of power. Look, is there anything else you want me to do? King Yama carefully observed Chu Yang's face. Send us back to the world of the living. After a moment, King Yama personally sent Chu Yang and the others back to Fengdu City in the mortal world, cordially expressing his welcome to the leaders, to come down for inspection at any time, and then disappeared. The passage to the Well of Gods and Demons was set up by Zhang Gao near the city gate, and they saw the magic circle as soon as they came out. You are finally back. Where is the fire spirit pearl? Did you get it? After waiting for a whole night, Tang Zujian and Lin Yuru were excited when they saw Chu Yang and the other two, and they rushed over chattering. Nonsense. Of course I got it. Don't you see who I am? Li Xiaoyao took out the fire spirit pearl and waved it in front of the two of them, smiling with great satisfaction. Where is the demon lord? Did he embarrass you? Zixen suddenly appeared and walked straight to Zhu Changqing, her eyes full of worry. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. It was like the excitement of watching a drama live. Zhu Changqing was still as gentle as usual, and spoke slowly and calmly. The demon lord did show up in the ghost realm, and had a fight with us, but was eventually persuaded back to the demon realm by my junior brother. Persuaded to go back? Zixen was very surprised. This answer was beyond her expectations. How is that possible? If he could listen to others' advice, he wouldn't be the demon lord. Zhu Changqing said with a complicated expression. What the demon lord wants is just to repair the Holy Spirit Pearl. My junior brother promised him that if he restored the Holy Spirit Pearl to its original state, he would no longer embarrass us. Zixen suddenly became nervous and said in a hurried tone, there is nothing between him and me. If he wants to repair the Holy Spirit Pearl, that's his business. I haven't looked for him, let alone begged him. Zhu Changqing said indifferently. Miss Zixen, you don't need to tell me what the connection is between you and the demon lord. That is Miss Zixen's own business. But the demon lord is a demon after all, and he is the most fickle. Miss, you'd better be more careful. Zizu unclenched her fists, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. She gritted her teeth and stared at Zhu Changqing. Everyone was distressed, even Chu Yang couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Zhu Changqing, do you know that she is? Tang Zujian was anxious and jumped out to reveal the truth, but she didn't know that Zhu Changqing had already remembered everything. As a result, Jingshan covered her mouth and pulled her to a corner. Tang Zujian, who was in a very bad mood, vented all her anger on Jingshan, and her fists fell like raindrops. Long Kui appeared quietly, hugged Tang Zujian, and refused to let go. Sister Zujian, don't hit your brother. All the stinky men in the world are the same. It really makes me angry. Tang Zujian broke free from Long Kui's arms, squatted on the ground, and angrily threw stones around. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Chu Yang coughed dryly and said with a smile, before leaving, the demon lord said that the wind spirit pearl was in the god realm, but to go to the god realm, one needs to go through the well of gods and demons. He has opened the passage for us. Anyone who wants to go can tell me now. Lin Yuru was the first to raise her hand and said excitedly, I want to go. If my dad knew that I've been to the god realm, he probably wouldn't have the face to brag about his previous experiences in the martial arts world. If he uses the title of the leader of the martial arts world to pressure me again in the future, I will ask him how come the leader of the martial arts world has never been to the god realm. I can't help laughing just imagining his expression. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. What a loving father and filial daughter. Your father is blessed to have a good daughter like you. Lee Zioyao was about to speak when Tang Zujian suddenly stood up and said in a cold voice, I want to go too. Jingshan scratched his head and said, Miss Tang, won't you cause trouble if you go? The well of gods and demons sounds very dangerous, and everyone will have to distract themselves to take care of you. Tang Zujian, who was already angry, heard this and a surge of evil fire rushed straight to her head. She glared at Jingshan and rushed into the magic circle without looking back. Hey, wait for me. Jingshan held the magic sword and chased after her anxiously. Tang Zujian's kung fu was too poor. If she got lost in there, the chance of survival would be almost zero. Lee Zioyao was about to leave when Chu Yang grabbed her back. What are you doing, brother Chu? Come with me to Nanzhao to get the water spirit pearl. Ah, just the two of us? What else? Do you want to take your family on a trip? But I only have this one chance to go to the god realm in my life. Who said that? You can also choose to practice hard and ascend to heaven in broad daylight. I'm rooting for you. Lee Zioyao argued with Chu Yang for a long time, but finally chose to stay. He watched the others enter the magic circle and head to the well of gods and demons with tears in his eyes. Junior brother, you are now more advanced than me, so I won't tell you anything. Remember to take good care of brother Lee. Zhu Changqing glanced at Zixuan from the corner of his eye and was about to enter the magic circle. Chu Yang quickly stuffed a jade bottle into his arms. Take these blood bodhisattvas well. They can save lives at critical moments. Don't be stingy. Zhu Changqing nodded and stepped into the magic circle. Chu Yang originally thought that Zixuan would follow him, but he didn't expect her to walk towards him. I want to go to Nanzhao Kingdom with you too. Is that okay? Only after Zhu Changqing left did Zixuan show a sad expression. It was difficult for her to muster the courage to go to her homeland alone. Just like she once said, this is the price. The price that must be borne for giving up the mission of being a descendant of Nu for love. Zioyao, you make the decision. Chu Yang sighed. Looking at Zixuan who was as humble as a sinner, Lee Zioyao gritted his teeth and said, Zixuan, senior, go to Nanzhao Kingdom with us. Even if you made a big mistake, it's time to let it go after so many years. Zixuan burst into tears. Thank you. Then, the three of them flew away from Fengdu on their swords and headed for Nanzhao Kingdom. The well of gods and demons on the other side. Jingshan finally caught up with Tang Zujian. The two of them wandered around in the well of gods and demons for a few rounds. They were angry, but they couldn't find the way back. Helplessly, the two had to continue groping forward, but they encountered a terrifying monster after a few steps. It was a group of monsters of various shapes, like all kinds of broken things forcibly pieced together, which looked very disgusting. Tang Zujian was frightened, and she took out her weapon and prepared to resist despite her nausea. Jingshan raised the magic sword and stood in front of her, giving her a great sense of security. However, the two of them were no match for four hands, and soon fell into a dangerous dilemma. Fortunately, there was a special induction between Long Kua and the magic sword. At the critical moment, she brought Zhu Changqing and Lin Yuru to find them. Everyone gathered together and began to do their best to eliminate the monsters in front of them. After about half a quarter of an hour, they put down their weapons and rested. Tang Zujian realized how much trouble she had caused everyone and bowed to apologize to her companions one by one. I was in a hurry just now, and I didn't ask you a question. Zhu Changqing suddenly spoke, which made Tang Zujian, who was apologizing, stunned for a moment. When we entered the ghost world, did everyone see the physical body of my junior brother? Zhu Changqing asked a question that he cared about very much. I didn't see it. We thought that Taoist Chu didn't go down. Yes, I forgot to ask Taoist Chu about this. Did Taoist Chu enter the ghost world with his physical body? How is this possible? After hearing everyone's words, Zhu Changqing already had the answer in his heart. Junior brother is really the reincarnation of Emperor Fengdu. No wonder junior brother's cultivation level has improved so quickly. It turns out that it is not just relying on the power of the demon eating goo. Shocked as it is, Zhu Changqing seems to have gotten used to this feeling of being involved in reincarnation and fate. Jingshan was General Fipeng and Prince Lan Guiyang in his previous life, and he and Zixuan had a relationship in two lives. Chu Yang is the reincarnation of Emperor Fengdu, and it doesn't seem strange. After I go back, I still have to explain this to Master and the others. After a short rest, the group continued to explore the Well of Gods and Demons. With enough blood body, any injury can be quickly recovered. Don't worry about getting hurt. Every time Jingshan fights in the Well of Gods and Demons, his cultivation level will improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, with Li Xiaoyao as an example, Zhu Changqing was not too shocked. He could only sigh that the reincarnation of the gods was indeed extraordinary. Including Long Kui, the five of them killed many people in the Well of Gods and Demons, and came to the top floor. Here, there were many demon generals guarding, no longer the strange monsters before. No matter how fast Jingshan and Zhu Changqing improved, it was difficult to break through the last floor guarded by heavy soldiers. Just when everyone was at a loss, the demon lord Changlao appeared again. Well done, you finally look a bit like Felipeng. Changlao did not hesitate to praise Jingshan. The faster the other party improved, the sooner he would expect the battle. I said I'm not Felipeng. Can you stop comparing me with that guy all the time? Jingshan looked tired. He said it many times, but the red-haired monster in front of him still did his own thing. Changlao ordered the demon generals guarding the passage to move aside and personally opened the way to the god realm for them, which was a reward for Jingshan. Tang Zujian and Lin Yuru entered first, followed by Jingshan and Lan Qi. Just as Zhu Changqing was about to enter, Changlao suddenly said, among the 6 realms, only humans have feelings. Don't give up the person in front of you easily for the illusory immortal path. What you have is something that both gods and demons envy. Zhu Changqing stared at Changlao. He knew that this high and mighty demon lord liked Zixun, but he didn't expect that with the character of the demon clan, he would actually advise him to cherish fate. The normal style of the painting should be to frame him in every possible way until he and Zixuan were completely separated, and the demon lord himself took advantage of the opportunity to enter. What a strange demon, he actually smelled like a human. All fate is determined by heaven. How can a mortal like me control the rise and fall of fate? Changqing will remember the demon lord's heartfelt words today, but the result can only be subject to the will of heaven. Zhu Changqing bowed and walked into the magic circle without looking back. Changlao lowered his head and muttered to himself, is fate really that important? When Zhu Changqing and others entered the god realm, Chu Yang and Li Xiaoyao also took Zixuan back to the old place of Nan's Heio kingdom, and the 3 of them went directly to the Nuwa temple. The generation of Saint On who accompanied Zixuan had long passed away, but in the main hall, beside the statue of Nuwa, her spirit tablet could still be seen. Zixuan devoutly lit a stick of incense for the saint aunt, then knelt down in front of the statue of Nuwa and began to cry. She was repenting for the mistakes she had made over the years. But Chu Yang didn't understand what was wrong with a person pursuing her own happiness. Was it just because she was a descendant of Nuwa? Brother Chu, where is the water spirit pearl? Didn't the demon lord ask us to come to Nan's Heio kingdom to find it? Li Xiaoyao asked softly in Chu Yang's ear, and for some reason, his movements were like a dog thief. Can't you ask openly? This is the Nuwa temple, not the moon worship sect. Chu Yang pushed him away with a look of disgust. Li Xiaoyao was surprised and asked, who are you asking? Chu Yang bowed to the statue of Nuwa and said with a smile, please help me, my lady, and sent him to get the water spirit pearl. The next moment, the statue of Nuwa shone brightly, and a warm orange light shone in all directions. Li Xiaoyao, I can send you back to the past, but you have to promise me that no matter what you see, you will not intervene. Before Li Xiaoyao could agree, he was enveloped by the light and disappeared in front of Chu Yang. Zixuan saw the appearance of Nuwa and cried even more sadly. Nuwa sighed, fool. What a fool. After worrying for so long, Chu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xiaoyao was sent to 10 years ago, which meant that the time loop was completed, and the possibility of sudden changes in the whole world was completely cut off. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.